Our main character is Choi Han, a boy reborn in the northern continent, a legendary cradle of heroes. Though he is the protagonist, he turns dark after surviving a childhood trapped inside the forest of darkness. Only after finding human warmth did Choi Han gain friends and family in the village of Harris. But tragedy strikes when a mysterious group massacres everyone he considers his family in a single night. Despite his immense power from surviving that dark forest, Choi Han could not save a single soul. And just like that, Choi Han felt the terrifying sting of death for the very first time. As he grew up, he wiped out that dark organization alone, yet the void in his heart remained. That helplessness and despair acted like a burning flame, forcing our main character to mature into a warrior. Now, you might think I am telling you his story, but wait, Choi Han is just a character in a book. The real main character is Kale, a guy who transmigrated into this novel as the trashy son of a count. As a transmigrator, he's actually closer to death right now than any of the villains in the story. Since he is just a background character, he is surrounded by hidden masters. Even his butler is a secret assassin. Kale glances at him, thinking about the killer who once crossed the eastern continent by way of the sea. The man acts like a kind old butler, but underneath, he is cold-blooded and absolutely ruthless. Better let Choi Han handle this guy, Kale thinks, quickly walking past and taking the glass of water. Good, thank you. Ron just smiles silently, gesturing for the young master to take a nearby seat. Kale realizes the butler isn't the only threat. This world is full of monsters, and he needs protection. Pay attention here to survive this war-torn continent without pain. He needs power without standing out. Just then, the door opens, and a servant enters, saying, "Young master, it is time for us to dress you." Kale reminds him softly, "Keep it simple. Just grab something basic for today." "Understood, young master." Without hesitation, he throws on the clothes and gets ready to leave the room. Honestly, the guy is so handsome that he looks incredible in literally anything he decides to wear. Fashion is all about the face. Anyway, he tells Ron, "Let's go," and they head out into the estate together. Good morning. Greetings echo through the halls, but one maid starts stuttering the moment she sees him. He frowns, wondering if he is really that scary, even though he doesn't just hit people for fun. The worst thing this trash did was break stuff while drunk. He is just a spoiled, drinking mess. He sighs, wishing they would just leave him alone, as they finally reach their destination for breakfast. Ron slowly opens the door. "I hope you enjoy breakfast." Kale politely replies, "Thanks, make sure you eat too." You and I can see the awkwardness as he enters the room where his entire family is waiting. There is his father, Count Daruth, his stepmother, Countess Violin, and his younger siblings, Basin and Lily. Daruth does not show much emotion when he sees Kale walk into the dining room. "You are late again. Sit down." "Yes, sir." He finds the furthest seat possible to sit in. His father does not have any crazy powers. The man is just incredibly and massively rich. Plus, his stepmother and siblings always avoid him, making this the perfect place to live a quiet life. "Do you have something to say, father?" Kale asks. Daruth hesitates before replying. "No, nothing at all. Time to eat fast and get out of here. This sausage is actually really juicy," he thinks. Suddenly, a fork clatters to the floor. Basin stares at him, mouth open, like he is seeing a ghost. Did he just smile? The boy quickly picks up the fork, apologizing, while Kale wonders what is wrong. He spots a glass of red wine nearby and picks it up. Is this actual wine? Just as he is about to take a sip, Count Daruth speaks up, and Kale simply says, "It is delicious." The Count stammers, "Really? You like the taste?" "Yes, everything tastes great." Daruth looks shocked at his son. "I am glad you like it." "Yes, father, you should eat plenty of food too." Kale realizes being the black sheep has perks. They don't even criticize his lack of manners anymore. He would much rather use his status to wander in peace than deal with ruling some complicated territory. And that is the plan. Grab the gold, and let us watch him disappear into a peaceful life. All right. You and I are about to watch our hero Kale absolutely stun everyone just by eating his breakfast quietly. Then, the Count approaches him gently, asking if he needs anything. Instead of answering right away, Kale plays it cool and just asks for some cash. The Count doesn't hesitate for a second. "Of course, I'll give you plenty," he says. Kale flashes a bright smile and tells him the more, the better. "Naturally, I'll give you as much as I possibly can." Kale keeps that smile, until he sees the actual check, and his face goes totally blank. Turns out, this family isn't just rich, they're filthy rich. He quickly stuffs the check into his pocket. With this much money, his plans definitely need a massive upgrade. After finishing breakfast, he heads back to his room and calls for Ron. When the servant asks how he can help, Kale just asks for the date. Ron smiles and replies, "It is May 29th, year 781 of the Felix calendar." Kale whispers the date to himself, realizing he needs to move fast because Choi Han will reach Weston soon. Cut to a quiet city where a lone carriage rolls through. Now, here's where it gets interesting. The carriage stops and Kale slowly steps out in front of a small shop. He looks at the sign that reads, "The fragrance of tea and poetry." It seems like a pretty peaceful place for what's coming. The coachman stands behind him, looking completely confused by this sudden stop. He wants to say something, but stops himself. Kale turns around and tells him he can leave now. The servant's eyes go wide in total shock. "Wait, you don't need me to wait for you?" The servant stammers out, clearly bewildered. Kale walks straight inside, leaving him with one line, "No, I'll be here for a while." Inside, a few customers are chatting and having a good time. But the second they spot Kale, the room goes dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. Ignoring the tension, Kale stares at a chubby man standing in the middle of the shop. That's gotta be the owner. The man sets his book down and smiles at Kale. "Welcome," he says, though Kale knows he's a rich bastard. "This is Belos." Looking at him, Kale immediately thinks he looks exactly like a human piggy bank ready to be cracked open. Kale drops some coins on the table. He wants to rent the third floor until tomorrow and asks for any tea that isn't bitter. He looks around the shop. "Do you guys actually have any novels here? Or is it just poetry?" Belos smiles and assures him they have plenty. "And trust me, you and I are about to see Kale's spending spree." "Then give me your best book and a cup of tea," Kale says, handing over another coin. "I'll be having more tea later, so keep them coming." Belos stares at the money, his face turning bright red. 1,000,000 bronze is way too much for tea, sir?" Kale just smirks. "My dad is rich, so consider that your tip." In his head, he's totally loving this whole power and money thing. He heads upstairs and takes a seat by the window, looking down at the city streets below. "Is that the place?" Kale mutters, spotting a corner where soldiers are standing guard very carefully. Earlier this morning, someone was kicked away from those gates after trying to report a monster attack to the Count. Instead of hunting for the people who hurt his loved ones, Choi Han's priority was giving them a proper burial. He really is a decent guy. But why should rulers like us care about the lives of some useless commoners out there? Kale remembers the original owner's memory of meeting Choi Han. "This wine is worth more than all your useless lives," he had screamed at the man back then. Choi Han heard that and just smirked. "Interesting," he had said. "You know, I'm curious if you'll ever change your mind." He lunged forward, grabbing Kale's face with a terrifyingly sharp gaze. "Should we find out?" Thinking back to that look in Choi Han's eyes, Kale feels a shiver. Normally, that's what should happen. Kale shakes his head, trying to stop thinking about the novel, and looks back outside. Right then, a young man in a black cloak appears, talking to the soldiers at the guard post. Kale recognizes him instantly. It's Choi Han. They're probably asking for his identification papers right about now. A guy like Choi Han would never have something like that. And yep, he just got rejected. For now, Choi Han walks away quietly, but he'll just wait until dark to hop over the city wall and sneak into the town anyway. He passes right under the window where Kale is drinking. As soon as Choi Han disappears, Kale stands up to leave. He walks downstairs and calls out to Belos. "Hey, I'll be back soon, so don't you dare touch my spot." "Understood, sir." With that, he pushes the door open and steps out into the air. The moment the door closes, everyone inside lets out a huge sigh of relief. They actually start cheering, because Kale left without breaking anything. Standing outside, he hears their shouting but doesn't even react. He's got bigger things on his mind. "I can hear you guys, you know. Anyway, you and I better watch closely, because Kale needs some serious defensive skills before things get violent." "All right, you and I are about to see why being way too strong is actually a curse in this dangerous world. Being overpowered just attracts danger, so he prefers walking the quiet paths where absolutely nobody notices him. He needs an ancient power, specifically an invisible shield, something like the defensive mana barriers used by powerful mages. Our main character stops right in front of a small local bakery. Staring at the fresh bread, he plans to use them as bait for a shield, leaving the baker totally speechless. The owner stammers a welcome, but Q just stares back, completely unfazed by the man's obvious state of shock. He demands some bread, pointing his finger from one end of the long counter all the way to the other. Pointing from one end to the other, he tosses a coin and tells the man to pack it all up. When the baker hesitates, Q threatens to take his business elsewhere, making the man scramble to pack the bread immediately. The owner rushes inside while Kyo hoists a massive, heavy sack filled with every loaf of bread he just bought. Even knowing it beforehand, this world feels totally different from his old life in Korea. It really is a world of fantasy. Even with the sun still up, magical street lamps are already flickering to life. He has to act weak, but the judgmental stares of the townspeople are starting to feel like real bad karma. He clicks his tongue after stepping into deep mud, ruining his shoes and deciding to leave the area as fast as possible. Unbeknownst to him, 2 young children are hidden nearby, staring at him with wide, curious eyes. After finally leaving the city behind, he carries the heavy sack up to the top of a lonely hill nearby. He reaches a massive tree surrounded by an old stone wall, dropping his load and wiping the sweat from his face. Looking back at the long distance he walked, he sighs. This bag is honestly way heavier than he initially expected. He approaches an ancient wooden gate and gives it a light push, watching it creak open for him instantly. He scowls at the run-down state of the place before turning his focus to the giant tree standing before him. Now pay attention, this 100-year-old tree is where the story takes a dark turn as a child's voice rings out. They warn him to stay away, claiming it is a man-eating tree that devours anyone who gets too close. Supposedly, anyone who ends their life on these branches turns into a mummified corpse by the very next morning. He smirks. This terrifying rumor is exactly how he knows he found the right tree. Long ago, a woman was so obsessed with food, she was exiled from her temple and died shortly after. This tree grew from her remains, and her eternal hunger and power are still trapped deep inside its ancient roots. He slowly pulls out the bread, wondering if the indestructible shield is truly hidden within this dark, cursed place. The kids keep shouting that he is going to die, giving our main character a massive and very annoying headache. There are annoying brats everywhere he goes. He wonders if he should just chase them away before he begins. He stands up and slowly walks toward the children, making them jump back in fear of what he might do. They swear the tree will kill him, but he just tosses them 2 bags of food and tells them to leave. The older one keeps warning him, while the younger sibling is already busy picking up the bags of free snacks. He glares at them, asking if they have heard of the famous loser named Q, making the youngest child tremble. The girl pulls her brother away, but she still pleads for him not to die as they finally disappear. Once the children are finally gone, he turns back to the roots of the tree to finish his important work. He takes a loaf and drops it into a hole at the base. Immediately, the bread just vanishes into thin air. It is creepy. He almost worried it would suck his hand in two. This shield is the priestess's final remaining power. He smiles. It is a primal, savage, ancient power, but that is exactly why he knows it will be incredibly reliable. You and I both know the rules. He must feed the void until the darkness finally fades away. That darkness is pure hatred. Once it is gone, the light will reveal itself. He lifts the heavy bag again. Once the light shows up, that shield is mine. He dumps the fresh bread in, telling the tree to eat up. After emptying everything, there is still no reaction. He realizes he is going to need at least 10 more bags. Suddenly, strange and guttural sounds start echoing from deep within the hollow trunk of the ancient tree. He shudders. This is getting scary. That grudge is deep. He decides to call it a day and return tomorrow morning. And that is where we leave it. Those kids are still there, happily eating his bread while you and I wait for what's next. All right, you and I are watching as he groans, secretly hoping those kids wouldn't be foolish enough to get close to that tree. But if they wander in there and get eaten, it would be a real headache for them, even if it doesn't affect him. The kids stop eating and look over. He frowns, telling Mai that if she still wants to eat, she better keep quiet. Soon, the sky turns dark and he returns to the shop from earlier. A moment later, he makes his way down from the second floor. Bilios smiles at him. Kale mentions the tea was excellent and tells the man that he hopes to see him again very soon. He has only finished half of the book, but he finds the story of the main character to be quite interesting so far. He likes how the hero grows and gets recognized. He tells Bilios not to let anyone else read it before his return. Bilios is stunned, but promises to keep it safe. He tells Cale to come back soon and says he will be waiting. He walks straight out of the shop. Soon after, he arrives at a tavern where the owner instantly panics upon seeing him enter. The man shouts a frantic welcome. Cale is so used to these expressions of pure terror that he feels nothing at all. The owner is visibly shaking. It makes sense, given that Cale destroys everything in sight whenever he gets a bit too drunk. He tosses a gold coin to the man and calmly asks for his usual bottle of the most expensive wine available. He adds an order for plain boiled chicken. The owner nervously asks if he would like to find a seat to wait. Seeing no response, the man hurries away, promising to bring the food and drink out to him as fast as he can. Cale sighs and scans the tavern, clicking his tongue when he sees every thug and crook trying their absolute best to stay far away from him. Usually, rich trash would hang out with these low lives, but Cale views them as scum and refuses to associate with them. The tavern owner quickly brings the items out to him. "Here is your order, young master." Cale does not stick around. He takes the expensive wine and leaves. No point in staying in a place like this. He walks out and takes a swig of the wine. As he moves down the road, he starts feeling a warm buzz. He remembers it being about 100 steps from the city gate, following right along the edge of this massive stone wall. He enters a narrow alleyway, just as he planned. Now, pay attention, this is the moment Choi Han leaps over the wall. He sees kittens huddled together near where the man will land. It seems coincidences play a very important role in this world. Cale lets out a soft sigh and changes his angle so he does not accidentally scare the cats away. He looks to the side and spots a figure sitting there in a black cloak. He finally found him, the man he was looking for. When he finally meets Choi Han's eyes, he admits to himself that he is starting to feel a little bit nervous. He frowns and pretends to be drunk to make a good first impression. He speaks softly, asking the cats if they're hungry. He opens the package of chicken and sets it down. "You poor things. Go ahead and eat as much as you want. They are smaller than expected." He gently shreds the meat, asking the kittens if they can handle eating plain boiled chicken. The kitten sniffs warily, looking at him with suspicious eyes. He pets its head, telling it to eat and get healthy. Then, acting casual, he asks the stranger if he has anywhere else to go. Choi Han says nothing, but Cale is not giving up. He asks the man if he is feeling hungry as well. He knows the man is watching him. Finally, Choi Han responds in a very low voice, admitting that he is indeed hungry. Cale stands up and walks toward him. Under the hazy moonlight, he looks down at the man sitting in the shadows. "Follow me. You and I both know that sharing a good meal is the best way to make a strong first impression." Cale walks ahead, watching closely as Choi Han slowly gets to his feet. "That is it. Just follow right behind me." He looks back and sees the kittens have finished the food. Even though he is not a cat person, they're cute. Choi Han is staring at him with an intense gaze that he simply cannot ignore as they walk through the dark. Cale reaches down to pet the cat one last time. He tells the kitten he has to go, leaving the other startled. Both cats quickly run off into the darkness. He sighs and continues to lead Choi Han toward his family estate. As they reach the gates of the Henitu's mansion later that night, Cale suddenly comes to a complete stop. Choi Han frowns and turns to ask what he is doing. Cale secretly wonders if the man is sizing him up right now. When the man stays silent, Cale asks him if he's coming or not. The guards finally spot him and shout his title. Cale sighs, wishing they would stop acting so terrified of him. It feels strange hearing them stutter. They quickly open the gates for him, telling him to head inside immediately. Stepping inside, he thanks John for waiting up for him. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are not ready for what comes next. All right, you and I are jumping into a moment where the tension between these two powerhouses is thick enough to choke on. Truly a scary old man. Cale watches this explosive atmosphere, wondering if he is having a hallucination or if actual sparks are flying between their intense gazes. He speaks up softly to break the silence and tells them to follow him. Ron just asks, "What is going on, young master?" Ron offers to handle the guest himself, but Cale flatly refuses. He thinks to himself that since they have met, things should be fine. As he walks upstairs, he sees Hans standing in front of his room with a bright smile on his face. The vice butler notes that Cale has finally returned despite being out drinking, making Cale feel suddenly very exhausted. Remembering that this man is responsible for him, Kale suddenly pulls out a bottle of alcohol, making Hans stumble back in pure terror. Kale just looks at him calmly and tells him to put the bottle somewhere else. Hans stammers, realizing he just lost his composure. Kale warns him that next time he really will throw it, then leaves. Hans is left startled by the young master's sharp words. He asks where Kale is going. In Kitchen 2, there is one more person Choi Han needs to meet. Crox, the son of Ron. Kale watches him, sharpening a knife, and shudders at the sight of another terrifying person with such dangerous hands. Watch this closely, because you and I are witnessing a master plan. If Crox sees Choi Han's skills, he will be totally hooked and follow him. Kale realizes that if he lets Crox leave with Choi Han, then his father Ron will naturally follow them as well. This explosive team would be twice as effective. Kale puts his arm around Choi Han and tells Crox to cook something for him. Crox looks at him with a frowning face and asks what he just said. Kale tells him to just put the knife down. Give him something to eat since he is hungry. Crox and Choi Han are now connected, and Kale smiles secretly at the successful link. Before leaving, he adds that they should prepare something for him too. He is also hungry and wants a high-quality meal. He mentions that the steak from yesterday was delicious. Kale knows how to use praise to get exactly what he wants. He calls Crox a talented chef and says a steak will make the meal better. Then he quickly leaves the kitchen. Back in his room, Hans asks what should be done with the guest. Kale tells him to take good care of his new guest. He thinks that since the three of them have met, his job for the day is finally done and over with. If that is not enough, he will make Choi Han fight someone while Crox watches. He tells Hans to bring the food soon. Now let's check in on the Count, where Hans is currently reporting every single detail of Kale's strange behavior to him. He reports that Kale went to an illegal tea shop belonging to the Flynn Merchant Guild and brought a stranger home. Hans asks if they should have someone follow him, since the young master was drinking but still seemed very sober and alert. The Count says it is not necessary as long as he stays in the city. He just wants regular reports on his son's actions. The Count frowns to himself after Hans leaves, thinking about how much Kale seems to have changed lately. He feels Kale is different now. It is not just that he is smarter or stronger, but every single one of his actions feels different. He calls for Hans again and asks for information regarding the illegal child of the Flynn family, and Hans quickly obeys. After Hans leaves, the Count looks out the window and senses that the atmosphere of the entire continent is becoming much more dangerous. The Henetus family has always protected their wealth and expanded slowly, avoiding the spotlight of history. They only ever wanted a peaceful and happy life. The Count decides he should probably go and reinforce the city walls soon. Back in Kale's room, his face suddenly turns pale. He feels unwell, and the lemon water only makes the pain feel even worse. Ron notices his expression but just smiles, saying he did not want to wake Kale since he was sleeping so deeply. Kale notices a white bandage wrapped around Ron's neck and asks if he is injured. Ron just hands him a cup. Ron asks if the young master is worried about him, but Kale just says it is annoying to look at. He remembers that Ron and his son attacked Choi Han earlier. Ron claims it is just a scratch from a cat. Kale wonders if this cat is actually someone innocent. After drinking his water, he stands up to leave. Ron asks if he is going out, and Kale says others will take care of things outside. He just needs to handle this. Ron asks what he thinks of the lemon water. Kale stops, not understanding the hidden meaning behind the old man's question. He just says it tastes good. But he is annoyed by the old man's strange and indirect way of asking things. As soon as he opens the door, Kale freezes when he sees Choi Han standing right there waiting for him. What is this? He is so shocked that he immediately slams the door shut with all his strength. His heart is pounding and his face goes pale. Ron just smiles and says he did not expect Kale to be so surprised. And trust me, you and I are in for a wild ride, because Ron says the guest was so stubborn he insisted on waiting right here. Kale is feeling exhausted. Didn't even get a word in with that annoying old man. You and I are about to see how this unfolds as the door opens and he asks Choi Han what's happening. He notes that Choi Han hasn't moved an inch. The man hesitates, then starts to speak. I'll repay you for the meal. Hearing this, Kale frowns with a totally blank expression. No need. Got anything else? Internally, he's frowning because a repayment sounds totally absurd. How could he know if someone might take advantage of the guy? Choi Han clenches his fists. Actually, there is one favor I'd like to ask of you. Before he speaks, Kale guesses it's about Harris Village, better not get involved with him. He tells him Han is a very talented deputy butler who can surely help with that job. He puts an arm around John, telling him to treat the guest with total respect. Pay attention here. Choi Han is confused because Kale doesn't even know who he is. Why would I need to know? Do I need a reason to help someone less fortunate? He expects tough questions, leaves it to Han, and claims he's just too busy to stay. With that, he walks away. He needs to grab more cash for today's big spending. John calls out to him, so Kale looks back briefly before quickly turning away. Let the heroes handle it. Behind him, John whispers something quietly to himself. Interesting, the brave dog hates freebies but still drinks every single drop. He touches his own old scar. Does it know something? Suddenly, Choi Han speaks up and tells him to lead the way. John looks at him, thinking the lowly guy reeks of blood despite acting so clean. What a snake. He smiles and tells him to follow as Choi Han watches Kale leave. Under a swaying ancient tree, Kale stands there with a bag packed full of supplies. He pours the bag out at the roots, and steaming hot bread falls onto the ground. I know what you're thinking, but the raspy voices demanding more food make this scene super eerie. Kale frowns in frustration. This whole situation is driving him crazy. He remembers the book mentioned a starved priestess and realizes he needs to get out of there before things get bad. He doesn't know exactly what it is, but he must return for his evening lesson before dinner starts. He turns and walks away quickly, shoving his hands into his pockets with a hurried expression. I have to hurry. I was planning to satisfy the tree's hunger at least halfway. After a few steps, he spots two ragged kids eating bread while sitting in a corner. He looks at the red and gray-haired children for a moment, clicks his tongue, and leaves. Back in town, he realizes getting more bread will take time since he bought it all. He looks around for another shop until a voice calls out to him from behind. A woman approaches him excitedly, saying her shop has plenty of fresh bread ready. This lady knows business. He tosses her a gold coin and tells her to take it all. Her face lights up seeing the gold, and she rushes inside to pack everything up. A moment later, she returns with a heavy bag full of bread for the young master. That was fast. She's a great entrepreneur and offers to prepare even more for next time. He's satisfied and starts liking her. Suddenly, another man runs out to grab his business too. He claims they can provide even more. Kale hands him a gold coin and asks for details. He promises to visit next time and tells him to have a full sack ready. He'll hit 3 shops tomorrow. Glad things are moving so quickly. Someone is watching from the shadows, wondering what on earth he is doing out here. Big Cops asks if he has finally gone crazy. He remembers John calling the kid interesting, and now, watching him, he finds himself totally agreeing with that. And that's where we leave it. Watching this guy is just as fun as watching the black-haired kid. All right, you and I are jumping back into the life of the world's most relatable slacker. Somewhere else, a little girl stares at a jar of herbs and gasps. It is not bread. Behind her, a red-haired boy huddles in fear, hiding from him. Kale just looks back at them with total, calm indifference. Suddenly, the boy jumps forward, throwing his arms out to block the way. He shouts for Kale to get lost and leave them alone. The girl looks on with a heavy heart, her voice trembling. She whispers that he cannot be allowed to die. He stands there with a massive bag, looking at them with genuine pity. He remembers his past as Kim Rock-soo, an orphan with nothing but a name. That's why people always showed him sympathy. Looking at these filthy, worried kids, he feels a strange tug at his heart. Does he really need a reason to show a little mercy right now? He glances down at their worn-out shoes and scratched, battered feet. The sight of their struggle makes his chest tighten with sudden pain. There was a time he misunderstood what those feelings meant, but as he grew up, he finally realized the truth behind those words. He presses his lips thin. This is frustrating. The children seem to panic at his silence, clearly shaken by his lack of a reaction. Meanwhile, Kale is completely lost in the depths of his own complicated thoughts. He hates seeing children in misery, but that doesn't mean he wants to take care of them. Finally, he speaks. I am not going to die, he says in a raspy voice. Take more. Take it all. Feeling helpless, he quickly empties every single piece of bread he brought under the tree. Fine, just eat your fill. He pushes himself up and stands tall, keeping his eyes fixed on the massive tree. It feels like the darkness is finally starting to lift. He figures the money he spent was worth the effort. With the area now silent, Kale looks around. Did those kids head back? He feels a wave of relief. It's much better when he doesn't have to look at someone who's already injured. Suddenly, Hong and An trot up to his feet. Kale just waves them away and starts walking off into the distance. Weren't these the cats from yesterday? Do they even remember me? Honestly, it's better to just avoid anything troublesome like this. Now pay attention, because we're heading back to the mansion where the real trouble starts. In a lavish room, Kale is having a serious talk with his father. Can you say that again? Daruth looks serious as he carefully repeats himself. All right, Kale. You will be representing our family at the capital. Kale's eyebrows shoot up, his face practically screaming his rejection of the idea. To the capital? Are you really serious about this? His father smiles and explains that normally, Basin would go. However, Kale is the eldest son of the family. They're hosting a massive event, and every noble son is invited this time. Daruth clearly wants Kale to go, and is trying his best to convince him. Basin has been attending these things for 2 years, even without royal events, but the Count insists it must be Kale this time around. Kale is spiraling into a mess of chaotic and worried thoughts. He squints, trying to block out the memories. He's thinking about the terrorist attack at the plaza, a mysterious group that causes absolute carnage where the crowds gather. The scene back then was pure chaos, nothing but ruins and destruction. The only person who could stop their plot was Choi Han. After that, Choi Han saved countless people and became close friends with the royal family. Kale shudders with fear. He gets chills thinking about being caught in that disaster. He glances over at Basin, who's listening intently to their father. His father mentioned Basin usually attends these. Could he just ask his younger brother to go instead? Kale is stuck in a tough spot, his eyes darting as he calculates his moves. He doesn't want danger, but he can't bring himself to ask Basin. He needs a solid reason for someone like him to avoid the capital. Besides, why is Daruth suddenly pushing for this change? You and I both know the original story, right? Kale was supposed to get beaten up by Choi Han so he couldn't travel, but now he's got to find a way out. Daruth tries to comfort him, reminding Kale that he used to attend these ceremonies before Basin took over the family duty. Think back to those times, and just relax on this trip, he says. Kale immediately cuts him off, making his feelings clear. I am pretty confused by this. I don't understand why I have to be the one to go. Give me some time to think. His father stays silent for a moment, clearly surprised by the response, before finally nodding. Fine, you can leave now. Waiting for this exact second, Kale turns to leave. Yes, father. But suddenly, Basin calls out to him, making Kale stop in his tracks. What is it? He's clearly unhappy. There's no reason for him to refuse. He lets out a heavy, tired sigh. Seriously, Kale thinks about his rough future. He's basically being kicked out of the line of succession. Basin has been acting as the heir for 2 years, but he tells Kale that there's a reason he must represent the family. Kale sighs again as everything tangles up. On the other hand, Kale's eyes suddenly turn sharp. This is something worth betting on. He follows right after Basin, complaining as he walks. The chances of Kale making a comeback aren't looking very high. Furthermore, if Basin dies and doesn't become the Lord, Kale is in huge trouble. Basin needs to live for Kale to have a peaceful life. Just then, Choi Han appears. There you are, young master. Regarding the guest's request, Kale cuts him off. His voice is full of annoyance as he tells Choi Han to bring him here. Trust me, you and I need to see what's next. Based on Han's reaction, his problem might be solved, but now I'm facing an unexpected trip to the capital. Time to give him one more reminder. All right, you and I are about to see how this sudden change of plans unfolds. I mentioned the debt clearly, and it seems he's accepted his fate and is figuring out how to survive it. I'll do anything to make this journey comfortable. I need to keep Choi Han in mind. His chance to repay me has arrived, and I'm definitely going to use him for my own benefit. Looking at Choi Han sitting there, glancing around cautiously, I feel pretty satisfied. Since John took over his meals, he looks much better. John, Big Crops, and Choi Han, this trio is moving exactly as I predicted. Without waiting for me to speak, he dives straight into the main issue. How should I repay you? He asks. I'm a bit surprised. Going straight to the point already? I think back to the events in the book and smile. There's already a slight shift in the early chapters of the hero's birth. I'm trying my best to keep everything aligned with the story in the book, but heading to the capital will cause a massive change from what's supposed to happen. I place a blank paper on the table and ask about his skills. Now, pay attention here. Kay is about to turn this conversation into a serious job interview. Choi Han leans forward to look at the paper, so I make my first request. Do you know how to protect others? He looks totally confused. What do you mean? He asks. I stay silent for a moment. This is a sudden shift in the plan, but it'll definitely benefit me. I have to stop Choi Han's future party members from claiming that ancient power for themselves. While I'm taking what I need, that power would be completely useless to them anyway. I calmly explain that it's simple. Can he protect someone instead of killing them? The air around us suddenly goes cold and still. Choi Han looks anxious, admitting he's not sure while clenching his fists. I decide to stop right there. It would be dangerous to provoke him at this moment. I ask the question one more time with a serious face. Can you kill people then? Choi Han answers instantly that he can. I agree, telling him that if he can kill, then he can also protect. I try to comfort him, saying it's difficult but not impossible. This moment reminds me of my own past life. In the life I lived as Kim Rok-soo, there weren't many situations I could avoid, just because they were hard. I think sadly about my own past. That's the reason I've always been generous, even in this new life inside this trashy body. But now there's a massive mountain I need to climb if I want to have a peaceful life later on. You and I both know he needs a strong ally to cross that mountain. Choi Han finally smiles at my words, looking less conflicted. I guess that's true. I continue my questioning. All right. Here is the final question. Choi Han doesn't hesitate, though he looks a bit awkward. Go ahead and ask. With a firm tone, I ask him what his name is. He freezes for a moment and asks if I really don't know his name. I calmly reply that of course I know it, but deep down, I know everything. I even know I was supposed to be beaten to a pulp by you. I lean back in my chair with a fake expression. I tell him I've heard it from others, but I want to hear it from his own mouth. He follows along and introduces himself. Choi Han. He reaches out his hand for a handshake. My name is Choi Han. I take his hand as the room fills with a sense of harmony. I introduce myself too. I see. And my name is Kyu Henny. I place the mission paper on the table. The task to repay the debt is simple. Choi Han reads the unfamiliar name on the paper with a puzzled face. Rosalind? I made this decision based on what I read in the novel. That's right, the princess of the neighboring kingdom. You survived the assassination attempt on Rosalind. The other person is the heir to the Wolf King, Locke. Locke is described in the book as the lone survivor of the Blue Wolf tribe. He looks weak, but when he goes wild, he's a brutal werewolf. Meanwhile, Rosalind's magic power is terrifying, second only to Choi Han himself. She has no interest in the throne at all. Her only dream is to find the greatest magic tower on the continent. Once she achieves that, she's destined to become a hero. I remember the horror of it all and shiver. The person who tried to kill Rosalind was tortured by big crops soon after. Lately, I keep getting these strange, cold chills. I stand up and walk to the wooden cabinet, offering some encouragement. Since he can read, things will go smoothly. It's good to know that. I pull a scroll out of the cabinet. You'll be starting this journey with me. I spread the map out on the tea table. I point to a location on the map. He just needs to follow the instructions I wrote down. I fall back into my thoughts about how much the plan has changed this time. There's a reason Choi Han has to join me like this. In the first volume of the hero's story, a certain Marquis is introduced as a villain. And trust me, you and I are going to hate this guy. Stick with me, because you and I are about to see how a noble handles a literal mad dragon. The villain who blocked the prince and Choi Han also kept a young, insane dragon that escaped after a failed capture. The original novel described a horrific scene where that same dragon burned an entire village to the ground. Choi Han eventually arrived to stop the massacre, killing the beast and calling it a final gift of death. But Kale decides he needs to head straight toward the village the dragon is destined to attack. He knows that avoiding the village would make them late to the capital, and he wants to release the dragon before it goes completely wild. Kale speaks up, offering Choi Han a deal to travel to the capital together as repayment for his help. Choi Han asks if they need protection. Kale answers generously, saying that part is up to him. Then, he adds one more specific condition to the deal. He tells the boy he must reach the capital and meet him there safely, assuming he can at least protect himself, right? Choi Han remains silent for a moment until Kale nervously presses him for an answer. Finally, the warrior nods and agrees he can do it. Kale sits back and rubs his nose with a sigh, thinking he should have had a drink before starting this conversation. With a wave of his hand, he signals that the meeting is over and tells the young man he can leave. Choi Han stops at the door when Kale reminds him that everything they just discussed must remain a total secret between them. The warrior smiles slightly and agrees as night falls. In the study, Kale tells his father, Daruth, that he needs some extra funds. Daruth simply agrees and hands over a check, promising to inform the treasurer about the young master's request. Back in his room, Kale sprawls out on the bed, staring at the check and realizing that money really is the best thing. Suddenly, Ron rushes in with a cup of honey lemon tea, mentioning his son made it specially for the young master. He sets it down and stands by the bed, wishing Kale a good night while promising to always stay right by his side. In the dark room, Kale stares at the ceiling before bolting upright. That creepy old man just ruined his chances of sleeping. Thinking about the two mysterious kids, he decides it is best to send them along with Choi Han first. Later, Kale walks through the streets looking pale and exhausted, feeling like he just walked out of a horror movie. He remembers Ron asking to teach him rabbit hunting. The old man had smiled with pure delight, explaining that hunting a rabbit is actually much harder than it looks. You never know when or where they will jump, so you must watch closely and kill the moment the opportunity strikes. You saw that look in his eyes, right? Kale shudders at the memory of Ron offering to show him how to remove the rabbit's vitals. He stops at a bakery, glad to have Ron's help despite the fear. A man steps out to greet the young master. The baker notes he is early today. Kale realizes he is actually starting to feel a bit attached to this little town. After visiting several times, he feels comfortable here. He asks the shop owner if the bread is finally ready for him. The man is very welcoming and brings out a massive bag stuffed to the brim with fresh loaves of bread. He asks if today is really the last day Kale will be buying. Kale takes the bag and asks if there is a problem. He jokingly asks if the man wants more money. And the baker's honest yes makes the young master let out a light laugh. Before leaving, Kale pats the man on the shoulder, telling him not to worry, he will be back if he ever craves the taste. He heads toward the ancient tree and finds the two children from before sitting quietly by the fence as if waiting. Wondering if they have a home, he holds out 2 small bags of bread and tells them to take the food. The kids hesitate for a moment before the silver-haired girl steps forward to accept the gift from him. Now, pay attention here. Kale is about to do something that was not in the original story at all. He approaches the tree under the cover of fog. He takes a deep breath, unties the bags one by one, and begins dumping the bread at the base of the trunk. That dry, raspy voice starts screaming again, begging for more. Kale empties another bag and tells the entity to eat its fill. Suddenly, a glowing white hole opens up at the base of the tree, appearing so bright that it seems bottomless. He looks at it with a grin, realizing the light has finally turned white. If he drops the rest, the light will surely overflow. But his joy is cut short as the hoarse voice screams even louder than before, forcing him to clutch his head in pain. It demands more and more. Kale panics, trying to understand what is happening since this was not in the book. The sound stops after the voice promises to give him a special gift if he brings even more food to the tree. Kale looks up at the branches with a contemplative gaze, seemingly accepting the strange deal offered by the ancient spirit. He agrees and begins dumping every last bit of the remaining bread into the glowing white abyss. As the final bag goes in, the ground begins to tremble. Kale stands there in a daze, watching the earth shake beneath him. The light from the tree turns blindingly bright as a clear, happy voice rings out, saying the meal was absolutely delicious. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what that gift is. All right, you and I are about to watch our main character deal with the weirdest power-up ever. The tree just won't stop talking, leaving Kale completely frozen. A small, glowing orb is vibrating with sound. It keeps rambling about how the bread in that third bag was seriously delicious. I have never eaten anything that good before. The tree just keeps droning on without a break. It says the wheat was high quality because not all wheat is created equal. Kale feels completely helpless and thinks this whole situation is just plain childish. Is this really why nobody could ever obtain this power? The tree is chatting so much that it is starting to get annoying. Since the food was so good, he starts to realize something. Maybe the spirit's resentment was not from hunger, but from having nobody to talk to. It starts rambling about the ancient past, complaining that there were not many tasty treats back in those days. The priests back then only gave it bland food. It speaks with an irritated tone, saying it got kicked out for eating too many appetizers. What a ridiculous reason. Kale crosses his arms and tries to endure it. He only listens because he desperately needs that ancient power. The spirit shows no sign of stopping as it pours out all the frustration it has kept inside for ages. Later on, I left with a colleague with the intention of spreading our religion to the world. Eventually, we ran out of food, and I starved to death. Kale suffers through the story, wondering if it will ever end. Life is rough, but this is annoying. After a long time, the tree finally finishes its long-winded tale and turns its attention back to him. Thank you for listening to my story. You are a good person. Kale feels helpless and bored, fearing she might never actually shut up. As the area finally goes quiet, he reaches out to catch the gentle breeze as the colors begin to shift. Now, watch closely. This is the moment he finally claims that ancient power. The tree begins to glow with an intense, blinding light. It feels warm. He stands still for a moment, and then a look of deep satisfaction crosses his face. This is it. The spirit explains that its gift will protect him. Kale places his hand over his heart. It is finally done. According to the book, the shield protects the owner's life and resides in the heart. It will stay there until the day he dies. He takes a moment to feel it, sensing a powerful energy wrapping itself tightly around his own heart. His heart beats faster under the shield's protection. The wind begins to howl while Kale closes his eyes to sense this new surge of power. Every ancient power leaves a unique mark based on the personality of its owner. Recalling what he read in the book, he wonders what will happen if he uses it. Kale opens his eyes as a bright light appears. He gives a slight smile as he recognizes the shield. An indestructible shield will manifest in front of him. Kale stands all alone in the middle of a vast, grassy field. His clothes flutter in the fresh breeze. With a gentle, relaxed smile, he gazes at the glowing silver shield floating right there before his eyes. He tells himself he finally has a way to defend himself. This silver shield in front of Kale is the indestructible shield. Despite its name, it can still break, but it never disappears. If hit with enough force, the shield shatters to save the owner's life. However, it will slowly repair itself, using the natural vitality of the user's heart. Thinking of this, he slowly places a hand on his chest, feeling his own heartbeat act as the energy source for the shield. If his heart is healthy, the shield becomes even stronger. He reaches out to the shield and quietly plans a way to upgrade it. He should take this shield to a new level while heading to the capital. He wants to strengthen it until it can protect him for 5 or even 10 minutes. But wait, you and I know nothing is ever that simple for Kale. He touches the shield with joy, but then remembers there is still one issue. He looks at the shiny, sparkling shield in front of him with a dissatisfied expression. I don't really like it. It looks too much like a holy shield. He stands there helplessly. He will just have to accept it. Soon, the clear blue sky vanishes. A heavy downpour arrives, bringing a gloomy atmosphere down upon the grassy field. Kale stands in silence, looking down at 2 kittens, one red and one white, right at his feet. The 2 adorable cats look at him with sparkling eyes, letting out soft meows that are simply impossible to resist. Kale frowns as he stares at the little kittens, clearly having an internal struggle about what to do. Seeing him hesitate, the kittens take the lead and rub against his legs. Kale can no longer resist their adorable behavior and their soft, pleading cries. He puts a hand to his forehead and sighs in defeat. He picks up the 2 soaking wet kittens to bring them home. Hans is shocked when he sees them. Young master, what is this? Kale coldly tosses the cats to Hans and tells him to stop talking. Hans holds the 2 kittens in his arms, looking completely dazed. So, what do you and I make of this? Trust me, it only gets better from here as Hans happily asks if he can raise these 2 kittens. All right, you and I are about to see just how sharp our main character really is. He freezes, then turns back to point at the 2 kittens nestled in Choi Han's arms to give some instructions. Feed them, and they will be quiet after all. They are siblings. Choi Han stands there, completely stunned by this. The kitten's fur stands on end as Kale reveals his deductions just from observing them. There is a faint scent of herbs and bread, the same smell they had when he first met them. It is definitely them. He smirks at the shocked trio. Did you really think I wouldn't notice? Kale easily identifies them. The silver one is clearly the sister, and the red one is her brother. His gaze makes the kittens break into a cold sweat, their eyes wide with pure panic. He smiles and says goodbye to the cats. Choi Han snaps out of it, thinking the farewell was for him. Sure thing, young master. Kale sighs. I wasn't talking to you. He takes off his coat and asks for the butler. Choi Han answers while playing with the cats, saying he will escort Kale halfway to the capital. Clutching the cats in his arms, he reports that the old man went out to buy supplies. Beacrox went with him. Kale nods, realizing those three have actually become quite close. But Han's next words are a total buzzkill. Stick with me, because things are about to get complicated. Young master. Inside a tea shop, Kale walks up to Billows. It seems I am the only one here. Billows looks up and greets him. Kale stares back coldly. I have decided to return. Are you keeping your promise? Billows smiles warmly. Of course I am keeping it. I will get that book and a cup of tea for you. Kale heads upstairs as Billows calls out. By the way, today's tea is Sejong. Kale pauses for a second before continuing up. Outside, it is pouring rain. Humidity fills the air. Billows quickly follows him upstairs with the tea. Here is your tea. Kale just leans against the window, watching the rain. Billows sets the cup down. Kale is deep in thought. Choi Han, Beacrox, and now Billows. He looks at the friendly, smiling man standing right in front of him. He seemed ordinary, but after allying with Choi Han, this man became a master at hiding his true ambition. Kale sees through him instantly. His nature is that of a truly greedy man. He stares silently with arms crossed. You and I know he doesn't hate greed, everyone wants something, after all. Billows breaks the silence. Young master, I heard you are heading to the capital. Kale confirms it. Billows humbly asks if they can travel together since he is going that way too. Kale expected this. He already knew this would happen. Sooner or later, this guy will join Choi Han's team anyway. Billows notes that Kale has changed for the better, becoming nothing like his old nickname. Kale sips his tea. The trash of the Count's family? Exactly. Or rather, a scoundrel? Weren't you just an arrogant, foolish person? Hearing that, Kale decides to show his cards. He slowly sets the teacup down. Billows? He stares him down. You can't even call your father? Father? Billows freezes. Because you are an illegitimate child, aren't you? As the rain continues, Kale asks if he is really okay with his current life or not. His words leave Billows completely speechless. You know, for the last 10 years, I have done many crazy things, starting when I was only 8 years old. People call from downstairs, but Kale doesn't stop his speech for a single second. Throughout these past 10 years, I have done nothing but meaningless things. That is exactly why I changed. He casually talks about his dark past as if it were just a story about someone else entirely. I can't live like an idiot forever. So, when will you stop living like one? Billows stays silent, then suddenly bursts out into a loud, uncontrollable, face-covering laugh. He looks up with a sinister gaze. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. All right, you and I are jumping back into the world of the arrogant, noble Kale as he sits there looking bored. Billows just grins and says, see you at the capital, but Kale is already dismissing the idea in his head. Meeting Billows at the capital would just make things messy since he's destined to travel with Choi Han anyway. Ron and Choi Han stand there in silence, observing the two as Billows sinks into a thoughtful silence of his own. Once Billows leaves, Choi Han and Ron step in to meet with Kale, who remains lost in his own complicated thoughts. Everything is playing out just like the novel, with Choi Han and Billows finally crossing paths as destiny intended. Kale speaks seriously, noting that Ron will be traveling with Choi Han alongside Beacrox as well. He figures Beacrox will spend his time in the kitchen given his sense of responsibility. And Ron agrees completely. When Ron asks if they're close, Kale stares at them, wondering how he should even begin to explain their relationship. Now pay attention here, even Choi Han is deep in thought, smiling as he realizes rumors aren't always true. Kale is confused by what Choi Han is saying when suddenly a voice interrupts, offering them some fresh tea. Billows brings the tea over, serving each of them a cup, while Kale gives him a simple nod of approval. Kale points out the warm lemon tea he pre-ordered, specifically mentioning that 1 cup is just for Ron. Since Ron always brings him tea, Kale decided to return the favor, leaving the old man looking quite reflective. It's a special blend from Bee Crocs to help him sleep, and Choi Han decides to join in on the drink. Ron finally takes a sip, and the 3 of them sit together, enjoying the quiet warmth of the tea. Kale gives them a sharp look that says they better enjoy their tea without making a single sound. Ron receives the gaze and remains silent, falling deeper into his own private world of observation and thought. Ever since they met, Belos has been itching for a duel to test Choi Han's true, hidden power levels. Ron's mind is racing now, not just about Kale's strange behavior, but about Choi Han's mysterious strength as well. He refused the duel because his role is to be a protector, something even Kale acknowledged he could do. Choi Han keeps turning down duels, but it was Kale's comment about not living as trash that truly surprised Ron. As Ron continues his tea, he realizes things are getting interesting, while Choi Han smiles at the delicious flavor. Now it's Kale's turn to sit back and think, while he enjoys a quiet moment with his drink. In the original story, Choi Han and Ron were always tense, yet they relied on each other through their contract. Kale realizes how much has changed simply because he's trying his best to avoid a beating from the protagonist. You and I both know Kale just wants a quiet life, but his mind is split between survival and his duty. He decides the novel won't dictate his life anymore as he speaks up, breaking the long silence in the room. Sweet tea really is the best, he thinks, as they all finish up and start heading down the stairs. Belos is reaching for a book when he notices them leaving and asks if they're heading out for the day. Kale gives a short answer, and despite Belos hoping to meet in the capital, Kale flatly shuts the idea down. He promises to return every day before his departure, leaving Belos surprised that he'd actually come back to read. Kale isn't sure about the reading part, but Belos sees them off with a look of pure joy and excitement. Belos shouts that the tea shop is always open for him, but Ron clicks his tongue in clear annoyance. Ron admits he hates when people try to gain favor, while Choi Han clarifies his own feelings on the matter. Choi Han doesn't want his dislike to be mistaken for favor, but Ron reveals he wasn't even talking about him. Ron watches Kale, planning to have Bee Crocs prepare his favorite foods for the long trip ahead of them. He's changed, but the trash remains trash, and Ron's gaze turns incredibly deep as he watches him. He remembers Kale comforting his father after his mother passed away, and his behavior with his new family. He witnessed Kale's resentment toward his stepmother, yet the boy never caused any scenes, even when he was drunk. Kale's image fills his thoughts as Ron reflects on the 18 years he has spent watching over the young master. Back at home, Kale spots 2 small kittens and realizes he completely forgot about his little feline companions. He figures Choi Han would have looked after them, but the swordsman is currently busy with his own training. Choi Han's words about wanting to get stronger to protect someone keep echoing in Kale's head. Stick with me, we're about to find out exactly who Choi Han is really trying to protect in this world. Alright, you and I are about to watch the laziest noble somehow get stuck with the most dangerous kittens ever. They are cute, but so cold. They never let me pet them. Han smiles brightly, asking for the young master's approval. Yeah, sure. Kale watches him, thinking Han really seems to have a soft spot for these 2 little cats. These runts came out of nowhere, but look at them now. They are looking much healthier than when they first arrived. What exactly did Han do in such a short time? The kittens stare up with sparkling eyes while Han just beams from the door. I am heading out. If there is any trouble with these little ones, just make sure to give me a call. Ron still lingers, mentioning he can clip their nails and brush their teeth. Just think of it as taking a bath. John approaches and sits down, staring them right in the eyes. Ho, you 2 seem to be members of the cat tribe? He seems to know exactly what they are. The silver and red kittens look back at him with pure shock and confusion. The cat tribe is famous for their stealth and incredible speed. They will be very useful if they are taught and trained properly. The kittens look terrified now. John reaches out, deciding to train them as a special gift for his young master. Cale Henitus lets out a deep sigh as he watches On and Hong sitting there, looking totally innocent on the floor. Why are you 2 following me? They just rub against his legs, acting cute while letting out a soft meow meow. Watching them act so spoiled, Kale realizes he might have forgotten to mention something very important to these 2 little ones. He flashes a wicked smile. Oh, that is right. It is time for you to pay for your meals. The 2 little ones try to play dumb, looking up at him with those big, shimmering eyes. Since they refuse to speak, he demands they stop meowing and answer him using human language. On and Hong stop the act and move closer. Seeing this, Kale leans down to hear what they finally have to say. On pulls on his shirt. I want to eat meat, but I am not hungry yet. Hong whines from behind. I want to eat cream. Hearing their requests, Kale just gives them a very mysterious smile. If I give you food instead, you know what to do, right? The two kittens look up, clearly understanding the deal. Food costs. Huh? 4 days later, everyone is gathered in the dining hall for a final meal before leaving. Daruth smiles at him. You are leaving the territory today, Kale, but you do not seem worried about it at all. Kale stays calm, ignoring his father and continuing to eat. He remembers the novel It Was Supposed to Rain Yesterday. In the original story, Choi Han should have beaten him to a pulp by now. But yesterday, it never happened. He cannot help but smile. Especially since he now possesses that legendary shield, the indestructible shield. He recalls the moment he obtained it. It felt like his entire body was being wrapped in divine protection. Kale instinctively touches his chest. Even if it is invisible, he can always feel the power resting there. Now, pay attention here. With this shield, even if John or Beecrox attacked him, he could actually survive a direct hit. A sudden thought flashes through his mind. He sets his wine down and speaks up. Oh, by the way, Father, I requested fewer servants for this trip. Yet it seems the number of staff has somehow increased instead. Daruth looks flustered, not knowing how to respond. But before he can speak, Violin finally decides to step in. His stepmother coldly cuts through the awkward silence. That was my doing. I was the one who added them. She sips her wine calmly. Reducing the number of servants makes the household look weak, and that is simply unacceptable. She looks at him. I am not saying you are lacking anything. I am well aware of that. Setting her glass down, she gives him a warning. As nobles, we must always be concerned about how others perceive us. Let us pause for a second. Kale immediately understands the hidden message she is trying to send him right now. Violin was the eldest daughter of a poor baron who once dreamed of reaching the peak of high society. Watching the wine ripple, he imagines the hidden waves of conflict within high society. At that time, she was already trading luxury goods to the nobility after seeing the world. After arriving in this territory, she developed a deep passion for the art of marble sculpture. She eventually met Baron Daruth and they fell in love. Now, she is the pillar of the local cultural scene. She is incredibly proud of her life and her family. For people like her, appearance truly is everything. After a long silence, she finally speaks. Therefore, we will be sending a large number of people with you. He did not expect her to say that. But then again, having plenty of servants around is great. Without them, even simple things like changing his own clothes would be such a pain. However, Kale suddenly recalls a terrifying event from the original novel, The Birth of a Hero. A crazed black dragon is coming soon, and trust me, you and I are going to want to see how he survives that mess. All right, you and I are back with our favorite lazy noble for his biggest journey yet. I don't really care what other people do, but I refuse to watch someone die right in front of me. Plus, I don't want to be responsible for anyone getting hurt because of it. He spent his childhood taking care of himself, so he knows just how heavy and terrifying the weight of a human life can be. Raising his wine glass, he speaks to her with a distinct hint of irony in his voice. Art is a mirror of the soul, after all. She replies, so you actually know about things like that? I do, I know. He plays with his wine glass, thinking about how sculpture doesn't just recreate what the eyes see, but rather what is already hidden in the heart. He continues, saying he saw those exact words written on a sign at the art exhibition. Suddenly, those words flashed through his mind. It was a sign at the exhibition for new sculptures, and it was written by Violin herself. After talking about art for a while, her cold attitude toward him finally begins to soften up a bit. The servants will follow your every command, she says. Everything, including the carriage, has been prepared with the highest possible quality. People like us have to live this way. Fine then. I will just make sure to choose only the most expensive things. Of course, I prepared a carriage so good that even rocky roads won't bother you. As she says this, a small smile creeps onto her face. His father watches this in total shock, staring at her with eyes full of pure amazement. He pauses for a moment and clears his throat, clearly wanting to ask something important. Then, he asks Kale if he has finished going through those documents about the other noble families. Yeah, they were pretty interesting. He doesn't hold back at all, as he bluntly judges their true personalities. From narrow-minded fools to the terrifyingly smart and powerful, every kind of person exists in that world of high society. Seeing that he remembered everything, the father is clearly satisfied. So, you really did read every single thing I gave you? Well, just do whatever you want. As he speaks, he suddenly hesitates for a second. He looks up with a serious expression. Pay attention, because he's heard a very strange rumor lately. They say that the man-eating tree has turned a vibrant green, even though nothing is supposed to grow in that wasteland. As soon as he hears this, a sudden realization hits him like a bolt of lightning. He drops his serious look and shrugs. It's fine, but it really is an interesting rumor, isn't it? Kale freezes for a second. There is no way someone went to the slums and found out about that ancient power already. His mind is racing to process this news. I have a bit of a history with that tree, so I can guess what's happening with it. A moment later, he quickly pulls himself together and regains his usual calm composure. You're right, that is an interesting rumor. His father clicks his tongue, adding that it's actually quite an unusual one. He warns Kale that he must always pay attention to rumors, because nothing is more dangerous than human eyes and mouths. Then, he emphasizes that within his own territory, everything will be perfectly fine. I'll keep that in mind, father, he answers quickly without a second thought. In his heart, he thinks that staying in this territory will finally let him live a comfortable life without any challenges. He's just hoping to reach the capital and enjoy his peace. Not long after their conversation, the meal finally comes to an end. Before leaving, his father regretfully says he's too busy to see him off and says a quick goodbye. As he walks past Basin and Lily, they both stare at him with strange expressions. He stops and asks, "What is it?" Both Basin and Lily bow deeply at the same time. "You and I both know they've changed, right?" Lily hesitates before wishing him a safe trip. He hears her kind words and responds to her happily. "Yeah, you stay safe too, kid." Seeing him care like that, she blushes and answers him firmly. Understood. The three of them talk for a little longer, before finally parting ways. The next morning, Kale is fully prepared for the trip. He reaches for the carriage door violin prepared, but suddenly stops. He sees something that clearly annoys him, and his face instantly sours with a look of pure dislike. What on earth is going on here? Kale is absolutely stunned to find Hans inside the carriage, happily watching the two kittens, On and Hong. He can't help but laugh a little at how incredibly satisfied those two little cats look. It seems they like that seat way more than mine. Hans sits right down next to the kittens. Young master, shouldn't our little kittens be comfortable? Kale thinks to himself, if only you knew they can use lightning and poison. Ron stands behind him and quietly mentions that he'll be sitting up front with the driver this time. He nods, but then someone calls his name. Trust me, you're gonna want to see what happens next. All right, you and I are about to watch a man try to survive his own story. He pauses as Choi Han walks over and asks to skip the carriage ride. He mocks him internally, wondering if all this drama is really necessary. But he just nods and agrees, thinking to himself that this guy has become incredibly strange lately. Watching the man walk away, Kale lets out a heavy, troubled sigh. Even now, that gaze of his is still filled with nothing but pure, cold hatred. It is clear that he hasn't moved on from the past yet, leaving his heart in a total mess. After traveling with Rosalind and Locke, Choi Han has grown much quieter, but he still carries a blade of resentment in his soul. Kale watches him, thinking this might not be a bad thing. Suddenly, a loud voice rings out. "Hey! Your seat is not over here, is it?" Kale turns to see Hans laughing and joking with Choi Han. Honestly, people like that really should not even exist on this dangerous continent. The two split up as Kale finally climbs into his carriage. Whatever, time to move. I am supposed to be a trashy noble who looks down on others. Anyway, Hans pokes his head in to ask if they are ready. The door slams shut with a loud bang as Kale coldly gives the order to head out. In no time at all, the carriage is racing down the road at a very high speed. As they cross a bridge over the river, Kale stares out the window, wondering if he should have Choi Han handle the gifts. He remembers asking Basin and Lily what they wanted. Lily looks up in total shock, asking if he is serious. Kale smirks to himself. Yep, she definitely wanted a gift. Now, check this out, she asks for a sword. Kale is stunned. You and I definitely did not see that coming from a little girl. A 7-year-old wanting a blade? Kale frowns in deep thought, asking her if she is actually serious about that. Basin explains that Lily has been dreaming of becoming a great knight lately. Kale notes that her family's height and proportions are actually quite perfect for the role. He sees the hope in her eyes as she waits for an answer. She is already tall for a 7-year-old, so she might actually become a swordsman. Fine, a swordsman it is. I will buy you the most expensive and high-quality one I can find. Lily's face lights up with pure, radiant joy as she thanks him. Then, Kale turns to his brother Basin to ask for his wish. He doesn't hesitate for a second, a fountain pen. Kale nods as they reach the middle of the bridge, when suddenly, the carriage jerks to a violent stop. The cats start panicking at the noise outside. Kale demands to know why they have stopped in the middle of their journey. It turns out a group of ruthless bandits is blocking their path, looking for some easy trouble. One of them points a finger, demanding a toll and telling them to hand over everything. Kale just sighs. Of course, just like the novels, bandits had to show up. Do these idiots not see the family crest on the carriage? Even on size, guessing they must be completely blind. Han calls them complete fools. Outside, Ron's voice calmly suggests that they should probably stop and take a little break for now. He mentions there are plenty of rabbits around here. Kale frowns, knowing these rabbits are definitely not the kind he wanted to give as gifts. Ron flashes a gentle smile, saying someone else will catch those rabbits for him. Kale can only shudder, knowing how dangerous that old man really is. Listen closely, there is someone here far scarier than any bandit. Kale clears his throat and tries to stay calm. Time flies by under a clear blue sky. It has been half a day already. Tomorrow, they will reach the village that the Black Dragon destroyed. Soon, sunset arrives, painting the entire sky in a warm, golden, and beautiful glow. Kale stares at the food on the table, rabbit soup. His eyes are suddenly drawn to whatever Choi Han is holding in his hands. Wait, did he not catch that himself? Choi Han just bows. Turns out, this guy is a master at hunting rabbits too. The cats are pawing at his feet, begging for a taste. On and Hong are both meowing loudly for their share of the meal. Han steps in, calling them his little masters, while presenting the special healthy meal he prepared just for them. Do not worry, there is no salt at all. It is a perfectly healthy dish I made for you. Kale looks around at everyone chatting, then spots Choi Han eating with a satisfied look on his face. He can only click his tongue in annoyance. Earlier today, the carriage ran right into those bandits. Choi Han did not flinch, drawing his sword with nothing but pure killing intent in his eyes. Choi Han really is a monster. After the brutal clash, corpses were left scattered everywhere, and he was completely soaked in blood from head to toe. Han stands outside the carriage and reports that the cleanup has finally been finished. Young master. Someone behind him calls it a minor skirmish. Choi Han just shrugs, saying it was as easy as pie for him. His blood-stained face absolutely terrifies Hans. Inside, Kale realizes this is a man who could easily handle a high-ranking noble's son without taking a single scratch. Ron notices Kale is not eating much and asks if there is something wrong with his appetite tonight. Does it not suit your taste? Kale knows this old man is just messing with him again, like always. Kale just grumbles that it is not good. Suddenly, Choi Han turns and asks if he is feeling sick or unwell. Kale shakes his head. It is not that he can eat anything, just not these rabbits that were hunted by someone so terrifying. Choi Han stays silent, just staring at him. He finally calls out Kale's name, and trust me, you and I are definitely staying for the next part. All right, you and I are diving back into Kale's life. He sees Choi Han staring and asks, "What are you looking at?" Choi Han flinches, turns around, and gets dead serious. Is this really the first time you've ever seen a real battle? Kale just raises an eyebrow. What battle? You mean those bandits today? Choi Han just nods. Yeah, exactly that. The campfires are crackling, and for the first time, the sounds of the night feel heavy. Recalling the massive swarm of bandits from this morning, Kale says, I have never faced that many before. Choi Han finally understands. I really thought this was the first time you faced actual danger. Kale just forces a smile while his mind starts racing. Sure, the bandits were scary, but Choi Han is the one who has been making him feel anxious this whole time. Now, pay attention to this. Kale looks over at Ron by the carriage, wondering what is really going on. He can't help but remember that terrifying, evil look on Ron's face when he caught a simple rabbit. That old man was laughing at his catch. And then there is Beacrox, the guy who is always carrying those sharp knives. Everywhere he looks, there are dangerous people. It feels like his life is hanging by a thread every single minute. He reaches for soup, but his appetite is completely gone. Someone slowly approaches him. Kale sits there like royalty, arms crossed, and asks, "What do you want now?" It turns out to be Choi Han. He starts saying some cryptic stuff about how the first time is always the hardest to handle. Kale has no idea what he is talking about. What are you even saying? Choi Han sees his confused look and immediately changes the subject. Don't you ever practice martial arts? Kale just shakes his head. No need. Choi Han is shocked by his laziness. Shouldn't you have power to protect yourself? Kale disagrees. He stays relaxed in his chair and asks, "Don't I already have plenty of that?" Choi Han looks over at the elite soldiers, fully armed and ready, who were sent specifically to protect Kale. Don't you see everyone around me? And besides that, before Choi Han can argue, Kale pats his chest with total pride. He smiles, saying his heart is the only thing he needs to survive. After saying that, Kale looks incredibly smug, acting like he is absolutely right. He has that indestructible shield protecting him, but he still needs to stay guarded against monsters like Choi Han. The guards watch them bicker while Kale leaves his food untouched despite being weak. Choi Han stays silent, trying to remember if there is something important he forgot to do. Suddenly, the two kittens, On and Hong, start rubbing against Kale's legs. Meow. He crosses his arms, looking down at them with pure annoyance. You saw that too, right? Choi Han suddenly walks off, determined to go train with his sword. Kale is confused. You just finished eating. Choi Han grips his sword tight, his voice filled with intense determination. I have to get even stronger. Watching Choi Han walk away, Kale wonders if this guy wants to become strong enough to blow up the entire continent. He is terrifying. Suddenly, Beacrox brings over a bowl full of meat, eggs, and veggies. You need to eat more, young master. Kale is startled. He turns around to take the bowl and quickly says thanks. Oh, thanks. Ron sees Kale's expression and steps in. Seeing Kale has no appetite, Ron starts acting like a wise mentor. Acidic foods like lemons are very good for you, young master. While he is lecturing, a powerful voice booms from a distance. That is Hillsman, the vice captain, shouting orders. After the meal, they quickly gather for training. Kale watches Hillsman and realizes even the vice captain has been influenced by Choi Han. Finally, the group sets off. 3 days later, Kale is in the carriage, rubbing his chin. In 3 days, that dragon is going to go absolutely berserk. This area borders the Hennetus territory and belongs to a viscount. Below the mountain on the right is a private villa owned by that man. A black dragon is being kept prisoner behind that mountain. Kale sinks deeper into his own thoughts. That villa belongs to the Viscount, but everyone knows he is just a loyal dog for Marquis Stan. Kale stares off into the distance, thinking of Vinian Stan, the second son who crippled his own brother to steal the inheritance. Word is that Psycho visits the villa sometimes. Just thinking about it makes Kale sigh. And trust me, if that Psycho didn't torture that dragon, the whole world wouldn't be in this much danger. Hans sees him sigh and jumps in surprise. He gives a forced smile, trying to find the right words to fix the mood. Young master, are you tired? Choi Han and I will go find an inn right away. Kale lazily replies. Go ahead then. Hans sees his mood improve and sighs in relief with a quick nod. Hans goes to talk with Choi Han. All right. You and I are about to dive into a moment where everything changes for our hero. Kale and Choi Han are finalizing their plans, with Kale telling him to just watch from the side. Choi Han agrees, while Kale urges him from the carriage to finish up quickly. Choi Han understands the situation perfectly. He looks up at the sky, notices how late it has gotten, and gives a firm nod of agreement. It is funny he was acting so cold just a second ago, but the moment Kale makes a request, Choi Han gives a genuine, happy smile. He promises to be back as fast as possible. Even as he speaks, Choi Han feels a strange sensation in his chest. This reaction is even making his own mood feel a bit out of the ordinary. Choi Han stares at Kale with an intensity that feels as uncomfortable as sweaty palms touching book pages. Kale is totally confused by the way Choi Han is looking at him. Feeling awkward, Kale quickly turns his face away. Suddenly, a carriage comes screaming down the road at total breakneck speed. An old man is right in the path, crossing the street, but the carriage doesn't show even a single sign of slowing down. In this moment of extreme danger, someone's legs move with incredible speed and lightning-fast reflexes. It is Choi Han, charging in at full speed to rescue the old man. Kale watches the scene from inside his carriage, feeling a little bit confused by the unfolding drama. A thought flashes through Kale's mind, a cliché. It is that classic, overused trope where a hero saves someone just in the nick of time, making the whole situation feel like a scripted scene. In the blink of an eye, Choi Han reaches the old man's side. He grabs the man's chest and pulls him back. Just as the carriage roars past them like the wind, Choi Han and the old man tumble safely onto the ground. The carriage carries a striking flag, a black background featuring a bold gold pattern as its main design. That carriage just keeps on going without even trying to stop. It's like they have no conscience at all. Choi Han watches them go, then gets up and steps toward the road, sighing. Hans appears from behind and asks if the young master is planning to go over there and check things out himself. Now, pay attention, because this is where the real trouble starts. Kale steps out of the carriage himself, only to see the man who just caused all this chaos, finally showing his face. It is Vinian, the definition of an arrogant, powerful noble. He looks at Choi Han with a cold, haughty expression, showing zero remorse for the accident he nearly caused. This guy is the quintessential villain from the novel, The Birth of a Hero. Vinian's servant starts barking orders, demanding to know why they are blocking his master's path. Choi Han looks up, furious and totally fearless, asking if that is how you treat someone you almost killed. Choi Han absolutely hates their rich and powerful attitude, so he stands his ground to argue back. Blocking the road? Isn't this whole mess happening because you refuse to stop the carriage? That guy doesn't feel guilty at all. He insists that it is the fault of Choi Han and the old man, saying they should have known to yield to a noble's carriage. He looks at Choi Han with total contempt, then glares down at the terrified old man still sitting on the ground with pure disgust. He calls the old man a stupid commoner and a troublemaker. Choi Han's eyes turn sharp with anger, but Vinian steps forward, patting his servant's shoulder and telling him that's enough. Then, Vinian turns his gaze toward Choi Han, his face completely blank and void of any emotion. Kale watches the conflict brewing and whispers something. Choi Han looks like he is about to snap, while Kale just grinds his teeth in suppressed anger. Kale quickly steps forward and pats Choi Han on the shoulder, telling him to stay calm. Choi Han hesitates. He can't stand how arrogant these people are. They could have easily turned to avoid hitting the man. I know what you're thinking. Choi Han is about to explode. He can't believe they'd drive straight at a person, but Kale stops him before he can say anything else. Kale's expression remains totally indifferent, but his voice is calm and reassuring as he speaks. He turns to look at Vinian, and his eyes immediately lock onto a small bloodstain on the man's sleeve. That blood is still bright red. Kale realizes it likely came from visiting the imprisoned dragon. Vinian doesn't notice Kale's stare and just gives a friendly, smiling greeting. He says it is a pleasure to meet him and asks if he is from the Henetus family. Seeing Vinian greet him like that, Kale realizes his guess was right on the money. He definitely recognized me. Kale thinks for a moment before replying that it is an honor to meet young Master Vinian Stan, though in his head, he is calling him a crazy bastard. Vinian ignores Kale's cold look and says he has heard a lot about the Henetus family having someone who lives very freely. Vinian touches his cheek and asks if Kale is the one who will be representing the Henetus family at the upcoming party this time. Kale is incredibly annoyed that he is asking things he already knows. Despite the irritation burning inside him, he politely nods and responds that yes, he is indeed that well-known trash. Even a piece of trash knows his own place. Vinian doesn't hold back on the praise, calling him an interesting person. Then he glances over at the old man who is still stunned and unable to stand up. He mentions that while wasting time on a piece of junk like that is annoying, it isn't all bad, because it led to a meeting with such a distinguished person, like young Master Kale. Vinian keeps stroking his chin, but his subordinates are clearly judging who is worthy of even standing on this ground. And that's where we leave it for now. Vinian glares at Choi Han with pure malice, and trust me, you and I both know this is far from over. You and I are about to see Kale deal with a total snake. Vinian laughs, mocking Choi Han and claiming he needs a lesson. The old man finally snaps out of it, dragging his body forward to kneel and beg for mercy with a trembling voice. Watching the poor man shake in fear right in front of him gives Vinian nothing but pure, twisted satisfaction. A territory usually reflects the personality of its ruler. Kale frowns as he watches this scene, his mind starting to race with deep thoughts. This local viscount is just like his master, a perfect example of that arrogant and superior noble attitude we all love to hate. Kale has zero patience for a pointless argument with Vinian. He simply turns his back and prepares to walk away from the mess. Are you done yet, young Master Vinian? Vinian just stands there silently as Kale crouches down toward the old man. Kale knows Vinian is practically begging for a punch, but he cannot let Choi Han start a fight while they are together. Kale reaches out and places a hand on the old man's arm. Listen to me. The man looks up, stuttering in absolute terror. Now, pay attention, because Kale asks something that makes zero sense in this situation. Where is the nearest tavern? The old man blinks. Kale stands up with a completely bored expression. I asked where the good wine is? I am miserable without a drink, so start talking. He reaches out his hand and gives Vinian a fake smile, acting like he was actually happy to meet him today. Vinian does not answer or take the hand. He just stares at Kale with suspicious eyes, wondering what kind of game he is playing. Before he can respond, an assistant steps forward and whispers that they have already wasted quite a bit of time. Vinian snaps at his subordinate, clearly annoyed. You are interrupting a conversation between nobles, so you better watch yourself. Then he turns back, gives Kale a polite shake, and excuses himself. He lets go of Kale's hand as fast as possible. Kale is a bit confused by the rush, but he just smiles at Vinian's back. Let's grab a drink next time we are in the capital. You certainly seem like a busy man. Then Kale adds one more jab. I guess that is the heir of the Stan family for you. That comment hits a nerve. Vinian feels a surge of irritation, sensing the sarcasm hidden beneath Kale's words. Keeping his noble mask on, Vinian turns back with a fake smile. You are certainly a free spirit, Kale. See you next time. As the carriage disappears, Kale sighs. I have zero intention of ever seeing him again. In fact, I am staying far away. He turns and pats Choi Han on the shoulder. Get used to it, because half of the nobles out there are exactly like that. Seeing the old man still frozen on the ground, Kale crouches back down. Why have you not stood up yet, old man? Is your leg hurt? Without waiting for an answer, Kale turns and gives a direct order to Choi Han. Choi Han, you are the one who saved him, so make sure he gets home safely. The old man quickly waves his hands. Oh, I am fine. Let me lead you to the tavern. Kale shakes his head, admitting the wine was just an excuse to help him. I am not actually in the mood for a drink. The old man smiles. Well, my house is the tavern. Kale looks genuinely surprised. Wait, your house is the tavern? The man nods eagerly. Yes, it is the only inn, restaurant, and bar in this whole village. Kale stands up. You and I both know the only option is the best option. He looks interested and gives Han the order. Han listens to the directions, but just as they are about to leave, he stops Kale. Wait, Kale. Kale looks back, confused. What is it? Choi Han speaks up. Are you not angry? Kale has no idea why he would even be upset right now. What? After thinking for a second, Kale asks him back. Angry about him looking down on me? Or that he said I should re-educate you? Kale then asks why an old man like this would ever have to apologize to a young noble like that. You want me to tell him to apologize to the old man? I am just not the kind of person who says things like that. Kale is not petty enough to care, and he honestly is not feeling any anger at all about what happened. In his head, he knows acting all heroic would look cool after all. That is usually Choi Han's role in the story. Kale sees that Choi Han is still skeptical, so he explains that this behavior is just a survival skill he has learned. He thinks that compromising with power and accepting a little bit of nonsense is the best way to live a quiet life. Then he smiles. But if someone really crosses the line, trust me, I will definitely pay them back, no matter what. Kale adjusts his tie and continues. Besides, Vinian will probably be kicked out of his house soon anyway, Choi Han is lost. Kale does not bother explaining himself further. Kale just gives a confident smirk. He looks away, and you and I know his plan. He is going to steal that dragon. The old man leads them to his home and shows them the way. Young master, is this the best room we have? Kale looks around. It looks simple from the outside, but the inside is clean and well furnished. This is actually quite nice. The old man smiles proudly, noting that Kale is the first noble to ever stay there, though he is still a bit nervous. All right, you and I are about to watch our favorite trash noble pull off an absolute heist of a lifetime. This setup is great, but honestly, making it this fancy just makes me feel awkward. He tries to comfort him. Look, just relax. Kale sighs and adds, I really do not like it when you speak so poorly of yourself. This is where people traveling through my territory stop. It has to be perfect. The old man looks at him, stunned. After a quiet moment, the old man asks, Young master, are there many people as kind as you in Henny territory? Kale crosses his arms and smirks. What do you mean? I am the biggest scoundrel in the entire region. He looks around the cozy room. Trust me, everyone else back home is much better than I am. The old man finally understands, while On and Hong just stay on the floor, shaking their heads in disbelief. After a bit more talk, the old man departs. Before stepping out the door, the old man bows politely. I shall take my leave now, sir. Kale sighs as the man leaves, watching that stiff 90-degree bow. He really does not get how to relax, does he? Now pay attention, because what is inside this wooden box is the literal key to Kale's entire master plan. Let's see. Young master, is this the only thing you wanted me to bring? Kale stands up. Yeah, hand it over. Han hands the wooden box over and Kale takes it, noticing the butler's eyes are staring intensely at the item. It is clear that he is extremely curious about what is hidden inside. Kale looks at Han and asks, Is a butler not supposed to keep his emotions completely hidden at all times? Realizing he was too obvious, Han replies, Showing everything to my master is actually part of a butler's duty. Kale's lip twitches. How ridiculous. Han places a hand on his chest, looking smug. I am quite an interesting person, sir. Kale impatiently tells him to leave. Han nods. Yes, sir. Just as he was about to leave, Han suddenly stops and looks back, asking if they were staying here for 3 days. Kale nods and tells him to go get everything settled immediately. Han agrees and leaves. Kale sets the box on the bed, staring at it before placing a hand on the lid. Aside from Ron, Han is the only one who does not tremble in my presence. He is cautious, but not afraid. He has got some guts. On and Hong look up from his feet. On says, I am dying to know what is inside. Hong agrees. Kale unlocks the box and flips it open. It is the tool to save a soul and trick a total madman. He looks inside and smiles. This will keep him safe. We jump back to a conversation with Belos. Sitting across from him, Belos asks, Young master, what exactly do you plan to do with an item like this? Kale crosses his legs. I have no reason to tell you that, do I? Belos just frowns at the response. Fair enough, but buying that costs an absolute fortune. Kale asks, Can I not just rent it instead? Belos laughs. For you, of course. But Belos explains that 2 items inside cannot be rented out to just anyone. I will use my name to borrow them. Let's meet in the capital so I can hand them over. Kale nods. On notices a large, round bead in Kale's hand and gets curious, using her front paw to check out exactly what this strange thing is supposed to be. Kale pulls it away from On. It is a mana disturbance tool, glowing with a faint blue light. And, yeah, I know what you're thinking, hundreds of millions of gallons is an insane amount for a rental. Kale shows it to the cats. This costs 20 million gallons just to rent. It can disable any nearby recording device. However, it has to be set up a day early and only lasts for about 40 minutes. Kale smirks while staring at it. It is expensive, but the internal parts are sturdy and hard to break. That is the best part. He hides it under the bed and leaves. On and Hong climb up to investigate. When Kale returns, he sees them playing. Do you two know how to read a map? On puffs out her chest. Of course we do. We are descendants of the cat tribe, after all. Hong nods in total agreement. Kale pulls out a map and spreads it before the 2 cat siblings, pointing at a location. We are in this village right now, and here is the mountain. Do you see it? He starts analyzing. Go east from the mountain to find a villa, but do not get close enough to be seen. He continues. Behind that villa is a cave, and we are going to steal the kid being held prisoner inside. Hong looks up in total shock at the news. A kid? Kale just winks back. Kale winks. Yeah, he is even younger than you. Hong's jaw drops. Younger than me? Kale nods. He is 4. He puts the mana tool in a bag. Hong asks first, so we are going to save him? Kale smirks like a thief. Saving? No, we are stealing him. He ties the bag around On's neck, telling her to stay in cat form while she buries the item on the mountain and returns. So, stick with me, because next time, we're going to watch this impossible rescue mission go down. Alright, you and I can see On as being super curious today. She keeps asking if anywhere is okay. Kale nods. Hong and On share a smug look, knowing this is a piece of cake. They already outsmarted the adults from the cat tribe. Kale smiles at the siblings and tells them he expected nothing less from them. I would not have asked if you were not capable. He places them by the window, and his words make them dream of a big, delicious plate of beef. He promises they will eat their fill of beef later. Then, the 2 cute cats jump out and vanish. Kale watches them leave with a grin. As they disappear into the distance, his smile only seems to get more intense. He takes a sip of his tea, enjoying the flavor. This lemon tea really is not bad at all. Choi Han asks him suspiciously, why did you call me here? Is something going on? Kale puts his cup down and crosses his arms, looking away for a moment. Finally, he speaks up. Have you ever seen a real dragon before? Choi Han is shocked. A dragon? Kale nods. Choi Han admits he has seen dragon-like creatures. Kale figures he means a forest monster. He asks what kind, and Choi Han confirms it was just a beast. It was a deformed and cruel monster. Kale realizes that does not count. That is definitely not a real dragon. Choi Han looks confused, not quite following Kale's train of thought. Kale raises a finger to explain. Dragons, beast people, dwarves, and elves are all basically like humans. Why? Because every single one of them possesses a soul and real emotions. However, he pauses for effect. Now, pay attention here. If someone is born in total darkness and forced to live there without ever seeing the sun, do you know what they become? Kale asks Choi Han that heavy question. He taps the table. It means they lose their minds and surrender to pure, chaotic insanity. He looks into Choi Han's eyes. No family, no hope, just an endless cycle of loneliness. Choi Han clenches his fists while thinking about such a tragic life. He falls into a deep, heavy silence, looking down at the floor with a very dark expression. Kale watches him and realizes he knew this would be the exact reaction from him. A good guy like him could never hear a story like that without feeling absolutely furious. Kale takes a sip of tea. And right now, a creature like that is being held nearby. Choi Han remains silent, but his face cannot hide the boiling rage inside. Kale knows he is absolutely furious about the story of the tortured dragon. Finally, Choi Han speaks up. Do you want to save it and keep it? And here's the pivot you and I were waiting for. Kale immediately denies it. Are you crazy? He asks. Choi Han is stunned, but Kale just asks why he would ever do that. That dragon has spent its whole life being tortured by humans. It will never trust people again. Kale can already imagine what that dragon is like. He knows both humans and dragons are arrogant species that always want to be on top. Kale is lost in his own thoughts. Owning a dragon might make you powerful, but it feels like you are just inviting disaster. There are only 20 dragons across the entire world from east to west. Do you really want to own one of them? That would make you the center of attention everywhere. Choi Han is confused, so Kale laughs. Haha. Well, what of it? Why are you asking such an obvious question, anyway? He asks if a dragon should not live freely according to its nature. Choi Han nods. Kale stands up and says they are going to save that dragon. He asks for help, and Choi Han's eyes sparkle with a sudden, intense excitement. Anything. He says he will do absolutely anything for him. Kale shakes his head at the reaction. No need to be so hyped. We are not killing anyone here. We are just going to handle this quietly. Choi Han is impressed by Kale's style. Kale puts his hands in his pockets and orders Hans to bring a table of wine. Downstairs, the house is full of guests eating and drinking. Choi Han sits right next to Hans. Hans is busy playing with On and Hong. On the other side of the room, Kale has already drunk until his face is red. Choi Han is worried about how much Kale is drinking. Should we not stop him from that? Hans just laughs it off. He is fine. His hands are empty, and he gave his word that he would not be throwing any more bottles. Ha ha, it is safe now. Kale walks up to the old shop owner. He tells the owner the wine is surprisingly good. The old man explains it is made from special mountain fruits and herbs. That is why it is pricey. Kale holds up his bottle and asks how much is left. The old man bows. There is plenty. So what do you and I take from this? Kale wants every single bottle. All right, you and I are about to watch the ultimate noble pull off a genius plan. Haman rushes up, seeing his master drunk. Young master, please stop. He leans in close, clearly annoyed by Kale. Just keep drinking. It is my gift to you. After that, he turns around and calls out for Choi Han to come over. Choi Han, help me up to my room. Haman looks worried and offers to help, but Kale waves him off, telling the vice captain to just go rest. He tells the other soldiers the same thing. There is no more danger now. Except for the guards, everyone else should take the day off and relax. After saying his piece, he lets Choi Han lead him away. I am tired. I am going now. Haman just stands there, staring blankly as they leave. Kale prays in his heart that nobody follows them. Looking at their retreating backs, Haman remains silent, watching them disappear into the hallway. John stands at the top of the stairs, his lazy gaze fixed on the two of them as they approach. Kay sees John up ahead and stops. He thinks this old man might not care what he does, but it would be annoying if he interfered. Better tell him first. Kay brushes past John and whispers that he is going out secretly. John stands still before turning to reply that he understands and will be waiting. Kale looks annoyed and tells him not to wait at all. The two of them finally enter the room. Once inside, Kale gives a stern warning. I am exhausted, so do not wake me unless it is a total emergency. He adds one more threat about what happens if his sleep is disturbed. Choi Han agrees happily. Yes, of course. Please get some rest, young master. John nods and says he will keep watch outside. Kale tells Choi Han that helping him this far is enough, and that he should leave now too. Now pay attention, because this secret meeting is where the real plan begins. Kale leans toward Choi Han and whispers to enter his room through the window at sunset. They separate and Choi Han silently watches him before heading back to Kale's room as instructed. On and Hong are waiting on the bed. On asks if they are starting now just as Choi Han climbs in through the window to meet Kay. Choi Han jumps down, looking completely surprised. Kay holds up a mysterious item and tells Choi Han to put it on immediately. Choi Han is confused as he catches the clothes. He watches Kay put on a hat and a black mask, then asks what these outfits are for. Kay sees Choi Han inspecting the coat curiously. He thinks to himself that these are clearly the clothes of a secret, mysterious organization. In the story of the hero's birth, the clothing of this secret group was described very clearly. Since that organization will eventually fight the protagonist Choi Han, Kay specifically made these clothes based on those exact descriptions. Kay thinks to himself while zipping up his jacket. It looks a bit cheap, but from a distance, it is fine. People will only remember the star pattern anyway. Choi Han asks if they are doing something bad. You and I both know Kay is a mastermind, and he admits it is a very bad thing for a guy named Ven. Choi Han just says, ah. He accepts the situation quickly and decides to wear a mask too. Kay hands it over, thinking about how much people love punishing villains. After all, people naturally hate and want to take down the bad guys. After wandering alone for so many years, Choi Han is no longer that innocent 17-year-old boy he used to be. They turn their attention to the two cute cats on the bed. Kay introduces the cat tribe children as beast people and lets everyone say hello. This is Choi Han, and these are On and Hong. Now that introductions are over, it is time to move out fast. Inside the dark forest, Kay's watch ticks away. It is about 3 a.m. when Kay looks up and stares into the distance. Let us go. Choi Han, On, and Hong follow immediately. They run through the night forest while Kay carefully observes their surroundings. He confirms that the voice modulation device is working perfectly. That magic orb seems to be doing its job quite well. Despite the high-level magic alarms, Kay approaches the cave where the sound is coming from. He wonders how such a tiny noise can be effective. Choi Han suddenly appears before two knights, shocking them. The blonde one quickly draws his sword. "Who are you, and where did you come from?" But his sword is easily swatted away by Choi Han, leaving the knight falling helplessly to the ground. Choi Han takes the chance to strike the knight's neck. The blonde knight collapses, and Choi Han successfully snatches a bottle of purple liquid from him. Right then, the knight's allies appear in front of Kale. "Damn it, what do you want?" Kay simply speaks, and On jumps from a nearby rock, releasing a thick cloud of fog that covers everything. The group panics, looking around wildly. What is happening? Where did all this fog come from so suddenly? The blue-haired knight realizes Kale is trying to escape. He grits his teeth and chases after him immediately. Ku remains completely calm and simply orders his team to provide cover. Choi Han instantly steps in front of Ku. The knights shout to stop them, but anyone who moves forward has their sword knocked away instantly. The blue-haired knight watches in total disbelief. How is this possible? He stares as Choi Han easily defeats two knights with just one hand. Is he a sword master? The ranks go from beginner to swordman. And trust me, you and I just witnessed something absolutely legendary. All right, you and I are diving into the mystery of Kale, a genius whose true power remains a total enigma. Suddenly, Choi Han lunges at the green-haired man, teeth bared in a cold stare. Who sent you here? Kale finds the noise annoying, deciding to slip away while those two are busy duking it out. Swords clash again, ringing through the air. Choi Han growls. Nobody gets past this point. Inside the base, Vinian is losing his mind, frantically wondering why his mana orb is not working anymore. Hearing footsteps behind him, Vinian spins around in a panic. Stay back. Do you even know what is here? Kale just scoffs at his fear. Little does Vinian know, Kale already spotted the self-destruct traps at the door. Kale raises his hands, calculating the risk. If that thing blows, this entire cave becomes a tomb. Suddenly, a thick cloud of toxic gas fills the room. Vinian barely has a second to react before inhaling. He clutches his throat, coughing violently. Poison. Vinian collapses as Kale slowly walks toward him. He reaches down and swipes the key from Vinian's belt, examining it with a satisfied smirk. Mission accomplished. On and Hung drop down from above as Kale praises their work. The base is dim, lit by flickering candles. Kale and the kittens step into the dungeon. There, he is the black dragon, Rowan, locked behind iron bars. The poor thing is sleeping, covered in horrific wounds. The air is heavy with the thick stench of blood. He unlocks the cell door and steps inside, softly calling out to the captive dragon. Rayon does not move. Kale pulls down his mask and tells him it is time to leave. Rayon finally wakes. Sharp eyes. Outside, On and Hong are getting nervous. Hurry up, Kale. We are running out of time. A noise echoes through the cave, making both of them snap their heads toward the dungeon entrance. It is Kale, carrying a sleeping Raon in his arms. He sets him down as the kittens circle in pity. And simpering why. The kittens are heartbroken seeing his state, but their constant whispering actually makes Rayon growl in annoyance. Kale tells them to pipe down and let him rest. He is already preparing the healing medicine he brought along. His gaze lands on the glowing blue mana restriction collar wrapped tightly around the small dragon's neck. Now, pay attention. Kale knows the medicine will not work until he gets that restrictive collar off first. He scans the room for the escape route. Let us see. He looks down at his feet. He gives the unconscious Vinian a hard kick, grumbling about how he is just taking up too much space. Rayon glares at Vinian with pure hatred. Meanwhile, Kale feels the walls, searching for the secret exit. The novel mentioned Vinian was so paranoid about intruders that he built a hidden escape path right here. Kale traces the stone, knowing even the guards do not know it exists. He searches for a flat section. Suddenly, he stops. He found it. Kale looks up at the hidden mechanism. Just a light push, and the door should open. Right then, footsteps approach. Kale turns to look. Choi Han returns. Is it done? Kale asks. Choi Han nods, but stops when he sees Rayon tearing Vinian's clothes. Choi Han freezes. You saw that, right? While Choi Han's gaze remains cold and intense, Kale snaps him out of it to get the mission report. Choi Han reports that every single guard has been neutralized. Kale gives him a nod of approval. Kale knocks on the stone wall and gives Choi Han a simple order. Punch this for me. Choi Han is confused. With all my strength? Kale panics, realizing he might bring the whole cave down. Kale explains he just needs a 10-centimeter dent. Choi Han nods, thinking that sounds like a tiny tap. Kale watches him measure his power, knowing he could not even punch with a fraction of that force himself. Choi Han takes a stance and throws a punch boom. The wall completely shatters under the massive impact. He pulls his hand back without a single scratch. On and Hong are amazed, while Kale just picks up Rayon. A torch is lit, casting long shadows. Choi Han leads the way with the flame in hand. The kittens hop onto his shoulders as they head out. Kale carries Rayon toward the fresh air. Once they are outside, Rayon keeps staring at Kale with such intensity that he starts feeling awkward. Stop staring. I saved you, did I not? Kale knows that trauma from 4 years of imprisonment runs deep. Trust me, you and I will love this dragon. Kale sees a reflection of his own past here. All right, stick with me because we are about to see a supposedly cold villain do something surprisingly heroic. Kale tests the heavy shears before approaching the small dragon. He suddenly grabs the restrictive collar, shocking both On and Hong. He lifts the blades, ready to snap the metal. Terrified, Ron shuts his eyes tight, expecting only more pain. A sharp snap echoes through the cave. Rayon opens his eyes in total shock. He is finally free. The dragon gazes up at the man who saved him. Kale just grumbles. What are you staring at? While pulling off his gloves. He tosses the gloves to Choi Han, warning him the collar still has electricity and needs to be thrown away. Choi Han catches them while Raon glares, still confused. Kale uncaps a red potion and kneels before the little dragon. Do you have any idea how much money I wasted on you? Kale asks, gently holding the dragon's chin. That touch triggers a dark memory for Rayon, the feeling of being pinned down while sharp blades drew blood. But instead of a knife, Kale feeds him the healing potion, telling the little guy he needs to recover quickly. Now, pay attention here. This is the moment everything changes. A brilliant blue light erupts, washing over Rayon as his deep wounds begin to vanish. The transformation is absolutely unreal. The dragon takes a few shaky, slow steps. To his amazement, he can finally move without feeling any pain at all. As Rayon stares at his healed paws, Kale breaks the silence. He asks the dragon what he wants to do now. You are a smart and proud dragon. I know you can speak our language, so give me a real answer. Kale watches through the empty glass as the dragon finally finds his voice. I will live, Rayon declares with pure determination. I want to be free. I will never be tamed. Kale nods. Then do it. You are a dragon, go live freely. He continues. I am not going to hold you back. Rayon snaps back immediately, calling him a total liar. Rayon shouts that humans only know how to lie. Kale just shrugs. True, I am a great liar. But still go live your life. Rayon watches him, stunned. Just live freely, Kale repeats before turning his back and walking away with Choi Han. Kale figures his work here is done. He saved the dragon, protected the village, and dealt with that trash, Vinian Stan. He calls for Choi Han to follow. Watching the dragon, Choi Han finally understands the true weight of being free. Kale marches forward, thinking to himself that he definitely does not want the responsibility of raising a dragon. Left alone, Rayon looks at the empty potion bottle. I hate humans, he mutters. Humans are nothing but cruel and evil. Meanwhile, Hong whispers excitedly to his sister. Hey, I think he is following us. On nods, sensing the same thing. Hong is already imagining having a new little brother. Kale just tells them to stop the nonsense. But between us, we know exactly how this ends. He explains that dragons are fiercely independent beings. There is no way one would ever submit to a human master. After everything that poor creature suffered at human hands, its hatred for humanity must be at an absolute peak. On sighs, disappointed they will not have a new brother. As night falls, moonlight begins to drench the eerie, silent forest. Kale orders the kittens to retrieve the mana orb while he and Choi Han wait, Kale resting a hand on his shoulder. This was Choi Han's first time truly saving someone. Kale gives him a rare compliment for all his hard work. Dealing with those bandits earlier felt more like simple protection, but this rescue was something entirely different for him. Choi Han is caught off guard. Kale secretly wonders if changing the story to save a dragon instead of a village matters. Suddenly, Choi Han speaks up. Kale? The young master grunts a short, yeah, in response. If that dragon feels differently about you than you think, what then? Kale just scoffs. That is not going to happen. I am just saying what if. Choi Han persists. Kale tries to think of a comeback, but stays silent and walks off. I do not waste time on the past or things that will never happen. Choi Han watches him go, feeling uneasy. Walking alone is dangerous, Choi Han calls out. Kale narrows his eyes at the woods, but sees nothing in the shadows. Back at the inn, Kale is fast asleep, but on the windowsill, a small, scaly paw appears. Ron is there, clutching that empty bottle. The next morning, Kale and Choi Han sit across from each other. Kale sets down his empty glass with a heavy sigh. He feels exhausted. Was he just too stressed out last night to notice how bad he actually felt? His stomach is a mess from the wine, and he could not shake the feeling of being watched. Is everything ready? Choi Han nods. Yes, sir. He reports that he erased their tracks and left a fake trail. Kale yawns, tiredly muttering, "Good job." He asks about the next city on their journey. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You're going to want to see what happens next. All right, stick with me as we follow our favorite trash noble on his wildest journey yet. Kale explains the next stop is Puzzle City. He mentions that reaching this point required a lot of mountain climbing, which really ate up their time. However, the road to the capital is clear, so the rest of the trip will be much faster. Choi Han looks curious. What is it? Kale asks. Choi Han hesitates before admitting he went back to the villa to check the situation. Our main character raises an eyebrow. It turns out Choi Han was hiding behind a tree, secretly observing everything. The village was in total chaos, with soldiers and knights rushing out to report the incident. Or so they thought. But Choi Han is acting very strange. Why is he stuttering and being so hesitant all of a sudden? He reports that the secret exit they used is completely gone. An and Hong are shocked to hear that everything was destroyed. Now here is where it gets interesting, pay attention. Kale calmly realizes the dragon was the one behind it. The three of them look at him in shock. Kale just stands up, glad that at least no one was killed. The dragon was just small and acting out of pure, raw fear. He smiles secretly, realizing the dragon burned everything to make sure no one could follow him or use those magic tools again. He praises the creature, noting that dragons are sensitive to mana. Pretty smart for a little 4-year-old dragon. Choi Han finally understands. That explains the massive amount of mana he felt. Kale just nods along. Those villains paid a heavy price for underestimating that small dragon. With the report finished, Kale shoos Choi Han away. If that is all, then get out. Choi Han obeys, but before leaving, Kale asks one last curious question. Is he going to sleep until they leave? Choi Han says no. He is going to help Beacrox instead. Kale is actually pleased by this. Seems they are getting close. But Choi Han looks absolutely miserable at the thought. Kale just hums. Oh, really? That is a new face for him, but he still has one more task. He tells Choi Han to have Ron bring some wine up. Choi Han pauses, then agrees. Once alone, Kale stares at the wall. The clock keeps ticking. He wonders if this wine will actually cure a hangover. Kale leaves his room and starts heading downstairs. He stops halfway because someone is blocking the entire path. Choi Han is standing there like a statue. Kale is confused. Why are you just standing here instead of moving? He follows Choi Han's gaze and sees two knights having a quiet conversation nearby. One of those guys is the knight Kale kicked yesterday. He asks what is wrong, making Choi Han jump. Choi Han whispers that the guy should not be walking for at least a day. He recovered way too fast. Choi Han looks disappointed in himself. He underestimated his opponent and clenches his fist with new determination. You and I both know that look. Kale walks away from the typical justice-obsessed main character vibes. He makes his way to a table and sits down. The old servant, Ron, approaches with a large jar. He brings the wine Kale ordered. Kale looks at him and says, "Old man, I am impressed by you." Ron is surprised. Kale just leans on his hand and smiles, praising his skills for finding the perfect hangover cure. This wine is exactly what he needs. But before he can pour a glass, a voice interrupts the quiet. Hans looks incredibly annoyed. He argues that they had a party to relax. Everyone drank and went to bed. So why is the Viscount investigating them? The knight awkwardly explains that the Viscount's villa was robbed last night and several items were stolen. They are just checking if the guests here suffered any similar losses or saw anything. Kale casually takes a long drink. Well, a dragon thief is still a thief. He slams the jar on the table. The loud noise draws everyone's attention. Kale snaps at them in a grumpy voice. What are you looking at? Hans quickly covers for him. If the young master does not drink in the morning, he is cranky all day. It is just a hangover cure. He is just clearing his head from last night's drinks. The knight hesitates, calling him an interesting person. Kale secretly wonders if that was a compliment before wishing them luck. The knight leaves in a huff. Kale feels relieved. It seems the suspicion of them being thieves has finally vanished. He calculated this perfectly. They probably think a piece of trash like Kale could never pull off a heist. Who would ever suspect a noble who starts his morning drinking wine is actually a calculated mastermind? And that is how you play the game. Trust me, nobody sees what Kale is planning next. Alright, you and I are about to see how a man with future knowledge plays his cards. Move that wine aside and bring some honey lemon tea. It is the only thing that actually cures a hangover. His words catch the old man off guard. But soon, the warm water is brought, and the culprit remains untraceable. Vinian is absolutely fuming, exactly as Kale predicted. The man must be losing his mind right now. The focus shifts to a man named Taylor Stan. He sits in his wheelchair, gazing out the window in deep thought. As the eldest son of Marquis Stan, he should be the heir, but his paralyzed legs made him an outcast. Taylor buries himself in thick books, desperately searching for any way to heal his legs and walk again. But there is nothing. No records of a cure, and apparently, no way to even find peace in death. Once again, his hand reaches out toward the dusty shelves of the library. By chance, he finds an ancient text in an old shop. Inside are maps and mentions of restoration and stone towers. Now, pay attention to this, the only part of that ancient script he could actually translate. Just 2 words, but they change everything. Taylor immediately heads for the place that those words point toward. The carriage rattles down a dry road with Kale inside. On and Hong curiously ask if they are camping today. He gives a lazy reply. Yeah, we will be camping along the road starting from today. Kale watches the world pass by. To reach Puzzle City comfortably, he has to keep up this fast pace. The shield in his heart pulses with a signal. It is a power similar to the ancient strength he already holds. He is targeting the vitality of the heart. It is the exact same power that Taylor is desperately seeking. Wind whips through his hair. If I get that power, the protection of my shield will become even more legendary. Stealing Taylor as last hope feels a little bit wrong. Not going to lie. But for someone heading to the capital, Kale knows he needs this power more. It is survival of the fittest. Taylor thinks this power can heal anything, but he does not know it cannot fix old, permanent injuries. You and I can already see the heartbreak coming. Poor Taylor is going to be absolutely devastated. His story did not end well before. That ancient power he suffered to find failed to save him from Vinian. Kale clicks his tongue while On excitedly shares a rumor she heard from Choi Han. The siblings brag about the place. Apparently, making a wish at the stone tower makes it come true. The children twitch their ears. If you are bored, we can skip it, but we really want to go together. Kale asks what they want to wish for. They want their youngest brother with them, but Kale shuts it down. They sob over his cold answer as evening rolls in and the carriage finally comes to a halt. Choi Han helps Kale down. They are setting up camp here, and Kale knows a long walk lies ahead. The next morning, a surprising gift from nature is waiting right in front of a very confused Kale. Someone definitely left this here. The tracks on the ground are clear, and Kale's expression starts to darken. A message drawn with a spoon and fork. Someone can communicate, but apparently they cannot write. Choi Han suddenly gives a happy smile. That reaction only makes Kale feel even more uneasy. Choi Han guarded the camp all night. He knows exactly who did this, but he is playing dumb. Kale turns away, pretending not to notice. But at the next camp, another large animal and drawing appear. Maybe if he ignores it, the creature will give up? Nope. The next camp has 2 fresh rabbits waiting. The deliveries keep coming like clockwork. Kale sits in the carriage, feeling completely exhausted by the situation. Good grief, he hopes it does not follow them into the city. Choi Han just pets the cats calmly. Isn't it easy to misunderstand? Choi Han thinks the kid hasn't lost his innocence, but Kale knows better. If he saw that dragon obliterate a whole mountain, he would not be saying that. Kale just sighs. After being imprisoned, the dragon hates humans, yet here it is. It will eventually crush the Stan family. He looks out at the scenery. At this rate, the Henatu's territory will finally be at peace. The kids press their paws against the glass. Every single house has a stone tower. How strange. Choi Han joins in, calling it the City of Towers. They are all excited while Kale stays silent. And that is where we leave Kale for now. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. All right, you and I are diving back into the world of Loud of Count's family. Kale wonders why there are so many stone towers, despite the lack of actual stones. It is very strange. They head inside while Hans keeps chatting away with pure excitement. I actually know the reason for that, Hans says, spreading both his arms wide. It is a tragic legend, passed down to today. Kale gets impatient and tells him to stop stalling. Hans immediately snaps back into a serious mood. That whole legend. Kale faces him directly, ready to listen. Go on then. I am all ears. Hans smiles and tells a tale from ancient times. Kale is confused. Ancient? Really? He settles into a plush, comfortable chair to hear the story. Yes, from the ancient times. Kale pulls a wine glass toward him, takes a slow sip, and prompts his butler to finally start the explanation. Hans is thrilled and focuses entirely on his storytelling. He declares loudly, "This city was once completely abandoned by the gods." Forsaken by the gods? Kale is genuinely surprised. The atmosphere in the room suddenly feels heavy, as if enveloped by a dark, mysterious aura. A story I never knew? Hans happily explains he heard the city was once abandoned by the divine. Kale tilts his head in curiosity. It is his first time hearing this. His butler exclaims, "Is it because you did not study history, young master?" Kale frowns. "You really want to get hit, do you not?" He scolds him. Trust me, Kale is not going to like where this conversation is heading next. Hans giggles and says telling the master what he does not know is his duty. Then, he returns to his intriguing story. Nobody knows why the gods abandoned them. Beside the wooden crates, small stones are seen stacked carefully on top of each other. Because of that, groups of people began building these stone towers. Apparently, it was their way of sending out their most desperate wishes. Kale adds, and then the wishes came true? But Hans denies it. No, nothing at all actually became a reality for them. The sun sets outside, making the road even more empty. That is why there are no temples here. Kale realizes it immediately. Since the gods abandoned them, they saw no reason to worship anymore, right? The young butler praises his master for his quick wit. Our young master is so smart. He does not even need to study at all. Kale gets even more annoyed by his cheekiness. Let's pause here. This city's history is actually deeper than it looks. That is why there are only stone towers here instead of any holy temples. These stone towers eventually became a sacred promise, Hans emphasizes. It is a promise between people, and a promise to themselves. Kale immediately asks what kind of promise they would make. Hans slowly raises his hand. He points one finger and says, "Whoever fulfills their wish must personally break their own stone tower." Kale picks up a gold coin and looks at it closely. Truly an interesting city, he thinks to himself. His butler agrees. Exactly. To fulfill their wishes, they must first learn to conquer their own hearts. He slowly reaches for another coin. Conquer themselves? Kale wonders if breaking the tower is a symbol for overcoming their own difficult obstacles. A smirk appears on his face. These towers were not built to wait for some divine intervention from the gods above. Hans adds, yes, it is a firm commitment they make to their own selves. Kale sees the sad side the gods never listened anyway. The man in front of him suddenly feels a bit of regret. Yes, being abandoned is sad, but this story is actually full of hope. Suddenly, the young master speaks up clearly. Hans. He immediately opens his eyes wide. Yes? Kale suddenly orders him to bow down low. An and Hong are under the small table, glaring at him. Their eyes grow even angrier. Hans gives a nervous, forced laugh. Why are the kitten lords so angry right now? I will bring grapes. Kale just watches him. Realizing they are not hungry, they are actually mad because of what Hans said about wishes never coming true earlier during the trip. They heard wishes come true if you pray to those towers. Those stone towers are quite beautiful, are they not? The young butler tries to soothe On and Hong, promising delicious treats. Please stop being so angry at me, he pleads. Young master, can I leave for a moment? Kale coldly picks up his wine. Do not bother returning. Hans quickly leaves. I will be right back. Dark red wine swirls around slowly inside the glass in Kale's hand. He turns and gently reminds the old butler. Ron, you should go get some rest too. Will Choi Han leave after the second day? Kale answers yes. You do not like that? He asks. Do you want to go with him? Ron does not answer, just looks silently. Then, a cold smile appears on his face. How could I leave my master? I must stay by your side. Kale feels a terrifying, cold chill. Ron continues. I just thought it would be better if we went with Choi Han. We should definitely talk much more before he eventually leaves us. And that is where we leave it. Trust me. Beacrox will definitely find this very regrettable. All right. You and I are back with Kale as he plans to head to the capital. Let's see his move. He hopes for a better relationship between Ron and the group before they reach the kingdom. Ron responds calmly, hoping for the best. Will everyone stay together at the capital? That is something to look forward to. He keeps up that friendly, caring facade. The old man claims his only wish is for everyone's safety, but Kale isn't buying that lie for a second. Looking forward to it? Praying for safety? This old guy isn't the type for those emotions. Now, get out. Ron bows and quickly leaves the room, closing the door softly. Immediately, On and Hong burst into tears. They cry about him being a big liar after they actually trusted him. Meanwhile, Kale is distracted by something else. He is thinking about an ancient legend who lived to be 150 years old. He is after a special heart. Now watch this part closely. He is seeking an ancient power called the vitality of the heart. That person thought this power was a curse. But On and Hong just watch Kale's movements with pure curiosity. Choi Han returns with food and is startled to see Kale standing there. All three of them staring makes him nervous. Is something wrong? Kale pulls his coat tight and tells the young butler it is time to go see the rock towers. On and Hong are excited. It will just be us, Choi Han, and the two cats heading out today. Though confused, Han agrees. The legend says the 150-year-old man wanted rock towers where the winds meet. Kale pats Han's shoulder. The old man spent 100 years building there, but he never managed to finish the task. Those old hands reached out, wishing for something with every ounce of strength he had left. Kale's red hair blows in the wind. He does not care about the original wish, but he has one goal, to finish that tower in a grand way. Sunlight flickers as Kale and his group walk through the park. He shields his eyes, annoyed by the harsh midday sun. Suddenly, something catches his eye. Kale steps forward a bit to get a much clearer look. Not far away are Taylor and the priestess Cage. The eldest son, Taylor, is indeed still hanging around here. He planned to see the towers, but he never expected to run into these two specific people today. He only knows them from descriptions. Cage suddenly asks, Taylor, why did you want to bring me here? He gently squeezes his shoulder. He wants to know if it is all just nonsense or if it is actually the truth. He has been having restless, anxious dreams for several nights now. He explains while pushing the wheelchair. I know what you are thinking. A benefactor even the gods cannot predict? Trust me, we need to watch this. He is curious, is there really someone that even the gods themselves cannot predict? Cage says she does not know. Half of what the gods say is usually just nonsense to her anyway. Those are the words of a god, Taylor reminds her. But isn't the divine voice supposed to be a secret? Cage sighs. There is no temple here. And besides, the gods do not exactly put food on our table. And for nobles like us to have a benefactor? Hard to believe. She is just focused on how hungry she is. Let's go eat. Taylor frowns, asking if that is how a priestess should talk. She is very firm. She suddenly craves a cold beer. Cage mumbles about wanting pork. And the two of them just burst out laughing. Taylor points ahead, calling it a perfect combination. He offers to treat her, and the priestess picks up the pace. They walk away singing happily while Kale watches from behind. Now he has their faces burned into his memory. He thinks it is best to just avoid them, since they do not know who he is. No reason to bump heads. Suddenly, Choi Han whispers in his ear. He spotted the eldest son of Marquis Stan. Kale is shocked. How do you know them? The young butler shows off his memory with pride. Information on noble families is something I have memorized perfectly, he says. He adds that the wheelchair had the Marquis crest, so it was easy to identify. Kale shares his thoughts. Han, I thought you were useless, but you actually have some talent. He chuckles. So, what's the plan now? He hums for a second, then quickly decides to just ignore them. Ahead are the massive rock towers. He looks around, evaluating the area. Is this really the place? It looks way more ordinary than he expected for something ancient, but he will not underestimate it. An and Hong look totally disappointed. That's where we leave it, trust me, things are about to get wild. Stick with me, you are about to see a side of Choi Han we rarely get to witness as he walks away, praying quietly at that stone tower. Kale just watches him in silence, figuring the guy is probably praying for a way to finally return to his true home. There is a massive gap between Choi Han and Kim Rok-soo. The young man just stands there, looking down with a heavy, silent gaze. Choi Han is a naturally kind soul who grew up in a happy family. Even after surviving the worst possible hell, he stays pure until the end. Suddenly, the hero speaks up. Kale immediately snaps back with a quick, "What is it? What do you want?" Choi Han turns dead serious. "I have one thing to ask and one thing to report." Seeing that look, Kale's smile starts to fade. Why so tense? Just ask your question first. Choi Han blinks and asks simply, "Kale, do you not pray to the gods?" Kale sighs in relief. Is that all? He calmly answers that he does not do things like praying, which only makes his guardian more curious. Kale gives him an honest answer. He avoids prayer because it forces a person to start having expectations. In his view, life is a lot more comfortable when you are not constantly waiting or hoping for something to happen. He looks at the stones, explaining that if you bet 100 and win 500, you will obviously be very happy. But if you expect a jackpot and only get 500, you will be disappointed. Suddenly, Hans appears with a bright, wide smile. He praises the young master's wisdom. Does hope even exist in this world? Kale just gives him a cold look and brushes him off. Just go look at the view? Hans happily agrees. Then, the butler leads On and Hong away to follow him. Let's go, kitty masters. As they leave, Choi Han continues. He reports that the Black Dragon has actually followed them into the city. Kale turns away, telling him to just act like he does not know. Choi Han obeys, but Kale looks up with a worried expression. He wonders if that dragon is really tracking his every move. He does not stay long. Let's get moving. They leave the prayer site together. The empty ground stays still for a moment, until a tiny, chubby paw print suddenly appears in the dirt. Now pay attention, that black dragon is still there, hiding in plain sight and staying incredibly close to the group. Sunlight hits the houses as a new day begins, marking a decisive move for Kale. He actually made this choice yesterday. The next day, he prepares to depart for the tomb of a man who lived to be 150 years old. Kale looks cold. I am only taking Choi Han with me. Kale calculates his plan while standing before the three companions in front of him. Taking the strongest person means no one will try to follow. He would prefer going alone, but he knows they would never allow it. Just as expected, Deputy Hans pouts like a child. But he cannot argue with his stubborn master, so he simply gives in. Yes, I understand. Choi Han, on the other hand, is perfectly fine with this arrangement. He happily offers to look after the kittens while Kale is away. Kale just sighs, realizing the guy was just waiting for this chance. With the talk finished, Kale walks off in a hurry. Choi Han follows closely behind, calling out to ask what the plan is. Kale frowns and turns back, feeling annoyed. You make it sound like I go out looking for trouble every single day. He points toward the distance. We are heading to that mountain. You just need to stand guard and wait at the entrance. Choi Han looks over, checking the surroundings. He follows along and replies simply, Yes, I understand, young master. Kale feels relieved. Choi Han's personality is the best because he never asks unnecessary questions about what Kale is actually doing. Once they are deeper in the forest, Choi Han suddenly speaks up again. Kale stops in his tracks and turns around. Choi Han avoids eye contact, mentioning he will be leaving tomorrow. Kale just nods. He was the one who told him to go, but the warrior hesitates. There is one thing weighing on his mind before he leaves. Kale realizes this report is not about the dragon. Kale patiently looks at him and asks, "So, what is it that you really want to tell me?" Then, he says a name, Ron. You and I know that Butler is lethal, and Choi Han is genuinely terrified for Kale's safety. Kale is completely stunned, staring at this emotional young man. He clears his throat, unsure of how he should even respond. He did not expect this topic to come up so suddenly. He wonders if he should pretend to be clueless or show he knows. Kale looks at Choi Han and gives a very flat, calm response. Is that so? Choi Han is visibly frustrated by the reaction. Why aren't you surprised? That man reeks of blood. He is an extremely dangerous person to have around you. He has killed countless people. Choi Han gets more worked up, wondering how Kale can keep someone like Ron by his side. Kale just crosses his arms calmly, looking stylish despite the tension. Inside, his mind is racing with deep, hidden thoughts. If he had known the truth back then, he would have brought Ron along to save the dragon, but he chose not to. The wind rustles the trees, seemingly calming Choi Han's intense emotions, while Kale remains lost in his own silent contemplation. Whether he fears Ron's power or simply does not trust him yet, one thing is clear: you and I are about to see this mystery explode. Alright. You and I are about to see if Kale really knows about Ron's secret power, or if Choi Han is right about him being clueless. Choi Han calms down a bit, but he cannot help letting his deep worries spill out. He thinks Kale and the others are clueless, so he feels obligated to speak up now. Kale just shrugs it off. He acts like Ron is not that strong, making Choi Han frantic. He warns that Ron is dangerous and should not stay close, but Kale has his own survival plans. Keep him close? Kale plans to dump him with Choi Han the second they reach the capital. Kale asks, "You or Ron?" His unfinished question leaves Choi Han looking totally confused as Kale tilts his head. If you think Ron is so dangerous, Kale asks, why do you let him stay? Choi Han tries to answer but falls silent. Kale knows it is because Ron has not actually done anything. Appreciating the concern, Kale explains Ron has been his loyal butler for 18 long years. While Kale was playing the arrogant noble, Ron was there, quietly handling every single task. Through it all, Ron never lost his temper. As a butler, he served the family perfectly. Then Kale flips the script. Do you hate him? Choi Han is quick to deny it. Kale wonders why, so Choi Han admits he just felt the main character needed to know. Kale repeats himself, looking at Choi Han. To me, you and Ron are exactly the same. He plays it both ways. You have terrifying power too. Does that not make you dangerous as well? Now pay attention. Someone is watching closely. Ron is perched in the trees like a predator, hearing every word about them being the same. The butler listens intently to every word Kale says, but his face remains a total mask. Ron is just a butler, Kale says coldly. He is just a paid worker, exactly like you. Time is moving too fast. Kale brushes him off, asking if they are finally done talking. He turns and warns Choi Han not to follow before disappearing into the deep green forest. Ron finally reveals himself, looking every bit the experienced veteran as he drops from the tree. You heard that, right? Choi Han already sensed the presence of the assassin hiding as a butler. Ron boasts about raising the young master from diapers, stepping closer until Choi Han blocks him. He was soft with Kale, but with this old fox, Choi Han is on high alert. You cannot follow him from here. Ron says nothing, but he senses the kid is stubborn. He does not argue, simply watching Kale's back fade into the distance. I see you, kid. The butler sighs. He only followed to see why Kale left the cats but brought Choi Han. Let's follow him inside. This cave holds a secret power that will change everything if Kale can reach it in time. Kale looks at the tiny entrance with pure annoyance. He actually has to crawl inside. He squats down, mourning his beautiful outfit. This is a total disaster for his fashion sense. His voice echoes through the dark cavern as he feels a sudden, sharp gust of wind. He stares at the wall, realizing he must break it to stop the wind. He wonders if he will hear the same sound after he finally claims the sound of the wind power. He scoffs. Without his help, there is no way Taylor could have ever obtained this strength. It is a race against time now, until a sudden scream warns him to stay back. Ron flies over, saying it is impossible, but Kale suddenly detonates the stone wall with raw force. Rayon freezes in pure shock at the explosion. Kale turns back with an impatient look, and the dragon quickly stammers that he was just passing through. Kale knew the little one followed, but he has no time to deal with him right now. He observes the area, calculating that the wind cycle here lasts exactly 3 hours. The wind is weakening. He needs to move fast before the intensity ramps up again. Beside him, Rayon cannot help but shout that he is just a weak human. Kale ignores the dragon entirely, stepping forward to continue shattering the thick layers of stone. Rayon wonders what that power is. Kale notices the wind getting even stronger as he goes deeper into the cavern. It is a bit difficult, but his shield should be able to hold without breaking apart. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see if this shield actually holds. All right, you and I are back with Kale as he increases his shield size while lowering its durability to survive this trial. Once it works, he pushes deeper into the cave. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoes through the darkness, crying out in deep regret. I regret it so much. Kale realizes this voice belongs to the ancient power hidden within the tree that held the shield. The sobbing continues. Kale scowls, wondering why none of these ancient people he meets ever seem to be mentally stable or normal. Why did Taylor think this was so precious? The voice speaks again, sensing a familiar power and refusing to let him have it. Kale stops in his tracks, questioning what the voice means by sensing a familiar power within him. Suddenly, the voice screams. The wind pressure spikes, forcing Kale to halt. I betrayed my own kind, the ancient voice wails. I am a bastard. I survived alone, it continues. Kale raises his indestructible shield to push through the constant, miserable whining. I wish that everyone could live forever, but that simple prayer could never come true in this world. Only endless pain and suffering remained. Kale grits his teeth, thinking this is way too noisy. What's so precious about a bunch of complaints and someone who constantly begs for death? He marches deeper into the cave, cursing the atmosphere. Honestly, the glutton's endless comments on food were way better than this loud, whining sound that makes restoration powers feel useless. I could only protect myself. I was unable to do anything else for anyone. I was abandoned. Kale spots a stone pile ahead and scoffs. So, what if you were abandoned by everyone? Survival is what matters most. Nothing is more important than being able to protect your own life in the end. Now watch closely. This is where the wind becomes a deadly blade as Kale takes 5 more steps, wondering if his shield will finally shatter. The wind intensity is terrifying now. It is no longer just pushing him back, it is trying to tear him apart. The voice returns as the wind cuts like swords. Kale thinks these ancient power holders sure love to talk way too much. On the second step, the voice laments its inability to die, calling its restoration power a cursed and miserable existence. Kale takes the third step, and the haunting voice shows no signs of stopping its tragic story. My heart beats strongly, but I cannot run. I am too afraid of death and the terrible pain of being injured. Step 4. The wind roars as Kale struggles forward, the voice's fear of death and pain echoing loudly in his ears. With one final, heavy step, the wind suddenly dies down. It is finally over, he thinks as the air goes still. However, the voice continues. I chose to throw away faith just to survive. Kale is just tired of it. You have to live first. He pulls a white handkerchief from his pocket and carefully puts it on his hand. Looking at the stone pile, he comments that mediocre things can never truly look beautiful, no matter how hard you try. You and I know Kale loves an easy ending. As he reaches out to touch the stone pile, a brilliant, blinding light suddenly explodes. Rayon watches the scene, his eyes wide with pure shock and curiosity. The light dims. The voice says it really did intend to fight alongside the others in the beginning, but humans are weak to pain. They were never meant to be servants of the gods or heroes in the first place. I realized I had to suffer alone. Those people in the deep forest gave me this power, but it had no taste at all. Kale pauses for a moment, wondering where he has heard this specific story before in his past life. The voice built the tower hoping to turn back time, but the task was never finished before the end. God must hate a selfish coward who abandoned his kind just to run away like I did. Kale takes off his gloves. Being selfish is just part of being human, he says to the empty air. Is it over? He asks. The voice mentions a kind sister who said the exact same thing to him once. My sister. It sobs. Kale wipes his nose, losing his patience with this emotional and dragging mess of an ancient power. You remind me of my brother, the voice says. That arrogant attitude of yours is quite admirable to witness. Kale stands there with a blank expression. From crying to flattery, this is getting ridiculous, and he wants to leave. Now, knock it down, the voice commands. Only then can you surpass my limits and claim what is yours. Kale looks satisfied. That is exactly what he was waiting for. He kicks the stone pile into pieces with one strike. Ron watches from the side, thinking this human is truly strange and unpredictable. Suddenly, Round freezes as a glowing orb appears in front of them. A mysterious, radiant sphere hovers silently in the air. Kale reaches out and grabs it. The light flows into his body in a brilliant arc and merges with him. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You and I just witnessed Kale gain an incredible new power. Kale closes his eyes to feel the new energy. This vitality will reinforce his shield, granting him a healing factor that is several times faster than any normal human. Kale and Rayon emerge from the cave, and you and I can see the dragon acting totally indifferent. Kale just asks, "Do you want to come with me?" Rayon flinches and looks away, claiming Kale is too weak and needs protection. He still says he hates humans, though. Then, Raon suddenly vanishes, leaving Kale standing there alone. Our main character can only shake his head at how moody that little dragon is. He scans the area and notices something off. "Right there," he says, "I can see the footprints of someone standing in the grass." A shadow nearby jumps in surprise. Kale gets a massive headache thinking about having yet another mouth to feed back at home. Suddenly, Choi Han runs into Kale and looks at him with pure shock. He asks, "Kale, did you just roll down the entire mountain?" Kale curses under his breath, caught looking like a total mess. Damn it. He reluctantly looks at Choi Han and admits, "Yeah, I fell a bit. That night, outside the city of Puzol, a cup is smashed to pieces." Taylor hears his companion scream and asks, "What happened?" Cage tells him to wait and stay quiet. "Stick with me here." She is gritting her teeth as the god of death speaks directly into her mind. Suddenly, Cage kicks a chair across the room and lets out a loud shout. She screams, "Ah, damn it." Taylor stays silent while the servant rushes in to fix the chair. Taylor senses something is wrong and waves the servant away, telling them not to follow. The servant obeys and leaves them alone. Taylor wheels himself over to Cage and asks what is going on. She tells him to wait a moment as she walks out toward the balcony. There is a small stack of stones there and a message carved into the wood. Cage touches it and mutters that this is completely insane. She asks if this is for real. Taylor wheels over and reads the words out loud. It says, "Destroy it. If you want your wish to come true, this is what you must do." Cage looks stressed and says they should probably just knock it down. Taylor is still confused, so Cage explains. She says, "Look, the gods do not just talk nonsense for no reason. Usually, she only hears that divine voice once a year, so this is special." Taylor asks about the tower, and trust me, this is the turning point for them. Cage explains it is their choice to make. She says God told her that if he wants to live a comfortable life, he should not break the tower. Taylor interrupts her right there, but Cage keeps talking, mentioning that there is a letter hidden right underneath the stones. The letter likely explains why this tower was even built, but they have to break it to find out. She asks him, "What should we do?" Hearing that, Taylor just smiles and tells her to break it. Without hesitating, Cage swings her hand and smashes the stone pile. Taylor thinks to himself, a comfortable life? He has never lived comfortably and has no intention of starting now. He wants to heal his legs and take down that damn marquee. His eyes grow cold as he picks up the letter and begins to read. It says the Crown Prince is currently holding an ancient power. It is an ability the prince does not actually need, a one-time power that can heal any wound, even permanent disabilities. The prince wants to make a deal for something that can control the second and third princes. Taylor's hands shake as he realizes this is his big break. Cage takes the letter to read it herself. It says even if his legs cannot move, his mind and heart are still very much alive. It tells the eldest son of the Stan family to judge the situation for himself. Taylor turns to Cage and tells her to leave the servants and head straight for the capital. Cage agrees, saying he has work to do. Taylor nods. He knew he had to do this even before his legs were broken, and he cannot afford to lower his guard now. Taylor says if they want to catch up with the royal family's schedule, they need to move fast. Cage agrees they should hurry. From a distance, the two descendants of the cat tribe appear. Hong asks his sister if they can go back now. On says they finished the job the young master gave them. So it is time for dinner. Both of them cheer happily about getting food. The next morning, Kale, Choi Han, Heyman, and the cat siblings are ready to set off. Kale looks at Choi Han packing up and asks, "Are you really just leaving like that?" Choi Han simply says, "Yes." Kale sighs at the clear sky and tosses a small brown bag toward him. He tells Choi Han, "Here, take this with you." Choi Han catches it and looks confused. He asks, "Kale, what is this?" He opens the bag to find glass bottles of antidotes, a watch, a rolled-up scroll, and a good amount of money. Kale starts talking fast to hide his concern. He says, "What? If you do not like it, just throw it away." Kale turns around and walks away, telling him to stay healthy. He thinks to himself that this simple farewell is actually pretty good. Choi Han grips the bag tightly and smiles. He shouts back to Kale, "I will go now, but I will definitely return." Heyman clears his throat, promising to train hard until they reach the capital. You and I know he is determined to be the young master's ultimate shield. All right, you and I are back as Choi Han hugs the kittens, promising to return while the staff says their goodbyes. Hans jokes about sharpening more knives while Hong and On play around Choi Han's feet like tiny little troublemakers. Kale joins the fun. But Rayon watches from the shadows, focusing his mana to cast a powerful hidden spell. A wave of blue mana from Rayon appears, surrounding Choi Han before the little dragon finally lies down to rest. Choi Han touches his gear, feeling guilty for receiving so much and vowing to earn his keep properly. He bids them farewell, promising to meet in the capital before everyone finally leaves the city of stone. Under the deep orange sunset, Han speaks up to address the young master. He suggests camping since the sun is setting, and Kale agrees while looking down at the suspicious kittens. The two cats are acting strange, so Kale smirks and asks if they actually saw the dragon. Hong and On just stand there, completely shocked and only able to let out a tiny gasp. Kale sighs, knowing that if Choi Han left, that clingy little dragon would obviously follow him too. Now here's where it gets interesting. Another carriage suddenly appears in the dense forest under the setting sun. Hillsman goes to investigate, meeting a blonde man who politely asks if they can share the campsite. Hillsman asks for their identity, while Kale watches the scene unfold from the safety of his carriage. The man introduces himself as a knight, serving under the powerful Marquis Stan. Kale's eyes widen in shock as he curses his luck, realizing he never expected them to use a plain carriage without any crests. A woman calls out, admitting they only approached because they recognized the famous Hennetus family crest. Taylor Stan introduces himself, and Kale internally screams about one person leaving but 3 more joining him. And these aren't normal people. He spots the invisible dragon nearby, ready to pounce on a deer. Then, he looks back at Taylor and Cage, remembering exactly who these 2 troublesome people really are. A crazy priestess and a crippled noble, trust me. Kale is not thrilled about this unexpected meeting and just sighs. Taylor offers to leave if they are a bother, showing the humble nature of a fallen successor. Kale calculates quickly, knowing Taylor usually avoids others due to his legs and would likely leave immediately. Taylor assumes a neutral family would want no part of him, but Kale suddenly interrupts his dark thoughts. Kale steps forward, claiming the land isn't his, and he has no reason to turn away fellow travelers. He reaches out to Taylor, introducing himself as the infamous trash of the Hennetus family, Cale Hennetus. The forest is bathed in twilight as Taylor explains how difficult it is for him to move around. Cale simply nods in understanding, and the 2 men share a firm handshake under the darkening sky. Cale is then introduced to the priestess, who greets him with a bright and very suspicious smile. Cage introduces herself, wishing for everyone to enjoy a peaceful and quiet night together in the woods. Cale smiles back, but thinks to himself that there is absolutely nothing peaceful about this specific woman. He knows she actually hates being a priestess and is constantly trying to get her powers taken away. Cale flips into his trash mode, declaring he doesn't believe in gods, while everyone else watches him with pure concern. Seeing Cale covered in mud, Hillsman beats his chest, swearing he should have been there to protect him. Hans is also distressed, wondering why the young master is wandering through the dirt and looking so messy. Old Man John looks heartbroken, claiming it hurts his soul to see Cale in such a disheveled state. Cale just laughs it off, repeating his lack of faith while Taylor and Cage watch with very confused faces. Cage thinks he is completely insane for saying that, but she admits he is at least a little bit interesting. Kale realizes that for a crippled noble, the Stan family likely cut off all his funding, and he must have spent everything on protection. Kale waves it off calmly, figuring they are totally broke now, and since he is the reason they are here, he decides to help. Kale calls for Hans, who immediately rushes over to his side to await his next set of orders. He commands the deputy butler to assist the newcomers and ensure they have everything they need tonight. Kale orders Hans to provide food and a separate tent, but warns him to keep them far away from him. Hans promises to treat them well, leaving Taylor and Cage staring at Kale's retreating back in pure awe. You and I leave it here, with Kale even ordering wine for Taylor as a final parting gift. All right, you and I are back with Kale, who is playing the role of a polite noble, while Taylor Stan happily says his final farewells for now. Thank you for all your help, the young master replies with a smile, though his internal monologue is likely a completely different story. Kale thinks to himself that this is not about helping at all, he just really wants to avoid getting tangled up with them. Turning away with his hands in his pockets, Kale orders his subordinate to tighten security since there is only one knight guarding them nearby. His subordinate agrees immediately. Meanwhile, the red cat Hong speaks up, claiming she recognizes those two people from somewhere before. The gray cat agrees with her brother. Kale quickly signals them to stay quiet and pretend they do not know anything at all. The cats ask if it is like the situation with the dragon. Kale just watches his men interacting with the two strangers from afar. He leans against the carriage with a faint smirk. Calm on the gray cat is not done with her questions for the young master just yet. Kale explains that even though he only intended to save the dragon once, the creature keeps following him like a bird repaying a debt. He thinks with a satisfied look that if things have come to this, he might as well put the dragon to use. Its mana perception is legendary even beyond a genius like Roslyn. The cats give Kale a judging look as he laughs to himself. He figures he will have to ask that dragon for a few favors eventually. Later, dressed in white, Kale is yawning as he spots Taylor and Cage in the distance. Hans approaches from behind with a big smile. Young master, you are finally awake. Hans laughs. Kale crosses his arms, annoyed by all the noise so early in the morning. Hans points toward the group, mentioning that it seems young Master Taylor has run into some kind of big misunderstanding over there. Taylor and Cage look incredibly tense. Curious, Kale walks over to see what exactly is causing all this sudden drama between them. Both of them are sweating, looking deeply apologetic as they tell Kale how sorry they are for the trouble they have caused him. Taylor explains their location was likely leaked, pointing to a dead wild boar lying there with very strange footprints visible on its back. Pay attention here, the priestess Cage is completely shocked that someone actually managed to bypass her detection and track them down like this. This situation is honestly getting a little bit out of hand. Kale hides his face while realizing the dragon brought the boar. He is truly amazed that the little creature could actually carry something this heavy. Taylor starts to apologize again, but Kale just calls out for his chef, Beecrox, who responds immediately to the young master's summons. Kale suggests having steak for breakfast, and Beecrox pulls out his tools, promising to prepare a high-quality meal for every person here. A surprised Taylor asks for clarification. Kale simply explains that his group has their own personal food delivery service on this trip. When asked who it is, Kale smiles and says the person is too shy to ever show their face in public to anyone. Taylor and the priestess Cage just share an awkward, confused look at Kale's strange explanation for the mysterious gift. Realizing it was all a misunderstanding, Taylor relaxes. Kale tells them to enjoy Beecrox's cooking before they head out on the road. Taylor then mentions hearing that young Master Kale is also on his way to the capital city. He makes a bold proposal, asking if his group can follow behind Kale's carriage for the rest of the journey. Kim Roxu expected this all along. He casually tilts his head up and tells them to feel free to tag along. I know what you're thinking, Kale is just being nice, right? Well, think again, because he's already planning his next move. Taylor and Cage look thrilled, completely unaware that Kale is already calculating exactly how to use them to his own advantage. Taylor expresses his deep respect, thanking Kale for allowing them to travel together until they get close to the capital. Kale crosses his arms, thinking about how sharp Taylor actually is for suggesting this clever arrangement. Entering the capital together would cause a scene, so separating nearby is smart. Kale tells them they will decide later on. Taylor just wants to reach safety. Kale agrees and calls out for the deputy butler, Hans, to prepare some food for them. He instructs Hans to bring the meals directly to the carriage, and Hans quickly rushes off to follow the young master's order. Suddenly, Cage speaks up. She asks Kale if he truly does not believe in any of the gods. Kale looks surprised by the random question, wondering why she is asking, but he simply confirms that he does not. Cage's expression does not change as she says she understands. She continues walking beside Taylor's wheelchair as they move. Taylor senses something is off and asks what is wrong. Cage pauses, looking quite hesitant as she thinks it over. She admits she feels a suffocating aura, like the god of death is lurking nearby. This is definitely getting weird. Despite the strange vibes, Cale's journey toward the capital continues without any other major incidents occurring along the way. One day before their arrival, Taylor brings out a bottle of wine and calls out for Cale. He notes Cale is a wine lover, and trust me, you and I cannot wait to see what is coming next. Taylor hesitates before speaking, realizing that the truth of the situation is nothing like what he expected. Let's dive in. He has seen that Cale is nothing like the rumors, staying hidden just to protect them. Every servant and subordinate follows Cale with absolute loyalty and respect. More than anyone, Cale treats them like real human beings. So Taylor happily offers a celebratory drink before they part. Cale does not answer immediately, instead asking what it is Taylor actually wants from him. Taylor thinks that this man definitely is not trash. He is a deep thinker who plans every single move. Cale looks at him for a long time, sighs, and tosses a heavy bag of money onto the table. To their surprise, he says he knows they are entering a tiger's den at the capital for one reason. You and I both know the Hennetus family is rich, so this is about money, is it not? Taylor is stunned that he already knew, and Cage is equally impressed by the young master's sharp intuition. Cale points to the bag, stating that if they want to survive the capital, they will obviously need plenty of gold. It seems like asking for a handout was not actually what the two of them had planned to do. He picks up a coin, joking that since there is a golden turtle nearby, it was worth trying to ask. Taylor realizes that if they accept this money now, it will be a massive blessing for their difficult journey. Even if they refused, Cale likely would not tell Vinian anything, because he clearly hates being involved in annoying trouble. To Taylor, Cale seems like a hidden genius who prefers to keep his true capabilities out of the light. Taylor offers his sincere thanks, and Cale correctly guesses that the two of them will be leaving early tomorrow. Taylor confirms they chose that time to slip away quietly and will handle everything on their own from now on. Cale asks if they will use the temple to enter the capital, and Taylor confirms that is indeed the plan. He warns that church politics mean Vinian or the Marquise will find them within just 3 days of their arrival. Taylor is shocked by how much he knows, and Cage eagerly asks if there is a reason for this. Now pay attention. Cage wants to know why the young master is getting so deeply involved in their business. Cale draws a small circle on the table and tells them to travel with him for one more day in his carriage. Their other companions will arrive a day later, and Taylor asks about the mysterious item Cale just set down. Cale explains it is a device that grants invisibility to any living being within a certain range, leaving Taylor stunned. Taylor wonders why he is going this far, feeling that they are causing the young master far too much trouble. Cale thinks to himself that he has to help since he caused this mess, and a successful Taylor means safety for him. Supporting them ensures the safety of the Hennetus territory and guarantees him a peaceful life in the future. He tells them he is helping simply because he pities a man trying to run away on legs that cannot walk. The trash of a count's house pitying the eldest son of a marquis for his desperate efforts, it is quite the sight. Taylor grips his knees tightly, even though he can no longer feel any sensation in them at all. Despite his legs, every other part of him is still vibrating with an intense will to live and succeed. Taylor laughs and thanks him, admitting they truly need the gold, but Cale says there is one strict condition. They must forget everything, so Cage suggests they make a sacred vow that can never be broken by anyone. Cale knows that breaking a vow made before the god of death results in immediate death, and he agrees to proceed. Cage asks one last time if he will really do it, and Cale nods, having no intention of going back. He wants them to cut all ties if trouble arises with Vinian later, and Taylor tells Cage to start the rite. Cage begins the ritual, closing her eyes as swirls of mysterious purple smoke begin to drift through the air. She identifies herself as a daughter of eternal darkness and Taylor Stan, swearing an oath under the name of death. If they violate this vow, they will sink into the shadows forever, and she opens her eyes to finalize the pact. Cage and Taylor vow to keep everything a secret from everyone, except for Cale Hennetus himself. Taylor promises not to reveal a word to anyone else as the purple smoke slowly vanishes into the void. Cage explains that if they break the oath, Kale will be immediately notified of their deaths as the official witness. Kale feels the power of the vow vibrating within his body and signals that he understands the weight of it. Trust me, you and I just witnessed a legendary alliance, and now it is time for them to share one last drink. Stick with me, a perfect night like this always needs some wine. Seeing them prep, Kale is shocked they even brought wine glasses along. He notes that this priestess is truly excellent. Cage pours and asks if a drinking priestess is weird for him. Kale just shrugs, asking why that should even be his concern. Cage laughs, telling Kale she really likes his blunt and honest attitude. She asks if he wants a good sister. Kale shuts her down with a cold no. Taylor jumps in, offering to be a good brother instead. Kale shuts him down even harder, making the pair burst into laughter. The three of them clink glasses as Cage shouts out a loud toast. Under a dark sky, their bond grows deeper than any moonlight. The next day, the carriage rushes toward the capital. Kale estimates they will reach the capital gates in about 2 hours. The cats watch Taylor's smiling face while Cage sits nearby, looking totally exhausted. Taylor asks what Kale knows about the royal event. Kale admits it's his first palace visit. Kale mentions attending a Northeast noble party years ago, and Taylor finally realizes how much he actually knows. It is the king's 50th birthday, a massive festival for the entire nation. But for Kale, this is no fun party at all. Kale feels restless. A festival? This event is exactly why he cannot relax right now. Now, pay attention. Kale is the only one who knows the horror coming to this festival. It's a heavy burden that brings anxiety. If he ignores the truth, he can practically feel death's cold grip approaching. Kale makes a plan. First, avoid danger. Stay away from anything risky. Just do what keeps him safe and comfortable without causing any self-disadvantage. Kale asks Taylor if this event isn't much of a festival for him either. Taylor calls it a major turning point. Kale simply agrees with a short nod. Taylor warns him to be careful of the crown prince. Even as an outcast, he has secret house info. Inviting all the noble children to this 50th anniversary was the crown prince's own personal idea from the very start. Taylor struggles to explain the prince's character, so Kale starts to tease him. Is the crown prince a slippery eel, or what? Taylor laughs, accidentally agreeing before trying to take back his words. Taylor realizes Kale already knows. Kale says it wasn't that hard for him to figure out. Taylor scratches his cheek awkwardly. He's never heard anyone describe the prince so accurately as the young master just did. You and I both know the type. The prince is a master at charming everyone he meets. Everyone becomes his pawn without ever knowing. Just look at the hero, Choi Han, who is being praised as a legend. Choi Han will surely think very highly of the crown prince. The prince treats people well just to use them. Kale starts calculating his next moves. He manipulates people for the sake of the kingdom and its citizens, rather than just seeking personal power or raw greed for himself. He uses sweet praise to set the stage, then asks for a difficult favor. Someone as kind as Choi Han can't say no. Taylor interrupts Kale's deep thoughts to warn him one more time. Dealing with the prince is a total headache. Kale just wants to stay quiet and arrive without making a scene. He absolutely hates being the center of attention. Silence falls under Taylor's heavy gaze. Kale asks why he's staring. Taylor says arriving quietly is simply impossible for him. Cage pats Taylor's shoulder and gives a thumbs up, saying it is absolutely nothing. Kale leans back on the seat, confident that things won't go as they expect. After all, he's just as slippery as that prince. When the crown prince meets someone exactly like himself, he will definitely keep his distance. Kale plans to use the prince's own manipulative tricks right back against him. Cage laughs, saying Kale looks evil now. Kale replies, it is much better than looking like some kind of saint. The capital's massive castles finally appear. Kale admits the city is truly impressive. Taylor explains that Rhone is widely known as the Kingdom of Boulders. Ancient legends say this land was tied to stones long before the kingdom ever existed in this world. A god who protects everything from any attack. You and I will see. Stick with me, because we are about to witness the myth of a god who saved the world from darkness. Kale smiles while Taylor talks on and on, asking if he really loves these old legends that much. Taylor confirms he does. Because no matter how much that guardian was broken, he stood firm to protect everyone. That is why this land is peaceful now. Taylor likes myths because people like that do not actually exist in reality. Kale asks if he truly does not believe it. Taylor says it is rare for someone to protect others while being so badly hurt. Kale just nods along in agreement. He thinks to himself that he would never choose to protect someone else over his own safety. It is just unbelievable. Kale says this is his first time hearing this, even though heroes in novels often come from these legendary myths. However, even after reading all 5 volumes, he never saw any mention of a story like this one. Taylor explains that the tale probably is not very famous at all, just something he found while researching ancient powers. It was a story about ancient myths he discovered while looking into the beginnings of power. Kale finally understands the situation. He looks out the window, hands Taylor a glowing object, and tells him to get ready. The carriage stops at the gate. The deputy captain reports that the guards at the Capitol want to inspect the inside of their carriage. Now pay attention, because Kale kicks the door open with a red face and a bottle, playing the part of the family trash. He stumbles out drunk and invites the shocked guards to check everything. Go ahead, take a look. The guards apologize and look inside, only to see empty wine bottles rolling around on the floor of the carriage. They both bow deeply and welcome him to the Capitol, telling him he is free to pass through the gates. Kale climbs back in, his drunk act vanishing instantly. He smiles at the others, mocking the guards' warm welcome. Taylor laughs, holding the item around his neck, saying it has been a very long time since he felt welcomed. As they reach the west side, Kale tells Taylor that Hans will guide them. It is time for them to leave. He seriously tells them to forget everything they saw. A guard opens the door to announce their arrival at the estate. Taylor and Cage thank Kale as they step out, saying they hope to meet him again in the future. Kale stands before the gate for a long time, surprised that the place is actually much bigger than he imagined. The Henatus family is truly wealthy. It is not overly flashy, but it looks far more luxurious than other noble mansions. Kale walks inside, where the staff is already lined up, bowing deeply to welcome their master home. They greet the young master Cale Henatus, promising to serve him with all their heart. Kale whispers to Hans in confusion. He asks what is going on, but Hans is just as clueless. Kale tells everyone to stand up and stop being formal. He mentions that he knows they were all handpicked by the Countess herself for their skills and dedication. Since they take pride in their work, they should act accordingly. He tells them to just go to Hans for anything. You and I both know he is just acting tough, but his words are actually making the servants respect him more. He heads inside, telling everyone to move out. Hans quickly follows behind him as they enter the mansion. An old man, likely the head butler, sighs and laughs, realizing that the rumored young master has finally arrived. He tells the other servants they should get moving too. The staff starts gossiping about how different the young master is. They are relieved he did not cause a scene. As long as they do their jobs, they might actually survive this. Kale sighs and tosses the invitation on the table. Hans asks if he is going, and Kale grumpily asks if he can avoid it. Hans notes that this is the meeting for the Northeast Noble Alliance. Kale confirms that is exactly why he is annoyed. Hans presents a list of all the noble children who have arrived in the capital. Kale takes a quick look. He asks if everything has been prepared as planned. Hans bows respectfully and confirms that everything is ready for him. Kale is satisfied and tells Hans to go rest. Hans bows, saying he will take a very comfortable break now. Kale tells him to bring some food before he leaves. Hans agrees and quickly heads out to fulfill the order. Kale stands up, opens the balcony doors, and watches the leaves drift by until a knock sounds at the door. A plate of hot food is placed on the table. Kale tells the invisible dragon and cats to go ahead and eat. He knows the dragon has been working hard to find him food, so it probably hasn't had a real meal yet. The black dragon stares at the food in shock. The gray cat quickly stuffs a piece into the dragon's mouth. Kale watches them eat, thinking they should eat their fill since he will need their help much more later on. Trust me, you and I are about to see that only a wealthy life can provide this much comfort and peace. All right, let's see Kale's peaceful life get turned upside down. Seriously, this was the perfect day. Suddenly, a massive noise erupts from outside, making the 3 kittens jump up and stare toward the sound in shock. The wine glass on the table shatters into pieces. Kale wonders if it's Choi Han. No, he should be arriving in 3 days. Even if he ran like a madman, there's no way he could reach the capital this fast. Unless he brought someone injured with him, The chaos outside only gets louder and more intense with every passing second. Kale thinks back. He gave Choi Han restoration water with divine power, but it has no effect on wolves, the tribe abandoned by the gods. And someone as cautious as Rosalind wouldn't just use high-level magic like teleportation out of nowhere. He told them to stay at a specific inn upon arrival. Kale walks toward the door and swings it open, stunned by who's there. Choi Han is gasping for air, carrying someone on his back. He huffs out, "Young Master Kale, I'm truly sorry, but you're the only person I could turn to right now." Han and Rosalind stand behind him in silence. Kale observes the person being carried and realizes it's a boy from the Blue Wolf tribe. Is this the first berserk fever of the wolf tribe? Why is this happening a year early? Now, pay attention here, because this kid is more important than he looks. Choi Han quickly lays the unconscious boy on the bed. Kale gives an order. "Hans, bring some water here immediately." Hans says yes and disappears. Kale stands by the bed, watching Locke's condition. It seems this transformation can't be delayed any longer. Locke is drifting in and out of consciousness, his eyes barely fluttering open. Heat radiates from his breath. He sees Kale's blurred figure saying, "Don't push yourself. Just close your eyes. It will be okay." Locke remembers a man grabbing his shoulders when he was little. The man ran away, ignoring the child's cries until his shadow vanished. Locke shuts his eyes, enduring the agony. Choi Han looks at him with worry and asks, "Kale, what is happening to Locke?" He clenches his fists, voice trembling. "The restoration water you gave me, it had no effect at all. Rosalind told me the Blue Wolf tribe can't use that water. Even healing magic failed, so we didn't know what else to do." Choi Han shouts, "I have to protect him. I must save him no matter what." Kale tells him to calm down. He thinks to himself that Choi Han is being way too loud. He says, "If you trust me, then leave him in my hands." Choi Han doesn't hesitate. "I trust you." Kale finds Choi Han's extreme concern a bit strange and starts thinking, what exactly happened? I know Choi Han is a person who lives based on his emotions. According to the story, he and Locke should be bonding slowly, not this quickly. Wait a second, the plot is changing too fast, right? Is it because of something I did? Kale glances over at Rosalind, who has been silent this entire time. Rosalind, the successor to the Breck Kingdom, is a mage about to give up her position. With that red hair, she's like a rose. Maybe the sun is a better symbol for her. Suddenly, she gasps. What is this feeling? This massive source of mana? She notices the black dragon sitting on the chair. Kale lets out a long sigh as the dragon raises a hand. Dragons naturally like mages, so it seems he's sharing mana with her. Stay still. The black dragon looks at Kale and runs off. Rosalind screams in surprise and asks Kale what's going on. He just points toward the bed. This side is the priority right now. Rosalind shifts her focus back. She asks what is happening to Locke. Kale stays silent, judging the situation. He thought she wouldn't use high-level magic because she's so careful. He looks at the staff in her hand, but the fact they reached the capital 3 days early means she must have used teleportation magic. Unlike his plans, she has already exposed her magical abilities. Kale finally speaks. "You're a mage, aren't you?" Rosalind confirms that she is. He asks if she's ever heard of the wolf tribe's berserk transformation. Rosalind searches her memory and speaks slowly. "Yes, I've read about it in books, but this is the first time I've seen someone in this much pain." Kale explains the situation. He continues, saying that during this first change, they suffer extreme physical pain and lose all sense of reason. If they can overcome this first time, they can eventually use it as their own weapon. He calculates the time and says, "It won't be long now." Rosalind hesitates and says, "I don't know who you are, but I understand things." She looks sympathetic. He's just a child. Kale watches Locke struggling on the bed and simply says, "I know." Kale looks at Hans as he enters with tea and gives an order. "Hans, go and bring a stretcher here immediately. Put him on the stretcher and take him to the training grounds. Don't let anyone else enter that area." Hans hurries away, wondering why they are taking a sick person to the gym. "Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next." "All right, you and I are about to see what happens when a hidden power finally explodes." Kale signals Choi Han and Rosalind to join forces. Both of them shout, "Yes." Kale explains that for beast tribes like wolves and tigers, Family usually steps in to handle these painful berserk transformations for their kin. They absorb the attacks to protect the child from harm. But as he watches the kittens, he realizes this will be tough for Locke right now. He claps his hands and gives the order. You two, play the role of his parents right now. Or siblings if you prefer, just protect him. Meanwhile, in the training ground, Locke is still curled up in the middle of the field. Choi Han asks how long this state lasts. Kale realizes that Locke is a pureblood among purebloods, a rare and powerful breed. Choi Han expects a long wait. Kale confirms it will take about 2 hours, but Choi Han does not look worried at all. He states firmly, I can do this. I am Locke's brother. Kale does not argue and prepares for the next step. He orders them to the center as Locke begins to seize. His body starts warping, and sharp claws slowly begin to emerge from his hands. The sounds of struggle turn into deep, guttural growls. Locke screams as his eyes fade to black with glowing red pupils. His fangs grow sharp as he lets out a roar. Pay attention here. This transformation is unlike anything we have seen before. Locke is in pure agony as his body expands and grows much larger. Kale watches the magic circle surrounding Locke and praises the Black Dragon for creating such a powerful shield with his mana. The Black Dragon mocks him, saying Kale is so weak that he is the one who needs protection. Kale brushes it off while Locke continues to scream. Holding the red kitten, he decides to make a small request. He asks to block out the noise. With a wave of the dragon's hand, the screaming stops instantly. The dragon simply replies, there is no need for you to understand. Kale notes, the dragon's magic is growing stronger. He decides he will have to make full use of it in the future. Sitting down, Kale asks On and Hong if they have ever experienced their own berserk transformations yet, or if they are still waiting. They shake their heads no. He asks if they even know anything about the process of going berserk. On admits nobody ever taught them. Kale knew this would be the case since they were abandoned by their tribe. He explains that for purebloods like them, it will be terrifying. He begins lecturing them about the wolf, tiger, and whale tribes. Kale glances at Locke. The transformation is still incomplete, but wolf ears have already sprouted from his head. His clothes are ripping apart. Kale explains that these tribes lose all reason when they transform, becoming true wild beasts without any control. He tells the kittens that if they ever feel a sudden fever or pain, they must come find him immediately so he can help. On and Hong's eyes light up with pure admiration after hearing his words. Even the dragon watches. Kale is already calculating how to minimize the damage when their time finally comes. The kittens approach him happily, meowing to show their affection for their caretaker. Kale's train of thought is broken. He looks at them with a bit of a shiver. What is this now? Now, you and I both know the original story, but things are moving way too fast for our main character, who is watching the changes. In the novel, this was supposed to happen a year later, triggered by a tragic death. For Locke, the death of Penoric reminded him of his uncle, the former chief. That trauma weighed heavily on him and his entire heart. He felt like everyone around him was destined to die. But now, Locke's physical transformation is finally complete. Choi Han and Rosalind call out his name in a panic. Locke. Snap out of it. Locke. But Locke has lost his mind. He is a blank slate driven only by the instinct to release his immense power and wild fury. He lunges at Choi Han, who barely blocks the fangs with his scabbard. The force is massive, making his hands shake. Choi Han screams for him to wake up, but Locke just swings his massive, razor-sharp claws in response. Choi Han jumps back to dodge. Watching from the sidelines, Kale realizes talking to him right now is completely useless. It is faster to just knock him out. Kale takes the chance to teach the kittens a lesson. He tells them to watch how the wolf boy moves. While Choi Han struggles, Locke is moving with pure aggression and instinctual speed now. Kale explains that this is instinctual movement, something entirely different from how humans or trained soldiers fight. He smiles, noting that this wild nature is both a thing of beauty and a deadly threat to everyone. This state is not disgusting, it is, when they are at their strongest. But what exactly makes it so special? Stick with me, because this instinct is just the beginning of his true strength. Locke smashes the ground into pieces. All right, you and I are about to watch how wild instincts truly look in action. Make these instincts your own, or you'll be just like a wild wolf or tiger losing its head. Kale patted on and Hong as Locke charged Choi Han with everything he had in him. Rosalind instantly threw up a magic shield to block Locke's relentless, heavy punches. Locke, remember me? You wanted to be family, right? Snap out of it right now. Choi Han dashed away to draw Locke's attention. Come on, I'm your protector. Locke's rage shifted. Meanwhile, Kale turned to the little black dragon. Look at Rosalind's magic. She's not attacking. She's shielding so nobody gets hurt. Using aura to protect a wild wolf boy is way harder than just striking him down. Now watch closely. Kale knows this dragon will learn everything instantly while the little one sighs with absolute pride. I'm a dragon, so nothing is impossible. Kale just sighed and sat in the corner, wishing he had brought some wine along. 2 hours of this? Seriously? I really should have brought a bottle of alcohol with me. The time limit was almost up. The wild chase was finally coming to an end for everyone. Locke finally calmed down, breathless and exhausted. Everyone, I'm so incredibly sorry. He collapsed right there. Choi Han and Rosalind rushed to his side immediately to check on him. Through blurry, heavy eyes, Locke saw a familiar figure appearing in his sight one last time. He whispered young master before passing out. Kale told the others to rest since everything was finished. Choi Han carefully lifted the boy onto a stretcher to take him inside. A red potion floated toward Rosalind. She was confused. Locke can't absorb recovery water, right? Why would I give this to him? That's for you. You've worked hard and deserve it. Rosalind was stunned. She gripped the bottle and whispered a sincere thank you to him. No problem, Kale said. Then he turned to Choi Han. We need to talk about some things. While the butler and Hans cared for Locke, the real debrief was about to begin. Inside the office, food was ready. Tell me everything that happened during your journey. Finding Rosalind was easy. We found the merchant group heading for the capital city. It wasn't a huge caravan, just a small group of about 5 traders on the road. Their guard was injured, so they were looking for 2 new escorts to help them. Just as Cale predicted, Rosalind was there. He searched his memories for the map of the Break Kingdom and its borders. Rosalind was heading toward the Whipper Kingdom, right next to their own territory. I know what you're thinking. How could a princess like her be targeted by mysterious assassins without any trace? She escaped the assassins but stayed behind to hunt the killers herself in the Rowan Kingdom. Choi Han added that they actually became quite close during their journey together. Close? Choi Han nodded. I figured making friends would be better than being alone. Kale didn't argue. Fine, just follow your heart and do things your way. Kale whispered to himself quietly. In the original novel, these two weren't this close yet. Rosalind is normally very wary. Choi Han had changed. He wanted to repay Kale's kindness in full after the village incident. So that's it. Kale realized the story was already starting to shift in a big way. Choi Han continued his report about the place where they eventually found young Locke. The merchants stopped at a nearby village where something strange was happening. Kale became very serious. Kale listened carefully. Choi Han had noticed that their guard was actually a beastkin. Choi Han went back to the moment he entered that mountain village to trade. He saw people carrying heavy loads and stopped to ask about their business there. A villager explained they were trading with the mysterious people who lived up in the mountains. So that's it. Trust me, you and I are about to find out how he meets the wolf boy. Stick with me, you and I are about to see a very dark turn in this story. The man from earlier is pacing nervously. He complains that the meeting time has passed, wondering if they can just deliver the goods directly for the trade. It seems they forgot the appointment. We are honestly worried, and that is why we are acting so frantic. Choi Han remembers Kale's orders to go to the village with the guards. The man asks his comrade if he's also fine with making the trip now. The comrade agrees. But the moment they arrive at their destination, Choi Han is left in total shock. Rosalind gasps at the crimson nightmare before them. Flames consume the entire village, and piles of dead bodies are being swallowed by the roaring inferno. Even now, Choi Han cannot forget that haunting feeling. Now, pay attention. Here is where the mystery gets deeper. Clenching his trembling hands, Choi Han reveals he saw 5 red stars around a white one, and Kale is stunned. Could it be someone from that secret organization? In the novel, Choi Han should find the wolf village and run into fleeing assassins from that secret group. Kale asks him if every single person in the village ended up dead. Choi Han says no, explaining that they were hunting for the surviving children. It seems the chief who protected the village has already fallen. He calculates that about 10 children were taken from where the chief fell. Kale is totally confused because this doesn't match the original story he knows at all. He thought their goal was a total massacre. Why on earth would they bother kidnapping the children of the wolf tribe instead? Choi Han remembers the moment he finally met that young boy. He says a teen named Locke appeared to stop the kidnappers. Kale goes silent, wondering if Locke truly believes being taken away is somehow different from dying in that place. Normally, Locke would just keep hiding, even if the other children were killed. Wolves can't stand seeing family die, so what forced Locke to reveal his nature? Kale rubs his temples and sighs, realizing the story has drifted far too much from the original novel he read. Choi Han says he tried to stop them, but then his expression turns deadly serious. I tried to kill them all. Kale tells him to keep going. He explains those men wore starless black cloaks, the same monsters who attacked Harris Village. He knew it immediately from the repulsive dark power they used during the battle. Kale asks if he's certain they were using the same power as the Harris Village killers. He confirms it instantly. Kale acts surprised, pretending this is the very first time he is hearing about any of this. Choi Han adds that a man with 5 red stars on his chest was standing in the fire. He remembers the hooded figure in the black cloak. That was the monster who murdered all of the guards. He can't forget the man's blonde hair or the sick pleasure he took while licking blood off his hands. That absolute trash was literally drinking the blood of the wolf tribe. Kale pauses to think. A crazed mage who drinks the blood of wolves? Let's pause for a second. This is where you and I realize the monster behind the capital terror is the same trash drinking the blood of the wolf tribe. He envisions the cloaked figure standing atop the high tower, a high-ranking member of the blood-crazed cult that is causing all this chaos. Kale reaches a conclusion. The mad mage actually appeared at the Blue Wolf Village this time, not the Capitol Plaza like in the original book. Still, he feels uneasy. Why would a high-level mage and a blood-crazed fanatic kidnap children he was originally supposed to just slaughter in cold blood? It makes zero sense. With no other clues, Kale wonders if saving the dragon changed things. That seems to be the only variable currently at play. Choi Han finishes his report, admitting that in the end, he could not capture or kill the group. He continues. The ones he caught committed suicide, while the rest were teleported away by a man with 6 stars. Then, Choi Han remembers exactly what that twisted mage said. Standing in the middle of the inferno with blood-red eyes, he called the kids perfect seeds. He even claimed the little ones would taste much better than the adults. Kale is confused. What did he mean by seeds? He asks what happened to the children now. Choi Han explains that Rosalind used her magic to teleport them. They are now hiding at a nearby inn, along with the merchant who was with them that day. He thinks silently. So every member of the wolf tribe is dead, leaving only 10 children and a single merchant behind as the sole survivors? Kale wonders why he didn't just leave those kids with the merchant. He pretends to understand the whole story out loud, but internally, he's terrified he's about to end up running a literal ranch. He sighs and asks Choi Han if he's curious. He nods and says he really is. Kale knows exactly what is on Choi Han's mind as he reaches for a piece of bread. Who are these people? Why are they doing something so horrific? He turns around. Why does Kale know so much about them? He's certain Choi Han wants every single answer. Kale takes a small piece of bread and says he'll tell him 2 things. Choi Han looks at him, asking if it's really just 2. Kale coldly says yes and tells him to get up. As he asks where they are going, trust me, you and I won't want to miss what is coming. All right, you and I are heading to the temple of the god of death. Night descends as they stop the carriage before a magnificent white tower, where Kale promises to reveal 2 life-changing truths. He swears he is putting his own life on the line as a guarantee, telling Choi Han that this truth is going to be world-shattering. Choi Han feels a wave of anxiety, but follows anyway, coming face to face with 2 priests dressed in pure white. The priests offer a prayer for peace before Kale asks if they have any vacant mortuary rooms available for them to use. The priests are stunned by his request as they look at Choi Han, who looks like a man who has not eaten in 2 days. With the look of someone easily deceived and wearing clothes that definitely are not from the city, the priests ask which of them is staking their life. Kale points directly at himself and declares firmly that he is the one who will be betting his very life. Choi Han calls out, but Kale just looks back and asks what is wrong, as Choi Han insists he does not have to go this far. I will believe you, he says. But Kale just sighs, knowing that simple belief just won't be enough here. Kale thinks to himself that Choi Han cannot possibly trust him because he has no intention of mentioning that secret organization yet. He realizes that if he tells him everything, Choi Han will just bring a massive pile of trouble right to his doorstep. He reminds himself that Choi Han is the man destined to lead the Whale Tribe and fight against the shadowy forces of the virtual race. The Whale Tribe is a notoriously hot-tempered bunch, and Choi Han is bound to get into endless trouble, so Kale decides not to get dragged in too deep. He asks the priests once more if they have a room, and they confirm that one is still available. The priests invite them to follow them down into the basement while they quickly prepare a room for the two guests. Choi Han and Kale follow them down as the priest opens a heavy door, asking them to wait while they finish cleaning inside. After the door shuts, Kale mentions that since Choi Han seems so impatient, he will reveal the first secret right now. Pay attention here, because as Choi Han says he trusts him, Kale flicks his fingers and declares that he has no clue about the secret organization's identity or goals. Choi Han looks completely stunned, asking exactly what Kale means by that. Just then, the door swings open and the two priests invite both of them to step inside the room. A priest points inside, telling whoever is betting their life to raise their hand. Kale just laughs, admitting it's hard to believe, but he knows exactly what's going through Choi Han's mind right now. He tells Choi Han to come along, and after a brief moment of hesitation, the young man finally follows him inside. Inside the room, Kale and Choi Han sit before the high priest as Kale raises his hand to begin the process. The high priest observes them carefully before gesturing toward a special document sitting on the table between them. Choi Han picks up the paper, which explains that the one betting their life must touch their partner and recite a sacred oath to the god of death. If the one who bets their life breaks that oath, they die instantly. Kale thinks to himself how truly barbaric this is. The high priest raises his hands to start the ritual, making Choi Han wonder if this is truly the power of a god. Kale reaches out to touch that power, realizing this is the very thing that will end him if he lies. The high priest declares that while his deaf ears will never hear the truth, any lies spoken will be judged by the god of death with immediate execution. Kale begins the solemn oath, stating his name clearly. I, Kale Henetus. He swears before the divine justice of the gods that he will speak nothing but the absolute truth to Choi Han today. If these words are false, he will pay for the oath with his immediate death. He feels a surge of anxiety, having spent so much time debating whether or not to reveal the whole truth. Now, watch this. Kale reveals the insane truth that he woke up inside the world of a novel. I was just an ordinary Korean guy who ended up falling into the very book I was reading, he explains. Because of that, I already know everything that happens until the end of the 5th volume, and the moment I opened my eyes, I realized I had become the son of a noble family. This entire world is soon going to be consumed by a massive war. I just wanted to live a comfortable life, so I started interfering with the plot. But regardless of my intentions, that dream of a peaceful life is slipping away. He closes his eyes, making a final choice between dying on the battlefields of this continent or dying from Choi Han's absolute contempt. So he begins his confession, standing before Choi Han and swearing he has no idea who is really behind that organization. In reality, that is the complete truth. By the time he was pulled into this story, he had only read through the events of the first 5 volumes. All I know about that group is the path of destruction they have left behind. I have no idea who they actually are or what they are trying to achieve. He continues, stating that the second truth is also undeniable, as he looks Choi Han directly in the eyes. I also despise that organization, and I want to wipe them off the map. Choi Han wonders how he can hate them without knowing them, but Kale explains it is because he knows exactly what they did. He recounts everything from the Black Dragon to Locke, getting dead serious. You and I both know Choi Han is not ready for what's next. All right, you and I are about to meet a man who just wants to live like absolute trash. No responsibility. No family duty. That was his only dream. He doesn't hesitate to speak the truth. My brother, Basen, I want him to be the one who takes over the Henetus family, he explains. But his father, the head of the house, sent him here instead. Why would he represent the family at the capital when he could have just refused? Choi Han is listening. He explains that it is because he knows exactly what that secret organization is planning to do next. Choi Han is shocked. Kale speaks up for himself, admitting he can't really explain how he knows all these things, but he knows they will kill countless people at the capital. He can't let Basin go there, and he wants to stop them himself. Deep down, he's thinking he wouldn't actually risk everything just for justice. He just wants a peaceful life. Out loud, he stays firm. I've already made a plan to handle everything quietly so I can just go back home. Choi Han is completely confused. You're saying you really can't tell me how you are able to know all this? Now, stay with me here. This secret is something he can't share with anyone in the world, but he decides to give Choi Han one more truth. He promises one thing: he has absolutely no intention of ever doing anything to harm Choi Han. Choi Han goes silent for a moment, his fists clenching tight. Then, he makes a decision. I believe you. Kale is relieved. He smiles and asks for one more favor. Make one more vow, he says. If you do that, then I will trust you completely. Kale is a bit stuck. He didn't expect this. But as long as it's the truth, it shouldn't be an issue. What does he need to hear? In his head, he hates this situation, but out loud he agrees to the deal to keep things moving. All right, what is it? Choi Han finally lets it out. He says he must have his revenge against those people. He's never felt this much hatred for a single organization before. He asks for every single detail regarding their identities if Kale knows anything at all. Does he agree? Of course. Kale lets out a huge sigh of relief that he didn't even know he was holding. He thought it would be a much more difficult request. He begins to swear a brand new sacred vow. If I, Kale Henitus, learn anything at all about those people, I will report it to Choi Han immediately. Before the witness, he swears that breaking this vow will cost him his life. Are you happy with that? He asks. Choi Han nods. Can we end this now? Kale asks. Yes, he replies. He taps the table, and the room falls into a heavy silence. He sends a word to the priestess, wishing that her life continues on. Thank you, priestess, he says. He thinks to himself that he needs to live a long life and not break any vows. They both head toward the carriage. Oh, and one more thing. That mage who was drinking blood. He's the leader of the entire event happening at the capital. Choi Han asks if he can just kill him the moment he sees him. Kale replies calmly, do whatever you want with him. I definitely will, Choi Han says. Suddenly, there's a knock at the door. Kale tells them to come inside. Ron pushes the door open. Young master? He places a single cup of dark tea down on the table. Is this lemon tea before bed? Kale asks. Yes, it is, young master. Ron answers with a calm look. You and I both know that lemon tea is Kale's nightmare. As he lifts the cup, Ron suddenly speaks up with a strange request for a favor. Kale starts choking immediately. A favor? You're asking me for a favor? He asks, full of suspicion. He feels like a tiny mouse trapped in a room with a dangerous cat. The tension is real. He is genuinely scared. What could a terrifying old man like Ron possibly need from someone like him? Speak up, he says. Ron smiles and asks for 2 days of vacation. Kale grabs his hand, looking incredibly happy and relieved. Of course. You've worked so hard for years looking after a brat like me, haven't you? You can rest whenever you want. Kale is overjoyed. Take as long as you need, he says, calculating the benefits. He wants him to rest for a long time. However, he needs to be back before the big event in the capital starts. 2 days is perfect. For 2 days, he won't have to look at this old man's terrifying face. Wait a second, Kale says. He walks over to the shelf and pulls out a small drawer. While Ron watches, Kale pulls out a bag of money and hands it over with a very generous look. It's not much, but please eat well and enjoy your rest. Ron takes the bag and thinks back to the words, eat and rest. He starts remembering things from back when the young master was still just a small child. For such a long time, he has served this trashy young master like a loyal puppy. He looks at Kale's happy face. This is the moment he breaks that cycle and begins to act. His eyes become incredibly sharp and cold. And that's where we leave it. If they cross the Western continent, total chaos is about to erupt. You better stay tuned. All right? You and I are diving back in as John smiles and asks if Kale is truly okay with him leaving his son behind. John has earned that privilege. After all, the old man goes silent. A privilege? He suddenly turns dead serious. He originally planned to slip away with B-Crocs without a single word in a few days. But seeing this brat's reaction, he just had to stay. Pay attention here. Kale's generosity makes John wonder if the young master knows exactly who he is dealing with. Kale offers even more, but John just smiles and tells him that this is already way too much money. With a sinister glint in his eyes, he asks what Kale would do if he just took the money and vanished forever. Kale just shrugs. If John wanted to run, he'd be long gone by now instead of announcing it like this. Kale knows exactly who he's talking to. He has read John's true nature like an open book. In the legendary novel, Birth of a Hero, the real John is a man of few words. He leaves the Count's house in total silence and only sets strict conditions before parting ways. The old man remains calm. Yes, that is exactly right. He realizes that he has spent more time looking after this young master than his own flesh and blood. John keeps smiling, realizing he might be the only one who truly understands Kale. He offers to accompany him to the royal palace. Kale immediately agrees. John knows they can't have their puppies looking like scruffy outsiders in front of the royal family and nobles. John bows respectfully before excusing himself. Kale just dismisses him with a lazy wave of his hand. He wants to believe the boy he raised since childhood won't go around causing any more massive trouble. The next morning, a knock wakes Kale from his thoughts. Hans, the young blonde butler, enters the room with a bright, cheerful smile. "Good morning, young master." Hans reports that John insisted only he should be the one to handle Kale's personal care. Hans brags about how useful he is, but Kale just tells him he'd be even better if he stayed quiet. Hans serves a cup of lemon tea, a parting gift from John. Kale stares at it, wondering why it had to be lemon. You and I both know that lemon tea is basically John's way of saying he's still watching every move Kale makes. Choi Han remembers his last talk with John. He asked where the old man was going, but the response was cold. John just snapped back, telling the brat to mind his own business. Choi Han asked if John only met him because of Kale. John just brushed past him, telling him to think whatever he wants. Choi Han watches him walk away. Back in the present, Kale asks him if Locke is finally awake yet. Kale tells him to sit. He's quietly impressed by how fast a wolf tribe's recovery speed actually is. He calculates that Bilios, the bastard son of the Flynn Merchant Guild, should be arriving at the capital soon too. Kale had promised to share a drink and return what he borrowed. They even picked the perfect spot to meet up. That's the place where Choi Han and Bilios will finally cross paths. Kale then asks about the children at the inn. Choi Han promises to check on them later. Kale rubs his chin, his mind already spinning with plans for the next meeting. Hans leans in and whispers that the nobles from the Northeast region have sent a stack of letters for him. Kale doesn't care at all. He basically forgot they existed while focusing on how to play his role as the trash. Hans adds that another guest is waiting to see him. Kale already knows it must be Rosalind. Rosalind is incredibly sharp. Kale watches her closely, knowing she isn't someone he can easily fool. Even without ever meeting a dragon, she immediately realized that the massive mana from yesterday belonged to one. She knows only a dragon could produce that much power. Hans says she's ready to meet whenever Kale is free. Kale tells Hans to prepare breakfast in his room and invites Rosalind to join him for the meal. Hans excitedly accepts the order before giggling and pointing out that it is actually already noon. Kale stays serious as Hans scurries away to prepare. He calls out, telling him to open the balcony doors on his way. It is a beautiful, sunny morning. Out on a tree branch, a tiny, adorable foot comes into view. The cute little black dragon is stretching on the branch. Kale is making sure the dragon can sneak in whenever he wants. The dragon insists on sleeping outside, yet he always picks the branch closest to Kale's window just to feel safe. Choi Han heads off to check on Locke during the lunch break. Kale notices they've been taking turns looking after him. Choi Han mentions that An and Hong are helping out as well. Kale is skeptical. What could those kittens possibly do? An quickly clarifies that even if they went berserk, they still wouldn't be as strong as Locke is. And trust me, you and I won't want to miss seeing these cats try to keep a giant wolf under control. All right, stick with me, because we are about to see how Kale analyzes his team and prepares them for the possibility of facing off as enemies. Choi Han explains the situation, but it seems Locke has become much more comfortable now that he is hanging out with those two cute kids. Hearing that actually puts him at ease for a moment. If that is the case, then everything is going to be just fine. Choi Han reports that he did not tell Rosalind or Locke that bringing them here was Kale's idea. Kale praises him, promising to keep that secret safe. He figures Choi Han is acting this way because of that death oath from before, but there is one thing Choi Han does not realize yet. Speaking out requires a lot of caution. especially when you consider the massive information gap that exists between the speaker and the listener. He calmly picks up his teacup and takes a slow sip, silently calculating his next move. Since he is the one controlling the conversation, he can easily use this position to his full advantage. After setting the tea down, Kale looks at Choi Han. You said you would kill that blood-drinking mage if you ever saw him again, right? No hesitation at all. Kale nods and gives him a lead, telling him that he will show him exactly how to find that guy. Choi Han is stunned. Now, pay attention here, because Kale is already planning 10 steps ahead just as an announcement of a new arrival interrupts them. Young Master, Rosalind has arrived. The two men stand as she enters. Choi Han steps aside, telling her to call him if she needs anything at all. As Choi Han walks out, he whispers to her that he is heading over to see Locke. Rosalind just gives him a very bright and friendly smile. Inside the room, she stays polite, thanking him for the meal invitation. Kale matches her courtesy and invites her to take a seat at the table. Please, sit here, Rosalind. He gets straight to the point. She teases him, noting that the young master does not seem to like wasting any time. He looks toward the side and gives the order, come in. He snaps his fingers to signal. She is shocked. A dragon? Is that a dragon, Nim? Kale tells the little guy it is time to introduce himself to the guest properly. The little dragon neatly folds his front paws together. He looks incredibly adorable, curled up right in the middle of the dining table. She tries to mimic the movements Kale just made while the dragon makes a soft sound. Then Rayon sits up and loudly tells Kale that he is incredibly hungry. Fine, go ahead and eat. Kale smiles at Rosalind, inviting her to join them as she stammers in pure excitement. She cannot stop thinking about it. A young dragon is actually sitting right there, eating a meal right in front of her very eyes. They are sharing the same table. If she told anyone else, they probably would not even believe her. She is visibly shaking with thrill. You and I both know how legendary dragons are, and for a mage like her, this moment sharing a table is beyond her wildest dreams. Raon lifts a cute, short paw. He claims this human is so weak that he only stayed because he felt a bit of pity for him. Kale does not even bother arguing with the dragon's insults. Rosalind, however, is deeply grateful for the chance to dine with the young master and Raon. It is a massive honor for her. Kale watches her carefully, realizing that she is an incredibly brave person. Normally, any other mage would be trembling on the floor, begging the dragon to teach them ancient magic or share mana. That is the dream of every mage on this continent. Dragon magic is the ultimate prize for any caster. Kale just smiles warmly and tells her she is welcome to stay for as long as she likes. Suddenly, she calls out to him. Kale looks up and waits for her to speak. Rosalind explains she has 3 questions. One was already answered, so she asks if she can bring up the remaining 2 questions now. Kale tells her to go ahead. She starts probing, asking if they can really stay even though they were never officially invited to this place. Most nobles would be terrified of the danger and trouble that comes with hosting a powerful and mysterious mage like her. He explains that since Choi Han brought them, it is not an issue. Plus, with Choi Han around, nothing bad will happen anyway. She finally understands. I see. Then for my 3rd question. Her expression suddenly turns serious. Why is a high-ranking noble like you using such formal honorifics with me? He stops eating to explain. A mage with that specific red hair and those piercing red eyes could only be one person from the legends. Even though she introduced herself simply as Rosalind, she is the one who should stop using formal speech. She is the princess after all, isn't she? Rosalind smirks. The merchant guild leader called him a piece of trash. But looking at him now, she realizes that is clearly not the case. He calmly replies that his reputation as a total scoundrel is actually a very real fact that he does not deny. But he points out that a mage should probably trust their own sharp intuition over the random gossip of outsiders. She agrees, noting that mages only believe in what they discover themselves. Kale keeps analyzing her clever character. Rosalind is incredibly sharp. As a queen, she would be informal, but as a mage, she never forgets to use proper honorifics. She is balancing both worlds perfectly. Kale can tell she has a very strong and proud identity as a mage. He calls her princess, but she corrects him. So, Rosalind, is there anything else you are curious about today? She is satisfied and says that is all. But she does wonder if the young master is actually worried about the trouble she might bring him. And that is where we leave it for now. Trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see what Kale does next. All right, stick with me. You and I are about to see how hiding your identity can lead to some crazy special treatment. Kale stays calm, lifting a piece of meat to his mouth, as he finally replies, I don't know. Maybe I just didn't want to trouble the princess. But Rosalind senses the lie. It is just a clever excuse. She observes Ron and Kale, a human living with a dragon, supposedly a trashy noble, but clearly far from it. Sipping her wine, she thinks, if Kale wanted, he could easily expose the princess of the Breck Kingdom hiding right here. She realizes he is helping by keeping quiet to the palace. Thank you, she says, but he thinks it is no big deal. He explains his reason. Shouldn't things just go smoothly? Deep down, he knows exactly what would happen if he talked. If he spoke, the crown prince would never ignore such an opportunity. Rosalind asks him to convey her refusal to return. If the royals bring it up, she insists she will send them a letter herself. Kale simply agrees with a yes. With total sincerity, she thanks him for the shelter, promising to handle her own affairs without causing him any trouble. He politely says thanks. She smiles back, saying it is the natural thing to do. Suddenly, both Kale and Ron reach for the same dish. Ron looks annoyed. Eat your own. This one is mine. Rayon is happily eating until he catches Rosalind's gaze. He shoots back a sharp look, so Kale quickly feeds him a bite. He holds up 4 fingers, reminding her of a certain age. She looks at him, feeling a bit confused. She quickly catches on. Of course, Dragon Nim. Immediately, Ron goes back to snatching up his favorite portions of food. With that settled, he suggests they keep eating. She agrees happily, but outside the building, someone is heard complaining. What a headache, Kale sighs. Choi Han, ever loyal, asks what is wrong and offers his full strength to help. Kale refuses his help, saying it doesn't concern him, as he silently starts planning his next move. The Northeast nobles only know Kale as the infamous trash he used to be in the past. Now pay attention, because his reputation for being a complete disaster is famous. He knows he has to be extra careful. But then, he changes his mind. He needs to do more. How can he show everyone he is a true scoundrel? There are different levels of trash after all. At Count Wheelsman's estate, a man stands waiting for the two of them to arrive. The man respectfully invites young Master Cale Henitus inside. Cale examines the Wheelsman estate, the gateway to the northeastern region. Looking around, he sees a family that is neither particularly wealthy nor powerful in the grand scheme of things. That is why the Wheelsman and Henitus families are forming an alliance. Cale carefully analyzes the man he will work with. From the Henitus family's perspective, they stand apart from the other noble factions in the area. Befriending the Wheelsman family offers clear advantages. He calls out to Eric Wheelsman. He recalls Choi Han's advice. While befriending Eric is good, many other nobles will be at the meeting too. Don't be too rude. Please watch your language. He thinks hard about the warnings Choi Han gave him earlier. According to Han, Kale and Eric are close, but official reports say Eric is a very cautious and meticulous man. They stop at a door. You saw his nerves, right? The man asks if the young master will head inside. Yes, Kale says. Though he is internally conflicted, he wonders which face he should show them once he steps through. But as the doors open, all that worry vanishes. Eric calls his name, while Kale puts on a serious expression. You're still going to listen to me, right? Eric asks. Kale just sighs, looking bored and finding the whole thing tedious. Amiru chimes in, saying she heard young Master Cale hates annoying formalities as much as they do. Rupert adds that finding things troublesome isn't a crime. Cale agrees yes, it really is a huge pain. Eric stands up. Exactly. You don't need to talk or smile. Just stay quiet and let us handle everything for you. Amiru and Rupert nod along. Eric is excited, remembering how much Cale supposedly hates ceremonies and bother. Cale is stunned. This is so strange. He feels completely out of place as he tries to explain himself. I'm good at being quiet, Cale says. Eric is surprised, then nods. Oh, right. That makes sense for you. As far as Cale knows, Eric is a pleasant man, but he is also someone who constantly worries about everything. Cale plans his responses. Despite his worries, Eric seems a bit careless and contradictory as he greets him warmly. It is clear that the other northeastern nobles might cause you some trouble, especially the ones following Marquis Stan, since they have nothing left to show. But if you just sit still, the rest of us can handle all of it for you. Trust me, you and I can see it now for Eric. Protecting Kale is clearly a massive priority. All right, you and I are about to see if our main character can really maintain his strictly neutral position while navigating a nest of greedy noble snakes. He analyzes the situation. Those chasing other high nobles want to hand over this entire Northeast Noble Council to their respective masters. He thinks it over carefully. He needs to be more cautious than ever to stay out of trouble. There are 4 neutral families among the 10. He starts forming a better plan, especially since the strongest neutral house is in the northeast. The Hinatu's house has to be extra careful, he replies. If that is the case, then everything is fine. Eric steps up, confidently suggesting his group should handle the meeting with the Crown Prince. He knows Kale would just get bored and only want to drink, making things difficult. So, you just need to say hello. Leave the heavy lifting to the rest of us. He smiles inwardly as they toast. Everyone takes a sip of their wine. He praises the taste, and Eric quickly agrees. Right? Eric says, trying to keep Kale's trust. Just sit back and relax, Kale. Saying hi is more than enough. Kale agrees to the plan. This is perfect. It is actually an offer that is even better than he originally expected. He thinks to himself that the Henatus wine really is the best. Choi Han enters the room, asking if Kale called for him. He asks about the inn. Choi Han reports that he checked the situation, and the kids seem to be enjoying themselves. So, there is nothing left to do here, right? Choi Han honestly confirms that is the case. Kale gives an order. Tell Hans not to stand at the door anymore, since I am going to bed and getting some sleep. Choi Han asks if he's going out. Now pay attention, because this secret night mission is exactly where things are starting to get very interesting for us and the crew. No Hong or On, just you and me. Suddenly, Ron speaks up, saying he is coming too. Then Ron takes flight. He decides all 3 will go together. Choi Han is confused, wondering if they are heading out for revenge. He insists it is not revenge at all and tells Choi Han to hurry. Just get out and bring a hat when you return. Choi Han understands. He wonders what the boy is thinking that makes him go to such extremes. The 3 share a room. In the soft glow of the nightlight, he lies down. Rayon warns him not to fall asleep. He is speechless. Does this dragon really think he is a 4-year-old child? Kale finally sits back up. Looking toward the window, a foot lands on the railing with a cape fluttering behind. Choi Han jumps down. Kale sees him. He looks at the hat critically. A cloak really would have been better than this. Choi Han asks if they are leaving like this. Rayon takes the lead, offering to use magic. Choi Han mentions that he heard dragons could take on human forms. Wouldn't using a human form be more comfortable? Rayon looks disgusted. He hates humans and refuses to turn into one. You and I both know Rayon is adorable, but his pride as a dragon is no joke. Kale defends him, saying, dragons are indeed cool. Choi Han agrees. Rayon touches the bed and casts a spell, making Kale disappear. A confused Choi Han calls out. They look down from the tall building. He wonders if he needs to carry Kale. Kale suddenly points up. Mana surrounds him, lifting him off the ground and making him float in the air. He praises the dragon's talent for making him levitate. Rayon enthusiastically agrees, claiming he is indeed the greatest. In an instant, Rayon and Kale vanish. Choi Han has to admit that the dragon really is amazing. Choi Han lurks behind a wall, checking for anyone nearby. Once the coast is clear, he signals for Kale to show himself. It is safe here. Kale jumps down from above to land right beside Choi Han. Our main character realizes the Black Dragon's magic is much stronger than he expected. With this level of power, the dragon might already be better than a high-level mage. If he fully matures, he could probably blow away an entire kingdom if he really wanted to. He looks at Choi Han thoughtfully. If he had the sound of the wind, he wouldn't even need to bring these 2 along. Kale thinks back to that ability. The sound of the wind is the 3rd ancient power he wants to obtain. To get it, he has to go to the northeast of the Rhone Kingdom, Lady Amiru's territory. Kale adjusts his hat. Once he returns from the capital, he plans to head to that sacred site to claim the sound of the wind. He pulls his hat down, hiding his face. It is by the coast, so it might be tricky, but he can take it quietly. Kale reaches for a scroll at his waist. The whale tribe and merfolk appear in this eastern sea at the end of Volume 4. He just needs to avoid that area at the right time. He just has to reach that sea safely. Stick with me, because we are about to witness if he can pull off this ultimate ancient power grab in time. Laughter is everywhere. Someone calls for another bottle. Choi Han is actually quite surprised by the noise. Compared to other places, the capital is bustling at night. Kale, however, remains completely calm amidst the crowd. You and I are about to watch Kale pull off one of his most calculated moves yet. Walking through the capital, he spots a family and immediately orders Ron to silence the surrounding area. Once it is quiet, Kale explains magic bombs to Choi Han. The warrior looks confused, trying to wrap his head around the concept. Kale crosses his arms and breaks it down. Magic bombs come in all sorts of shapes and sizes. Throughout history, as magic evolved during the Great Wars, these deadly devices became more advanced. Kale keeps his voice low, noting that things like mana supply and location usually make them tricky to use. His expression turns dead serious as he looks at Choi Han. A new type of bomb is coming in 6 days, and it will turn this entire place to ash. Kale pauses, lost in thought. In the original novel, Choi Han and Rosalind found 5 bombs, but Kale knows things have changed. He can't trust the book anymore. Looking around the bustling street, he realizes an explosion could happen at any moment. He is certain it will happen here though, because he has already confirmed that Scumbag Mage is in the city. Now, pay attention to Choi Han's reaction here. He looks at a nearby family and asks if the bombs are really set to blow right where they are standing. Kale confirms it. They could be hidden anywhere, even planted on innocent people. Most folks have no idea they're walking around with a death sentence, so they have got to stop it. Choi Han asks the obvious question. How do we even find them? It is simple. A magic bomb is just a mass of mana, so they just need to find where the mana is concentrated. Choi Han is not so sure. Is it really that easy to spot a mana signature? Kale shakes his head. No, not at all. Kale points out the real danger. It is only slightly higher than normal, making it nearly impossible for even skilled mages to find. These tiny mana clusters absorb everything nearby until they finally detonate. Choi Han stays silent for a moment, gathering his resolve to help Kale. He starts to say it won't be easy, but Kale cuts him off. He turns to the invisible black dragon and asks if it is doable. The dragon confidently says it is a piece of cake. Kale grips the scroll in his hand. He knows the dragon's mana sensing is top tier. It is part of being an overpowered dragon. You and I both know the dragon is a cheat code. Finding that mana is basically a walk in the park for him. Kale turns back to Choi Han. Normally, explosives like this have to be planted at least 2 days in advance. He points toward the center. There is definitely one at the plaza since that is where the biggest crowds gather. Choi Han agrees. It makes perfect sense. With the plan settled, they start discussing the details of the operation. Choi Han and the dragon will scout the plaza every night to find those bombs. Choi Han asks if it is just the two of them. Kale claps him on the shoulder. He is the only one fast enough to move without being noticed. But what happens once they find them? Kale's answer? Absolutely nothing. Choi Han is shocked. He asks why they aren't destroying them immediately. But Kale says they will wait for the big day. Choi Han wants to know why. Kale just smiles. Doesn't he want to catch the mage behind this? Only a mage can trigger these bombs using a specific tool made by the person who built them. Choi Han starts to speak, but Kale tells him to focus on finding the bombs and anyone carrying them first. Kale is being incredibly careful with every step of this plan. Finding the people will be the hard part, and it is going to be a long, exhausting search for those two. He stares at his scroll, looking completely drained. Since Kale himself can't help with the search, his face is just a mask of pure boredom. Choi Han checks if they should be back 2 days before the event. Kale says no. They need to be there right until the day of the ceremony. Choi Han is surprised. 1 day before? He thinks the security will be too tight by then. Suddenly, Kale starts laughing. He pulls a strange circular device out of his pocket with a confident grin. He explains that even with mages everywhere, this device will jam all magic for 10 minutes. That is all the time they need. Since everything magic-related will stop working, 10 minutes is plenty. Under the cold night sky, Kale repeats it. Just 10 minutes. He holds the magic stone tight, It will disrupt the bombs and give them time to save everyone and bait the villains out. And that's where the real fun begins. Trust me, you and I are about to see Kale's team turn the tables completely. He hands the stone to Choi Han. Stick with me, this young master just pulled off a solo mission. Kale points toward a house. I will wait there, so be back by 11 p.m. tonight. The air turns freezing. He rubs his arms and asks if it is cold. Choi Han agrees to split up. He promises to work hard for a reward of beer later. Kale smiles. Then he turns to Ron, ordering him to remove the magic camouflage immediately. Choi Han leaves for his mission, leaving Kale standing alone by the wall. 2 days pass. Back in his room, Kale wakes up and reflects on everything. For 2 days, they searched every corner for potential bombs, but so far they have found nothing. While he is deep in thought, a knock suddenly echoes from outside the room. Young master, are you awake? Kale opens the door to find Ron waiting there. Ron is finally back. Kale feels his nice summer dream vanish as cold reality returns. That is not all. Ron hands him a letter addressed specifically to the young master. Kale smirks while reading. The letter asks if he can receive a glass of wine. He tells Ron to bring the finest bottle, then tosses the letter onto the table. Now, pay attention. The Merchant Guild's secret son is arriving in the capital soon. If so, the meeting with the prince is also close. Ron reminds him that they visit the royal palace in 2 days. It is a meeting between the nobles and the crown prince before the festival. Kale realizes it is a clever mix of a banquet and negotiation. Are Taylor and Cage doing okay? An abandoned heir and a crazy priestess. He figures they will be fine, then suddenly stops his train of thought. Why even think of them? He plans to stay quiet at the palace regardless. Ron interrupts his thoughts. He asks if he can accompany the young master to the palace. Kale says obviously, but Ron is already calculating his next secret move. The underworld rulers from the east called Arm are moving toward the west. You and I know these Arm guys are totally unpredictable. Ron Mullen, the successor of a great knight family, burns with hidden rage. He has been hiding here, but perhaps his time to leave is coming. Kale is confused. Why even ask? Of course, Ron is coming along. Ron, my face and physique are pretty top tier, right? Ron happily agrees, but Kale is horrified by the strange response. Ron bows to leave, saying he has to speak with the butler. Kale watches him go, lost in thought. Did he just have a really good vacation or what? As Ron leaves, he promises the best wine. Kale looks genuinely terrified. Fine, hurry up. As Ron leaves, On and Hong rush in, warning Kale that he could die if he is not careful. They found a way to kill. Kale praises them. Good job, you two. Now go play on the floor. Suddenly, the kittens smell a wolf. It is Locke, standing at the door. Kale tells him to come in. Locke enters very shyly. He waits for the boy to sit before speaking his mind. Locke looks flustered. Kale tells him to go ahead. He is listening to him. Come on, speak up. Locke suddenly stands and yells out. Thank you so much. Kale thinks the boy is still so innocent. He observes the legendary wolf carefully. The novel said he would change after transforming, but he is still soft. One sip of tea. Okay, thanks received. Now you can leave. But Locke blushes, his hands twisting together in nervous knots. Actually, young master. Kale tells him to just say it. Locke looks surprised. And trust me, we have to see what happens next. All right, watch how Kale takes charge. He smiles, telling him to look him in the eye when they speak. Tell me everything you need to say, and I will listen. Locke begins to open his heart. He is the eldest, responsible for his siblings, and he needs revenge. Kale watches him with deep thoughts. There are 10 young wolf children that Locke has to protect from now on. The wolf tribe values family, neighbors, and everyone who loved them above all else. He can never forget them, so this revenge must be paid in full. Locke looks down, overwhelmed with emotion. Kale suddenly calls out to the young werewolf. Locke looks up in surprise. Kale asks him for confirmation. You are a werewolf, right? Werewolves are a proud race that lives for their family. Hearing this, Locke starts to brighten up again. Locke thanks him and tries to ask for more help. But Kale cuts the gratitude short immediately. Watch closely, I don't want to help you. He thinks to himself that the dragon and Choi Han are already enough trouble for one lifetime. The black dragon is a total magnet for trouble. and Choi Han is exactly the same. Helping this boy recklessly now would be a huge mistake. Of course, he understands the pain of those 10 children losing their entire families. He has gone through this himself. Even though he was somewhat involved in the situation, he refuses to take responsibility for all of it. Kale stands up and makes a suggestion. Let us turn this into a fair transaction instead. A deal? Kale leans on the table. Tell me what I get if I decide to help you. Figure it out and come find me again. Locke hesitates, then stands up to face him properly. Yes, I will come back after I think it over. Kale pats his head, good boy. A few days pass, and we find ourselves in front of a massive, glowing royal palace. The carriage stops, and Kale steps out looking sharp. This palace was built to celebrate the first prince. Even though it belongs to the third prince, the sheer scale of the place is absolutely stunning. It is far more magnificent than any castle or villa found back in the Henetus territory. Kale looks around, wondering where Eric and the others are. They should have arrived by now. Suddenly, another carriage pulls up. Kale groans, damn it, not another person to deal with right now. Out steps a man named Neo Tolton. Well now, who do we have here? He smirks. Isn't this the famous young master, Kale? Are you visiting the royal palace all by yourself? You and I have seen this type before. Why must I meet Vinian's annoying lackey at a time like this? Neo is a typical arrogant noble, backed by the powerful Stan family who treated the dragon so cruelly. The Tolton family hates the Henetus house because they share a border but have very different wealth levels. Just one mountain range apart, yet the Henetus family is vastly richer, fueling years of deep jealousy. 5 years ago, they tried to act friendly, but now they are just puppets for the Stans. Kale sighs internally. Why did he have to run into one of Vinian's loyal dogs here? Other guests arrive. Neo sends his butler away so he can harass Kale without any witnesses around. The butler leaves, and Neo turns back to Kale with a look of pure arrogance on his face. What is a piece of trash like you doing at the palace? Kale just takes the insult calmly. He wonders if these types of idiots only exist in fantasy novels or in the real world too. Kale realizes the guy is clearly looking for a fight, and it is starting to get annoying. A mere viscount speaking to a count's son like this? Reality is becoming more frustrating than books. I am not even the main character, yet these low-level villains keep showing up for a beating. Neo smirks at the silence. What is wrong? Do you want to throw a bottle at me? Or maybe you want to hit me? Above them, the invisible black dragon is getting seriously pissed off. This guy is rude. Kale knows Neo is baiting him because magic recording is banned in the palace. The dragon says he reminds him of Vinian. Kale explains that he is just a lowly subordinate. Should I kill him? Kale shakes his head. No, there's no need to go that far. Trust me. You need to see who just arrived to change the entire game. All right, you and I are jumping right into the heat of the capital's power struggle as these carriages rush past. Kale lets out a sudden shout, while Nelton turns pale and shuts his mouth. Kale signals him with a sharp gesture to stay quiet. Eric clears his throat and steps between them. Young Master Neo, it has been a long time. Kale just watches this play out. That guy? Nelton. Neo Tone is sweating bullets, thinking they might actually be on the same side as that trashy noble. Suddenly, he notices something. Nelton looks at Kale and sees a chilling resemblance to his true master, Vinian Stan. Nelton gets even more awkward as Kale calmly walks away, leaving the poor guy alone with Eric and Gilbert. The Black Dragon follows Kale and reports that the recording magic is complete. Kale thinks with a smirk that he can ruin him later. He looks at his useful little dragon and feels a bit regretful that he could not use video recording magic instead. Outside the gates, Eric gives Nelton a bright smile. Young Master Nelton, we will see you at the table. Now pay attention here, because we are about to see how these nobles really play the game. Inside, the announcement echoes for young Master Cale Henetus to enter. He scans the room and thinks it looks decent enough. Amiru explains the layout, saying the highest seat is for the crown prince, followed by tables for each specific region. Cale gives her a satisfied smile. Amiru looks away shyly, wondering if she should have kept quiet, but Cale just nods. He knows the drill. There are 5 tables total: northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest, and the main center table. The seating is strictly based on noble influence. Kale realizes the Crown Prince is being incredibly calculated about this, creating silent competition between the families. That is the Crown Prince's specialty, though he is known to be just as strict with himself as he is with others. The other princes sit a step lower. Kale decides these high-power people are exactly who he wants to avoid. Eric stands with his hands on his hips, laughing because their table is located right next to the exit. Kale comforts him, saying being near the door is convenient since they do not have to bow to anyone on the way out. Eric is moved to tears by Kale's supposed wisdom. Kale just thinks to himself, what is he so emotional about? Calling this a simple banquet is definitely an understatement. It is more like a battlefield in disguise. He is confused why Gilbert and Amiru look so proud of him. Suddenly, another announcement rings through the hall. Young Master Vinian Stan of the Marquis family has arrived. He greets Kale, who politely responds while taking his seat. You and I both know who that is. And trust me, the dragon under the table is not happy. The black dragon sends a telepathic message, insisting he is fine because he is a great and mighty dragon. Kale remembers his warning from a few days ago. He told the dragon that entering the palace meant seeing Vinian again. He knew the dragon would run into the son of the noble who had previously tormented him. He sees the dragon trembling with rage and warns him not to kill Vinian today. He offers a deal instead. Kale promised the dragon that he would be the one to finish Vinian off later. He rubs the dragon's head roughly, determined to turn his enemy into nothing more than a piece of trash. Back in the present, Kale is impressed by the dragon's self-control. He is lucky the little guy did not lose his cool. He imagines the entire hall being burned to the ground. If that happened, he would have to say goodbye to his peaceful life. Kale focuses on the path ahead. He senses someone approaching his direction and tries to stay calm. He realizes that since the next table belongs to the Northwest nobles, they have no choice but to pass right by him. Kale is deep in thought, trying to figure out his next move. Eric signals for silence, but Kale is busy wondering how to act like he does not know Vinian when a voice calls out. Young Master Vinian, this is our first meeting since we were at Viscount Tone's estate, right? Kale stands and greets him. Vinian does not say a word at first, just standing there with a quiet, unsettling smile on his face. Behind him, Nelton looks furious. They stare each other down in silence while everyone else in the room watches. Finally, Vinian speaks up, saying this was simply his path back, after finishing his business with young Master Neo. Kale flashes a bright smile. Oh, is that so? I was hoping we could share a drink here in the capital. Vinian keeps smiling, and Kale is careful not to show any of his true emotions on his face. Kale mentions that after seeing Vinian, the Viscount's knights came to him. He asks if everything is okay after the robbery. And that is where we leave it. You and I can see the storm brewing behind those fake smiles. All right, stick with me as Kale puts on a world-class performance of fake regret. He says he only took his hangover cure that morning and was shocked by the news. Raising his voice on purpose, he mentions a thief took everything. Word on the street is, they even lost something incredibly precious, is that right? Kale throws out some mock comfort, telling young Master Neo to hang in there. Doesn't life just throw those unbelievable curveballs sometimes? Vinian is forced to respond with a simple, yeah, I guess so. Kale thinks to himself that the most annoying people are talkative, dense, and harmless. He's currently playing all three roles perfectly. He wonders just how much fun this will be while spreading his arms wide. When things this sad happen, drinking wine is the only answer. He invites Neo to drink today and even asks if young Master Vinian wants to tag along. Vinian is lost in his own dark thoughts. After losing that black dragon, his family's trust in him has completely vanished. He glares at Kale, replaying all the evidence provided by his knights regarding the dragon's disappearance. While he suspects the organization that gave him the dragon, he's also thinking about the group that stayed there that day. He can't stop his suspicions. Kale keeps up the friendly act, telling them that a day spent with wine will make all the bad things disappear. Vinian decides this useless noble couldn't possibly know anything about a dragon and forces a thin smile. He thanks Kale but says he'll pass for today. Kale acts disappointed, saying it's a shame but he understands. He mentions those knights looked awfully pale when they saw him. He tells Neo he really needs to stay strong. Kale pulls out his chair, noting that everything valuable was lost that day. Since you can't find what someone wants hidden, he tells them to just keep living. Vinian walks away calmly while gritting his teeth in pure rage. He curses that dragon for using its invisibility to vanish into thin air. Neo is biting his nails in frustration, while Kale just keeps smiling. He tells Neo to cheer up, while privately thinking that Vinian is about to make this guy's life a total nightmare. The announcements begin as Antonio Gehe and Karen Osena arrive. Kale sets his bottle of wine down on the banquet table. Rupert calls out to him. Every other noble at the table is staring at him, making Kale start to sweat under the pressure. Kale explains he'll drink later. Rupert gives a simple nod, and the party officially begins. Everyone is enjoying the gourmet food and conversation except for Vinian, who sits there scowling. Kale is focused entirely on his watch. It's exactly 5 p.m. Now pay attention, the doors swing open and a single hand stops the servant from speaking. The royal party enters. Crown Prince Alberu leads the group as they walk into the grand hall. He takes the high seat and thanks everyone for coming. Kale looks at his watch and thinks, it's finally time, right? Alberu is shining up there. He says he's honored to have the future stars and legendary talents of the kingdom gathering within these palace walls. Suddenly, the doors swing open once again. Even Crown Prince Alberu looks a bit surprised by the sudden interruption. Herm? Kale turns his head with a smirk. Taylor and Cage have arrived. Talk about perfect timing. Every noble in the room is frozen in shock at the two people who just walked in. Cage slowly pushes Taylor's wheelchair into the center of the room. A heavy silence falls over the entire audience. Kale is smiling. You and I know he made the right call, even if the Church of Death is going to be furious. He watches Taylor and Cage walk in calmly. Meanwhile, in the corner, Vinian loses his cool and stands up abruptly. What is this? Vinian's rage only makes Alberu more excited. He welcomes Taylor Stan and the Priestess of Death with open arms, even though he didn't expect them. Taylor responds with total grace and respect. His voice is slow, deliberate, and incredibly cautious. He mentions hearing this was an opportunity for the noble children to meet and speak with the Crown Prince himself. He apologizes for showing up without an invitation. Alberu just smirks and tells him not to worry about it. His tone is biting. He says he invited family representatives, and if a family doesn't have one, anyone is allowed to show up. He's openly mocking Vinian now. He asks if Taylor is bothered by the lack of a proper representative. Taylor remains perfectly calm, telling the prince he's just a bit surprised. Vinian's face is pitch black with rage. Kale realizes the prince just publicly declared that Vinian isn't his family's representative. This is a direct strike from the Crown Prince against Vinian's legitimacy. Kale watches the three princes sitting high above. He remembers the original story. Alberu always felt threatened by his younger brothers because of the Stan family's secret ties to the third prince. Even so, even if the king favors the third prince, dethroning Alberu won't be easy. You and I are in for a wild ride. All right. You and I are diving back into the mind games as Kale realizes something is seriously off between the Crown Prince and Taylor. He tries to stay out of it, but there is clearly a hidden tension he just cannot ignore. Alberu gives Taylor a polite yet calculating smile, speaking with a tone that is perfectly courteous but layered with sharp scrutiny and fake regret. He mentions how good it is to see young Master Taylor looking so healthy after such a long time apart. Taylor responds with calm grace, reminding the prince that although he can no longer move his legs, he pauses before slowly adding that he still has his hands, head, eyes, and mouth, all of which are very much alive and stronger than ever. Alberu offers a thin, hollow smile in appreciation, remarking that it seems Taylor is indeed still very much in the game. Then he drops a heavy, cryptic line reminding everyone that the one who survives until the very end is the true winner. Vinian's face darkens at the comment while Kale watches the psychological warfare from the sidelines, finding the whole situation quite amusing. He scans the room, taking in the Crown Prince, Taylor, Vinian, and every high-ranking noble in the kingdom. The atmosphere is thick enough to cut with a knife, and Kale finds watching their stressed expressions genuinely entertaining. Now, pay attention here. Kale is witnessing such a masterpiece of drama that he actually finds himself wishing he had some popcorn. Alberu shifts his focus to Cage, asking if she is indeed the priestess serving the god of death. Cage bows with solemn respect, introducing herself as a servant of eternal sleep to the Crown Prince. Alberu keeps it brief, suggesting they save the chatter and finally start the banquet. He wonders aloud where they should sit, his eyes landing on Kale's table with a sudden, mischievous glint in his gaze. Kale feels a wave of panic as the prince looks his way, but he quickly realizes the choice actually makes sense. There is nowhere else to go. It is a neutral zone away from the high nobles, maintaining a perfect balance of power. Kale knows the other powerful families would not dare interfere with a table chosen by the wealthiest and most influential neutral nobles. Albaru cheerily gives the command. He tells Taylor to take a seat at the northeast table since it looks spacious, and Taylor bows deeply in gratitude. Cage follows suit with a respectful thanks. Kale notices Vinian looking irritated as Albaru points directly toward their group. The prince acts like it is nothing, claiming it is an honor to sit with the kingdom's brightest talents. He asks if rearranging the seats is all right, and Eric immediately stands up to give his respectful consent. Everyone at the table stands to make room, while Eric whispers a frantic warning for Kale to stay put. Once the shuffle is finished, the butler invites everyone to sit, leaving a large gap right next to Kale. Taylor's wheelchair glides into the open spot, and he offers a polite smile, saying it is a pleasure to meet him. With everything settled, Albaru officially announces the start of the feast, despite the slight delay. He speaks about the honor of hosting the future pillars of the kingdom and thanks everyone for accepting his royal invitation. Down at the table, Kale steals a quick glance at the group sitting next to them. He watches Venian's reaction as the speech ends and the banquet finally begins, with servants bringing out plate after plate of food. Amiru turns to Kale with excitement, suggesting they should go and officially greet the crown prince now. Kale does not even answer her, his mind busy racing through Albaru's possible motives for this whole setup. This invitation feels like more than just a party. There is definitely a deeper scheme at play here. You and I both know Kale just wants a quiet life, but his brain is already working like a supercomputer while he cuts his steak. Is it because of the impending war in the southwest? Or has he spotted the seeds of civil war in the Jipper Kingdom? He takes a bite, eventually deciding that none of it is his problem anyway. Rayon watches him eat, thinking to himself that human food must be incredibly delicious based on Kale's appetite. Kale nudges his wine aside and spots something hidden magic recording devices. Eric nervously reminds him he only has 5 minutes. Kale gives a dull response, but internally, he has already figured out one of the main reasons for this gathering. This is a chance for the crown prince to scout the noble children, and the other princes are likely aware of it too. Kale wears a knowing smile, realizing this is the collective will of the royal family. Eric then signals everyone to move. The group stands up, including a very reluctant Kale, who has zero interest in meeting the prince face to face. Albaru watches them approach from his elevated seat and stands up with a bright, welcoming smile for the Northeast talents. Trust me, you're going to want to see how Kale survives this royal meeting when they finally bow in total respect. All right, you and I are about to witness a masterclass in acting. Eric Winmam greets the prince, who replies that they certainly have much to discuss. Those words cause the young man to look up at his highness with a truly radiant, hopeful expression. The person standing before them is Albaru Crossman, the star of the kingdom. With bright blue eyes and a kind smile, his golden hair is proof of the sun god's blessing on the royal Crossman family. Eric says he has been waiting for this moment. Albaru laughs, saying he has also been looking forward to this specific meeting. As the brilliant young master of the Wynnum family, the gatekeepers of the Northeast, how could I possibly delay our talk? Hearing this, Kale silently watches the crown prince, while thinking to himself just how interesting this whole charade actually is. Talk about a slippery, silver tongue. The crown prince then shifts his gaze toward Kale of the Hennetus family. I don't believe we have met before. He reaches out his hand, a gesture that actually catches the young man by surprise. The prince continues, saying that thanks to the Hennetus family, the kingdom can sleep peacefully without fearing the forest of darkness. Now, watch closely. Kale is about to give him a taste of his own medicine as the prince starts showering him with praise. I heard that young Master Kale is a free spirit, inheriting that famous artistic soul from the Hennetus family of sculptors. It seems your soul is just as pure and untainted as the very freedom you enjoy every single day. Kale is impressed. Praising a notorious piece of trash with a straight face is no small feat. He slyly takes the prince's hand. Meeting you today, Your Highness, has truly made me realize just how magnificent you really are, Kale replies smoothly. If the king is the sun, you are the moon shining over the night. I feel completely enlightened by your incredible presence. These words leave the prince a bit confused. He asks if that is really so, but Kale just keeps the flattery going. Of course. We came here to answer your call, for you are the radiant star that lives in the hearts of our people. I simply cannot contain my emotions today. Behind him, his companions stand frozen, jaws dropping at Kale's absolute mastery of lies. He smirks inwardly, This is the perfect first step in his plan to make the Crown Prince want to avoid him forever. Suddenly, Raon's voice rings in his head. Why did that human over there use high-level magic to dye his hair? Only a great dragon could detect this. Was it done by another dragon? Or is he using some other strange power? Hearing this, Cale's eyebrows twitch. He starts feeling uneasy. Trust me, knowing a royal secret is always a recipe for disaster. He just learned a dangerous secret that should never be revealed. Raon warns that the man's eyes are also disguised with magic. You weak human, you better stay on your guard. This guy is definitely planning something very suspicious right now. Alberu gives Cale a puzzled look. The young master has been standing there in total silence, just staring intensely at him. Then, Raon drops a bomb. He isn't weak, human. Be careful, or you might die. Cale is left feeling stunned and doubtful. The Crown Prince is known to have zero combat skills, yet a dragon is telling him the man is actually quite powerful. Cale remembers that the current queen is the mother of the third prince, not the mother of the Crown Prince himself. His mother was originally a commoner maid who died under mysterious circumstances when he was still just a young child. Even Choi Han thinks the prince is an ordinary human. What is he hiding? Well, it doesn't really matter to Cale. The prince notes that Cale seems quite similar to himself. Cale beams, replying that it is the greatest honor of his life. The prince lets go. Sensing the royal's growing confusion, Cale happily takes a step back to give him some breathing room. There must be a reason. Eric and Gilbert look on, wondering why Alberu is so wary of the other two princes. Why does the king love the third prince so much? Cale wonders if the Crown Prince is even his biological son. Or is there another secret about his birth? He looks quite interested. This is starting to get really fun for him. Gilbert and Amiru exchange confused glances. Cale ignores them and turns his attention toward Lady Amiru to ask her a question. I heard your territory is legendary. Is it true? She smiles, describing the beautiful, sheer cliffs that overlook the sea. Deep down, Cale is cursing. What on earth is so beautiful about a bunch of dangerous, jagged rocks in the ocean? Those exact cliffs are going to make it a total nightmare for him to claim his next ancient power very soon. The third power, Sound of the Wind, was once held by a mad tyrant during the civil war in the Jaipur kingdom. Resting his chin on his hand, Cale begins to mentally calculate all the chaotic events that are about to go down. The famous magic tower is destined to collapse. It will be completely destroyed once the civil war finally reaches its end. Rosalind will become the master of the new tower, while Choi Han continues his path as the hero alongside the prince. These three are the key players in the coming conflicts. You and I just witnessed the start of something truly epic. All right, you and I are meeting the Queen of the Jungle, the one who unified the South and changed the story forever. Beyond the secret organizations Choi Han faced, the entire Western continent is now turning into a battlefield for hegemony, breaking a peace that lasted over 200 years. But Cale? He honestly couldn't care less. It's not his problem. He approaches Jaybird and asks if he can finally leave once this party wraps up. JBD says they have a meeting with the Crown Prince later and asks Cale to join. Cale shuts it down instantly. Why should I go? You three are already experts at hunting for investors without me. Jubert is stunned. He realized Cale actually read the files. Cale just shrugs it off as light reading. The host announces an after-party and a special event for the upcoming royal birthday celebration. He hopes everyone will join the grand day. Cale, however, just scowls. Now, pay attention here because this is where the real danger finally starts to crawl out of the shadows. The countdown to the explosion has begun. Seriously? Cale absolutely hates it when people call him little brother. Lady Amiru offers to walk him out. Cale asks if she thinks he'll cause trouble on the way. She just smiles, mentioning that young Master Neo has already left. Cale is just relieved that guy is gone. At the gate, Amiru tells him he worked hard today, but Cale points out that her own challenges are only beginning. She calmly responds that it's all for the sake of the best results. Cale senses the urgency hidden in her words. The northeast shoreline looks like totally worthless territory, filled with jagged cliffs that look hand-carved and dangerous whirlpools everywhere. Local sailors can handle it, but for anyone else, it's a complete death trap. Pure and simple. Even with the sound of the harsh winds, Amiru and Jaybird are absolutely determined to invest in this worthless coastline. She firmly believes she has what it takes. Kale hints that the Crown Prince will definitely be watching this project closely. He figures a small tip won't hurt, especially since he needs to strengthen his influence in the Northeast. Plus, he knows Amiru is excellent at keeping a secret. He turns to look at her. You're focusing on tourism, right? But if you're in a hurry, you should rethink the strategic value of your family's coastal geography. It's the link between the Wiper Kingdom and the North. He hopes she keeps this insight to herself. She slowly grasps the massive potential. With a firm nod, she promises to remember his words. Kale steps into his carriage as the servant shuts the door, and the wheels begin to roll. Amiru watches him go, lost in thought. Most of the Northwest is nothing but desert. The territory belonging to Amiru and Jaybird is a complex maze of islands, jagged coastlines, and cliffs that look razor-sharp. Kale watches through the window, knowing they all assume this peace will last forever. I know what you're thinking. Kale just wants a quiet life, right? Well, that won't happen unless he secures that ancient power before the blood-crazy Majax. The sky is clear today, with soft, beautiful sunlight. Then, Choi Han rushes in with a frantic report. He found 4 magic bombs planted right near the plaza. Give me the map, Kale says, his voice perfectly calm. While Kale studies the map, Choi Han explains how he and the Black Dragon rushed through the city to find the other locations right after the first discovery. Beyond those locations, they haven't found anything else yet. Choi Han searched the surrounding area thoroughly, but it seems there's nothing more. The novel originally said there were 5 human bombs and 5 bombs at key locations. So why are there suddenly 6 people and only 4 locations in this version of events? He wonders if this is another variable he has to deal with. Kale tells him to relax. The actual ceremony is still 2 days away, so they have time. Choi Han wants to disarm them now, but Kale cuts him off. Wait until dawn. Choi Han is confused. Kale explains that these bombs need a signal from the caster to detonate. But cutting that signal? That's the easy part. The Black Dragon and Rosalind are on a whole different level. It'll take time, but they can do it. Rosalind needs to handle the human bombs on the day of the event. And that's where we leave it for now. Stick with me, because this upcoming counterattack is going to be absolutely legendary. You won't want to miss it. Stick with me. Kale wonders why anyone would destroy such useful things when they could just steal them instead. He smirks, asking why he should destroy those bombs, when the dense mana inside is such a useful material for him to use. Kale muses that there might be more out there, so the search must continue without any delays. He has already laid out a plan to double-check if the positions of those bombs have shifted since his last visit. The Black Dragon and Choi Han must hide their identities to scout around. The 2 cats have also woken up now. Kale speaks in a flat tone, urging them to work for their food. Go on, get to work, he says with a smile. While Kale waits patiently, the Black Dragon and the little ones start moving as the carriage rolls through the soft sunlight. Regarding the current situation just before the Roan Kingdom King birthday, Billows is expected at the capital. Kale sits in the carriage opposite Locke. He had already met Locke once before this moment happened. After hearing him out, Kale asks if he wants him to mind his siblings. Locke confirms it is exactly what he wants to trade. Kale asks what he gets in return. Locke affirms that it is not just him who can be useful in this deal. Pay attention here. Kale is curious. If it is not him, then who could it be? Locke innocently assures him that working with his siblings will make them much stronger together. And with that thought, we are back in the present. They sit in the carriage as Locke mentions that the Blue Wolf tribe are legendary knights throughout history. Locke continues to speak, but Kale coldly interrupts him, stating that he has no idea about that history. Locke eagerly suggests, explaining it to him. Kale shuts him down instantly. No need for that. Locke is left feeling awkward and completely speechless by the refusal. Still, Kale considers the idea of forming a knight brigade with the 10 wolf children and Locke himself. Even though Locke is absolutely terrified of the whale tribe, he is the kind of person who would charge right at their leader to save his people. Hiring such a blindly loyal kid feels like joining a strange cult to Kale, but he keeps thinking. Finally, Kale tells him to stop the nonsense. How can mere children even think of becoming knights right now? Kale weighs the situation. Locke asked him to protect the children, but the offer to make them knights seems to contradict that request. He frowns, thinking it over. If these wolf kids become knights, their natural instincts might make them even worse than some fake cult. Honestly, They would probably end up as a dangerous gang instead. Then Kale asks what the children actually want for themselves. Why decide for them? Locke is stunned and bows in confusion. Kale tells him that an apology is not necessary in this case. I know what you want. Now think about what I am supposed to receive from you in return for this favor. Kale thinks it through carefully. He has an idea, but it will take about 3 months to really happen. He knows an ancient power will appear on a dangerous mountain and stay there for 6 months. Only a member of the wolf tribe who has undergone berserk transformation can climb that mountain. Kale smiles to himself, already picturing his future wealth. I know what you are thinking. Kale is always chasing the money. Well, selling this power could make him rich enough to last a lifetime. Even if his house falls, he can just take from the king. Kale is silent for so long that Locke gets worried and asks if he is actually needed. Kale does not say a word, only letting out a long, heavy sigh. The carriage keeps moving. Kale says he obviously needs him, so there is no point in asking such a question. Locke promises to do whatever Kale asks for the trade. Kale just raises his voice and asks if he is truly serious. He hands over a bag of money and tells Locke to take his siblings sightseeing in the capital since it has been a while. Locke takes the gold, looking confused. Sightseeing? Kale points out it is his first time in a big city like this. He smiles generously, telling him to eat well. Hong and On will go too, so they will not get lost. Kale just wants them out of the way for some peace. Hong and On cling to Locke immediately as they run over. He laughs with them. Kale wonders if Choi Han should look after the wolf children in the future. Or maybe he needs a nanny, someone who can cook well and take care of everything with precision and care. Thinking of this makes Kale remember a certain someone. Just the thought of him is enough to be annoying. What is the point of being a tactful cook anyway? That guy is just a torture expert. He cannot let these pure wolf children be ruined by someone like him. The carriage finally comes to a stop on the road. Kale steps down first, followed closely by a confused Locke. Then, Kale speaks with a cold and dignified voice. Follow me. As they step inside, a welcoming voice greets them both. Please come inside. The air in here is filled with the sweet scent of grapes. The owner asks if the two of them are meeting an acquaintance. Kale stops at a room and tells Locke his siblings are inside, so open the door. Trust me, you won't want to miss what is next. Locke quickly agrees, putting Hong and On carefully on the floor. He grabs the door handle, holding his breath as he finds the courage to finally open it. The locked door finally swings wide. In that moment, those inside and outside finally come face to face. Let's see what happens when a child suddenly rushes over and hugs Locke, shouting his name as emotions flood the entire room. Big brother Locke, the young master told us to greet you. Long time no see, Billows. Then, a strange voice speaks up nearby. It is a pleasure to meet you. The young master asked if you were the captain who arrived with Choi Han. The man steps forward politely. Choi Han told me many stories about you. It is truly an honor to meet the young master. He extends his hand humbly. What honor! There is nothing special about meeting a rascal like me. They shake hands as per the usual social etiquette. The man introduces himself as Odius Flynn. Kale has memories of this person. Odius Flynn was a promising door heir to the Flynn Merchant Guild, but he rejected that position to lead a small merchant group instead. Pay attention here. This man is Billows' uncle. A guy so cunning Kale rates him as even more dangerous than Ron himself. On the surface, he pretends to lead a small trade group, but behind that mask, he is a powerful figure in the underworld. He can be very kind yet utterly ruthless to others. That is Odius. Kale knows this well, but still smiles. From the Flynn family? Then you must be related to Billows. Glad to meet you. Odius replies that it is quite a surprise. He explains that he didn't realize Billows knew the young master. I haven't seen the boy since he was very small. Odius laughs comfortably. It seems he has met many good people. Leaving the Flynn Guild to choose a peaceful life was a good choice. This kind-looking uncle was the only person who left a positive impression on Billows during his childhood. Kale wonders if he was truly kind to Billows. Odius suggests going upstairs for wine, but Kale refuses since Choi Han and Roslyn are arriving. Perhaps you should drink with them. Odius looks regretful, but agrees to meet for a drink another time. Thank you, young master. Looking at the scene before him, Kale can't help but sigh, thinking what a massive headache this is. Watching the young, innocent children standing there, he finds it hard to decide. He thinks they need a coach rather than a nanny now. But what kind? Then, Billows' voice calls out to him. Young master. He stands by the window and sees Kale, asking what he is doing out there. Kale chats with Billows, telling him he is working hard now so he can enjoy his old age later. Billows falls silent immediately. He sits down and begins pouring wine. Billows then proceeds to drink the entire glass in one single gulp. You and I can see he's struggling as he pours more. Kale finally speaks up, asking if Billows even noticed him sitting there. Billows apologizes, saying his stomach feels uneasy. Kale decides to offer his own opinion on the matter. I don't know why you are so anxious, but do you plan to keep drinking like this? Billows calls his name, looking troubled. Kale responds coldly. Billows honestly shares that Odius is his uncle. Kale already knew he didn't carry the Flynn name. Billows was never allowed to call him uncle. However, he was the only person who showed him warmth when he was a child. When he was young, Odius told him to remember he was a true member of the family and perfectly qualified. In the novel, The Birth of a Hero, those words motivated Billows to meet Choi Han. Blinded by the desire for power, Billows followed Choi Han into the war for succession. While Kale pours the wine, Billows calls out to him again. He continues, asking why someone like Odius would lead a small guild. Kale isn't interested in those details anymore. Why should I be curious about the Flynn family? Billows realizes his clan looks very small in Kale's eyes. I see. The Flynn Merchant Guild isn't that great. Kale answers as if it's obvious. Correct. Whether it is you or Odius, you both carry the Flynn name. Billows emotionlessly reveals he is an illegitimate son. Kale casually replies that anyone who claims he isn't a Flynn is a jerk, since everyone calls him one. Billows is stunned. Kale asks what's wrong. Billows honestly admits that the young master often says the right things, which Kale cannot even deny. It seems that is true. Billows grabs the bottle from Kale's hand and says there is something he wants to ask. What exactly did you steal with those tools over the past few days? Kale looks back with an interested expression. I stole one thing, and I'll take the rest after I rest. Billows asks to join, but Kale turns him down. Sorry, there is no room left. Billows jokes that he'll go steal something else then. Kale just tells him to go ahead. That evening, at the mansion, Kale is already in his pajamas. Is that you, Ron? Ron bows down deeply. Young master, I have a favor. Ron asks to entrust his son to Kale. You and I both know things are about to get very complicated. All right, you and I are about to see Ron finally reveal his true colors. Ron explains he is hunting foxes with a deadly look. You know very well that I am a killer, do you not? Kale turns away, feeling a bit awkward at the question. So what? Ron asks if he should leave his son, Beacrox, behind with him, and Kale simply says yes. Kale suspects these foxes are actually humans. Ron confirms it with a strange, excited look appearing on his old face. I have to mince them into tiny pieces. Ron's terrifying words even make someone like Kale feel a bit uneasy. He thinks either Ron or his targets will end up shredded. There are only those two possibilities in this situation. Choi Han and the group do not really need Ron or his son right now, because Locke can already transform into his beast mode. Kale scratches his head while thinking about it. That abnormal smile on an assassin's face? It is better if he does not smile. Kale speaks up while feeling helpless. Just go already. Kale pulls up his blanket on the bed. I will tell Choi Han that you are taking a break. Just remember to report in. Get your pay from the Flynn Merchant Guild. You're leaving Beacrox with trash like me? He is grown now and can take care of himself. Kale lies down and gives Ron a full 1-year break. Stick with me here, because Kale already has a long-term plan for Ron in exactly 1 year. Ron had been standing still until now, but suddenly his entire body starts trembling with a strange kind of laughter. Ron watches Kale sleeping on the bed and thinks to himself that he once thought this kid was a puppy. It turns out that he was the real puppy all along. Can I send you updates once a month? Kale answers indifferently that he can do whatever he feels like doing. Ron heads out. Kale opens his eyes, amazed at how the assassin leaves without making a single audible footstep. Dawn breaks and Choi Han's group gathers in the living room. Kale walks in and compliments them on their looks. Rosalind, you look great with brown hair. She strokes a lock, happy to wear a style she actually likes. Rosalind does not know exactly what is going to happen later today. She just knows she is helping dismantle magic bombs. Kale asks Locke if he can use wolf powers without transforming. Locke answers yes while holding on and Hong. Kale begins assigning everyone their specific missions for the operation. Rosalind is with Locke, while Choi Han takes on Hong and the Black Dragon. Rosalind asks about Kale's role. I know what you're thinking. Kale getting called weak by a dragon? Oh, it is absolutely classic. On and Hong both shake their heads in total disappointment, looking at Kale as if he is completely useless. He gets judged by everyone else. He calmly explains that since he is weak, he does not want to be a burden to any of them. He has to prepare for the ceremony at sunrise and likely won't participate. Kale hands Choi Han a bag while continuing to explain the rest of the group's secret plan. At the transition between night and day, they will sneak in to dismantle the bombs during the guard change. Each person must stay in their position to monitor the plaza and the movements of the secret organization. The celebration begins at 9 a.m. Kale smiles and reminds them to bring back every single disarmed magic bomb. Rosalind asks if he remembers his promise. Kale says he does, which makes her feel very happy. She will take it as her payment. Outside the balcony, the night sky is filled with many bright stars. Kale sees them off and closes the balcony door, leaning against the frame with a pensive look. Suddenly, a gust of wind blows by, making his red hair flutter in the air. A white shield appears, and the wind grows stronger, but Kale stands still to feel its ancient power. He reaches out now. It feels good to have this power. Kale touches the shield, figuring he can use a bit of it if needed. He hopes he won't run into that crazy mage. Later, Kale is dressed and ready for the final day. Ron says he will return in a year. Kale shudders, thinking about how terrifying that actually sounds. He secretly plans to hand Ron over to Choi Han later. Time for everyone to get moving. The carriage driver pulls the reins tightly. The horses take off immediately. Kale asks Amiru why she wanted him to come along with her today. Amiru asks if he thinks building a naval base at her territory is a good idea for the future. Kale remembers Eric's letter. The tourism investment with the Crown Prince had supposedly failed completely. The letter said Kale had been so patient, yet they still failed him in the end. Eric said Amiru was disappointed, but she does not look like that at all. Kale smiles. You and I will have to wait and see what her real plan is. All right, you and I are diving back into this world. Stick with me, and let's see how our favorite trash noble plays the political game. Building a brand new naval base is no easy task. The local disputes over regional interests are a bigger headache than the actual construction costs, especially during these peaceful times. That is why the royal family is eyeing the Northeast, the only coastal area in the Eastern Territory. More importantly, it's because the power of the nobles there rivals their own. Kale clarifies things. So, Lady Amaru's real concern is the royal family's influence expanding way too far into her own territory. Amiru replies, exactly, and that is why I invited you to come along. Kale listens and leans back, crossing his arms. He thinks to himself that this whole situation definitely isn't going to be easy. He speaks up again. I am curious about your concerns, but I need to clear something up first. Money in the Henitu's house is all managed by my father. A piece of trash like me doesn't have a single word of influence. In territories not directly ruled by the crown, they usually maintain joint armies shared between the royals and local lords. These contracts are incredibly detailed regarding who really pulls the strings. If the royals approve a naval base on the northeast coast, they will likely dump a massive fortune into the project. Once that happens, control of the entire base will obviously fall right into the royal family's hands. Compared to investing in tourism, building a naval base consumes far more manpower and resources. Lady Amiru and Lord Gilbert's territories simply don't have the resources to meet those massive demands. Now watch closely, because there's only one way out of this trap: borrowing a massive amount of money from the right people. Amiru smiles like she knew he'd say that. Is that so? The Crown Prince is actually very wary of the Whipper Kingdom and those other northern nations. I learned that after speaking with him, she says, clasping her hands together tightly. So, she gathered intelligence through the guild, and Kale silently agrees. That makes perfect sense. The Crown Prince and the royals already know about the coming civil war in the Whipper Kingdom and the Northern Knights gathering power. Pretty surprising. It seems her territory is in bad shape, forcing her to rely on the Wheelsman family. To get cross-border information through the guild, she must have spent a massive fortune of her own money. Good judgment to use money for a sure thing. As the carriage enters town, Kale mentions he heard the Hennetu city walls are being repaired. The territory will block any dangerous intruders, so there is definitely a growing focus on military strength. I will mention this to my father, Kale says. Amiru is delighted to have achieved her goal. They will formally contact the Count again. If the base is built, control will belong to the Eric, Amiru, and Gilbert families. Kale lets out a devious smirk, thinking that if the Hennetu's family invests, they'll gain partial ownership, bringing massive military power and huge maritime benefits to the Count's family. Suddenly, Amiru goes quiet, looking like she has something difficult to say. You and I both know Kale loves an opportunity. She mentions her worry about the whirlpools, despite the secret navigation routes they've used for generations to stop invaders. I want to try this time. Kale smiles hearing this. He is thinking whirlpools, huh? Those whirlpools will be his soon enough. Kale gets excited just imagining a luxury villa built on the northeast cliffs, where he can spend his retirement in total peace. If he hands the territory over to Basin, living there might get a bit complicated. Once war breaks out, he'll just slip away. After the fighting ends, he'll build a grand mansion in the coastal territories to spend his days staring at the ocean. Amiru starts to feel anxious when he doesn't respond immediately. Young Master Kale, I hope you will help me. Kale just laughs it off. You want to ask a piece of trash like me for help? He acts totally harmless. I have no influence. I can only pass the message along for you. She remembers her mother's words. Be careful when you have no power. But if you want to gain your own strength, you have to be willing to risk your life. She gives a light smile, telling him that passing the message is enough. Amiru reaches out her hand, inviting him to visit Uba soon because there are so many interesting places to discover. Kale politely shakes her hand, promising to visit when he can. Amiru hopes that day comes soon. The carriage finally arrives. Kale steps out first, his eyes scanning the surroundings for something specific. He checks his watch. It is 8:30. At the capital's Glory Square, the guards have already been gathering for an hour. Right now, at 8:30, the Royal Knights are controlling every entrance, and the square is absolutely packed with people. No one can escape easily anymore. The moment people can't enter or leave is exactly when they will start looking for the items they hid. Necklaces, rings, even magic bomb pouches. Those deadly weapons could be hidden in any shape or form. Stick with me, Choi Han and the team are moving in, and things are about to get explosive. Suddenly, someone behind Kale asks, "You're here? Stick with me because you and I are about to see everyone arrive early today." Meanwhile, Kale is lost in thought. Finding them doesn't really matter because the answers will be revealed soon enough anyway. Locke replies to Gilbert, "Of course, we're departing at exactly 8:00 to 5. He asks Kale, "We're staying put today, right?" Kale just shakes his head, thinking to himself that he knows absolutely nothing. He's playing it totally cool. Suddenly, they spot two people up ahead. Locke is stunned, shouting, "Oh my god, how is this even possible?" He's completely shocked. Then Rayan flies over to Kale's side. "I'm here," the little dragon reports. He reports they're currently removing magic bombs from several locations and will finish by 8:55. He's too busy to stay, so he pets Kale's hair with his little paws before leaving. "Weak human, remember to use your shield if anything happens." With that, the group finally disperses and starts boarding the carriage. It's time to go. Kale watches Rayan fly off, totally confused. What's with the shield? He doesn't get it. There's no reason to use a shield yet. Once Albaru Crossman reports that everything is prepared for departure, Kale finally lets out a very satisfied smile. "Let's go then." Kale sits in the carriage, looking completely speechless. Taylor is the first to speak, saying it's an honor to meet again after the party. Amiru introduces herself, happy to see them. Kale thinks this seating arrangement must be the Crown Prince's idea of a sick joke. Neo is clearly annoyed, but still manages to say it is a pleasure to meet them. He glares at Kale, who's just sitting there with his legs crossed, staring out the window without saying a word. Kale is deep in thought chaos is coming soon. But honestly, the atmosphere inside this carriage is already a total mess. Taylor and Amiru are just smiling at each other. Neo is huddled in the corner, looking incredibly awkward and out of place. Most nobles look confused, but Vinian's face is a complete wreck. Now, pay attention here, because things are about to get wild. Who could have imagined? The abandoned eldest son. Taylor Stan is actually standing on his own 2 feet and walking. Having a member of the Stan family standing right beside the crown prince was unthinkable. It was a situation that absolutely nobody could have imagined. He successfully obtained the healing star. Amiru smiles, trying to break the heavy silence that's filling the carriage. "Young Master Taylor, have your legs completely recovered now?" she asks kindly. He glances at Neo and replies that thanks to some heaven-sent luck, he's fully healed. Amiru warmly offers her congratulations. Neo lets out a forced cough, trying to hide how embarrassed he feels right now. Taylor ignores him and looks away, calmly watching the city pass by through the carriage window. Neo forces a smile and asks if Taylor will return to the Marquis's castle now. Taylor just narrows his eyes at him. "Return? That place was always my home to begin with." His sharp answer leaves the other man completely speechless, unable to find any words to say back. Taylor then turns to look at Kale, who hasn't said a single word this entire time. He smiles warmly, saying he wants to tell Kale everything. It really is a fascinating story. Kale just frowns and sighs. He knows exactly what the man wants to talk about. The carriage stops and Neo hops out first. Amiru follows, saying she's heading over to meet with young Master Eric. She looks back at them, wondering if Taylor and Kale will be okay since they've never actually met before. "Now, you and I are watching," as only 2 people remain inside the carriage. Taylor speaks first, noting that they are finally alone together at last. He healed his legs to take over as the family head. Kale asks if he traded his loyalty for it. Kale smirks and offers his congratulations on the recovery. It's a big win for him. Taylor pulls out a paper detailing their deal and hands it over. Kale asks why he's even sharing this. He explains that Cage was expelled for acting on her own. Kale asks if that's true. She's actually very happy about it, finally entering the path of a priestess of the god of death. Everything is finally moving in the right direction. Taylor smiles, saying everything starts now, and they'll win. He looks at Kale for confirmation. Kale wonders why he's being included in this win. He simply tells Taylor that he will be victorious. Taylor gets up to leave, thanking him and suggesting they grab a drink once they've won everything. Kale mentions Hanatus wine is great. Once alone, he finally opens the mysterious paper Taylor gave him. It says the Crown Prince wants to avoid a full-scale civil war. Kale scowls, grit his teeth with a huff, and quickly puts the paper away. With that, he finally steps out of the carriage as well. The Crown Prince's true origins still remain a complete and total mystery. Eric, Gilbert, and Amiru call him over. It's their turn to head inside, and trust me, we're ready. Let's dive into a world where our main character Kale navigates a society where royal status and high-level power are everything. It is 8:25. Nobles are entering while the gates for commoners are being strictly controlled and monitored right now. Noticing his silence, the young master asks if this is his first time visiting the capital's main plaza. Kale replies that while he has passed by in carriages before, standing here is actually a first for him. He notes the tea shop south, the inn west, the flowers east, and the pottery guild building north. It is truly massive. He scans his surroundings one more time. So far, every part of his plan is moving forward perfectly. The commoner gates are closing now as they block the entrance. It is time to start searching for those hidden bombs immediately. Pay attention at exactly 9:01. The real answer to everything is finally revealed. They sit at a small shop where Taylor happens to be waiting. It seems they have met each other again. As Kale sits down, Taylor thinks to himself that this is exactly like their arrangement at the previous party. Eric warns him to stay put, but Kale just smiles and tells him to watch the central clock. "I will not do anything today," he promises. Just as the official announcement echoes through the entire plaza, the Crossman royalty begins their entrance. Rayon flies over to remind him there are only 15 minutes left. He realizes that with his magic, this little black dragon is truly an all-powerful and very versatile being. Luxurious carriages roll into the plaza, as Kale watches Prince Alberu smiling and waving at his loyal subjects. According to the Black Dragon, the prince's hair and eyes are disguised from their natural commoner brown color. Cheers erupt for King Zed Crossman as Kale suddenly shifts his focus to a rooftop not far away. He sees a small cactus placed there and smirks. It looks like the threat has been neutralized already. Soon, the king and the rest of the royal family take their designated seats beneath the massive clock, The king raises his hand and the noisy plaza falls into an absolute, heavy silence, unlike anything before. He speaks with a smile, declaring 30 years of rule under the blessing of the Holy Sun God. He looks happy, but as the clock strikes 9, you and I watch as everyone looks at the sky. Panicked voices rise from the crowd, wondering what that thing is and who that person is up there. High on the tower, a man wrapped in a dark cloak looks down with a cold, piercing gaze. Soldiers scramble toward the top of the buildings while the crowd screams for the intruder to come down, creating total chaos. Through all the growing chaos and worry, Kale remains perfectly still, calmly sitting in his seat alone. He wonders if the blood-crazed mage Retika would actually skip his debut. That would be a real problem. If he did not show, it would only mean more work for Choi Han to hunt him down. Choi Han hearing the crazy mage's upcoming announcement of horror is going to be a very interesting moment. Up on the tower, Radika laughs wildly and snaps his fingers, triggering a magical attack with crackling lightning. Just as predicted, the sky turns a deep red as dark, ominous clouds begin to gather overhead quickly. The entire plaza falls into absolute chaos as the peaceful celebration turns into a scene of magical terror. A burst of magical energy erupts into blinding light, with yellow lightning swirling together into a dense sphere. Lightning strikes down, and people scatter. Rosalind and Choi Han are shocked, but Kale is looking elsewhere. A small smile plays on his lips as he whispers that he has finally found the target. 10 minutes left. It is enough time for Rayon to move the bombs to the Forbidden Mountains. Raon reports he has found a human bomb. Kale just sits there, trusting in Rosalind and his dragon. Suddenly, Choi Han lunges forward and pins a young man down as the guy screams for release. Kale spots a blue necklace and knows it is the bomb. Choi Han rips it off the man. He is impressed by their speed. Suddenly, Eric rushes over, saying he has been calling for him. Ignoring Eric, Kale stares at the royalty and tells the prince he must evacuate the area right now. He looks at Alberu's hair and frowns, remembering the strange detail the black dragon had mentioned earlier. Could another dragon have dyed it? Or is this power coming from some other mysterious hidden source? The dragon said his hair is not changed by mana. Eric urges him to leave this place immediately. As Retika laughs while raining lightning down, you and I know the real battle has only just begun. How annoying. Suddenly, 4 figures in black activate a massive matrix across the crimson sky, raining down a barrage of spears. Terrified screams echo through the plaza. Somebody, please help me. Raon reports more locations. You and I are about to see if our main character can track them all before the 904 mark. Eric and the others rush over, urging him to move. Young master, do not just stand there. Run. Yes, we have to leave now. But Kale does not budge, just patting Eric's shoulder. Calm down, Eric. He points behind him. Soldiers have already cordoned off the plaza, while the furious citizens demand the gates be opened. Wait? You want us to wait in this mess? Even the nobles are fleeing. Open the gates. The situation is pure chaos. Eric softens his voice and whispers, "Thank you." He is composed now, acting like the Kale we know. It is 9:08, only 2 minutes before the jammers fail. Choi Han is still out there hunting, successfully taking down another threat. That is 4 down, 2 more to go. Once mana stabilizes, it will surge straight back toward those magical bombs. 2 minutes is plenty of time to act. Rayon announces it is finished, but Kale suddenly freezes in place. Taylor notices his blank stare and asks what is wrong. Kale knits his brows. Only 4? Now, pay attention. Because the story Kale knows says there should be 10 bombs, but seeing only 4 makes him feel deeply uneasy. The mages in the courtyard raise their arms, beginning the process to stabilize the mana. Tiny spheres of light soar into the air, bursting into small clouds of white smoke. Their barrier automatically parts for the glowing blue orbs. They are being controlled. Flying out toward the distance. Just as planned, the Black Dragon and Rosalind guided the bombs toward the Forbidden Mountains' deep forests. The sky above them transforms into a shimmering galaxy. Mana stabilization is finally complete. The Crown Prince and King look up in awe, while Kale silently observes the entire scene. Taylor is shaking. As a noble, he knows exactly how much destructive power those mana bombs carry. He clutches his head. Ron reappears, happily chirping that they managed to save everyone. We saved them. No one died. But Retika, watching from afar, is beyond disgusted. He glares at the mountain. No one died? Why did the bombs go off there? This is broken. People below start screaming, asking who they are. Meanwhile, Kale is worried about something else. Wait a second. You saw that too, right? Broken? Kale realizes the villain must have even more bombs hidden away. The king roars out orders to capture the intruders as they flee up the stairs. Retika just sighs. It seems he has no other choice now. He claps his hands to trigger a backup plan. The sky shifts as violent winds surge forward. Kale's eyes lock onto a black bag. There it is, the remaining 2 bombs were with him all along. Magic circles on paper are torn open. Shields, haste, and self-immolation. They have prepared a suicide squad. Retika commands them to dive. Panic erupts at the party as the assassins charge down. They are heading straight for them. Run, young Master Kale. We have to go now. Rayon moves to help, but Kale stands his ground. It is already too late to dodge. Running for a few seconds won't get them out of the blast zone. The assassins' backpacks begin to glow. Kale sighs. He thinks if it explodes, he might lose an arm, but his ancient heart will just regenerate it. But then he looks at the innocent people standing around him. They cannot regenerate. If they lose a limb, it is gone forever. He has to change the plan. Rosalind arrives just in time. She rushes in front of Kale, instantly conjuring a magical shield. Retika gives the final signal. Explode. The bags light up, ready to tear everything apart. Kale raises his hand high. Rosalind watches in shock as he summons his own silver shield. The assassins are startled by the sudden obstruction. Round whispers that he will back him up. Dragon magic and the silver shield envelop the killers. Rosalind is stunned, but Kale does not say a word. He focuses every ounce of his strength on holding the barrier. His face twists in a grimace. Damn it. And trust me, you and I just witnessed a massive blast with absolutely devastating power. Stick around to see if he survives. All right, you and I are diving into the chaos of a gala turned into a total nightmare. Ashes fall everywhere as the wounded scream in pure terror. My hand. Eric stands there frozen as the sound of shattering glass echoes through the air. He struggles to find the words for what he just saw. Kale's shield has completely shattered from the force of that massive blast. Sharp fragments sliced into his hands, leaving his skin covered in painful scratches and wounds. Young Master Kale still hasn't lowered his arms. Man, that explosion was absolutely devastating. A sharp pain stabs through his stomach, making him gasp. His vision starts to blur, yet a helpless smile creeps onto his face as people scream his name. Rosalind rushes over to support him, frantically asking if he is okay. He looks down at his palms. They are burning hot. He really hates being in pain. That dull ache just won't go away. Even though the little black dragon absorbed most of the blast, the sting is still very real for him. The others quickly surround him. They are all panicked, asking their young master if he is truly all right after taking such a hit. He tries to answer, but suddenly, he is coughing up a mouthful of blood. His hands and the ground are stained a deep, terrifying red. Eric turns pale and screams at the sight of the blood, but Kale just calmly touches his chest. The vitality of the heart is kicking in. That ancient power is already working its magic, bringing his body back to normal within seconds. He smiles to himself. His limbs are fine, and although his palms sting, it is nothing compared to a paper cut. Honestly, coughing once actually made him feel better. Kale thinks to himself, yeah, this really is not as bad as I expected. Now, here is where it gets interesting. Watch Eric's reaction as Kale smiles despite the blood. Are you really smiling right now? He yells out. Don't smile, he says with total conviction. He squeezes his eyes shut, telling Kale not to even try looking at him with that expression. Kale wonders what is wrong with him, but then another frantic voice rings out. You weak human, the dragon cries in his head. Rayon is terrified, telling Kale he better not die because he is too weak. If you die, I will kill every single person in this place. The little dragon's voice is dark. I will destroy everything, and after that, I will just die too. Kale frowns. Rayon is clearly worried, but why does it sound so negative? Meanwhile, JD and Amiru rush off to find a priest for him. Kale flinches. He does not actually feel any pain anymore, so he realizes he has to start faking it for the doctors to see. Outside the hall, the soldiers give Choi Han the news. His expression immediately turns cold and dark at the mention of the explosion. Please move aside, he demands, but the guards block him. They shout that commoners are not allowed in here. Who even came up with that definition? Kale, however, signals him from inside the hall to stay out of sight for now. Choi Han sees the signal and immediately backs off. His dejected look makes Kale feel a little bit awkward about the whole situation. It is not something he needs to apologize for. Rosalind is still hovering, asking if he is okay once again. He quickly turns back to the conversation. "Yeah, I am perfectly fine," he assures her with a calm voice. Let's pause for a second. You and I can see how shocked Rosalind is. She wonders if a royal like her could ever do what he just did. "I just do not understand you," she whispers. But then Kale looks back with a sense of dread, and Rosalind quickly turns around to see. Radhika has suddenly landed right in front of them. "This is beyond my imagination," the villain says, with a twisted grin. Suddenly, that psychopath fixes his gaze. He is staring straight at Rosalind with intense, terrifying eyes. Radhika's red eyes go wide. He remembers her from the Blue Wolf Village and immediately starts shouting about his twisted and dark desires. "There are so many people here with the blood color I love," he says, narrowing his eyes at the crowd. "I want to put them all in my display case." Kale turns pale. What a complete and total psycho. Choi Han picks up another signal as Kale looks his way. Usually, crazy guys like this only last for a few chapters anyway. Choi Han nods, understanding the plan perfectly. The royal army raises their bows and lets a hail of sharp arrows fly at the villain. Radhika just stands there calmly, observing every single one of his targets as the arrows approach. King Zed gnashes his teeth in fear. But the villain just waves. "Well then, see you all next time." The arrows only hit the stone walls, causing an explosion that cracks the tower. Thick smoke fills the air, leaving the scene looking completely desolate. Radhika has vanished along with his followers. Kale finally collapses onto the ground, feeling the exhaustion hit him. He thinks about the villain's high-level teleportation magic. Nobody here has any idea where those bastards actually went. But the novel, The Birth of a Hero, mentions their destination. Choi Han, An, Hong, and Locke are already waiting there. If Radhika's squad shows up, Choi Han will definitely end them. Kale is just worried about Choi Han going on a complete rampage. To keep him from burning out, Kale sent An, Hong, and Locke along. He slowly pushes himself up, knowing they will be just fine together. And that's where we leave it. You and I both know Choi Han has a soft spot for anything small and weak. High above, King Zed looks on. He declares that everyone worked their hardest today to overcome this absolute and terrifying disaster. All right, you and I are about to see our favorite trash noble play his cards in the royal palace. Everyone, follow me. We will prioritize safety and postpone the festival. Rosalind intended to stay hidden, but she revealed herself for Kale. Since the black dragon could not show his face, she had to step in. Rosalind turns to look at him, almost reading his mind. She simply whispers one word secret. Kale smiles. She really is sharp. This morning, he had briefed the group of 6 on every single detail of his plan. First, the black dragon and the 2 beast children must never reveal their true identities. Second, even if Choyan and Rosalind are seen, it has to look completely accidental. Finally, no friendly fire. They share a knowing smile just as Amiru rushes over with a priest in tow. The priest is completely out of breath. "Young Master Kale, are you all right?" Kale holds out his injured hand and asks the priest to take a look. As the healing magic starts working, he realizes that being a healer is actually one hell of a job. Yes. I saw your silver shield, young master. You did something truly incredible back there. He does not bother answering, his eyes fixed on Ambrew, who is finally making his way over. "Is this your first time seeing such power?" A hand touches Kale's shoulder as Ambrew answers from behind him. Kale and the priest bow. "Your Highness." He thinks to himself finally. The big fish has arrived. If the prince saw his secret shield, Kale needs to milk him for everything he is worth. Fame is useless, give me the profit. Compared to a hollow title, cold hard cash is way better. Being a rich guy beats being a hero. Anbaru watches him for a moment and thanks him, whispering that he did an amazing job. Now pay attention, because the question he is about to ask changes everything. "Young master, you are on my side, right?" Anbaru continues, promising no more trouble and a very handsome reward. "How does that sound to you?" Kale flashes a bright smile and hugs him. Not at all, Highness. I only did my duty. What a fake hug. Ron floats nearby and notes that there is something very strange about that human. The Black Dragon's intuition is spot on. If things are going this way, Kale needs to grab a solid pillar of support in this palace. Anbaru pulls away from Kale's corporate smile just as the royal carriage pulls up. Anbaru smiles and tells Kale to go first, clearly impressed. Kale responds with a respectful bow. No, Highness. You are the star of our kingdom. How could I ever dream of going before you? You see that? These two are basically the masters of fake acting right now. Two men playing a dangerous game. Anbaru insists he respects Kale, so Kale gives in and leads the way as the inferior noble. On the other side, a crowd is watching. Some look worried, but others are staring with pure hatred. That hatred is coming from Vinian. He is grinding his teeth, looking like he wants to tear Kale apart. How did that trash get such power? Kale does not give him a second thought as he slowly and calmly steps up into the royal carriage. Behind Vinian, Neo shudders as he meets Kale's gaze. Looks like another villain is officially terrified. Anbaru smiles and instructs his servants to give the lady behind them the best possible welcome. As Kale settles in, he looks out at Rosalind and wonders if he should be worried, but he knows Rosalind is reliable. With that, the carriage begins its journey. Kale looks around and realizes royal carriages are on a different level. How did they get these luxury seats? Anbaru looks over and asks if he needs more medical treatment. Kale looks Anbaru in the eye and says his body is fine, so he will not need the top healers or priests. He explains that all he really needs is 3 or 4 days of rest. Anbaru lets out a surprised sound before regaining his elegant, noble composure. All right, then. A noble who got hurt protecting everyone deserves the best care in the palace. Kale nods. Sounds good. Suddenly, Anbaru asks if Kale is connected to those people. Kale thinks carefully about what he means. Those people? He must be talking about the ones who attacked the plaza. Kale remembers Rayon asking why the prince did not step in while people were being killed in the square. The prince clearly has power. Was he trying to hide it all along? He stayed hidden even as his people were dying or losing limbs. He has been hiding his true self and pretending to be weak this whole time. And that is where we leave it. Even a hero might be hiding a very dark secret. Stay tuned. All right, you and I are about to see if Kale's trash persona can survive this encounter with the prince. Prince Albaru leans back with a sigh, admitting that Kale actually makes a fair point. He analyzes the situation. Why would someone hiding behind a trashy reputation suddenly start looking for more trouble or attention? This whole mess was likely an accident. So, Albaru warns Kale that the palace might start annoying investigations. Kale keeps his fake business smile on, asking if the prince will be blocking those investigators. Albaru waves to the cheering crowd, while calmly asking why Kale is even questioning something so obvious. He says they'll talk later at the clinic, but Kale suddenly calls out. Albaru turns back, wondering what's up. Kale instantly switches to his ultimate flatterer voice, telling the prince he always has time for the kingdom's shining star. Albaru is completely speechless at Kale's sheer thick-skinned behavior. He just stares. Now here's the catch, pay attention. Kale makes it clear he doesn't want his heroic deeds getting exaggerated. Albaru confidently promises to handle it, as long as the royal family doesn't end up facing criticism. Then, looking away at the crowd, he sincerely thanks Kale for saving so many lives and reducing the casualties today. Kale just watches him, suspicious. He still can't tell if this prince is a good guy or not. Honestly, after everything he's seen, he's starting to wonder if the guy is even human. Still, Kale doesn't forget his main goal. He reminds the prince he'll be waiting for his compensation. Albaru just sighs in disbelief. Kale is satisfied since the prince didn't say no. That means the payday is coming. At the palace, Kale gets a high-end luxury room, relaxing on a massive bed while casually snacking on some grapes. He's loving the upgrade. This is the top-tier suite for foreign royals, and they're treating him like a VIP now. In the original novel, this is where Choi Han stayed. Suddenly, there's a knock, and Kale tells them to enter. The door swings open, and Kale's staff bursts in, all crying out his name. Hans is wailing about how worried he was. Kale goes to stand up but freezes at the dramatic scene. Seeing Hans charging at him while crying, Kale bluntly orders him to stay back and let the others in. Hans immediately snaps out of it, and flips back to professional mode. He reports that he's already contacted the family. It's better to move faster than the royals, after all. He used a magic device which was pricey, but Kale just grins and tells him he did great. Hans looks at Rosalind, hesitating. Kale already knows what's on his mind and tells him to keep going. Hans confirms he told the castle servants to stay quiet about Rosalind. Both she and Kale praise his quick thinking. Hans sighs with relief. Kale's happy keeping secrets makes it way easier for him to move behind the scenes. Hans hesitates one more time. You and I both know what's coming. Hans warns Kale to call home personally or his father will literally invade. Kale just gives a cold nod. He knows Count Daruth is protective enough to actually pull a stunt like that. Report finished, Hans asks to leave, so he can go meet with the palace manager. Kale gives him the green light and tells him to head out. Once he's gone, the dragon confirms there are no bugs. Kale knows he's safe with his little invisible bodyguard around. This area is meant for high-ranking foreign nobles, so hiding listening devices here would be a massive provocation, even between two allies like their two nations. Even though they're safe, Rosalind sets up a soundproof barrier just to be absolutely sure no one overhears them. She smiles, saying safety first. Kale's impressed. Her attention to detail is honestly one of her best traits. With the magic active, Choi Han steps forward. Kale stays calm and asks him for his report. Choi Han looks frustrated as he looks up. Kale takes a seat and tells him to start talking. Choi Han nods and begins explaining exactly what went down earlier. That mage appeared just like Kale predicted. But as he went for the kill, he was suddenly ambushed by guys in black. He tells Kale that those subordinates were the ones who stepped in to stop his blade. And trust me, you and I just realized it's that same Suicide Squad again. This mystery is only getting deeper. At that moment, he gripped his sword tight and hissed every word. The people you cared about are all dead or dying because of them. Let's dive into the moment Choi Han completely snaps. With pure fury in his eyes, he vanishes in a flash of dark power. The masked enemies used fire and other strange abilities, but Kale only had one question. Did that mage really manage to get away? Choi Han hesitated for a few seconds before answering. Yes. I only cut off his left arm. Did I not mention he escaped? Kale just stood there with a massive question mark over his head. Seriously? He explained that since mages can reattach limbs, he burned the arm to ash just to be safe. Was he adding more details? I even slashed his left eye. Kale broke into a cold sweat, honestly terrified by Choi Han's overwhelming strength and brutality. If that is true, then that mage is basically finished. You need both hands to balance mana properly when casting high-level magic. Choi Han still felt guilty for letting him live. Suddenly, his voice shifted into a chillingly cold and dark tone. I should have killed him. I am sorry. Kale nervously brushed it off, feeling the atmosphere turn south very quickly. No, there is no need to apologize. You worked hard. But Kale still had a very bad feeling about this. As Choi Han's mood darkened, Kale noticed the cats, On and Hong, clinging tightly to Locke for protection. Their tails were standing straight up, trembling in fear. Was Choi Han actually losing control of his aura right now? Stick with me here. This is where we see just how scary Choi Han can actually be. He just kept muttering, dissatisfied with his performance. I thought it was better to just kill them all. So I handled his subordinates very cleanly. The cats were paralyzed with terror, especially Hong. His tiny body was curled into a ball as Kale tried to stop Choi Han. Do not say another word. Trust me, it is much better if you just stop right there. Then he asked, You did not destroy the house, did you? Kale was secretly worried. He would have to pay for all the damages. Choi Han nodded gloomily. Yes, of course I kept the area safe. Just as you ordered, young master. I did my best to ensure the house and surroundings were not damaged at all. The cats finally hit their limit with the scary guy and jumped off Locke, ignoring Kale calling out to them. They scrambled onto the royal bed where the black dragon, Rayon Miru, was resting. They huddled close to him to escape their fear. Black Dragon is the cutest. Black Dragon is the best. Kale watched them and realized they were definitely terrified of Choi Han. But then, Kale smiled softly. He moved on to the main issue. You all worked hard. We are all alive because of you and Rosalind. Thank you for everything. Miss Rosalind, you did amazing. She just smiled back at everyone gathered in the room. Everyone agreed when Round Miru looked at Kale and chirped. "You did a good job too." Kale just chuckled. He did not show much on the outside, but he was truly satisfied with the teammates he had by his side. "Now, you and I both know a big reward is coming. Enter the Crown Prince, Alberu Crossman." He cleared the room immediately. Everyone out. They all nodded and left the two of them alone. "Yes, Your Highness." Now, it was just Kale and Alberu left in the quiet royal room. He stood by the bed and checked on Kale. "How is your body feeling?" Kale gave him a sly smile. "To have Your Highness visit my sickbed? I am deeply moved." Alberu winced. Kale finally stopped joking and got serious. "Thank you." Alberu let out a long, heavy sigh of relief. "All right, I have framed this as you recovering from injuries. A heroic noble who stopped a bomb at the plaza. Since you used your ancient power in public, I labeled it as a weak defensive ability. Just like you wanted. That was the plan, right?" Kale answered naturally. "Yeah." Alberu smiled. "A weak, young noble risking his life to save the kingdom? It is a good look." Kale laughed out loud. Alberu told him that reports and rumors would arrive through his butler tomorrow. "You better read every single one of them." Suddenly, Ron Miru started glowing green and staring Alberu down. The prince broke into a sweat. What now? But the little black dragon was dead certain about one thing. "I am sure of it now. This guy is not human." As the dragon stared, Alberu turned and asked Kale, "Are you even human, Kale?" Kale froze for 5 seconds, totally confused. What is he talking about? "Of course I am a human being, and that is where we leave it." Alberu just laughed. "You and I both saw that twist coming, right? All right, you and I are jumping back into the life of Kale, who is currently dealing with a very confused dragon. Of course you're human," Round Miru insists. "That is a lie. He is not human at all." Kale thinks tiredly. "Dragon, please, can you just stop for 1 second? Why do you keep telling me things I do not want to know?" The black dragon jumps up and says, "In my 4 years of life, this is my first time seeing such an entity." Kale stays silent and starts thinking. 4 years for a dragon means that out of every human, beast, and feline Rayon has met, the Crown Prince is something entirely different? Then Kale says, "Of course. Is there really anything else besides being human? If we live together, we are all just people." Oliver agrees, but offers his own perspective. "That is right. There are no exceptions." However, hearing that word makes Kale annoyed. However, again, can this guy not just stop with the howevers for once? Now pay attention, because Oliver's tone suddenly shifts to something much more serious. He says he smelled something very strange on Kale at the party. This actually surprises Kale quite a bit. What exactly does that mean? Why is Prince Oliver saying something like that? It seems Kale still does not get it, as he starts sniffing his own body. A smell? Wait, did I not just take a bath? This completely freezes Oliver. He sighs and continues. "Both of us have shown our cards, so let us be direct." He says it straight out. "What is the reward that you actually want?" Cale Henitus is famous for being the trash of the Northeast, and though he was kicked from the succession, he shows no signs of resentment or family conflict. Oliver has gathered all the intelligence on Kale, thinking to himself that this guy is supposed to only care about playing around and drinking. By all accounts, he should be a total piece of trash. Yet, the man standing in front of him right now is nothing like that. It is as if he is a completely different person. He glances at Kale, noticing how calm he is, especially after he played such a huge role in protecting the entire kingdom. Kale asks, "Your Highness, can you start by telling me exactly what I am supposed to do?" Oliver replies, "I hope that you will not say a single word about this to the other nobles." It is obvious that a supposed trash would not be saying these things. He adds, "I also expect you to occasionally praise the royal family." Kale follows up, "And I should also mention the incredibly vast heart of the Crown Prince, right?" Oliver crosses his arms and nods. Exactly. But Kale knows this is just damage control. The royals are about to be harassed by nobles, so they are offering him a bribe to stay quiet. Since he is from the neutral Henitus family, they can actually negotiate these kinds of deals. Let's pause for a second. Oliver isn't just talking. He looks at Kale and asks if that ancient power was really all he had. Kale smiles confidently and replies, "Of course." To be honest, besides that one power, everything else about me is pretty useless. In the book, the Crown Prince understands ancient powers better than anyone, so Cale starts thinking, I do not know if he knows more than me yet, but that ancient power, it was the healing star left by his mother, right? Oliver asks one more time. So, what do you want? Cale watches Alvar as he continues. Your family? An investment for the Northeast? Or maybe more political power in your region? Cale shakes his head at all the suggestions. None of those things are actually mine. Oliver is confused. Not yours? Cale places a hand on his chest and smiles with pure confidence. Please, just give me a reward. Oliver lets out a small laugh. He feels like he finally understands the man in front of him. I see the true heart of this trash now. Even though he lives under the guise of being useless, this man, no. His goal in life is clearly to climb to a higher position and seize everything for himself. Oliver thinks he has caught the main point. Compared to his family or those around him, the most important thing to this man is himself. Oliver asks, so what is it? A title? A medal? Or do you want real power here in the capital? Cale has already made up his mind. He smiles and gives a very short answer. Money. Oliver is stunned and asks again, just to be sure. What? Cale says it with total sincerity. Please, just give me a cash reward. I do not need a medal or a title. In his head, he knows war is coming soon, so what use is a title then? Those things are useless. Cash is the only thing that matters. He smiles mysteriously, making the black dragon round mirror whisper, Why are you laughing? The human known as Cale is deep in his own thoughts. He will take the cash and turn it into real assets like food or land to make a profit. And that is where we leave it, with Cale ignoring a speechless prince and planning his next move. Trust me, you and I are going to love seeing how he spends that cash. All right, stick with me, you and I are about to see how this spoiled noble turns cash into god-tier power. Cale wants the sound of the wind, a strength that only grows the more money you throw at it. Albaru still thinks the man before him is just a decadent playboy. Sweating, he asks, Are you buying wine with all that? Cale keeps his cool and plays along with Albaru's assumption. Wow, how did your highness guess that? Albaru laughs, unable to believe it. Is that true? But he stands up and agrees to Cale's request. Fine, I understand. Tomorrow, check the report and give me the number you want. It seems Albaru plans to visit Cale once again. Cale asks, You are coming to visit me again? Albaru shoots back. What? You do not like it? Cale does not deny it. Instead, he smiles brightly. It would be my honor. Honestly, this cheesy talk makes Albaru's skin crawl. He is speechless. With nothing left to say, he turns away. Fine, just get some rest for now. While Cale is celebrating his plan going perfectly, things are about to take a very strange turn. Now, pay attention here, even the world's strongest dragon is completely baffled by our main character's next move. Rayon asks if there is a way for humans to change hair color without using mana, but Cale stays silent. Rayon rubs his head against Cale's back, searching for an answer. Human, tell me, what kind of power is it? If it is not mana, then what is it? I am so curious. Cale just ignores the dragon and stays silent. Whatever, I am a patient right now. The next morning at the Henitu's castle, in Cale's room, things are looking very formal. Choi Han arrives to see him and hands over a letter. It is a status report from butler Ron. Ron has left as planned. Cale takes the letter and starts reading through the contents written inside. Ron wrote that he will send a report once a month. He never expected his young master to hide such power. Choi Han gave me the details on that guy's face. I will remember it. Or story instructed B. Crocs. Cale finishes reading. Choi Han asks for permission to leave. Cale places the letter down on the table. Very well. Now alone, Cale wonders if Ron really left his own son behind just like that. If Redika runs into Ron now, he is dead meat. Cale chuckles. Meanwhile, Eric Wheelsman is very worried. Eric sounds incredibly urgent, as he says he heard Cale was in massive pain. But Cale just remains completely silent. A second later, he whispers that his body has absolutely no strength left in it. Hearing that, Eric grows even more anxious. Cale then clutches his stomach and groans that he feels quite sick. You and I both know the truth. Kale is just faking it. He claims his stomach is in knots, but he is really just stuffed from eating. Seeing Kale clutching his stomach in silence, Eric says, "Just tell me if you need anything at all." Lady Amiru adds, "That is right. We will do everything we can to help you." Kale smiles at them. The two cats look at him with confusion before closing their eyes on his lap. Suddenly, Gilbert speaks up. "This is not just a visit to the sick, is it?" Eric suddenly remembers his true purpose. He hands Kale an envelope. "This is the updated investment info for the Northeast region. I brought it for you." Kale takes the envelope and opens it up to see the contents. In his head, he thinks it looks like they are determined to build a naval base there. Eric mentions that this news and proposal will be sent to the Henetus household very soon. Kale asks softly, "Is that so? You are all going to see the Crown Prince now, right?" Eric is honest. "Yes, we meet him tonight. The prince must show interest for us to start the work." Kale finishes reading and says it will be fine. "Just send documents through a servant next time. Visiting like this is too much work for you all. You do not have to come anymore." But Eric firmly disagrees. "No, we will keep coming. You need to stay informed." Kale looks genuinely surprised. Before leaving, Eric tells him to get some rest. Kale just gives a simple nod in response. After they leave, Choi Han, Rosalind, and Rayon enter. Choi Han looks worried as Kale rubs his neck. Kale is feeling quite annoyed. He sighs and tells them all to just go away. Choi Han seems to think he is the problem and starts to get incredibly nervous. Rosalind speaks up. "I am sorry, but I need Choi Han and Locke." Kale realizes she must return home immediately. If those enemies find out she is alive, they will send assassins to finish the job. She cannot possibly go back to her kingdom alone. And that is where we leave it, trust me. This escort mission is about to get dangerous. With Rosalind's identity exposed, she needs the strongest allies possible to survive the assassins coming her way. All right, you and I are about to see our main character drop some serious wisdom. He tells her there is no need to apologize. She has helped them so much that he feels it is only right to return the favor. She thanks him for being so kind. However, Choi Han insists on staying to protect the young master. But Kale refuses and calls him by his name to stop him. In his head, Kale knows Choi Han needs to leave, so he can move freely and prepare his next moves before the war begins. With that thought, he speaks up confidently. "I am absolutely not going to die." Plus, Kale plans to get rich and train hard enough so that he can run away easily. He just wants a peaceful life and a happy retirement. He has a dragon for protection, so bringing Choi Han would just be a burden. Seeing Kale's absolute confidence, Choi Han is surprised. He admits he was probably overthinking things and agrees to leave for a while. Next, the young master gestures for Locke to come over. Locke rushes to the bed looking panicked, but Kale calmly tells him to go with Rosalind and return to him in 3 months' time. Locke sits down and answers with a confused look. But Kale immediately scolds him for not paying attention to their secret agreement. "What was that? Did you forget our deal?" Kale asks. And Locke hesitates for a second. Now pay attention here, this is a huge moment. Kale hands over a paper and tells Locke they will definitely meet back there. Locke reads the paper and mutters about having a place to return to. Kale places a hand on his shoulder, surprising the young boy. "That is right. A place to return to. Make sure you remember that in 3 months. Finally, a bright smile breaks across Locke's face as he promises he will definitely be back in 3 months' time. Kale nods gently. He thinks about how much the story has shifted, praying it stays on the right track enough to be useful. He needs his future knowledge to actually mean something in this world. It is a shame he cannot see them off, but he will see them again when they all return home together. A moment later, someone else enters the room, and it is none other than his loyal servant, Hans, with news. Hans calls out to him, holding a scroll. Apparently, the king himself wants to award the young master with a prestigious royal medal. Kale takes a second to process this, then reaches out to grab the scroll, and quickly unravels the document to see. It names him as Young Master Cale Henetus, the heir to the pride of a family that protects the kingdom from darkness. You and I can probably guess why this is getting ridiculous. Kale reads it and instantly feels a massive headache coming on. 1 week later at Glory Square, the carriage comes to a halt as the crowd begins to gather around them. Even the little black dragon remarks on how long it has been since they were outside. Kale steps out and scans the area. walking forward as the crowd around him begins to erupt in loud, excited whispers. They keep shouting about the Silver Light Young Master. Hearing that name makes Cale feel incredibly annoyed and awkward. The crowd just will not stop calling him the Young Master with the shield, but Cale stays silent and keeps walking. His deputy captain is walking right beside him, and hearing those cheers, he cannot help but start teasing his young boss. Everyone is calling you the Silver Light Young Master, sir. Cale just glares at the captain's happy face without saying a word. The captain keeps going, saying a cool guy like Cale deserves a legendary name that the whole kingdom can be proud of. Cale has finally had enough. He looks at the man and thinks to himself in total frustration. Damn it. Silver Light? Shield? He absolutely hates these cheesy, embarrassing titles and wishes everyone would just stop calling him that. Cale puts on a fake smile and asks the captain if people would stop if he started drinking in public again. The deputy captain immediately freezes up and starts coughing nervously into his hand from the sudden threat. He stammers out that Cale's body has not recovered yet, so he really needs to stay far away from the alcohol. Cale is surprised by the reaction, but he cannot help but feel a bit annoyed by how everyone sees him. That is right. To everyone else, he is still a fragile patient who is in a very critical condition. They think he is injured from pushing his ancient powers past his limits to stop those bombs during the terror attack. Thinking about this reminds him of the conversation he had with his family just a short while ago. Back then, he was talking to his father through a magic orb. Count Daruth looked furious as he asked about the attackers. I will kill them for you. How dare they touch my son, a boy who cannot even swing a sword? He was ready. Cale could only sit there looking completely worried and awkward. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You're going to want to see what happens next. The Henatus family is never truly weak. All right. Stick with me, you and I are about to watch what happens when Cale's powerful family finally decides to stop being quiet and take action. As he walks through the plaza, Cale looks down at his hands and realizes those words were absolutely right. When he left the capital to head home, nobody came looking for him. Not even Eric and his group were anywhere to be found. Finally reaching the gate, the guard recognizes him immediately and shouts, "Young Master Cale." But our hero just calmly asks if he needs to verify his identity. The guard quickly softens his tone and politely says, "Please come in, young master." Cale keeps it classy, thanking the man and acknowledging that he's been working hard. Inside, he truly appreciates their effort. While the guard bows his head and responds with a respectful yes. Even after Cale passes through, the man just stands there silently, watching his back as he walks away. The grand hall is already filled with tables and guests who arrived early. Just as Cale starts looking for a place to sit, Eric spots him from across the room and waves him over. Seeing him, Cale greets him warmly and asks if he had already arrived at the party. He takes a seat with Eric's crew, but his mind is already racing with a completely different set of thoughts. Now pay attention, because word is spreading that Cale Henatus actually gave up his honorary medal to someone else, even though his body hasn't fully recovered from the attack yet. He casually mentions that the weather is beautiful today, wondering if it's for the sake of those who have passed on. Cale has no idea that Lady Ameru is watching him with a look of pure admiration in her eyes. It's like there's a glowing aura around him, making her blush as she says it's likely thanks to his kind heart. Cale is completely baffled by the comment and asks, "My kind heart? What do you mean?" He quickly changes the subject, asking if she is planning to leave the capital later today. Ameru confirms it and asks if he's leaving tomorrow, saying she'll see him back at the territory. Cale tells her he's starting to miss the sea. She asks if he's heading there to recover, and Cale just plays along with the lie, saying that's exactly the plan. But inside, he's thinking, recovery? No way. I'm going there to make my body even more powerful than it is now. Cale adds that it's not just for his health, and she quickly responds, wondering what else he could be planning. You and I both know Cale is always 10 steps ahead. Now watch as he prepares to drop a bombshell of news on the nobles. News about the military investment on the northeast coast is about to spread to every single person sitting in this room. Eric smiles brightly at the news, telling the young master that he's counting on his help. Ameru joins in with a smile, just as the host of the party finally makes his grand entrance, and it is none other than King Zed Crossman himself. As the king heads to the podium, he captures Cale's curiosity in a way he didn't quite expect. He boldly declares they've gathered here to show the world they will never surrender or bow down to any threats. Gripping his scepter tightly, Zed Crossman speaks with a cold and commanding authority to the crowd. He repeats that they are here to prove they have absolutely zero fear in the face of danger. Row after row of young men and women stand tall and proud, having acted with incredible bravery during the crisis. The king continues his speech, crediting their courage for protecting the kingdom's lands through the generations. Kale wonders if the king just glanced his way, but he figures he is probably just imagining things. Under the sun god's blessing, a splendid golden gate appears, yet the dragon senses absolutely zero divine power coming from these ordinary humans. Little Rayon says this while resting on Kale's bed, while our main character focuses on his important documents. Rayon thinks of Alberu Crossman and adds that only the crown prince feels a little bit special to him. Kale realizes the divine power the Crossman family brags about is a total lie, yet another useless fact for his collection. There's nothing interesting about it at all, so he decides to just keep playing dumb and pretend he knows nothing. Rayon waits for an answer, and Kale tells him this secret stays between the two of them. Hearing that, the dragon is overjoyed. The scene shifts outside, where the invisible little dragon is perched right on Kale's shoulder wherever he goes. A loud voice announces the awarding of medals to those who fought with courage during the most recent battle. A shining medal is pinned to a hero's chest, shimmering brightly under the afternoon sun. The king honors his generals as they kneel in gratitude, while Kale joins in the applause to blend into the crowd. Rayon whispers that humans are strange, just as Vinian suddenly appears right behind Kale and calls out to him. Vinian calls him young Master Kale, and he turns around, asking what the man could possibly want now. And that's where we leave it. And I know this tense standoff with Vinian is just the beginning of a much bigger conflict that's about to explode. Let's jump back in. All the high-ranking noble families are still gathered right here in the capital. Vinian speaks up first, asking why the young master would ever turn down such a prestigious royal medal. Kale remains silent for a moment, scrutinizing the man while wondering what his real goal could be. Even the little dragon finds him irritating and sends a frustrated telepathic message. I want to kill him right now, he says, but Kale tells him to just stay calm. Kale refused the medal simply because he hates being recorded, his unfriendly gaze lingering on Vinian as he continues to calculate everything in his mind. The royal library keeps records of the kings on top, while the lower floors track every hero and their different levels of medals. Now watch this. The palace uses those monthly rewards as a clever excuse to keep every hero under their thumb. While others see it as a grand honor, to Kale, it feels more like a heavy set of shackles. At that thought, a smile crosses his face. When war eventually breaks out, who will even remember the person who stopped a plaza terror attack? With that thought, Kale stands up to answer Vinian. What is there to regret? If it is not written down, people will just forget it soon enough anyway. I was already hurt enough, so I have no regrets. He spreads his arms wide, saying that just being alive is enough. I see, Vinian replies coldly, as Kale continues with his humble act as if it were obvious. He asks how a coward like himself could ever accept a medal, leaving Vinian looking away in total silence, completely speechless at the response. High above them, King Zed Crossman continues his loud speech. This event ends now, but I will never forget this moment or the brave people who risked everything. I will keep them in my heart forever. Kale looks up at the clear blue sky and clouds. Nearby, someone has placed a single flower on the ground to honor the fallen. Soon, many more flowers appear as Eric, Jubert, and Lady Amiru join together in a quiet prayer. Kale closes his eyes in silence, while Prince Alberu Crossman does the same nearby. The prince said he didn't need to attend the memorial, but Kale came anyway because he understands the heavy weight of every life lost. He places a hand over his heart, showing his own brand of respect for those who did not make it. Suddenly, Eric Winmans rushes over, pointing at his face and frantically asking if he is exhausted or feeling some kind of heart pain. Kale is left speechless. But Eric soon realizes he made a mistake and awkwardly scratches his head when he sees he was wrong. Kale can only give him a helpless, exhausted smile. The Golden Tablet, a reward from the Crown Prince that grants him exactly 2 special favors, no matter the cost. Whether he buys 2 pieces of bread or 2 entire mountains, the value of those 2 opportunities is completely limitless. Thinking about it, Kale realizes the prince might actually... Perhaps the prince is testing him to see what he will choose, or maybe he thinks Kale can only do so much with this power. You and I both know that smirk means his next thought is, you are dead wrong. The little dragon sees that wicked expression and asks what kind of trouble he is cooking up now. Weak human, you better be careful, the dragon warns. Kale just scoffs and looks away. Across the room, a bearded man is watching him closely. It is the young master Silver Shield. Several noblewomen are staring too, so Kale turns away, hoping these eyes will vanish once he finally leaves the capital. The next morning brings another beautiful, sunny day. Golden sunlight fills the massive mansion as a freshly prepared meal is placed neatly on the table. The little dragon notices the black spheres in Kale's hand and asks what those strange little tools are for. He replies they are for destroying the whirlpool. He didn't originally plan to destroy it, thinking his shield and heart would be enough to handle the situation. He looks at the eating dragon and smiles to himself. Since the black dragon is here now, why should he bother wasting his own precious energy? He tells the little one to eat up. Billows watches, wondering what massive thing the young master is planning to steal this time. The two cat siblings are fast asleep as Kale sits back with a glass of wine, smiling as he notes just how famous he has become lately. Billows agrees but asks if it is really okay for him to be drinking so much. Why should I hide my true self from you? Kale asks. Billows just smiles and reaches for the bottle. He starts pouring a glass, while confirming he received the returned items and the special request. Trust me, you and I must see what is inside that shimmering box. All right, you and I are watching Kale as he grabs the box, deciding exactly where to use his gold in order to finally buy himself some precious time. He's targeting those whose existence threatens the very safety of the Rome Kingdom. Actually, it's bigger than just one kingdom. He's buying time against the Northern Knights to protect the entire Western continent, specifically the Central North region. To be precise, the Knights are only one part of his plan. Between the Empire, the Mage Slayer, and the Southern Queen, Kale is determined to buy enough time to slip away from all those dangerous threats. If he were alone, it would be difficult. But he's got plenty of powerful allies by his side now. The two kittens, On and Hong, are still curled up together, sleeping peacefully nearby. Kale suddenly asks Billows if he's hurt in a very serious tone. Billows is fine, but he's already fully aware of the chaotic rumors spreading around lately. Right before the Eastern continent blows up, that's the best time for a merchant to strike gold. Now, pay attention, because Kale is about to drop a truth bomb. The Jaipur kingdom is falling, and he knows Billows has already sensed the chaos coming. Billows just gives that friendly smile of his, already plotting how to turn that disaster into pure profit. He asks Kale, what kind of investment will bring in the biggest payout? Kale answers that the mages will lose the civil war and their tower will fall. So, what do you think will happen to the survivors? He stares into his wineglass, his mind already 3 steps ahead of everyone else. Not every mage will die in the war, especially in the world's biggest magic device hub. Those mages hold power that goes way beyond mere politics and influence. Once they lose their status, Crown Prince Alberu Crossman will be the first one to snatch them up. While Alberu's image flashes in his mind, he knows that the high-ranking mage Rosalind is the one who will build a new magic tower. A cold-faced, red-haired girl appears in his thoughts, the genius mage herself. Billows asks if the mages are really going to be destroyed while Kale sits in silence. The Mage Alliance has to fall. It's the only way for Jaipur to have a real future. But Kale has a different goal. He wants the top magic device production center in the entire Jaipur kingdom, which is the best in the continent. He needs the pieces left over once the magic tower finally crumbles. He tells Billows to send word the moment the tower falls. Billows, feeling cautious, asks him for the real reason behind it. Kale says he'll know when the time comes. Billows just smiles and closes his eyes, while Kale feels a deep sense of satisfaction. Same here. Let's pause here. Kale is essentially using someone else's money to buy his own protection, even if it costs a fortune. It's a genius move, right? Billows takes his leave, promising to stay in touch, while Kale settles in to wait. The wine is gone. He sets the empty glass down and leans back with a heavy sigh. Suddenly, he notices something strange. What on earth is that? He's genuinely startled to see a walking mud doll infused with dark energy crawling inside from the balcony. It looks like a creepy lump of dirt radiating dark power. Rayon senses the power of a god. Kale realizes it must be Priestess Cage. He asks the figure, and it waves a hand happily. Glad that Kale recognized who was behind it. Kale calls it a doll. Cage explains this figure is just a temporary vessel for her consciousness. It's a one-time use item. Kale is impressed by the skills of a true necromancer. Then, he shifts his gaze toward the small black dragon. Raon is talking openly without being invisible. He must know the doll's hearing is limited. Just how powerful has this little dragon actually become? It's really impressive. The doll mentions they're leaving the capital today, knowing Kale probably hates being contacted like this. The doll climbs onto a chair, while Kale silently agrees with its assessment. Cage promises that once she reaches a much higher position in the future, she'll pay back the massive debt she owes to Kale. A vision of Taylor Stan smiling appears, but Kale just brushes it off, saying it's unnecessary. The doll responds, once they get what they want, they'll need a way to send news. Kale tells them to do whatever they want and to stay healthy. Light erupts from the doll's body before it dissolves into a cloud of dark smoke. And that's where we leave it. Raon's finally getting his revenge, and Kale's given the green light. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are back with our favorite black dragon, who is currently sparkling with pure joy. He says he will repay his debt of favor when the time finally comes for them to take their revenge. Hearing those words, Kale tells the little dragon to just do whatever he wants, making the dragon cheer in excitement. Kale sips his wine, wondering if this is really okay, since this little dragon is actually quite savage. He takes another drink while the small dragon stays right by his side, happily humming a random little tune. After a long night of dragon lullabies about revenge, the scene shifts to Rosalyn handing over a few books. These are books about the language of the Roan Kingdom and the common tongue used across the mainland. The little dragon takes them, bragging that since he is a great being, he will learn it all very quickly. Rosalind plays along, agreeing that he is indeed great and hoping he eventually gets a really cool name for himself. The dragon says he will let Kale name him, as Rosalind just gives a beautiful smile and looks away. Kale is busy talking to someone else and looks up, totally confused by the look she is giving him. She tells the dragon that Kale-nim will understand him, and the little guy just huffs and turns his head away. She watches him with a smile, while Kale continues his conversation with the others nearby. Locke pounds his chest and vows to become truly powerful before his return, then reminds the children to listen to the young master and think carefully about their future path. He warns them that the decision they make now will determine the fate and future of their entire lives. They need to stay strong. Suddenly, a voice calls out to Kale-nim, breaking the serious moment of determination. The request is simple: if he sees that mage again, the dragon should be ordered to kill him instantly. Choi Han is serious, telling him to make sure the dragon takes the head instead of just an arm. Trust me. You and I don't want to mess with these guys when they are in full revenge mode. As Choi Han tries to say more, Kale raises a hand to stop the overly dramatic and cliché speech. Kale just smiles and tells him not to get hurt, which Choi Han answers with a very handsome grin. He promises they will be careful, and Kale boards the carriage, followed closely by the two cat siblings. Rosalind and Choi Han watch the carriage leave, with the black dragon already settled down right beside Kale. Looking out through the window, Kale tells the deputy butler Hans that it is finally time to depart. He looks back one last time as the butler and all the servants gather there to say their goodbyes. They all shout their goodbyes, wishing him a safe return and saying it was an honor to host him, promising to wait for the day they can see him again. Kale waves a hand back at them to acknowledge the farewell before finally pulling the curtains closed for the trip. He leans back into his seat with a sigh, getting goosebumps since he has no plans to return there. The carriage travels for a long time under the bright sun until the coastal landscape begins to appear. The red cat stares outside in awe, noticing the salty air and the jagged rocks hitting the water. Both cat siblings lean out the window together, asking with wide eyes if this is actually the sea. Kale looks at the glowing golden orb in his hand, asking if this is the mana from the bombs. The dragon confirms it, excited that they can now create even more powerful magic bombs for their journey. Kale smiles as the carriage winds along a high cliff road with the crashing blue ocean directly below them. The gray cat cries out in excitement about how high the cliffs actually are from where they sit. Let me introduce the Cliff of Winds, a scenic spot in the Ubar territory with whirlpools across the sea. These whirlpools are exactly why the waters near the coast have become such a dangerous place. Now, pay attention here. This is where a legendary powerhouse once found the sound of the wind. That person was known as an invincible warrior across the entire Western continent in the original story. He was reportedly even stronger than Locke the savage yet intelligent leader of the Blue Wolf tribe, the tyrant Tunka. He is known as one of the most brutal kings around. Kale puts the golden orb away in a box, focused on the important task he has ahead of him. According to the events in the novel, there is still a little bit of time before Tunka arrives at this location, so Kale realizes he needs to make his move first. He tucks the box into his pocket but suddenly stops when he spots something moving out on the water. Something is moving strangely just above the surface, making the two cats jump up with pure excitement and wonder. Even Kale is stunned by the sight, wondering out loud if those massive shapes are actually a group of whales. You and I will just have to wait and see if these are normal whales or something far more mysterious. You and I are jumping into a moment where even the baby dragon senses a terrifying presence. Kale feels the chill too. His bad gut feeling is proving to be exactly right. Kale suddenly feels the pressure as his thoughts start spinning. He is worried that Amiru, standing right there, might have already noticed him standing out like this. She steps closer and recounts the recent events. While they were surveying the coast a few days ago, they rescued a man who just regained consciousness. That news hits him like a ton of bricks. Talk about having some serious bad luck. He listens intently as she continues the story. The man was unconscious and nearly swallowed up by a massive, deadly whirlpool. She wondered what to do next, while maintaining a polite, respectful distance from him. Remembering what the young master did at the plaza, she decided she had to save that man. She looks him in the eye, hands folded, and shares her own personal philosophy. Human life is precious, isn't it? He stuffs a hand in his pocket and reluctantly agrees with her. That is the exact answer she predicted. She knew the young master would say something like that. Amiru describes the rugged man she helped that day. Based on his unique clothing and massive physique, he seems to be a tribesman from the Whipper Kingdom. A massive frame, tight clothes, and a gold belt. The image flashes clearly in Kale's mind. He knows exactly who this person is. It is definitely Tunka. His background is insane. He leads the non-mage alliance in their war against the mages. He is the one leading that alliance. A man from a tribe the kingdom's citizens call barbarians. But true barbarians do not exist. Everyone starts with the same brain. They just grow and evolve in their own unique ways. These non-magic tribes live in the rugged mountains and dangerous coastal areas of the Whipper Kingdom. They push physical strength to the absolute limit, wanting to tear down the Mage Kingdom once and for all. A place built for mages only. They want to reset everything back to its original state. Outsiders might see a barbarian invasion, but to them, it is a desperate fight for freedom. Raw instinct versus rigid rules. Even knowing this, Kale still has some serious concerns. Pay attention here. The problem is Tunka is known for being a simpleton. Kale wonders if a smart barbarian even exists, based on what he read. He is just a straightforward guy with zero brains and massive muscles. A man with very developed limbs. But idiots like him are the most dangerous. Kale sighs, unable to wrap his head around it. Noticing his restless and anxious mood, Amiru quickly tries to reassure him. Do not worry about him, young master. His body is already recovering at an incredible rate. He smiles and tries to correct her, saying he is not worried and that the man should take his time healing. But his inner thoughts are far different. Hopefully, that means they will not cross paths before he leaves this place. Suddenly, a thick silence falls between them. They just stand there, staring until the tension becomes too much, finally forcing Kale to be the one to break it. He awkwardly scratches his forehead and asks if she can show him where he will be staying. Of course. Your body still hasn't fully recovered from everything yet, has it? He nods, admitting he is still in pain. She turns around and tells him it is time to go. Let's pause for a second. Kale follows the group, but one burning question keeps haunting his mind. Why exactly is Tunka showing up at this moment? Even if Billows is a genius merchant, how could he possibly be so certain that a civil war would break out exactly like this? He wonders. How could anyone know about it so quickly? Billows' talent is one thing, but as an illegitimate son, his ability to gather top-secret intel should have its limits. Looking at the evidence, Kale realizes one terrifying truth. The Civil War is coming much faster than it did in the novel. If that is the case, then every single event starts to fit together perfectly. But what could have possibly triggered this war to start so much earlier than expected? First off, Tunka being here means he was likely attacked by mages and shipwrecked. This implies he has already seized power in the north and is now making his move. While Kale is lost in his own thoughts, the group finally arrives at their destination. He enters the apartment, concluding that history has not changed. The butler is already there to greet him. The butler politely offers to lead the young master further inside. Kale follows him, thinking about Tunka's raw power that makes mages tremble. Trust me, you and I just met the absolute peak of human strength. All right, stick with me as we explore oceans, deserts, and frozen volcanic peaks. Climbing the stairs, he admires the vibrant landscape paintings lining the walls. They make the villa feel alive and glowing with luxury. Suddenly, a black dragon appears overhead. Kale continues, thinking about how Tunka fought against the raw, brutal power of nature itself. How could mages, relying on natural mana, ever hope to defeat a monster like him? Maybe a dragon could. Raun, the black dragon, sees Kale's deep focus and asks, "What are you thinking about, human?" Humans. He enters a lavish room filled with expensive furniture and shuts the door behind him with a loud thud. He figures a dragon could probably take down Tunka in one shot. The dragon peers at him, asking why he is acting so strange. Kale simply tells him to stay close for now, and not to go wandering off anywhere. The black dragon huffs, annoyed by the command. He flies off, grumbling that he will do whatever he wants. Watching him go, Kale sighs. That dragon's words and actions never match. He takes a moment to evaluate the overall situation. This mansion feels way too fancy for a tiny fishing village. It was likely built by the new Ubar Lord when they took over. The young dragon flies over to the bed and curls up on the soft mattress to sleep. Kale walks quietly, realizing that Amiru's mother, the current lord, is determined to turn this seaside territory into something great. After 10 long years, the results of her hard work are finally showing. Stepping onto the balcony, he calculates his moves. Winning over the Robert family and securing Winsman's support will not happen overnight. The balcony looks right over the ocean, and he stands there, lost in the view. The cliff of wind and those treacherous whirlpools have been a nightmare for the local people for over 100 years. Getting to the open sea is a struggle. Yet, there is a reason the Lord values this specific stretch of water. Kale shifts his gaze toward the village, which is shaped like a crescent moon. It splits the coastal cliffs, making it the only spot where ships can actually drop anchor and stay safe. He notices the scattered islands out there, positioned almost like they are standing in a tactical military formation. The scenery is beautiful, but from a military standpoint, this place is absolutely perfect. Here is the plan tomorrow. You and I are watching him head to the smallest island for the sound of the wind. It is a power that is silent but incredibly fierce. At least, that is how Tunka described it in the story. Kale turns back into the room, his mind set. That is the exact kind of power he wants. Something that lets him escape quietly while leaving the strongest enemies in total chaos. He smirks, already looking forward to tomorrow. Night falls, and the villa glows brightly against the dark sky. Kale cannot help but wear a satisfied grin. He acts friendly, as the kids excitedly explain that Beecrocs prepared a special seafood feast just for the young master. The two little ones tell him how much Beecrocs loves the sea before inviting him to eat. "Please eat your fill," they say. Kale nods gently, and suddenly, a cart arrives overflowing with beautifully prepared, colorful dishes. Beecrocs, with his hair slicked back perfectly, begins setting the table with the various plates. Another teenager dressed in a very sharp suit is there to help him. That is Mize. He offers the meal with a bright smile. Kale simply thanks him for the hard work. Bringing the kids to help was a smart move. They cheer happily and then rush out of the room. Maze asks Beecrocs if he is coming, but the chef lingers, his eyes still fixed firmly on the young master. You and I can see Beecrocs watching him eat in total silence. It is honestly a bit unnerving. Despite the stare, Kale eats calmly, feeling like he has a strict babysitter. He remembers when they first arrived. Back then, one of the kids said something like this: "Young master, we want to work too." Mize had put a hand over his heart, speaking with absolute determination and a deep sense of purpose to Kale. Locke told them they could not just let the young master feed them for free. The other kids all nodded in agreement. So Kale suggested they go help Beecrocs down in the kitchen. Mace originally thought helping the knights would be much better for their training. But since Kale suggested the kitchen, they promised to work their absolute hardest. The little ones chimed in as one, shouting that they would work very hard. Kale explained that they are still too small for night duty. It is dangerous. Better to just help Beecrocs chop some vegetables. And trust me, seeing Mice happily agree makes you and I realize just how much these kids truly respect him now. All right. You and I are about to see our main character settle into a very unexpected role babysitter for future warriors. The kids were taken into the organization. There, he looked after their every need, even teaching them the basics of cooking from scratch. It was a total struggle at first. Those kids were absolute disasters in the kitchen. Seeing those messy plates made him facepalm and sigh deeply. Back in the real world, he felt less like a powerful hero and much more like a frustrated full-time nanny. Sensing his master's gaze, Big Crocs wondered to himself, "Wait, is he looking over here at me?" Caught in the act, he looked away and started humming. As Big Crocs pushed the cart near the door, he finally spoke up. "I am eating now. Thanks for these delicious dishes," he said, making the big man freeze. Big Crocs responded with a simple acknowledgement. Now, only he and 2 kittens, one red, one white, remained. They slowly crawled out from under the chair. He started wondering something. Why was this guy taking his father's place in doing all of this? Big Crocs did not have to bring this much food, but somehow, he started doing exactly what John used to do. Every single day. Thanks to him, the loss of John did not feel so empty. He then called the 2 kittens over to come and eat. Hearing that invitation, they excitedly climbed onto the table to enjoy the delicious, fragrant meal. The black dragon Aon finally woke up and joined them. It headed to the table, snacking alongside the cats while he watched them peacefully. Now, pay attention because the story is about to move from the kitchen to the open, dangerous sea. A group stood at the harbor talking under the bright sun, with our main character right in the middle of them. He politely offered a greeting. The man across from him replied, "The pleasure is mine, young master." The man was a giant with a thick brown beard that matched his hair. He stood confidently and told him, "Trust me, I will get you to the central island safely." Amiru, standing nearby, confirmed the man's words. "Indeed, you can trust this man anywhere in Yuba." She looked a bit guilty, saying she should have been the one to take him herself. He reassured her. "It is fine, my lady. Having a great fisherman as a guide is more than enough for me." "So the 3 of you are going together?" Amiru asked one last time. He confirmed it was time for them to set off. He gestured to his 2 companions behind him. The fisherman in charge of the voyage spoke up with a very warm smile. "Please, get on board." With the fisherman's help, he and the rest of the group finally stepped onto the vessel. Once settled, he spoke to Big Crocs. "I heard there is rare seafood near the island. It will help broaden your knowledge." "Thank you, young master," he replied. They looked back at the harbor and saw Vice Butler Han struggling with the 2 cats. They were clinging to him and refusing to move. "We do not like the water at all," they seemed to cry. Busy as he was, Han called out to his master. "Young master, have a safe trip," he shouted with a bright smile. The 2 cats were still playing around his neck. He smiled back. Suddenly, the black dragon appeared and announced he would fly there. Then, the boat finally started its engines. The captain warned them that it would be a bumpy ride and told the young master to hold on tight. The ocean currents were incredibly strong, tossing the boat up and down with every single wave. Waves slammed into the bow, making the ship tilt. He grabbed a wooden crate for balance, feeling dizzy and cursing under his breath. The boat continued its intense race against the waves. It charged forward, ignoring every obstacle. The fisherman held the wheel steady while the others sat down to rest, except for Harris, who was buried in a crate. The fisherman laughed loudly as he steered, clearly having a blast. "Young master, aren't those whirlpools over there just beautiful?" he asked. "You and I have to admire this guy's courage. He is either a legend or completely insane." Harris could not take it anymore and reached out for help, but our main character quickly pulled his hand away. Suddenly, the fisherman yelled, "Young master, look! That is the island." The whirlpools surrounding that island were the most terrifying of all. It was just a small piece of land rising from the middle of a violent sea. Despite the view, he was feeling terrible. His head was spinning, and he realized he was definitely getting seasick. He imagined that if they got sucked in, they would be dead for sure. The fisherman just laughed at the thought. "If we get caught in that, just prepare to say goodbye to this life." He felt exhausted and helpless hearing that. The man continued, saying legends claim a thief stole from the gods, and that is how those whirlpools were originally formed. While he was talking, A massive wave suddenly struck the ship, making it tilt dangerously to the side. And that is where we leave it for now, with the boat nearly flipping and poor Harris looking like he has seen a ghost. All right, you and I are heading to a mysterious island with a massive secret. The son replies, Sorry, Dad, but both of them seem perfectly fine and awake, likely because they are so used to these rough waves. The fisherman smiles at Kale and says, That is how it is, young master. At that moment, Kale turns to the old fisherman. Kale is barely holding it together against some brutal seasickness as he tells them, Just get us to the island first. With a grin, the fisherman mentions that Lady Amiru said the exact same thing. I will take you there now. He steers the boat skillfully, avoiding every dangerous whirlpool in their path. Eventually, the boat arrives and Kale steps onto solid ground. The fisherman cheers. We made it here much easier than we usually do. The moment they land, Harris loses the battle with his stomach and starts vomiting in a corner. Gross retching sounds are the only things coming out of him since he left the boat. Kale thinks he looks half dead. Big Brock stays silent and serious, pulling on a pair of spotless white gloves and wearing them with total focus and care. Watching Harris suffer, Kale starts questioning what is going on in his own head. He wears those for torture to avoid getting dirty, so Kale realizes he has to move on his own. He calls the captain over, who rushes to him immediately. Yes, young master? Kale tells him to finish the story about the thief. Now pay attention, because this legend is the reason why we are here. Once, there was a thief faster than anyone. His footsteps were so light and careful that even while he was sprinting across the sea, not a single drop of water would ever splash up. That thief stole something precious, a relic that people called a divine artifact. The thief carried that item with him. You know those windy cliffs right in front of us, right? He says while pointing at the cliffs far away. They say he jumped right off those coastal cliffs. A massive cliff stands tall over the sea where the thief and the relic vanished forever. It was right after that when these strange whirlpools began to appear at the shore. The fisherman concludes that people used to worship the relic, but then Kale speaks up with a question. So, they do not anymore? He shrugs. If it really was a divine item, why would a god make humans suffer instead of just searching for it and finding it themselves? Kale smiles, realizing it is not a divine item but a human power, which is exactly why a god could never have it for themselves. He turns around and tells the group that he is going to take a look around the island. Young master, wait. Harris reaches out with shaking hands, having just barely recovered from his intense seasickness. Kale just looks at him with a gaze full of total suspicion. Harris pulls his hand back as things get awkward. Kale just lets out a heavy sigh. He waves Brock over and asks him directly, As John's son, you are clearly not some ordinary guy we can just ignore, are you? Big Brock asks if he is going alone. Kale tells him to stay and guard the vice captain. Kale brushes it off, saying there is no danger here. Besides, you know I have my shield for protection. Brock finally agrees, telling him to be careful. He warns Kale to pull out the shield the very second he senses any kind of real danger. Despite the vomiting, Harris insists he will be right behind the young master very soon. Kale smiles and walks away while Harris continues to struggle with severe seasickness. He is puking his guts out. Kale thinks to himself that he needs to keep them separated for now. He needs someone strong and responsible to protect him. Big Brock is the perfect choice for that job. Kale heads into the woods, thinking he does not need to go deep. He will just scout the area and check on those whirlpools while he is at it. The Black Dragon will be flying tonight, so he needs to understand the basic layout of this place. He looks around the surroundings and asks, How does it look? Wait for it, you and I saw that too, right? Our little dragon friend just found something huge under the waves. It climbs onto his shoulder and whispers right into his ear. It is the same power as the cave we visited. Kale leans away and asks if anyone else is around. Rayon tells him there is no one. Just us, it says, but there are corpses here. Kale freezes in surprise, asking, What did you just say? Rayon explains that while flying, it counted 3 bodies on the other side of where the boat is anchored. Kale turns pale. Dead bodies? He gets a bad feeling that something terrible is about to happen if he keeps going. The Black Dragon looks at him confused and asks what is wrong. Not human? Trust me, you and I are about to see things get a lot more complicated very quickly. All right. You and I are about to dive into a mystery that starts with Kale asking the dragon why the limbs on these bodies look so strange. The Black Dragon Rayon quickly replies, Yes, the shape of the feet and hands is very weird, just like the shape of a fan. Kale frowns as he imagines the webbed feet. It is a mermaid trait. First, a pod of whales, and now mermaids are appearing. He wonders why whales and mermaids are showing up so early. Kale heads deep into the forest, while the sound of insects fills the air. He thinks about the whale tribe and the mermaids. Why are they both showing up together already at this stage of the story? No, that is not it. He tells himself the war between whales and mermaids has a history that is even older than human wars. However, they usually only appear in the hero's journey, when Choi Han joins forces with the powerful whale tribe. Kale calls out to the black dragon, who frowns in response. Do not just call me Hey, so what should I call you instead? Rayon simply says that he will know soon enough. Kale is a bit confused, wondering what the dragon is even talking about. Then he asks if anyone is ahead. No signs of life, even at sea. Then lead the way, Kale says to the dragon. Kale tells himself he has to check the mermaid bodies, even though he really hates getting into any kind of dangerous situation. He repeats for the dragon to lead the way. But just a moment later, he suddenly gasps, because it is actually real. Now watch closely, because what Kale sees on those rocks is going to show us exactly how brutal this world can really be. Rayon sees him standing there frozen and confused. Why are you not going over there to look? The dragon asks him. Kale says it looks terrifying. Rayon admits he forgot that Kale is just a weak human who gets scared quite easily. The dragon flies toward the mermaids to inspect them. It looks like they were crushed to death almost instantly, he notes. Plus, they died recently. There is still some red blood visible beneath the membranes of these dried-up mermaid corpses. They must have fought before dying. Kale realizes that the one who killed these mermaids was definitely a member of the whale tribe. The whale tribe is small like dragons, but they are known as the strongest individuals in the entire ocean. That is how they protect the sea from mermaids who want a kingdom, while whales do not want to divide their territory. Being free to move across the ocean is just the natural way of life for most of these sea creatures. He thinks that since whales are so powerful, the mermaids cannot just do whatever they want in these waters. But suddenly, the mermaids grew stronger, and the whale tribe was pushed into a very difficult position. That is when Choi Han appears to help the whales. Kale turns to leave, calling round to follow him back home. You and I might think leaving those bodies is a mistake, but Kale knows the whales left them there for a genius reason. Mermaid bodies on land dry up without rotting. If they were left in the sea, they would rot and smell terrible. Other mermaids would definitely find them then. It seems these few were killed by just a single whale acting alone. If there were more whales, they would have used these corpses as bait to lure in even more mermaids to kill. As he walks, he thinks he needs to clean everything up and get out of this place as fast as possible. Kale returns and tells Beacrox, who is still holding a fish, that it is time to head back. Night falls over his luxury villa. Inside his luxury villa, a blue box sits neatly on the table, but the inside of it is completely empty. Standing on the balcony, Kale gives instructions to the two kittens to watch over the house very carefully while he is gone. They happily agree to let no one in. Kale jumps onto the balcony railing and looks back at them with a smile. The black dragon Rayon is ready. Flight magic, he says, and a magic bubble immediately surrounds and lifts Kale into the air. Let us go. The bubble carries Kale across the coast, and the view from above is not at all what he imagined. The sea is incredibly vast, but at night, it is nothing but a pitch black and empty void. Looking at the ocean at this hour is creepy. Kale thinks to himself that Tonka is definitely a total psychopath. Tonka loves dangerous things. In fact, calling him crazy is probably the only way to accurately describe him. This is his first time at the sea at night, but Kale has to admit that it is quite interesting. He pictures the brown-haired man with the scar jumping into whirlpools. Kale has no intention of ever doing that. Rayon turns to ask if they are in the right spot. Kale hears him and slowly nods his head in agreement. He tells the dragon to proceed. Rayon agrees, calling him human. As Kale reaches deep into his pocket to find something, he pulls out a glowing red orb, and Raon uses his blue magic to power it up for their mission. This is not the same bomb used by the secret organization in the hero's story. This is a much higher grade of magic bomb. Trust me, you and I are about to see a blast like the magic bombs developed by the Whipper Kingdom in the original story. All right, you and I are about to see how a simple adhesive mana bomb turns into an absolute disaster. The power drops slightly, but this multi-stage explosion is perfect for dealing massive area damage. Aeon praises him, saying, "You are actually pretty talented for creating this." Hearing that, the black dragon Aeon puffs out his chest with pride and replies, "Of course, I am a great dragon after all." Then he gives a quick warning. "Stay careful and do not get yourself hurt out there." Kale thinks for a moment, then drops the magic orb straight into the deep, dark ocean waters. An explosion rips through the sea instantly, blasting massive pillars of water high into the morning sky. Water slams against the shield, making Kale cry out as the barrier glows with a soft green light protecting his body. He dives into the sea like an arrow. Underwater, Kay frowns while staring at a massive, raging whirlpool. It spins violently right next to a giant boulder. He plants his feet on the seabed and approaches the rock. Looking at the massive object before him, he shudders. Did that madman Tunka really destroy a boulder this big just to get through? Now, pay attention here. You and I are about to uncover a powerful ancient object hidden beneath the base of this rock. Suddenly, an ancient voice echoes out from the darkness. "You absolute pieces of trash." The angry voice makes the whirlpool surge. "I only stole what humans were forced to sacrifice, so what crime is that? I was going to give it back to them anyway, you filthy trash. Why do these things even have such power?" The image of a short-haired girl appears. This thief who stole from the gods is a main character in the novel. She didn't actually steal from the gods, she just robbed the temple. That woman was bound to this rock with heavy chains. Both of her legs were tethered to this giant boulder before she was cast into the sea to drown. The thief with the fastest feet had no choice but to face death. She was like the wind itself. After death, she became a spinning top. Kale pauses as the voice sighs that their friend's light would burn this water. His eyes widen as he thinks to himself, "Wait, did she just say light?" Kale stands perfectly still, listening to the ancient voice to uncover more clues about this mysterious power. Why is lightning terrifying? Because it only takes one strike. The shield is the tree. The heart's vitality is the wind. And the final power will be obtained once you pass through those flames of destruction. Fire of destruction. Kale wonders if he should really take this spinning top with him or leave it behind. He rests a hand on his hip and raises a small pickaxe. "I will worry later. Let's just get it out." He kneels and starts digging through the soil beneath the rock. There's no need to be as reckless as Tunka was. Just digging at the base is enough. The top keeps spinning as the ancient voice speaks out once more. "If my theft was a crime, why are they innocent for lying to humanity?" Kale sighs and grabs the top. This entire world is already rotten to the core. You and I can probably agree with Kay here. The world he's in is definitely one giant mess. The owner of the wind sound wanted only one thing: freedom. The top glows as Kale sets it down and stomps on it. The top shatters into pieces under his foot. That right there is the moment of true destruction. The ancient voice echoes through the sea again. "So, you are the one who carries the power of regeneration." Kale frowns. Regeneration? Is she talking about the vitality of the heart? Wind erupts from the top, slowly surrounding his body. "Do not get caught like I did. Live a life of freedom." Suddenly, a white light glows from Kale's chest. It seems he can finally feel the true power of the wind. His eyes widen as the wind surges through his chest. He clutches his heart and gasps for air. What is this? The wind moves to his legs, forming a silver cyclone tattoo on his ankle. He turns back to look at the rock. Did the vitality of the heart grow stronger because of the sound of the wind? His watch alarms suddenly. He tells himself it is time to head back up. Winds swirl violently from his feet to his head. Kay uses the force of the wind to launch himself through the water. The wind pulls the water into a massive vortex, propelling him forward. Within a week, the other whirlpools will vanish too. A moment later, Kale breaks the surface. He swims to a nearby rock and gazes toward the village lights. "I really need to move fast now." And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you and I both know that even with his new power, Kale's life is about to get complicated. All right, you and I are back with our favorite lazy hero, but things are getting complicated. Kale pulls off his goggles, staring at the massive cliff, and knowing he needs to finish this fast. Towering peaks rise up ahead of him. As he drifts in the water, he thinks to himself, finally, "I found it." He immediately swims forward, cutting through the current with ease. After Tunka claimed the sound of the wind, Kale found a very different opportunity waiting right here. At the very end of the path lies a hidden cave. Kale leans down, pressing his hands against the ground to steady himself as he stands. He begins to step inside, knowing that while this chance was not necessary for Tunka, it is a different story for him. This specific material is going to be incredibly useful for his own goals. If he combines this with the items Locke brings back later, the Queen of the Great Forest will have no choice but to strike a deal with him. He sits by the cave entrance to rest for a moment while the waves whisper outside. He smiles, knowing the Queen must save her forest at any cost. The sky outside remains pitch black, with only the occasional shimmering star decorating the dark canvas above. Kale knows the time has come. Suddenly, a voice echoes from behind him. "Hey, weak human. You didn't get yourself hurt, did you?" The owner of that voice is none other than the Black Dragon, Rayon. He points a sharp claw toward the darkness, explaining that a creature is inside the cave. It is dying, but it is not a corpse yet, so Kale should not be scared. Hearing Rayon's words, Kale slowly stands up. He wonders if that is the reason for the strange sounds echoing deep within the cavern. Even from the entrance, a heavy, thick scent of blood begins to waft through the air. The smell makes Kale turn a bit pale. He starts wondering if he should just jump back into the water and go home. He weighs his options, genuinely afraid of the gore inside. Maybe he should just ask the Black Dragon to carry the guy back for him. Now watch this part closely. A hand suddenly crawls out from the shadows. Kale freezes, his face turning ghostly white as a desperate voice begs for help. Sweat begins to pour down his face as his expression shifts into one of pure, utter shock. A man is crawling across the ground, struggling to move. He has beautiful, long blue hair, but his face is pale and exhausted from his heavy injuries. He whispers weakly, saying he must stay alive because there is something he absolutely has to do. His arm is dripping with blood and a strange green sap. As he begs for his life, Kale realizes this man belongs to the whale tribe. Since Kale is just standing there frozen, the dragon has to call out to him. "Hey, weak human, did you catch a cold or something?" Rayon points out how white his face is. Kale is still debating with himself, wondering if he should just leave this guy behind. But the blue-haired man is fading fast, his breathing becoming shallow as his vision darkens. Kale notices something strange. Why is a whale tribe member poisoned by merfolk? Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashes through his mind. A hybrid. In the story of the hero, the whale tribe is as rare as dragons. They never mix their bloodlines with others. Kale remembers hearing that the only hybrid had already died. Rayon continues to hover nearby, asking if Kale is really just going to leave him there. Kale remains silent and begins to walk forward, with only the sound of the ocean waves echoing behind his back. He stops right in front of the man with the long, flowing blue hair. Kneeling down on one knee, he finally calls out to him. The young man looks up with what little strength he has left. Rayon flies closer as the man tries one last time to ask Kale for help. He struggles to say the words, "Help me." Kale simply replies that he will save him. Deep beneath the ocean, a massive blue whale is speaking with a young boy. Let's see what's happening here, because it explains the mystery we just found. She tells the boy that if her guess is right, living on might only bring him more pain and suffering. "It turns out you are a pure-blooded member of the wolf tribe," she says. But the boy just asks, "So what?" The whale woman explains that her own child is not a pure blood. This makes the young boy curious, asking if she isn't pure-blooded either. She clarifies it was not that child, but another son. That son was not a pure blood, and because of that, his life was incredibly difficult. The short-haired boy asks if that son is currently living somewhere on the surface, but the answer he receives is no. He was an ill-fated child who passed away long before she did. Back in the cave, the young man from the whale tribe is no longer able to stay conscious. His eyes struggle to stay open as he shivers with a cold sweat. Kale tells him gently to sleep for a while, promising he will feel better when he wakes. Upon hearing those words, the man lets out a small sound and collapses onto the cold ground. Rayon flies over to check on him. Kale stands at the cave entrance with his hands on his hips, looking down at the fallen man and realizing this is going to be a mess. He knows whale tribe skin is thick and tough, but the merfolk poison was strong enough to penetrate deep into his body. The glowing green poison swirling around the wound on his leg is the clearest proof of that. They both stand in silence for a moment. Rayon finally speaks, calling Kale a strange human. "Trust me, you and I can definitely agree with that." "All right, You and I are about to watch Kale deal with a weakling in the weirdest way possible. He just points at the whale person and says to drop him in. This leaves the black dragon frozen in shock for several seconds while Kale just looks at him. Rayon is absolutely stunned and starts yelling. Did you lie to me? You promised to save him. But you are just a weak human who breaks every promise you make. Kale remains perfectly calm while Rayon continues to nag. Are you really telling me to just throw him into the water to drown? He just sighs and explains that this is how he saves him. Trust me, this is for his own good. If he is soaked in this water, remember that corpse we found earlier? The black dragon, Rayon, is still incredibly confused. What on earth are you planning to make me do? Kale casually replies, what else? Chop off the corpse's arm. Kale's request makes the dragon's jaw drop. Even though he does not quite understand, Rayon still agrees to follow along. First, I will do as you say. While Kale starts calculating his next move. It is about time to get moving. He steps deeper into the cave. Pay attention here, because this blue energy filling the cave is exactly what Kale was looking for. Standing before this thick, vibrant blue puddle, he realizes his search is finally over. This was the opportunity Tung-Ka found in a small puddle. He reaches into the small pouch at his waist and pulls out a bottle to collect the glowing water. This is the specific liquid used to suppress fire. If he soaks the item, the dragon brought back into this water, letting it absorb these unique properties, it will transform into a priceless treasure that can save the massive, dying forest. Rayon did exactly what he was told. He chopped off the arm and is now curled up, resting next to the whale tribe member near the entrance. Hearing a noise from behind, Rayon looks up. Kale has just walked out of the cave and is heading over. With a bright smile on his face, he says, let's go. On and Hong see him return and immediately jump into his arms. The young master is finally back. That butler has been knocking on the door like crazy this whole time. Kale notices the noise coming from outside the door. Young master. Young master. The servant outside sounds like she is about to cry. You said you would kill me if I woke you up, so I stayed out here knocking instead of coming inside. Even though there is no response, she keeps calling out. Young master, please, I am begging you to open the door for me. Kale ignores her and keeps changing his clothes. He orders Rayon to hide the whale tribe person using the invisibility brooch. Another voice calls out as Kale finishes tightening his shirt. He starts walking slowly toward the door to face them. Young master, Lady Amiru sent me to make sure you are safe. Please, just open the door so I can see you. Kale suddenly opens the door and locks eyes with Han, leaving the man standing there completely stunned. Kale just brushes back his hair, looking ridiculously handsome and arrogant as ever. Han asks if he just took a bath. Kale explains that he could not sleep, so he went to soak in the seawater pool for a little while. The pool here is basically a hot spring that uses salt water. Hearing this, Han finally feels a bit more at ease. So you were just bathing because you could not sleep? I guess that means I will not be punished after all. Kale's look makes Han freeze in place. He quickly bows his head and apologizes, but Kale just lets it go. That is fine. Suddenly, Han clears his throat. Ahem, ahem. You were not injured by the chaos outside, were you? Things are crazy right now. There was a massive explosion earlier, and it seems like something happened out at sea. Now, let's see if Kale's plan is working. He looks toward the sea, acting curious about the massive explosion Han just mentioned. Was it really that loud? Do you have any idea what actually happened out there? Han replies that Lady Amiru went out to the sea herself. We should know the full story very soon, I think. Kale is lost in thought, thinking Amiru will be very happy. Is that so? Han smiles and confirms it is true. Then you should go now. Han cannot hide his excitement and quickly leaves. Now, Kale is finally left alone. He takes the chopped arm and drops it into a basin of water. After a moment, it blooms into a hand. Kale quickly pulls it out of the water. He can feel it is ready, and any longer would make it rot away. This is enough. Suddenly, Raon calls out to him. Human. Look. Paisatan is starting to show signs of waking up. It looks like he is coming to. Paisatan opens his eyes and immediately screams, You human, put that knife away. Kale is standing there holding a knife with a look of pure malice, but then he smiles faintly. In the quiet room, a sharp thud echoes. The small knife stabs right into the decaying arm, letting the blood flow out. Pasatan realizes Kale placed the arm on his chest before stabbing it, leaving him completely confused by the whole strange situation. And trust me, that is where we leave it. Kale holds up the arm and tells Pasatan to drink before it rots. Believe it or not, this blood is actually the only antidote. All right, you and I are diving into one of the most secret treatments from Volume 5 of the Birth of a Hero novel. This is the exact method Rosalie discovered to save Locke after he was struck down by the deadly poison of the mermaids. Even though it is still a top-secret remedy, it is the only way to save someone from mermaid toxins. Pasatan stares at his rotting arm for a long time, hesitating, before he finally decides to take a big gulp of the blood. Miraculously, the wound on his leg begins to change, and in just a few seconds, the injury vanishes, leaving him absolutely stunned by the healing power. Shocked, Pasatan looks up and asks Kale exactly why he is helping him. Kale gently asks if he was the one behind the mermaid corpses, and when Pasatan remains silent, Kale puts the mermaid arm back in the water to continue his point. Since he is part of the whale tribe, he needs to return to the sea by dawn at the latest to recover his strength. Kale's words hit Pasatan like a tidal wave. Watch closely to see what happens next. Kale lets it go and tells him to sleep before leaving, but Pasatan just has to know how he recognized his secret whale tribe identity. Hearing that, Kale just turns and gives him a cold side-eye. He points out that with 3 mermaids dead, only a whale could be the culprit, so Pasatan quickly tries to change the subject. Pasatan says he needs to return home, but Kale is already bored and ready to leave, saying he has zero interest in his lame story. He makes it clear to Pasatan that he only saved him because he asked, nothing more, before heading off to bed. He tells him to leave quietly and lies down, but silently wonders if having the black dragon around will keep everyone safe from any and all danger. Then, a memory of Kim Roksu surfaces. He lost his whole family in the real world long ago. Kim Roksu once caused a useless mess, but now he never wants to lose another family ever again. Pasatan clearly remembers his father saying that if his son were still alive, he would have surrendered the throne to his daughter just to live a normal human life with the boy. The king wondered if doing that would have actually made his child happy in the end. Hearing those heavy words, Locke finally gives him a sincere answer. If it were his sister, she would definitely be a great queen, but since she is so emotional, she would probably just choose to live with her father instead. The king smiles and mentions how his daughter turned the entire ocean upside down trying to find her missing brother. You saw that too, right? Locke's curiosity gets the better of him as he finally asks for the son's name. The king answers that his son's name is Pasatan, and with that, the memory fades as the whale stands silently by Kale's bedside. After a deep, refreshing sleep, Kale wakes up feeling great and notices that Pasatan has already vanished into the morning light. Hong reports that the guy promised to come back tonight, which leaves Kale feeling totally speechless because that was completely unnecessary. Kale heads down to the harbor where he runs into Amiru, who is bursting with some very exciting news to share. She says she arrived early to give him a big surprise, but Kale just plays it cool and says he has no idea what it is. Amiru excitedly reveals that the dangerous whirlpools in front of the central island have completely vanished overnight without leaving a single trace behind. Kale just listens silently, thinking to himself that he is the one who actually made those whirlpools disappear. Nearby, Tunka is grumbling to himself about how he really wanted to try jumping into those whirlpools at least once. He wonders where else to jump, making Kale realize that Tunka is truly a complete madman. Suddenly, Amiru calls out to him. She politely explains that, because the Hennetus family invested so much, she wants to personally show him the stunning and calm beauty of the Ubar coastal waters. She asks if he would like to join her on a trip to the central island, and Kale asks if the servants are coming too. She confirms they are, just as a strange man approaches and catches her eye. Amiru introduces the man, saying it's the first time Kale is meeting the person she nearly lost to the whirlpools last time, Bob. Hearing that name, Kale can't help but feel a bit startled by how ridiculous it sounds. Tunka, now calling himself Bob, introduces himself with a huge smile. Kale's expression shifts immediately. He knows it's a fake name, but why on earth did the guy choose a name like Bob? Amiru continues the introduction, explaining that Bob is a simple fisherman from a small seaside village in the Whipper Kingdom who drifted away during a storm. He was supposedly out fishing when he accidentally fell into the water and got swept away by the current. Tunka laughs and adds more details to his fake story. He claims to be just a normal guy who catches small fish for a living, But looking at his scarred hands, Kale knows he's anything but ordinary. And that is where you and I leave it. Stick with me, here you and I are about to see Kale play a very dangerous game on the high seas. Seeing the soldiers' hostile glares, Kale realized that unlike Amiru, these men absolutely despised him for his tribal roots. Suddenly, Tunka spoke up, saying he heard rumors about Kale using a massive shield to save everyone back at the capital. You must be powerful. I wanted to see you for myself, so I begged Lady Amiru to let me tag along. His expression turned feral, and Kale immediately felt a wave of cold danger wash over him. This was bad. Kale tried to play it off, claiming he was just resting from his wounds. Tunka just repeated the words with a suspicious look. Kale downplayed it, saying it wasn't a big deal. Amiru stepped in to back him up, nodding in agreement. She smiled warmly, explaining that since Kale exhausted himself to save the city, he was now strictly on a healing vacation. Tunka hesitated, scanning Kale from head to toe. Seeing nothing but a weak noble, he lost interest and just walked away. Kale let out a breath. That was exactly the kind of reaction he expected from someone like Tunka. The guy didn't care about heroes or noble sacrifices. Those concepts were completely foreign to him. Now, here's what you and I need to remember. This guy is a literal monster who eats the weak for breakfast. He is a true tyrant, through and through. With that settled, the group prepared to set off on their journey. They headed toward the docks, where the vessel was waiting. The crew announced that everything was ready for departure. The moment Tunka stepped on deck, his instincts flared. He muttered about smelling the scent of someone incredibly powerful nearby. Kale glanced around nervously, while the invisible Rayon huffed, insisting that he wasn't leaking a single drop of his draconic aura. Kale was genuinely impressed. Tunka's raw instincts were actually sharper than most beast people he had ever encountered. Right then and there, he decided he would have to dial up his act and appear even more pathetic than usual. The ship finally pulled out of the harbor. Out on the deck, Kale and Amiru stood by the railing, making small talk. Amiru explained they were scouting the area where the whirlpools disappeared, adding that her father and mages would arrive shortly. Kale played along, telling her that sounded like a great plan and wishing her luck in solving the mystery. You and I both know Kale is a master manipulator, but hearing Rayon call him out is always hilarious. The little dragon did not stop there, though. He had more to say about his human's deceptive ways. Rayon whispered that Kale was lying since the whirlpools would actually last a year. Luckily, only Kale could hear the dragon scolding. Yes, I will definitely find the cause and remove the other whirlpools. Her voice was full of genuine passion. She felt like she had to make the most of this chance she had been given. Kale felt a sudden twinge of guilt deep down, but he kept his mouth shut and didn't say a word. He offered some empty encouragement, telling her that with her family's talent, success was practically guaranteed. Thank you. Your words give me a lot of confidence. Kale pretended to feel faint from the heat, asking to go find some shade. Amiru immediately told him to go rest. Tunka watched them from across the deck, grunting that a recovering weakling like Kale should not be pushing himself too hard. Kale bowed out and took his leave. After some time on the water, the vessel finally reached its destination. While Amiru was busy coordinating with the troops, Kale and Ron slipped away into the thick brush of the nearby woods. Rayon was shocked, pointing out a dead body and asking if Kale was scared. Kale just shrugged it off like it was nothing. Kale emerged from the trees and stopped dead in his tracks. The scene was gruesome. Raon immediately started defending himself. The dragon insisted he was not responsible for the mess. Kale frowned, wondering if Payson was the one who had been here. Approaching a large rock, he realized that anyone else would just mistake the remains for simple dust and debris. He placed a hand on the cold stone, whispering to himself about how he should handle the mermaid's remains. Suddenly, the air shifted. Kale's instinct screamed that something was coming, and he whipped his head around. He spotted a massive shape surging up from the depths of the ocean at an absolutely terrifying speed. A heartbeat later, an enormous whale exploded out of the water right in front of him, leaving him completely stunned. Kale backed away, his eyes locked on the creature. A massive X-shaped scar was carved right across its powerful back. The whale's eyes locked onto his. Rayon went into a full-blown protective rage, screaming at the beast for its insolence. Who do you think you are, glaring at my weak human with those eyes? That is where we leave it. You and I are about to find out what this beast wants with our human. All right, stick with me. You and I are about to see Kale get caught between a whale and a total maniac. The whale speaks up immediately, clearly worried Kale might misunderstand its intentions. "I'm not here for a fight," it says, but Rayon just gets even more annoyed. The little dragon can't hold back his temper and keeps shouting, "Why are you looking up at us? If this isn't a challenge, then what is?" Just as Rayon is about to go off on the whale, Kale reaches out and gently places his hand on the dragon's head, softly stroking him to help him calm down and relax. "Don't lose your temper like that," Kale says. "You might end up getting yourself hurt if you're not careful." Hearing that, Rayon's anger finally starts to fade. He mutters softly, "I won't get hurt. I'm actually incredibly strong, you know?" Kale listens patiently before giving a warning. "I know, but you still have to be cautious." Rayon snaps back. "You're the weak human who needs to be careful here." After finally managing to soothe Raon, Kale looks back up, ready to continue his conversation with the massive creature. Now, pay attention, because this is where the family drama suddenly crashes the party and changes everything. "Sister, stop. You absolutely cannot swallow him." That high-pitched voice catches both Kale and the whale off guard as another figure swims toward them at high speed. Seeing the newcomer, the whale with the massive scar on its back turns around and calls out loudly, "Pasiton." That sudden movement sends a massive wave of seawater crashing right over Kale. Rayon immediately hovers over him, asking, "Human, are you all right?" Kale acts like he doesn't even care about being soaked. "I'm fine." More importantly, look at that scar on the whale's back. That injury is significant. He starts piecing the puzzle together in his head. Could it really be that specific humpback whale from the stories? A much smaller whale quickly swims up to block the larger one. "You can't eat him, sister. He's the one person you must never kill." Raon continues to float in midair, watching the scene unfold with wide eyes. He whispers into Kale's ear, "I'm not fighting, but what is that tiny whale even talking about?" Kale doesn't answer, realizing that the smaller one must be Pasiton. If that's the case, then the larger whale he's calling his sister has to be the one. She's the daughter of the current Whale King and his successor, the legendary warrior, who led the battle against the merfolk alongside Choi Han. Suddenly, Rayon lowers his voice to give Kale a warning. "Another person is coming this way?" Kale freezes instantly at the news. He scans the area. "Another one?" He glares toward the dense forest before quickly diving behind a massive rock to hide. Moments later, Bob comes charging out of the deep woods. He's laughing with pure excitement. "What is this smell? What is that amazing scent?" "It's the scent of the strong." Kale stares at him, completely dumbfounded. He frowns, wondering where on earth the guy even found that wooden club. Bob doesn't even notice Kale is there. He just stares at the whale with pure joy. "Witira, is that you? You and I both know Kale is just trying to survive here, but look at the total madness about to unfold." Rayon whispers right in his ear, "Human, what are you doing? Why are you hiding back here?" Kale doesn't budge. What else can he do? If he jumps in now, he'll just get crushed by these monsters. On the other side, Bob digs his feet into the sand and leaps high into the air. If it's a whale, all I have to do is beat it until it stops moving, right? He rockets through the sky, raising his weapon high for a massive strike. Kale watches every second of it, muttering a low, "Oh boy," under his breath. Just as Bob is about to make contact, Witira keeps her eyes locked on him and swings her massive tail with incredible force. Her tail whips upward, perfectly blocking Bob's incoming attack. The guy looks absolutely stunned by the speed of her reaction. Before the tail can smash into his face, Bob's lightning-fast reflexes kick in, allowing him to narrowly dodge the lethal blow. Witira's tail slams back into the ocean, sending a massive explosion of water everywhere, even drenching Kale's hiding spot completely. Kale is so shocked by the sheer scale of the power that he's left speechless. Bob lands safely on the sand, while Kale is left looking like a soaked rat. He feels utterly exhausted by the chaos. Damn it. Meanwhile, Bob's excitement is only growing by the second. "I love it. Come at me again." Bob shouts as he charges back in, swinging his wooden club with enough power to shatter bone. The impact sends clouds of sand and dust swirling into the air like a bomb went off. A massive crack echoes out as Bob's club snaps right in two. He doesn't even blink, just tossing the broken pieces aside. "I knew it. Carrying a stick around is useless for a real fight. Fighting with my bare fists is always the best way." He laughs like a maniac while Kale just watches from behind the rock, frustrated. He wonders what to do with this guy. If this keeps up, the rest of the group from the forest will definitely show up soon. Is there any way to leave this place quietly? Just then, the voice of the small whale, Passeton, rings out again. He swims over in a hurry, shouting, "Sister, if you keep doing this, that person is going to end up seriously injured." Bob suddenly stops in his tracks. He looks over at Passeton with a confused expression. Is that tiny little whale actually talking to me? Witira glares at him with cold, sharp eyes. Did you just call my brother tiny? Bob isn't scared at all. In fact, he's thrilled. Wait, so you can talk as well? And that's where we leave it, trust me. Things just went from a simple meeting to absolute chaos. All right, you and I are about to watch a wild showdown. Ra ignores the comment and stares him down coldly. Bob slams his massive foot into the sand, using the force to leap high as he prepares to strike. His movements are sharp and decisive as he lunges forward with everything he has. Passeton reminds Ra not to hurt their savior. She ignores him, looking toward where Q is hiding. Right at that moment, Q peeks out, and the two of them lock eyes instantly. Bob smiles mid-punch and mocks her. Hey, don't get distracted or you will end up dead. His fist glows with a surge of powerful energy, ready to deliver a truly crushing blow. But just as the fist is about to connect, Ra suddenly vanishes, leaving him completely stunned. Ra smoothly begins to shift her massive whale body into a graceful human form. Watching from the side, Q narrows his eyes. He knows this transformation is anything but ordinary. Her human form is stunningly beautiful, yet her expression remains cold and indifferent. Swirling currents of water wrap around her body like a protective barrier as Ron whispers, "Dragons are way cooler." Whatever, Q mutters back, not in the mood to argue with the dragon right now. Ra softly thanks him for saving her brother, but says greetings must wait. Bob narrows his eyes with a lazy tone, clearly annoyed by all the hesitation. Now, pay attention. Bob already knew Kyo has been hiding there the entire time. This guy seems to enjoy playing the hero everywhere, doesn't he? Q huffs, realizing this is exactly how he was described in the books. Unlike him, Ron is indignant. He believes saving lives is a great deed to be proud of. Being mean is the real sin? How can someone act just like that bastard Vinian? Ra tells him not to underestimate them. With sharp eyes, she glares directly at Bob. He just smiles, actually enjoying the pressure. Oh, I like that look. Ready to fight me now? Forget that useless guy and fight me instead. This is going to be so much more fun. Ra finds it hilarious. You want to fight me? She summons her power, creating a massive, surging torrent. The swirling water solidifies into a long, powerful whip that becomes her primary weapon. She smiles coldly. I won't fight you. I'm going to teach you a lesson. Bob laughs hysterically. Teach me. His loud, booming laughter echoes across the entire beach as he mocks her. His eyes turn ice cold as he sneers. Then let me tear your grave open instead. He charges. She quickly lashes out with her water whip. Their gazes meet in the heat of the moment. One is ice cold, the other burning like fire. They both lung forward to crush the other. The collision causes a massive explosion. High above, the sun shines peacefully over the crashing waves. Ra smiles with genuine excitement. You've actually put me in the perfect mood for a lesson. She strikes again, sending the water whip snaking around Bob's body to trap him. Caught off guard, Bob is momentarily shocked. But he quickly leaps back, finding the situation ridiculous. Ra frowns as Bob grabs the whip and snaps it with his bare hands. Power is my specialty. She quickly retracts the water and attacks again, but this time, Bob manages to dodge the strike. Even though it missed him, the water whip doesn't stop, continuing its path toward the distance. Suddenly, Amiru and the soldiers appear right in the line of fire. Q watches in total shock. Amiru has no idea what's happening as the deadly water whip rushes directly toward her. She quickly orders the soldiers to raise their shields. Bob just grins. Better hold on tight. My body is solid as a rock. You guys might get hurt. Amiru looks at him in disbelief. Don't blink, because what happens next is insane. A massive glowing shield suddenly appears. It radiates a brilliant light with two powerful wings, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. Bob is left speechless as the shield blocks everything. Amiru and the whales all turn toward Kyu. He stands there, focused entirely on controlling the massive power of the shield. He sighs to himself. Usually, When whales fight, the shrimp dies. But this shrimp had to intervene. He stands up from the sand, realizing he had to help, even if he didn't want to. But his legs buckle instantly because he sat too long, and he grabs a rock with a groan. You and I just saw a classic Kyu moment. Amiru rushes over to help. Stick with me, you and I are back with Kale, who just pulled off another reckless stunt to keep his lazy life goals on track. But if Tunka had hurt the investigators, he would not return to Geiper on time, so Kale had to step in and stop him. Amiru asked him anxiously why he was completely soaked like this, while he was still trying to recover from his injuries. What if the young master gets a cold? Witira and Pasatan both flinched in surprise when they heard her scolding him like that. Witira stayed silent, remembering her own actions that caused Kale to get wet. He just wrung out his shirt and said it was fine. Amiru let out a tired sigh and admitted she truly could not understand his way of thinking most of the time. She then turned to the other two with a sharp, wary gaze, asking them exactly who they were and why they were there. She turned to Bob and asked who he was, but the atmosphere remained heavy and silent as no one spoke a word. Suddenly, Kale let out a small sneeze, drawing everyone's attention before he casually suggested they should all head back to the villa first. Scene shift to the residence of Amiru, where she slammed the door shut without a single hint of gentleness or patience. Amiru glared at Bob with a very stern and serious face. You must leave tomorrow and consider this expulsion a mercy, while the other two will be punished if they cause any more trouble. She worriedly told Kale to go inside before his cold got worse, then turned back to glare at Bob for being so ungrateful. He did not show any emotion after being scolded, simply standing there in total silence without defending himself at all. Kale casually told the young lady it was not a big deal, saying that his behavior was exactly why they had to expel him. Right then, Raon whispered into his ear, asking if Kale wanted to know if the dragon could actually beat Tunka in a fight. Kale watched Bob, who stood as still as a stone with a complicated look. Witira finally asked if they could truly go along. He asked them back if they had anywhere else to go while slowly stepping onto the carriage that had just arrived for them. He mentioned he could look after them for one night, which left both siblings completely stunned by his sudden offer of help. As they sat in the carriage, Kale glanced at Bob. Since Tunka had to return to Gwiper, Kale wondered about contacting the Crown Prince. The carriage finally began to move toward their destination. Kale wondered how the Crown Prince would react to a trip to Geiper for a pot of honey. Since they were alike, he would be thrilled. Look at this gorgeous sunset over the coastal town. It is the perfect calm before the coming storm for our group. Hans ran over to Kale in a total panic, asking if the young master was truly all right after what had just happened. But he froze upon seeing Pasatan and Witira behind him. Kale ignored the reaction and simply said he was perfectly fine for now. He pointed to the two guests and told Hans to take care of them before walking ahead into the villa. Beecroc stood at the gate with a frown, watching Kale, who simply looked back. Then Beecroc ordered Ron to go boil some water immediately. Inside the villa, Kale was wrapped in dry towels, since he was still soaking wet and shivering from the cold water earlier. The servants were all busy preparing a warm bath for him to make sure he did not get sick. Hans brought a glass of water and asked if it was true the young master was nearly hurt in that big fight. He took the glass and replied that he was not injured at all, while Ron simply smiled in response to his calm words. Hans secretly wished he could do more to help him. Beecroc then stepped forward and reminded Kale to go wash up right away. Just then, the door opened, and Pasatan and Witira softly called out to the young master. Kale asked them what was going on. "Why do you keep calling me?" They asked if they could talk to him privately after he had finished his rest for the day. Kale figured they still wanted to hide their identities, so he told them to come back tomorrow morning instead of talking now. He added that he was in pain and needed to sleep, so no one should bother him. As night fell, Kale stood on the balcony. Ron hovered nearby and asked a question with a worried tone. "I heard you coughing. Can you really move around tonight?" The dragon was worried and told him he should be resting instead. "I know what you are thinking. Kale needs a break. Even Raon is starting to get fed up with his weak condition. I am the one who is annoyed here. I told you I am fine. If you do not believe me, then nothing can be done. Let's go." The dragon looked at him with a face full of worry. On and Hong smiled as they said goodbye to them. "Have a safe trip." Then, the two of them flew up high, moving from the villa toward the dark coastline in the distance. The night was now pitch black, with waves gently hitting the sand. Rayon was still feeling very uneasy about the whole situation. I do not understand why you are doing this when your body is not feeling well and you are still very sick. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You do not want to miss why Kale says it has to be tonight. All right, you and I are about to watch Kale looking down at the water, knowing the territory's mages arrive tomorrow. He needs to move fast before they ruin his freedom, landing softly on the sand. He stares at the pool that suppressed the fire, a strange twist of fate from today, and those lingering whirlpools still spinning below. It is time to settle every single one of these issues for good. He frowns, letting out a heavy breath. Should we get started? Ron asks with a tiny, concerned scowl. Now pay attention here. Is that guy really swimming all the way out here? Kale cannot believe his eyes as he stares ahead, completely shocked by what is coming. That guy Rayon is talking about is Bob. He is tearing through the water at an insane speed before finally starting to slow down. How did he even get here? Just like Ron, he is totally blindsided by this guy's sudden appearance. That guy is absolutely out of his mind. Bob grabs a nearby rock and shouts with a wild grin, laughing like he knew this would happen. You are definitely not as boring as you look, are you? I can smell the scent of a strong fighter coming off you. While Bob gets way too excited, Kale just frowns and takes a few steps back. Bob definitely saw Kale floating in the air earlier. Are you some kind of mage? He demands. How the hell were you flying up there? Ron stays silent, giving him a cold glare while Bob leans in close with a frustrated scowl on his face. Since you think you are some noble mage, you are just going to ignore my words, right? Kale feels a massive headache coming on. He sighs, wondering what on earth he is supposed to do with this uneducated brat. Should I just knock him down or find a way to use him? Bob smiles, asking if he is being looked down on. Kale suddenly smirks, coming up with a plan to handle him. That is right, he says, gently waving his hand. Now, watch this. The calm water suddenly surges into a violent whirlpool, sweeping Bob away. Might as well do both then, Kale decides. Bob gets sucked right into Kale's massive vortex. He cannot even react before being dragged deep beneath the surface. A powerful jet of water blasts into the sky, splashing everywhere with incredible force. Bob scrambles back to the surface, gasping for air. Kale calmly controls the current with a single finger while stepping closer to him. The water's surface finally settles back to the way it was. Quietly floating amidst the ripples, Bob frowns and asks what that was for. Kale softly replies that mages can never truly possess ancient powers. Bob is left stunned and completely confused. Kale just gives him a knowing smile and asks, Hey Bob, a warrior like you should know exactly what that means. People in your tribe only recognize raw physical strength. Believing innate power is a true blessing from the gods. Bob stares intensely at him. Ancient power, you say? Are you not a mage? Correct, Kale replies. He frowns. Then how do you know about the Mage Alliance? This guy does not act like a noble at all, and even when he is injured, he still goes out of his way to protect others. The scent of a strong person is right here, a very special power. Kale does not answer him. Bob thinks he is getting weirder by the second. Then, Kale suddenly asks if he is planning to destroy the magic tower. Bob's head is spinning with questions. Destroy what? Kale raises an eyebrow and tells him to keep the destruction to a minimum. Bob cannot help but curse at this crazy guy. What the hell are you even rambling about now? Kale ignores his reaction entirely. Oh, and make sure you kick out all the mages inside that magic tower while you are at it. If you do that, I will just buy the magic tower myself. How is that sound? Bob points a finger, calling him insane. Kale does not get angry. He just mocks him right back. Well, people like you who want to overthrow everything are pretty crazy too. Bob chuckles, leaning back into the water. He calmly tells him, No, that is not it at all. We are definitely not crazy. Kale plays along, but he is already certain this guy belongs to the non-mage alliance. Bob calmly reaches out his hand. Go ahead and buy it yourself then, he says. He looks away, saying he already planned to do that anyway. He thinks to himself that Bob is not even trying to deny his plans to wreck the tower. Bob keeps pushing, asking how he knew about his ties to the non-mage alliance. Kale lets out a soft sigh before giving him an answer. You are a member of a tribe from the Whipper Kingdom. Right before the Alliance War began, you charged at me asking if I was a mage with a look in your eyes like you were ready to kill me. After seeing those actions, How could I not realize you were part of the non-mage alliance? Bob slowly swims back toward the shore, smiling, as he admits that it actually makes sense. He stands up and wrings out his soaking wet shirt. Cale turns to leave, and Bob just starts wandering after him. And that's where we leave it. You and I just saw Bob following Cale simply because he's curious about what's next. Truly wild, right? All right, you and I are back with our favorite slacker, Cale, and he is already done with this guy. Tunka gets close and asks if Cale is really a noble, since Tunka himself is a warrior. Tunka is getting more curious about him, but Cale just looks at the water, planning his move. He needs to deal with these whirlpools before anything else to clean up this mess. Now, watch closely. We are about to see Cale reveal some serious power as the wind gathers around his body, forming a pair of translucent white wings. Tunka watches the scene in total silence. Cale finally breaks the quiet and calls out to him. He warns Tunka to keep what he saw a secret. Tunka, being himself, agrees to it immediately. He likes the idea of being the only one who knows these interesting secrets. Cale flies up and promises to find him a boat and a crew. He knows Tunka needs to get back home fast. Tunka is genuinely thankful for the help. Cale raises an eyebrow and tells him he better win his war. He knows Tunka can do it. Tunka lets out a massive laugh that echoes through the silence of the entire area. Cale wonders if the guy always laughed this much before he and Round finally take off together, leaving Tunka behind. After they leave, Cale starts calculating. The Alliance will need money after the Civil War, so they will definitely sell the magic tower and erase the mages. There is no way they would pass up a massive chance to make a pile of gold. On the other side, Tunka stares at Cale's retreating figure for a long time before turning away. There might be treasures in that ruined tower they are dying to get. For now, Cale just wants to go home. The next day, as Tunka stands by the boat, Cale approaches him from behind. Tunka tells him to come back in 2 months because the whole world is going to change. Cale looks at the madness in Tunka's eyes and thinks to himself that he should probably stay away from the Whipper Kingdom for at least 2 months. Cale tells him to hurry up and leave. Tunka asks suspiciously if Cale is actually weak, and Cale just casually admits it, leaving Tunka speechless. Tunka finally starts boarding the ship, but then he stops right at the very last step. Tunka turns back and shouts that Cale must definitely visit in 2 months. Cale just waves goodbye, finally putting some distance between them across the river. You and I both know Cale just wants a quiet life, but guys like Tunka never let him go easily. Just as he thinks he is free, Tunka screams. He yells out that his name is Tunka, and Cale has to remember it. Cale is totally startled. Cale is left completely speechless and just walks away while Tunka's loud voice continues to echo through the air behind him. Scene change to a fancy tea room. Cale tells his guests they didn't really have to come. Witira sits opposite him and says they did. She explains they came to say hello and thank him properly for his help. She also feels the need to apologize for getting him wet that first day. Cale is playing with his pets while Witira asks if his body is feeling okay after the fight. He pets Hong and explains that thanks to the vitality of the heart, his health is always much better than an average person's. He thinks back to the battle. Even if he used the shield reinforced by the sound of the wind, he shouldn't have been able to shrug it off so easily. But after just an hour or 2 of sleep, all of his exhaustion completely vanished. He tells them to stop thanking him already. Witira watches him with an affectionate expression. If he keeps hearing it, the thanks and apologies will start to lose their real value. She softly agrees. Cale notices that she always shows him a lot of respect. These are Whale Tribe royalty, rulers of half the ocean. Their status is basically the same as kings. Cale sighs because they are still using formal language just to keep their true identities hidden. He tells them again to stop the thanks. Now that Tunka is finally gone, he just wants to meet the Ubar Lord and head back home where it's safe. He smiles to himself, thinking he can finally get some rest until the time comes to head out to the Whipper Kingdom for his next plan. Witira speaks up, calling his name. She asks if he is from the Hinatu's family, and Cale wonders what she's getting at. The siblings look hesitant before Witira says she wants to go to the Forest of Darkness. She explains they have an ancient enemy. Since Cale treated them, he probably already knows about the mermaids. Cale thinks to himself that he knows them all too well. But Positron has finally discovered the reason why the mermaids have suddenly become so powerful. The plot thickens. Stick with me. because Pasiton is about to reveal exactly why the mermaids were chasing them and how they got so strong. Alright, stick with me, because Weira is begging our main character for help to reach the dangerous Night Forest. The Night Forest is one of 5 massive anomalies on the western continent, spanning the size of 2 or 3 whole territories. But this is a land no one can truly rule. Because of that, the Henny family has guarded it for generations. Kale is skeptical. So, let me get this straight. You need to enter the Night Forest located within my family territory? Weira pauses before pleading sincerely for his help. They try to convince him by promising a reward that is truly worth his time. Can you help us get there? Even the 2 kittens, Hong and On, cling to him while asking in the cutest way, "Are you going to help them?" Kale strokes the kittens while sighing. "First, you both need to explain exactly what is going on." They both agree. The whale and mermaid tribes have split the continent between north and south, locked in a cycle of war. This is a clash between the mermaid tribe, who want to build a kingdom, and the whale tribe, who are determined to stop them at all costs. She explains that about 6 months ago, the mermaids started acting very strangely. Kale frowns, wondering what strange actually means. Weira adds that they crossed secret borders to start trouble. She finally discovered the real reason behind their sudden and aggressive movements. Kale analyzes the situation. Obviously, the mermaids want to dominate the entire ocean and build their own empire. Even Choi Han might have a hard time stopping something of that scale, right? While sipping his tea, she tells him their true goal is to occupy the entire sea route connecting the east and west continents. Now watch this part carefully. Kale drops his tea in shock. If that sea route is occupied, doesn't that involve humans? The waters between the 2 continents are incredibly dangerous, though humans have managed to map out and use a few specific routes. However, those paths are still rough and treacherous. Interaction between the 2 continents has not yet reached its full potential. There is an unspoken agreement between the creatures of the sea and those on land to never interfere with each other. The sea tribes do not meddle in land affairs, and that includes the trade routes along the coast. Likewise, those living on the surface never involve themselves in the business of the deep sea. But the mermaids are breaking that pact to seize the trade routes? Kale silently sighs, realizing he just learned more dangerous information. Weira explains that they initially thought the new mermaid king was just trying to take an early lead in forming his kingdom. Kale interrupts. "Wait, just tell me one thing. Why do you specifically need to go to the Night Forest? Give me the reason." Deep down, he feels uneasy. He has a nagging feeling that knowing the full truth will only lead to a massive disaster. Weira gives a soft smile. Her beauty is captivating, but Kale finds it terrifying. Why does a whale tribe smile look so haunting? She begins to explain the situation in more detail. Recently, the mermaids have grown much stronger. Payson discovered they found a special material to boost their power. Kale asks, "Is that in the forest?" She nods. "Exactly. You understand the implications, right?" Kale strokes the cat, sweating as he sinks into his own thoughts. How could something that makes sea creatures stronger possibly be hidden in the middle of the Night Forest? It makes no sense. He shuts his eyes to think. How did mermaids even reach the forest? The whale siblings watch him, completely in awe. You and I can see his poker face is perfect. But trust me, he is actually panicking on the inside. Kale looks up. Weira speaks. "I definitely heard them mentioning a specific swamp inside the Night Forest, which is why I was being hunted." Payson continues. "That is why we want to find that swamp and see it for ourselves." Kale reflects. He doesn't need to hear more. Between Harris Village, the wolf children, and now these whale siblings, the forest is crowded. Rayon, the black dragon, notices Kale looking. The dragon puffs out his chest and asks, "What are you looking at, human?" "I am obviously the coolest one here. I will allow you to keep admiring my greatness for a little while longer." Kale is stunned. He originally wanted to build a nice, quiet villa for everyone near Harris Village. He frowns. This is a problem. Weira asks what is wrong. Kale considers his options. He needs to know exactly what he stands to gain from this chaos. Before deciding, he stays silent, making the 2 siblings look at each other in confusion. Finally, he speaks. "Humans cannot interfere in the matters of the ocean." Weira quickly responds that she is well aware of the rules. She tries to convince him. "We will handle everything secretly and without any violence. We just need a way in." Even the mermaids needed help from those on land to reach the night forest in the first place. Waira promises that since the mermaids started this mess, no harm will come to young Master Kale at all. However, he remains firm that the risks are far too high. Kale crosses his arms. What will you and I see him decide? Witira replies. Yes. He's calculating. First, I already warned them about the massive risks they have to weigh. All right, you and I are about to watch Kale's poker face as he asks, so, what's your price? He looks at them with a slight, excited smile, already knowing her offer the same condition the Whale King gave Choi Han. Witira answers softly. Kale's lips curl into a tiny smirk, his face showing complete satisfaction. Sure enough, Witira explains that among the sea routes the merfolk are seizing, one unexplored place is their top priority. The safest sea route. Kale acts curious and asks, where exactly is it? She answers, the northern sea of the western continent. That is the territory of our whale tribe. He wonders, isn't it dangerous with the strongest sea creatures there? But she says it will be safe for him. She tries to calm his worries. You will be granted the right to use that area. Kale rubs his chin, thinking. Then, he speaks up. But I don't need that. Witira is shocked, and Kale explains further, making them break into a sweat. Listening carefully to your words, you aren't giving me total control, just the simple right to use it, right? He thinks to himself. Using that sea route would make my family very wealthy, but the person who becomes the Lord would have a hard life. Now here's where it gets interesting. Kale points his finger and says, let's add one more condition. Kale states, you must lend me your strength whenever I need it. Witira asks back, our strength? He replies, exactly, twice. That specific request makes them hesitate more than a little bit. Witira speaks up, saying the whale tribe loves peace, and interfering in human affairs would be complicated. He interrupts her. You told me to accept the risk, but you can't do the same for me? Kale adds that the Forest of Darkness is a dangerous anomaly, especially for those who don't know the land like them. Then he makes his move. I'll help you. But in his head, he's thinking, I was planning to go to Harris Village anyway. Even if Choi Han lived there for decades, he couldn't possibly know everything about that forest. After Choi Han, Kale is the only one who knows it. He leans forward with a sharp, confident smile. Then he says softly, it seems I know the swamp you're looking for. Kale continues with a thoughtful gaze. I'll help you. I actually know that swamp you mentioned. He goes on, just lend me your strength twice, and I'll lead you to the exact swamp you want. Kale crosses his arms and asks Pasiton. The whale tribe wants a peaceful life as the strongest, right? Witira agrees. Young Master Kale is right. She states her position clearly and firmly. I, Witira, accept your request as the successor of the whale tribe. Kale acts surprised she is the heir. Kale points his finger. Well, that's perfect then. Can we finalize the deal right here? He asks if he needs to be formal, but she says no, she still has to hide her true identity. He pulls her hand closer. Am I the only one who knows your true identity? Look at how close they are. Witira confirms it is just him. Then we see Kale lounging on a sofa. Rayon jumps on the table, yelling, don't call me hey. Kale asks, then, what should I call you? Kale rests his chin on his hand and asks Rayon, shouldn't you call me Kale instead of just human? Rayon just huffs. Kale keeps playing with the little dragon's mind. Oh right. Don't you want a home? Rayon seems thoughtful, but hesitates when he hears about a home. He asks, are you kicking me out? Kale doesn't answer the question directly, stuck in his own thoughts. To be exact, it is a villa. Ron is curious. A villa? Kale explains it is a place where Ron and the wolf children can play together. Kale imagines them all playing at the estate. There will be plenty of fun things to do nearby. Suddenly, Ron curls up and says, I get to pick the land, but in return, you have to name me. Kale thinks about the 1-month deadline and the name. But then there is a knock at the door. He opens it to find An and Hong. Kale ignores them and just lies back down on the sofa to rest. Just pick a name yourself. Why make me do it? An and Hong walk closer to him. Kale promises it'll be soon, and honestly, you and I just love seeing this little found family together. 2 days later, Amiru stands at the door to see Kale off. Travel safely, young master, and you take care as well, my lady. Amiru watches the carriage pull away, as Kale tells his companions they can finally turn off their magic devices. He was talking to Pasiton and Witira. Witira is staring intensely at Kale while he just sits calmly beside Ron. Rayon snaps at her, asking what she is looking at. Witira suddenly realizes it was Kale who unleashed that mana before. Ron and Witira just keep locked in a stare-down, so Kale places a hand on Ron and signals him to stay quiet. On and Hong sit by the seat as the mood turns silent. Witira eventually turns her gaze back toward Pasiton. Days later, they finally arrive at Rain City, the Henatus estate. A man shouts out in excitement, seeing young Master Kale. A woman is just as shocked. "Welcome back, young Master Silverlight, please come inside." Kale sees their reactions and can only think about how ridiculous they are, even while the others in his carriage keep glaring at each other. Young Master Shield. Young Master Silverlight. The hero has finally returned home. Bridge. You and I can see just how much his heroics have spread. This man is acting like he is meeting a literal god. He peeks into the carriage, laughing as he tells Kale that the Silverlight title is actually incredibly cool. Kale feels completely helpless and speechless. The man just keeps riding his horse right alongside the carriage anyway. He shouts that Kale is just being shy. Pasiton and Witira are listening to every single word from inside. Kale gets a massive headache, wondering if there is any way to escape these incredibly cringy and cheesy titles. Raon scratches at his pants with a claw, asking if they are home yet. Kale confirms it is time. Finally, they are back. Kale steps down to find his entire family waiting there to welcome him home. Daruth places a heavy hand on his son's shoulder, inspecting Kale with deep worry before his face finally brightens. "You do not look badly injured. How is your condition? Are you feeling tired or in pain anywhere?" Kale smiles at his father and stepmother, Violin. He tells them he is fine, but Violin mentions the terrorists are still loose. Bridge. Now pay attention to this look between them. Kale is confused, wondering what kind of secret plan his parents are hatching. Daruth tells Kale they can hear about the capital later. For now, he just needs to go inside and rest. Kale agrees, and the scene shifts as Basin leads little Lily over to greet their older brother. Basin starts to comment on his health, but Kale cuts him off. He remembers something and immediately calls for Hans. Hans knows exactly what is needed and brings the items over. Kale reaches out to take them. He hands an elegant box over to a confused Basin. Kale simply points and says it is a fountain pen. Then he hands a sword to a stunned Lily. "It is a sword," he explains, leaving her totally speechless. Kale looks at his two dazed siblings and asks why they both have such strange expressions on their faces. Basin stares at the pen, stuttering that Kale was so busy. Kale tells him he always keeps his promises, regardless of work. Hearing that, Basin's face lights up with pure joy and excitement. He promises to study hard and give his all to manage the territory. Kale is very satisfied with those words. Bridge. You and I both know Kale just wants a quiet life. He thinks Basin will be a perfect lord if he keeps studying. Basin adds that he will never do anything to make Kale worry. Kale is a bit confused by the meaning. "What do you mean by that?" Basin just says it is nothing. Kale is even more curious now, but then Lily steps forward and calls out to him. Seeing her innocent face, Kale wonders what is up. Lily looks at her brother with total determination. "I will become strong to protect our land and lead the knights. I am going to protect everyone here." Kale is impressed. He imagines a future with Basin handling the paperwork and Lily leading the military. It is a perfect setup. They will lead the territory well. Kale gives a warm smile and reaches out to pat Lily on the head. "You will definitely be a great knight." Lily happily promises that she will never let anyone get hurt. Kale heads inside to rest as Basin and Lily both tell him to sleep well. They stand together and watch their big brother walk back into the main building. The door opens. Kale enters the house and is immediately greeted by the two kittens. The kids play on the sofa while someone brings Kale his things. Kale asks if he will be serving him now. Bridge. Stick with me, because B-Crocs is acting strange. He holds out a mysterious book and says it is a letter from Ron. All right, let's dive back in, as Kale gets a report from the legendary Ron. The old man hands it over, and Kale simply thanks him. B-Croc stands nearby as Kale explains his next move. The chef simply nods and obeys his young master's command. Mais and the other kids are busy in the kitchen preparing the meal. Kale gives a final order and tells the man to leave. Sitting down, he pulls out a hidden letter. The message is short. I am still alive. Are you still alive as well? One single line. Typical for Ron. But Kale can't help but find the efficiency absolutely brutal. Suddenly, he hears the kids laughing in the next room. Rayon, On, and Hong are absolutely loving their new home. Even with the noise, Kale remains deep in thought over that mysterious, short message he just received. He puts the letter away. It's time to move. A knock at the door reveals a servant calling for the young master. Kale acts like they've never met before. He crosses his arms and coldly greets the stranger for the very first time. The man bows deeply. He tells Kale that it is a true honor to finally meet someone of his stature. They look at the communication orb. Kale asks if the video link is still working, and the man confirms it is. Where to? Kale has one destination in mind, the palace. The servant smiles, thinking it's just a regular call. Now pay attention, because the moment the palace is mentioned, the man's entire face changes in shock. He's terrified, sweat dripping down his face. Kale just stares, telling him to connect directly to the crown prince. Connect me to the future king, Kale demands. The brown-haired mage is confused. Why the prince? Is the connection dead? Fine. An audio message will do. The mage stammers, saying it's not a problem at all. He quickly places the communication sphere on the table for Kale to use. The palace is always busy with calls, so a direct video line is almost impossible to get immediately. Kale watches the mage work. It's a complicated process, just to get a signal through the magical network. This world is easy to live in, as long as you have mages to handle all the magic for you. Video is a no-go for now. He suggests leaving a voice message instead before stepping out of the room. As long as the message gets there, Kale doesn't mind. He doesn't actually want to talk face-to-face anyway. The recording starts. Your Highness, he says, it's Kale Henitus calling with a proposition for you. He mentions the golden coin. A debt that can buy anything, no matter how high the price tag might be. You and I know Kale has big plans, and he just offered to buy the entire magic tower. He adds that he'll be unreachable for a week. He's going on a little vacation, and he's letting the prince know. Call ended. Kale looks satisfied. The mage returns to confirm the voice message has been successfully saved. You look like you've sent some very good news, the mage observes, seeing Kale's rare smile. Oh, it's good news all right. Kale can't wait for the prince to hear it tomorrow morning. He'll have to wait a whole week for an answer. Poor prince. Meanwhile, Daruth asks about Harris Village. Kale confirms his interest. His father begins to recall everything he knows about that tragic place. After hearing about the village's collapse, Daruth had gone there himself. The destruction was worse than he imagined. No criminals were found. He had to ask nearby territories and secret organizations to help with the investigation. The battle traces left behind in the ashes pointed to a terrifying power. The power of a man named Choi Han. Daruth stares at the image, his mind racing with questions about what really happened in that village. My son, you were with Choi Han. You must know his strength. Are you worried about that boy? Kale keeps his cool. You could say that, he answers, hiding his true intentions from his father. In reality, he's planning to tame the wolf children and prepare for the coming whale tribe war. He definitely can't tell his father that he's actually heading straight for the Forest of Darkness. I know the survey team is already there, but I need to see the place with my own eyes. Besides, we don't need to worry about monsters, right? His father finally agrees with the plan. The soldiers are still stationed there. Monsters haven't attacked that area in over 150 years. It's safe enough. Just make sure you handle that guy you brought home properly on your own. Choi Han isn't my subordinate, Kale clarifies, shaking his head at his father's misunderstanding. You've really grown up, his father says. Kale just smiles at 18. It's about time. Trust me, the fun's just starting. All right, let's dive into a story where our hero learns that survival is the ultimate form of strength. Daruth stands up and gives him a final reminder, saying the golden turtle was never just a symbol of wealth. He leans on the table, explaining they are a martial family born to defend. No matter how tough their shell is, their true mission is always to protect. He cautions Kale carefully, but the most important lesson of all is this: you must protect yourself first. That is exactly why their symbol is a turtle. He urges his son to always put his own life before anything else. He can sense the incredible power swirling inside his son. Kale just smirks and asks if his father noticed it too. He is full of confidence, looking quite cool, right? And he promises he will always put his own safety first. Daruth is finally at peace knowing that. Meanwhile, Kale steps out of the room and begins his journey. He reflects on his father's advice, no matter how thick your armor is. A protector's mission remains the same. He stays lost in thought for a long time. The top priority is survival. Always put yourself first. Suddenly, Ron flies over, using his tiny legs to give him a big hug. He asks if they are a real family. Kale smiles and says yes. The next day, they follow Plan A and arrive at Harris Village near the Forest of Darkness. Kale realizes Choi Han left this place 2 months ago. Harris Village sits right in front of a massive wall, looking dark and gloomy under the heavy shadow of the forest. The sight of the ruins leaves him feeling incredibly heavy and sad. What used to be homes are now just jagged, broken frames. It is a total mess. Kale grumbles that this is really dark. Hans observes that everything has been burned to ash. Kale asks where the graves are, and Hans goes to check. Something feels off. Hans seems unusually quiet today. Kale realizes it makes sense, seeing the village completely destroyed like this. Pay attention here, you and I can see that even the little dragon is shaken by what he senses. Rayon smiles, saying he is part of a sensing tribe. Kale nods, but secretly worries if this is too much for the kids. This might be a bit overwhelming for them. Mize tries to stay strong, telling everyone that it is okay. Mace's mother turns around. They see young Master Kale, who smiles and asks the kids if they know why they are here. He crosses his arms regally and says they are going to make a lot of money soon. Mize is totally confused. Kale has a plan. Between the magic tower, the queen, and the new sea routes, he is going to be filthy rich. He plans to use a portion of those riches to rebuild this entire village from the ground up. He wants to build a villa here, a place where they and all their companions can finally come to rest. Everyone is a bit worried. Mize mentions that he heard the Forest of Darkness is incredibly dangerous. Kale just smirks and asks if he is serious. He points toward the kittens playing happily nearby. No matter how strong those monsters are, they won't stand a chance once these kids grow up. Looking at everyone, including Rayon, Kale promises he will always take care of them. He truly cares for these kids. You saw that look in his eyes, right? He is making a promise to give them a real home. He watches the children, telling them to grow up strong. Mace is silent, feeling something awaken inside him. Mize nods repeatedly in agreement. Kale feels a bit helpless seeing the kids' awkward and clumsy reaction. Everything is set. Kale walks away toward the well, looking like a literal god in Mace's eyes. Mace wonders when this scorched village will ever feel like the warm home he remembers from his childhood. Images of their happy past flash by. They lived here once. Mace vows to grow stronger together with everyone. The others share his resolve. Kale stands before an abandoned fortress, amazed by its sheer size. It is clear Choi Han could easily jump a wall like this while keeping the gates perfectly intact. Is the Forest of Darkness really just on the other side? Rayon thinks the wall looks incredibly solid and strong. Round pokes a single finger at the wall, and the bricks instantly crumble into soft dust. Both of them freeze. Rayon is totally flustered, wondering why the wall suddenly has a hole in it. Kale is impressed. The dragon tribe's strength is truly terrifying. He mutters that it looks quite similar. Rayon is curious about what he means. Kale looks out, thinking the world beyond the wall must be just as strange. Kale realizes the forest is the same way the things inside are completely different from the world outside. In this forest, mutated plants and monsters appear constantly. It is a lawless zone of evolution. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You and I are about to see just how deadly this forest really is. Let's watch him notice every special detail. This is the only spot in the entire Rogun Kingdom where you can see traces of the continent. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him, saying a report has arrived while asking Weira to watch the children. Weira happily accepts the task. He is excited because there are so many beast children around. The young master sighs at the trouble and tells him to leave. Let us go. They move out together, walking side by side as they step deep into the heart of the primitive forest. Hillsman reports the location is right here. Before their eyes are several graves, with nothing but simple stones serving as markers. Choi Han kneels down. clenching his fists tightly before placing a small stone upon the mound of earth. He sits in deep thought for a long time, reflecting on everything he has lost. To him, the death of the Harris villagers was just a recorded tragedy used as a tool to awaken the main character of the story. He observes the area for a long time. This village plays such a tragic role, and these miserable, shallow graves make it impossible for him to stay calm. The Forest of Darkness, the merfolk, and the Harris Village massacre. These three facts form a serious hypothesis that he needs to analyze carefully. But this is something he must hand over to Choi Han. Since Harris Village is his responsibility, he calls out to Deputy Captain Hillsman, who responds with deep respect. He orders the graves to be properly decorated in the future. This place is far too messy and neglected. Hillsman follows the command immediately. Pay attention here. This smile means he is about to manipulate someone again. Do you understand? Back in the tent a few days ago, he proposed entering the Forest of Darkness, which completely shocked Hillsman. Why would a man who is still recovering from his injuries head into such a dangerous place? Hillsman insists the culprit who attacked Harris Village is not inside. He claims that the young master does not need to go to such extremes for Choi Han's sake. He simply smiles as a blue light radiates from Rayon. On and Hong step forward, and right before Hillsman's eyes, the two cats transform into their human forms. Hillsman is stunned. Back in the present, he finally accepts the orders. I understand, young master. He clenches his fists tightly behind his back while accepting the task. I will become stronger. Hillsman vows with a hand on his chest as the young master simply walks away. Deep down, his mind is racing with 100 different thoughts. From now on, Choi Han will solve these complicated matters himself. There is no need for him to interfere, as he knows the hero is mentally strong. Early the next morning, he explains that there are 2 swamps within the Forest of Darkness. Everyone listens closely. One swamp is where monsters live, but the other is a place where nothing can survive. He asks Beecrox and Ron if the merfolk's poison has become stronger recently. If so, where is it? Ron reports that the lifeless swamp is the most likely location. That is the correct answer, as there is a high possibility the source of the poison is hidden right there. With An and Hong on his shoulders, they decide to head for that location first. Now, let us look at his plan. The lifeless swamp in the Forest of Darkness is their first destination, and trust me, he has already analyzed every single detail to ensure their success. If it is not there, they will head to the monster-infested swamp instead. Moving this way is more efficient, but Ron looks at the children with worry. Ron is skeptical. You were the one who said the Forest of Darkness was a deadly place for everyone. If it is truly a lifeless swamp, then it must be filled with deadly poison, or the swamp itself is extremely dangerous to anyone who dares to enter. An moves confidently. For dangerous places like this, we are the true experts. Plus, we will not get hurt. Ron is confused. An reassures him that they are going today specifically so they can become stronger. It is finally time to enhance their poison fog. These cat tribe children are hungry for power and ready for destiny. He always aims for safety and peace, but Ron and Beecrox are still full of questions. He understands that if everything goes well, he can create a poison fog powerful enough to even affect the strong members of the whale tribe. He smiles. This is a great chance for you to see what An and Hong can really do. Let us go. Rayon flies into the air, using his mana to help support the young master. An and Hong rise up. Beecrox and Ron use the power of water to take flight. They continue to head toward a higher position. You can see the clear excitement on the faces of An and Hong as they soar through the air. They are stunned by the vast, wild land. The Forest of Darkness is immense. Will they really dominate this place? He predicts it is possible for a dragon or Choi Han. Rayon asks to descend, and he gives the word. They land. An and Hong jump down first as Rayon dispels the magic. And that's where we leave them, back in their beast forms and ready for battle. Wild, right? Stick with me, because you and I are diving back into the journey as Kale and his crew enter the forest. Rayon sniffs the air and complains about a foul, stinking mana. Kale wonders what it could be, but Rayon says the scent feels strangely familiar. The little dragon can't quite place it. It doesn't feel dangerous, just incredibly ancient and old. Kale is confused. Dragons have the best noses, so why is it a mystery? Watira approaches to ask for their next move. She wants to know how they will reach the swamp. Kale pulls a piece of paper from his pocket, making Watira's eyes widen. It is a map. Kale explains the swamp sits right between the dangerous center and the safer outer regions. Because of its location, the area shouldn't be as deadly as most people would think. He plans to avoid as many monsters as possible, which seems to put the rest of the group at ease. Kale reassures them while studying the layout. In this massive forest, the outer rim is safe, but the core is a total nightmare. He looks concerned. It took Choi Han over 10 years just to be able to move freely through these woods. Kale finally understands just how much Choi Han had to suffer to survive here all alone. The swordsman started in the north, fighting his way from the center out to the forest's edge. He spent decades alone, exploring every single corner of this dark place. Eventually, he finally reached the southern border. That was where he found civilization. He made it out alive, but it cost him a massive chunk of his life. Kale quickly puts the map away. He warns everyone that this old drawing isn't perfectly accurate. They will have to rely on their own eyes and instincts. Then, he pulls a blue potion out of his bag. He tells Watira to take the lead. She opens the bottle and splashes the blue liquid into the air. The liquid transforms into a sturdy whip. Watira smiles and promises to escort the young master safely. He breathes a sigh of relief. As the group moves forward, something suddenly flashes past them. It is Beacrox, using his sword to scout ahead. He wonders why such a dangerous place is so noisy. Pay attention here, because Kale's explanation reveals the true, brutal nature of this forest. Silence only happens under a single ruler, but here, it's just predators eating each other. He points ahead for Beacrox to look. Beacrox realizes they have already pushed through the thickest part of the overgrowth. Kale marks the map as Beacrox reports that the territory of smaller monsters is up next. Kale warns them to be quiet, but sudden sounds erupt behind Watira. She instantly snatches flying needles out of the air. Kale is impressed. Watira says she will handle them quietly, while Beacrox wonders if they're mutated goblins. No, Kale identifies them as Hantas, monsters from the eastern continent. Beacrox senses real danger approaching. A swarm of creatures rushes in. Beacrox notes they look like goblins, but are far more violent and cruel. Watira notes their strange appearance and confidently offers to wipe them all out herself. Kale stops her and says he will handle it. Watira is shocked, but he is determined to take them on. He wants to test something. This is the perfect chance for him to see exactly how strong he has become. Small monsters crawl everywhere. Kale tells the others to stand back, but asks them to save him if things go south. He jokes that he can't possibly get hurt with two powerhouses standing right behind him. Round flies high, glowing with blue light. Kale mutters that the poison is strong, leaving Watira confused. Hong notices something at Kale's feet. A puff of red smoke drifts out, and it's quite effective. The goblins are being too loud. Blue light erupts from Kale's hand as he tells everyone to get ready. The two kittens lung forward. A single shockwave stops the monsters in their tracks. Kale swings his hand, summoning a massive blue shield to block the oncoming swarm. You saw that too, right? That shield crashed down with enough light to crush every monster beneath it. The others wonder how he can call himself weak. Round just calls him a weakling, though Watira is still impressed. Kale stands over the battlefield, looking at the mess he just made. He coldly calls them weak rookies. Hong asks if the poison was actually too light. Beacrox rushes over. He asks if Kale is injured, and Kale says no. Beacrox is visibly startled by what he sees. Kale holds up his hand, showing just a tiny scratch. Watira asks if he will keep fighting the small ones, and that's where we leave it. You and I have to wonder, is he really recovering, or just getting started? Stick with me, you're about to follow a group that looks cute, but they're secretly deadly. 2 days in, the white cat stands over a fresh kill. 3 of them stand before a pile of monster remains. The main character gently pets the small dragon as it flies over, chirping with joy. It is all finished, he thinks. Real combat experience is clearly making them grow up much faster than before. He watches the 2 little ones playing in the distance. He remembers An and Hong had to hide after fleeing their tribe, so they never got a proper education. The young dragon is in a similar situation, having been imprisoned since he was very small. They are quickly making up for lost time here in the Forest of Darkness. He smiles. Should I join in too? An and Hong turn back instantly as the black dragon speaks up. No way. Humans are weak, and this is too much for you. You have done enough for today. On and Hong jump onto the young master. Our youngest is right. You even coughed up blood last time from overusing your shield. The others stare in shock as he reaches into his bag. Everyone, put on your masks. Someone asks if it is because of the poison. He simply nods. Then the dragon speaks. The dragon mentions a strange smell. When asked what it is, he says it feels like a scent that is strangely familiar. He fits masks on the kids while explaining it is likely just poison mixed with the swamp plants. But the dragon gets serious. No, that is not it. He looks up and listens. Wait for it, this isn't just a normal scent. The white cat looks up with sparkling eyes once his mask is on. The blue-haired man beside him marvels at the two massive swamps within this giant forest. The main character stands and replies, "Is that so? I do not see it that way. Maybe you will understand once you see it for yourself." He changes the subject, noting that even after 2 days in the forest, everyone looks remarkably healthy. You guys are actually quite impressive. The blue-haired man wonders if those words should be coming from the person who looks the healthiest in this entire group. He turns around. Let's move. This is the boundary between the inner and outer regions. Low growls suddenly catch everyone's attention. Witira grips her weapon. "Young master," she says, holding her water whip. "It is our turn now, isn't it?" He winks and jerks his thumb toward the monsters. "Yeah, it is your turn. Go ahead and show me what you've got." Witira swings her whip high and cracks it down, unleashing a beautiful strike that sends monsters flying. They scream, soaring right toward the blue-haired man. He stands his ground, casually swinging his sword in a blur. He remains completely unfazed, even joking that these monsters are quite strange. "I suppose I will have to fight right in front of the dragon then." A beast creeps up behind him, but is instantly sliced apart. Meanwhile, the main character manifests several shields to keep the smaller animals safe from harm. He catches the two cats staring at him with eyes full of admiration. He just tells them, "Watch and learn. Now, pay attention, because the vibe is about to get much darker." As they reach the swamp, black smoke makes Witira cover her mouth. "We have reached the swamp area," he says calmly. "What do you think? Doesn't this place suit the forest of darkness perfectly? The swamp is so massive it could easily fit several large ships. It is truly the darkest corner of this entire forest." The man mutters in awe. "I never expected it to be this huge." Our lead agrees before Witira mentions the poison. He explains that these plants mutated by absorbing the swamp's toxicity while they grew. Even if they weren't born venomous, they have become incredibly toxic just by staying here. He pulls on his gloves. "Be careful not to let them touch your skin." He thinks even someone like Choi Han, who has poison resistance, would find this place annoying and avoid it. Suddenly, the orange cat, Hong, leaps over the man's shoulder. The man reaches out to stop him, but the cat just lets out a satisfied sigh. "So delicious." The man freezes in shock, but the main character is used to it. "Take it easy." Hong keeps eating, saying it is just paralysis, poison, and tastes amazing. Even through the mask, you can see him give Hong a gentle, knowing smile. He leads the way, asking why they are stalling. He spots a mark on the ground, proving someone else has been here recently. The man offers to investigate. Our lead crouches down, suspecting the merfolk's sudden power boost is linked to this very swamp. He looks at Hong, who has happily finished his snack. "Didn't I tell you to only eat a little bit?" Hong says he wants to try drinking the swamp water too, but is told to stay put. He pouts. "But I want to get stronger." He pats the cat's head. "Stop thinking about useless things and just relax. Besides, you are already much stronger than I am." Hong puffs out his chest confidently. He is reminded once more not to drink the water and to stick to eating the grass instead. The black dragon taps him and flies off. He wonders what is wrong until someone calls out for the young master. The blue-haired man reports back. There is no sign of plant harvesting, but there are tons of tracks near the water. They have been here for 2 weeks. He confirms his theory. That person definitely drank the swamp water. It is the only logical explanation, and that's where we leave it. The dragon senses a human nearby and wonders why the mask was taken off. The black dragon speaks up, saying this isn't just a familiar scent, but a very familiar smell of mana. "Stick with me, Kale. Just realize this swamp is hiding something massive. It smells like dragon mana." Ron whispers that even though nothing is alive down there, the dragon's mana scent is still hanging in the air. Based on Rayon's words, a wild story starts forming in Cale's head. A massive swamp and dragon mana. There is a dragon corpse inside this swamp, and that is exactly why the merfolk have grown so powerful. Cale asks Rayon, how can you sense the mana of something that's already dead? Maybe it's because of this swamp. The mud is keeping the mana scent trapped, so it won't drift away. He raises an eyebrow. Mana is a power that exists in nature and might look like ancient power, but the two are clearly different things. When a living being dies, its mana vanishes. But an ancient power stays exactly where it was left. Now, pay attention, Rayon senses something else hidden in the muck. In this swamp, I feel a power similar to your shield, and even your wind power. This is unexpected. Cale snaps his fingers with excitement while Hong the kitten trots happily behind him, humming a tiny little song as they go. He falls silent, thinking. This is the first time he's ever heard of an ancient power that wasn't mentioned in the books. He doesn't know if it's natural or left by a human, so Cale just smiles and praises Rayon. You're really smart, he says. Rayon puffs his chest out with pride. That's right, I am very smart. Watira stands nearby, totally confused. She asks softly, Dragon mana scent? Young master, would you mind telling me what's going on here? He doesn't hide it and tells her straight. It's just a guess, but there's likely a dragon corpse in this swamp. A corpse? That's right, and it's been dead for a very long time. Hong the kitten is absolutely shocked. She asks with a shiver, so we can't drink the water? Sorry little brother, I thought the swamp water would taste good. Rayon flies over to tell her it's fine, since he's different from whatever is down there. Cale then explains to Watira that the merfolk's primary weapon is actually poison. I think they're stronger because of the swamp's poison. Or maybe it's the leftover dragon mana in the water. Or maybe it's both. He thinks to himself, if it's just poison, they can just study it and find an antidote. But if it's mana from a dead dragon, that's a whole different story. Watira looks around at the surroundings. You and I can clearly see the problem here. This swamp is far too massive. Watira knows they can't just block the forest or guard this place forever. But reading her thoughts, Cale speaks up. It's simple. First, you study what you need here, and then we will make a deal. Watira looks a bit dazed. A deal? He doesn't answer immediately, thinking he originally just wanted to study the poison. He can't let the enemy keep the source of their power. Besides, something useful for himself has appeared, an ancient power right before his eyes. How do you want to trade? Cale answers that he will help them deal with this swamp once and for all. I'll flip the whole thing over, he says casually. Watira feels like she must have heard him wrong. Right. She looks at the swamp. How can you possibly flip over a swamp this enormous? You don't need to overthink it. I'll handle that part. So just agree to the trade with me. The Forest of Darkness is a place where nothing is strange. Any event can be disguised as a simple incident, making it easy for him to deny everything later, Cale tells himself. After thinking it over, Watira finally decides to follow his lead. Fine, we will trade. Of course, this was exactly what he expected. Right, but I don't have the terms ready for you just yet. If you need anything, just tell us anytime. We will accept the deal as long as it's within our power. As Watira, I give you my name as a guarantee, so please do not worry. She reaches out her hand, intending to shake on the deal with him. Cale quickly shakes her hand and sets one major condition: everything he finds while digging through this swamp will belong to him. Watira agrees, and Cale calls out to On, you and Hong stay outside. Hong will help find the poison in the swamp, so wait there. Hong softly warns him to be careful and not let the youngest get hurt. I know, Cale replies. Cale throws a jar to Payson. This is a magic jar that prevents weathering. Use it to collect the swamp water. His eyes sparkle with admiration as he asks how the young master thought of every detail. Once the water is bottled, Cale continues giving them their next set of instructions. Now, get out of here. Go into the forest and stay there until I call for you. You might get poisoned or hurt otherwise. Young master, are you doing this alone? Not alone, there are two of us. And trust me, you and I are about to see exactly how Cale plans to flip this entire swamp upside down. Stick with me, you're about to see why he's the smartest guy here. He just smirks, wondering where to use this power. Well, looks like we found the spot. Go ahead, use your power however you want. Ron watches the item in his hands. Wait, For real? Don't ask obvious questions. Just don't let me get hurt, okay? Rayon grins as purple energy swirls around him. He tells the dragon to unleash the shield and tear this place to pieces. Sharp winds slice through the air, acting like blades grazing the heads of every creature standing there. Ron begins to shine with his mysterious, ancient power. A 4-year-old dragon raised by humans, yet one that nobody can control. He laughs, satisfied by its overwhelming aura of absolute dominance. Near the trees, 2 familiar figures are watching. It is Witira, from the whale tribe. The pressure is insane, even compared to a giant whale. Rayon stares them down as the power flows from his small body. Too noisy, just end it. The dragon quickly agrees. I knew you were going to say that. The sheer force from Rayon blows away the dirt and rocks. Absolutely incredible. Look at that magic sphere grow, crackling with lightning and blinding light. You and I are about to see that this isn't just a comeback. It's total annihilation. Everything in its path is simply going to vanish. Is the dragon corpse safe? The little dragon's sphere is ready. Let's begin. He unleashes beams of black magic straight into the ground. The whale siblings cover their ears, and he has to do the same. The explosion is massive, the sound echoing as it swallows everything in its path. Large cracks spread across the earth before a powerful vortex turns the area into a giant crater. Witira and Positon stumble back from the shockwave. She can only stare in pure disbelief. White smoke rises from the ground. Good job. Rayon nods, thrilled to be praised by him once again. Seriously, well done. The little dragon spins around in joy. The winds around him start to pick up. Don't mess with that kid again. He descends into the crater, asking, can I really do whatever I want? Rayon snaps back. Stop asking obvious things. The young man pulls out an item. Thanks. He reaches for the crown on that creature. If I can get this too. He really was prepared, wasn't he? Suddenly, dark power surges up, spitting out black poison. He raises his shield to block the attack. Now, here's the twist. A voice suddenly asks him, do you know what true domination is? His arm reacts instantly, using the wind to blow it away. Domination means taking away the enemy's very breath. Something squeezes his hand tight, making him groan in pain. The haunting voice keeps whispering. The easiest way to take a breath. Do you know what it is? Fear. He realizes it is fear that freezes a person. Familiar faces suddenly flash through his mind. Humans cannot predict the future, so they let their fears and anxieties become their present reality. The darkness reflects his image. Kim Rok-soo had already survived so many terrifying moments. Something wraps around his neck, but wanting to live, he comfortably clenches his fist. I want to live a happier life than anyone. He fires his power. Ancient winds swirling with magic. He simply blows the dust off his hand. Talking about domination and fear? What a load of absolute nonsense. His life philosophy is simple. Just use every single thing around you for your own benefit and nothing else. How pathetic, he says bluntly. The voice replies, pathetic? It seems you truly understand how this world works. It lets out a chilling, horrific laugh that echoes in the air. Ignoring it, he eyes the glowing crown and leaps forward with lightning speed. Found it. As his hand touches the crown, the voice tells him to use it well. A massive gust blows toward him. Sometimes a good scam is what saves you. A pure white light erupts from the crown. The dark energy in the swamp vanishes instantly. The sky turns a beautiful, clear blue once again. He slowly closes his eyes, a calm expression on his face as the gentle breeze brushes past him. He stands in the center of the white light, watching it fade and melt into the space around him. Rayon floats there, completely stunned by what he is seeing. Human, why do you look as strong as my front claw? Wait, never mind, you're still weak. How does that even work? The little dragon stares him down, trying to find a single clue. But our hero just claims his charm has increased. Trust me. You and I both know he is just getting started. Stick with me, we are about to watch the MC claim a ruler's aura. What did you say, human? It is an ancient power that makes your presence feel incredibly overwhelming. But despite the hype, it is actually quite useless, functioning more like a flashy crown. Kale sighs to himself, thinking this power is absolutely perfect for scamming the whole world. Rayon immediately scolds him, saying scamming is bad. Then he points back toward the whale siblings and the kittens. They freeze under his gaze. He calls them over softly, and On and Hong instantly bolt toward his side. Witira and Positron just watch in shock. Those two cats don't hesitate, charging straight down the path. They start fussing over him instantly. Are you hurt? We were so worried. You can't get injured, okay? The kittens brag that their big brother is the coolest and strongest. Then, they glare at the whales. Why aren't you coming? Witira flinches at the sound. Looking at Cale's energy, she sees the unmistakable image of her own father. It is not just raw strength. It is that heavy presence that only those at the absolute peak ever possess. That is exactly what she senses from him. Kale ignores her and asks Rayon if any mana scent still remains. Rayon answers honestly that the scent is gone. Just collect those bones for me right now. They keep nagging him, saying they thought he was in deep trouble. Why does someone so weak love acting so reckless? All three animals take turns scolding him. Hong rubs his head against Kale's leg. Just leave everything to us, they say. Kale scoops the kittens onto his shoulders and sighs. Fine, have it your way. But On is still very worried, telling him he really shouldn't get injured. With that, it is time to head back. 3 weeks later, Kale prepares for his journey to the Whipper Kingdom as planned. At the Henatus estate, Basin and Lily can't hide their sadness as they watch him. Brother, do you really have to leave? Once he reaches the docks to board his ship, Amiru approaches him with a concerned look. She says worriedly, I do not know why the prince is sending you somewhere so dangerous while you are still recovering. Please be careful. I truly pray for your safe return, young master. The ship begins to set sail. Kale stands on deck, staring out at the massive ocean ahead, fully determined not to get hurt during this trip. He wonders if Choi Han actually destroyed the kingdom, but the guy returned faster than expected. Rosalind and Locke are also back with him. On and Hong are here too. Those kids insisted on coming, even though they are still shivering. Now watch closely, this is where the squad really comes together. With Choi Han, Vice Captain Hillsman, Vicross, and the Wolf Boy, why should Kale be scared? Time slips away as the sky begins to fade into darkness. Rayon lounges lazily on a box, enjoying the delicious smell of the sea. Human, is my name really just going to be one syllable? Kale? Kale asks what he is talking about. Rayon shyly suggests names like Black or Dragon, hoping for something much more impressive. He finally gets it. Oh, you want a real name? You don't like those simple ones? Rayon flinches when he sees Kale's expression. No, wait. I will love absolutely any name you decide to give me. Fine. But Rayon, On, and Hong will be very sad if you say things like that. The dragon just looks at him, confused. Human, what did you just say? Kale repeats it gently. Your name is Ron, and your last name is Miru. I chose that name because I want you to live a life full of joy and happiness. Rayon stares at him in silence. Kale thinks Choi Han might suspect something because of the Korean words, but he will just lie. Pay attention here. This moment makes this story special. As Kale watches the water, Rayon asks what it means. Kale points at the dragon. These words belong entirely to you. For me? Yes. For you, and only you. He pats Rayon's head. Because you are a great dragon. Rayon can't contain his joy and takes to the sky. He smiles brightly. I accept. I will cherish this name forever. All right then, Rayon. Rayon does somersaults in the air, shouting his brand new name. Kale smiles, knowing everything will fall apart if he gets himself hurt now. Back to the events at Whipper Castle. I am a magnificent and great dragon. Even without a name yet, I am still the coolest being alive. That weak human actually promised to name me. I gave him 1 month. Surely he will come up with something truly legendary for me, right? While Rayon is flying around, Kale is busy speaking to Crown Prince Alberu through a magic communication orb. Alberu mentions that Princess Rosalind made her choice. She has officially walked away from her right to the throne. I heard the Grand Duke's entire family was executed in a single morning. Now, she has 2 very talented individuals by her side. You and I saw this coming, right? He knows exactly who they are. Then he asks Kale, are they your subordinates? All right, you and I are about to see a masterclass in manipulation from our favorite main character. Kale just smirks when Alberu asks about his subordinates. Alberu shakes his head at this sly guy, annoyed that Kale keeps cutting him off. Your Highness, for a second there, I actually thought you and I were similar. Isn't that a scary thought? The two keep going back and forth, talking past each other until Kale finally asks a real question. Is the Rogun Kingdom really just an empty shell of a nation? Alberu raises an eyebrow, telling Kale he is speaking a bit too freely. But aren't you smiling right now? Kale doesn't deny it because it is the truth. The guy is definitely quick on his feet. Why do you want the magic tower so bad? Kale ignores the question and asks why the Crown Prince even needs a mage. I just want to help them, and I just want to own that magic tower. Alberu lets out a soft laugh. It is uncomfortable to think there is someone else in this world who thinks exactly like him. Fine, I will give you everything you want. Kale responds with a satisfied smile on his face. Thank you. I will bring back only the best for you. You really are a clever one. With that, the magic sphere disconnects. Raon finally speaks up, asking the weak human if he has thought of a name yet. Kale looks thoughtful for a second before leaving him with 3 simple words. I am thinking. Raon hears that and assumes naming a great dragon like himself must require an incredible amount of deep thought. Time continues to pass. Raon is constantly anxious about his new name, while Kale just goes about his day eating and sleeping. Pay attention here, because even a dragon has his limits. He frowns, wondering if this weak human is actually thinking about a name at all. Soon enough, the group of humans who left earlier finally makes their return to the villa. It is Princess Rosalind, Choi Han, and Locke. Rosalind is the first to greet him with a smile, saying it has been a long time. Kale follows etiquette and replies that it has indeed been a long time since they last saw the princess. She tells him not to call her princess anymore since she was removed from the royal family. Just call her Rosalind like before. Understood. You should keep acting comfortably with me too. Choi Han then steps forward and asks if he can report on the Breck Kingdom. Kale takes a slow sip of tea and agrees. He doesn't need to know every detail his friend handled. But there is something more important. Locke. Your siblings are currently staying in a different location. Locke looks up, completely confused by the news. Wait, where are they? All of them? Harris Village. Hearing that name makes Choi Han's brow furrow as he lets out a heavy sigh. Harris Village is a beautiful place surrounded by nature, but it is currently being rebuilt after a massive fire broke out there. That is why the group of children is currently staying back at Harris Village for the time being. Choi Han smiles at Kale and explains that a cemetery for the victims of the fire is also being constructed right now. It turns out the Duke was the one who personally insisted on making that happen. Even Vice Captain Hillsman is working hard. Kale remembers Hillsman digging the soil and telling the Duke to leave the rest to him. Now, let's pause. Did you notice how even Kale is shocked by this? He puts his tea down, wondering why his father is working so hard. Choi Han mentions this is the first time he has seen the Duke show such personal interest in the affairs of the territory. What work are you talking about? He turns to Locke and tells him to go see his siblings. Report on the land they lived in, say hello, and then come right back. Since the kids don't know the way, Locke needs to guide them. While Locke is excited, Choi Han stands there with a guilty expression. With the orders given, Kale tells them all to head out. He tells Rosalind she can leave the room now too. Choi Han is the last one left. He bows deeply and sincerely thanks Kale for everything he has done. No need for that, just get out. But Choi Han doesn't leave, mentioning that Rosalind told him Kale almost got hurt. Kale immediately denies it. What do you mean hurt? A little bit of dust and some water splashed on me, that is all. Choi Han stays silent for a long moment before finally turning around to leave, saying he understands. Hans enters with a fresh cup of tea and notices Choi Han's troubled face, asking him what is wrong. Choi Han just stammers that it is nothing and quickly excuses himself from the room. Hans asks Kale if he and Choi Han had a fight, but Kale just looks confused by the very idea of it. Meanwhile, at the villa, An and Hong find Rayon surrounded by a pile of books. They ask the youngest what he is doing, and he says he is reading. You still don't have a name, do you? Rayon replies that he will have one in a week. He really hopes it is something cool. Since our little brother is a super cool dragon, maybe his name will just be Dragon? Ron freezes at the suggestion. And that's where we leave it. You and I know Kale probably just got distracted by his own laziness and forgot the name entirely. Alright, you and I are back. On and Hong ignore Kale's gloomy face, excitedly gossiping about the meat they'll get to eat for dinner. Is he really just going to be called a dragon? Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the Hennetus mansion. In the dining room, everyone is staring intensely. A golden spoon accidentally hits the floor, the sound echoing through the heavy silence. Lily looks at Kale with a worried expression on her face. People are dying every day in the Ubar kingdom while nobles are in hiding. It is hard to eat or sleep well. That is what father said. Count Daruth sits nearby and agrees with her words. No, he says, even a royal order cannot be allowed if it's too dangerous. Viola narrows her eyes and asks if this is really his choice. Kale just smiles at their reaction and confirms he wants to go. Remember one thing, I am always worried about my son. We all worry about you, not about the fate of this country. He looks into their sharp eyes and speaks up to reassure them. Father, aren't we only safe if the kingdom is safe? I am a golden turtle, perfectly secure within my shell as a Hennetus. Please do not worry. Seeing his firm determination, Viola decides not to say anything more on the matter. I understand. But I think I will always worry about you anyway, because that is what parents do. Basin calls out softly. Kale smiles and tells his brothers to focus on their studies and training so he can travel freely. He promises to bring back souvenirs. As night falls on the ship to Ubar, Raon quietly speaks. Stick with me. This part is special. I am asking you about my name. Are you really just going to give me something random and careless? Kale is surprised by the question. Raon continues, saying he has a feeling Kale will just name him Sword or Dragon. He finally understands. Those names aren't good at all. Raon pauses, then quickly tries to defend his own pride. That is not what I meant, human. If you are the one who chooses it, I will like whatever it is. Raon, if An and Hong heard you say that, they would be very sad. The little dragon looks completely confused by those words. Kale smiles gently. Your name will be Raon Mir. I chose it because I want you to live a joyful and happy life. Raon just stares at him. His past was deep, dark, and freezing cold. He had always hoped to escape that place someday. He simply wanted to live a life like this, surrounded by warmth. This is the first time in his life he has felt the freedom he dreamed of. The human who gave him freedom also gave him a name, words that belong only to him. A name for him alone. He is the great dragon, Raon Mir. He cannot hide his excitement as he looks at the sky. The night is so peaceful and the stars are shimmering beautifully. A gentle breeze blows past them. Raon whispers a quiet thank you to Kale. The human looks back, feeling quite surprised. What did you just say? Raon teases him, asking why his hearing is so slow. Kale just smiles back at him. Why don't you say it one more time? Raon immediately refuses, saying he absolutely, extremely, definitely does not want to. You weak human, you will catch a cold. Go inside and sleep. Suddenly, 3 whales begin swimming toward their ship. I told you to go inside. Kale notices them too. He reaches out and gives Raon a gentle pat on the head. You saw that too, right? Something massive is lurking beneath the waves, and it's about to make an entrance. A whale leaps high out of the water. The splash shatters the silence of the night. Inside, Choi Han hears the noise and runs out. Young Master Kale. Kale looks at him silently, and then signals for everyone to stay calm and wait. Raon smiles at the confused Choi Han, realizing they aren't enemies. The ship sails on through the magical, glowing night sea. The whales glide gracefully through the deep blue water. Kale slowly leans forward and performs a respectful bow. I greet the Whale King. Schickler is the one who rules over these vast and dangerous oceans. He is an existence that makes human emperors look small. Kale can feel the overwhelming pressure radiating from him. He smiles and asks them how they would feel about having a conversation right here on the deck. A pair of sharp, piercing eyes observe him closely. Then, the water begins to churn and spray everywhere. White foam explodes as the whales transform into human forms. They move with incredible grace as they step onto the ship. First is the successor Watira, followed by Pasatan, the strongest warrior of the whale tribe. Ron frowns and whispers to Kale that dragons still look much cooler, stronger, and greater than whales. Kale doesn't argue and just pats his head. He glances over at Choi Han, who is still standing there completely frozen. Watira speaks up, noting that it has been a long time since they visited these warm and pleasant southern waters. King Schickler silently watches Kale. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Welcome back. You and I are about to see Kale meet the powerful Whale King, while Witera introduces our weak-looking but iron-willed hero. Shayer traveled all this way just to personally thank the man who saved his son's life from a terrible fate. Kale shakes his hand with a polite smile, but he is all business, suggesting they skip the small talk and get to work. Right then, the mood shifts. Kale turns his head to see Choi Han and a stranger trading some seriously murderous glares. Kale is confused. This whale warrior was just admiring everyone's beauty, so why the sudden explosion of anger and hostility? If these two clash, the ship is going down for sure. Kale quickly steps in, patting Choi Han's shoulder to calm him down. The Whale King notices the tension too and quietly asks Archie exactly what is going on with that aggressive look. Raon chimes in, reporting that the rude dolphin was looking down on Choi Han and judging him from head to toe. Even if they are technically on the same side, this guy is just looking for a reason to start a fight. Archie is radiating pure bloodlust with a twisted expression, and Kale sighs, knowing he is just reacting to meeting a legendary warrior. Kale approaches him as his heart of vitality reacts, asking Archie exactly who he thinks he is to act this way. Now, watch this part closely. Kale isn't intimidated at all, telling Archie that if he can't back up that gaze, he should hide it better. The king orders Archie to apologize and introduce himself. And though he is annoyed, the warrior obeys his father's strict command. He mumbles an apology, and Kale realizes this guy absolutely hates being forced to say he is sorry to a human. Raon starts fluttering around Kale's ear, bragging that his human was impressive and deserves all the praise in the world today. Kale just sighs. Is he really getting a confidence boost from a 4-year-old? He turns to the Whale King for the item. Shayer realizes he almost forgot. Witera frowns, wondering if her father managed to lose something so important in his own pockets. He pulls a tiny glass bottle out of his pocket, looking skeptical about the dangerous and dark contents held inside. Why would a human ever need dead mana? This stuff is useless unless you are a necromancer from the forgotten old legends. Kale takes the bottle with a smile, simply saying, you never know when something this rare might come in handy later. With the deal finally done, the Whale King says his farewells, hoping to meet again under much better circumstances next time. He apologizes for Archie's behavior again, saying the boy still has a lot to learn about respect and the wider world. Witera nudges her father to stop rambling while she offers Kale a polite and graceful goodbye for the time being. The three of them dive into the ocean, transforming back into massive whales and disappearing quickly beneath the deep blue waves. Kale stares at the dead mana, knowing he will need it soon, then notices Choi Han still standing alone and looking tense. He asks what is wrong, but Choi Han just shakes his head, and Kale decides not to push for any answers tonight. You saw that too, right? Our little dragon finally has a name, Rayon Miru, and he is making sure every single person knows how great he is. Rayon flies after him, insisting they sleep together after such a long and tiring day of intense negotiations on the sea. Choi Han looks up at the vast night sky, silently promising himself that he will grow even stronger from this moment on. The ship cuts through the white foam, arriving days later at the Whipper Kingdom, where Billows is already waiting for them. The merchant greets him warmly, but Kale coldly jokes that Billows is looking more like a shady trader with every passing day. Billows just laughs, telling Kale that he is putting all of his trust and his biggest investments into the young master's hands. The magic tower has crumbled to the ground, and its master was torn apart by the monster known as Tonka. Kale smirks, thinking about how fun it will be to scavenge for treasures in a legendary tower with no owner left. He tells Billows to get to work if he wants those riches, and the merchant happily agrees to provide everything needed. Kale frowns slightly, wondering if Billows is acting this way on purpose just to see what the secret plan actually is. He knows exactly what magic device he needs to hand over to keep the greedy merchant satisfied for a long time. Kale watches the kittens, On and Hong, playing with Rayon as the ship finally docks at the busy kingdom port. He remembers how Rayon wouldn't stop bragging about his new name, Rayon Miru. While they were back in the cabin, the dragon told everyone the wolf, the mage, his new name, while Kale just relaxed and ate his fruit in peace. Choi Han had asked Kale how he even came up with such a unique and fitting surname for the little dragon. Kale wonders if Choi Han recognized the name from his old world, even if the dragon himself has no clue yet. He just tells them he made it up, but On and Hong keep showering the little dragon with endless cute compliments. They think the name for their youngest sibling is the best one ever, though Rayon thinks he is just cool regardless. You and I just witnessed the start of a legendary heist, and trust me, the magic tower isn't ready for Cale Henitus. But why ask that now? Choi Han answers softly, but you and I can tell he is suspicious. He noticed Cale's expression change when the name Aon was mentioned. Is this mystery really going to be glossed over? Stay with me, because we need to watch Cale very closely here, even if that name is just a simple set of traditional characters. He walks up to Rosaline and asks if that thing in her hand is a staff. She flashes a bright smile, raising the wooden rod high. Exactly, it is a staff she carries, or more like a magical club she can use to bash enemies over the head, just like this. Rosalind swings the staff with force, and Cale gives her a thumbs up. He tells her she is actually quite sharp and wise for thinking of that. He realizes that wandering around as a mage from the Ewer Kingdom would be suicide, so hiding her identity was the only real choice they had. She just laughs it off, saying she had to do something so the rest of the group would not have to suffer because of her status. She adds that she has studied martial arts since childhood and really wanted to see this place with her own eyes. So that is how it is. Just then, someone runs over to report that the carriage is finally ready to depart. Cale nods, telling everyone it is time to get moving. Once they arrive at their destination, Cale scans the area. Things seem to be prepared pretty well, do they not? Billows leads him into a prearranged house. As they walk, Cale asks if he kept everything quiet to avoid rumors. Billows just smirks back at him. He asks if that is not obvious. Why on earth would he want to share his hard-earned profits with anyone else? Cale admits he is satisfied with him, and Billows replies that he quite likes the young master too. Cale then leisurely sinks into a nearby sofa. What about the victors? Billows responds immediately, saying he was just about to give the young master an update on that situation. The non-mage alliance is far more reckless than I imagined. These guys do not fear death at all. It seems like the only thing they care about is slaughter, especially those with magic resistance. If they show up in large numbers, it is going to be an absolute nightmare to deal with. These magic-resistant individuals are born that way, appearing across many generations. They are the single biggest wild card in this brutal conflict between the mages and the alliance of those who cannot use magic. The people of this tribe have made their mark, hiding the blood of mages who could control nature itself. Billows continues with a deep frown. Pay attention here, because we are about to learn about the most dangerous man in this war. The leader of the non-mage alliance, Tunka. They act on pure instinct. I only saw him from a distance once, but he was literally snapping the heads off mages with his bare hands. How could anyone be that brutal? Just thinking about Tunka and his savage followers makes my stomach turn into knots even now. It is truly horrifying. Cale swirls his wine glass, calmly remarking that it sounds pretty ruthless. Ruthless is an understatement. They have piled the corpses of the mages they slaughtered into actual mountains right in front of the city gates. Though for the citizens of Ewer, even that might not be enough. But young master, where exactly are you planning to go now? Cale takes a sip and drops a bombshell he is going to meet Tunka. Trust me, you and I are probably just as shocked as Billows is right now. Cale smiles and tells him to trust him at the magic tower. Billows forces a laugh, saying he trusts his own gut. So, what exactly is your gut telling you? He pours more wine and says his gut tells him to follow the young master. Cale chuckles, noting he really does have a merchant's soul. He thinks to himself that even though the official war is over, the remnants and scars of the mages still linger everywhere. Everywhere you look, the air is thick with the screams of death, madness, and pure despair. It is all blending together into one dark atmosphere right here. Cale looks at the wine in his glass and praises it for being quite delicious. A few days later, they are all in the carriage heading toward the magic tower to find Tunka. Billows points out they have reached the closest point. Cale looks at the view and remarks that it is a beautiful tower. It seems he really did keep his promise. As they step down from the carriage, Cale pulls a single gold coin from his pocket. Billows watches him, looking completely dazed and confused. Billows starts laying on the flattery, saying how much he respects the young master. Meanwhile, Choi Han stands nearby, looking very concerned. The young master asks what the plan is as he looks at the massive rows of tents pitched nearby. Tons of wounded people are scattered around, and the smell of blood is everywhere. Choi Han cannot take it and starts gagging. Kale tells him to go rest if he is feeling sick. He looks at Choi Han's pale face and gently reminds him that this place is a battlefield. Soon, Rosalind, Choi Han, and Locke all gather. They report to the young master that everyone has finally arrived. He asks Choi Han why he is not resting, but the boy says he is fine. Kale just smiles and reveals the plan. It is time to get to work. We are here to meet a man named Tunka, so make sure you do not cause any trouble until then. Kale looks excited. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. We came to meet Tunka today, so try your best to avoid any drama before we find him. Choi Han pauses, finally asking the big question, who exactly is this Tunka guy? All right, you and I are diving back in as Kale meets an old acquaintance under a fake name Billows. Seeing him again makes Choi Han tighten his fists in instant recognition. Billows narrows his eyes, asking what's wrong. Choi Han just shakes his head, and Kale decides to let it go for now. The busy day starts. Kale asks Billows if he's really the one who can get them into the staff officers' tents. Billows nods, playing his part perfectly. He says he can't bring everyone, but 6 people, including himself, should be able to pass. Rayon climbs onto Kale's shoulder, curious about their dealings. The little dragon asks if Billows has been making a lot of money. Kale thinks to himself that if this guy can talk to staff officers, he must have profited massively during the Civil War. Suddenly, Rayon glows blue. The little dragon sways on Kale's shoulder, happily sensing that something very interesting is about to happen. Kale doesn't pay much attention to the dragon's intuition. He just glances over at Choi Han, Locke, and Hillsman. Then he looks at the only lady in their group. Kale politely asks if Rosalind is coming too, and she agrees with a smile. With the group decided, Kale smiles. But he hasn't forgotten his reliable support back at the home base. He tells Hans to handle the rest. Hans quickly agrees, saying he will find a quiet spot nearby and stay put. Hans promises to keep everyone safe, but Kale and the kittens just sigh. Hans cries out, asking why they don't trust him. The kittens whisper in Kale's ear, asking when they will reach the magic tower. Kale tells them to wait, they'll be there soon. Kale leads the chosen 5, looking confident and sharp in his stylish clothes. He's got that natural aura of a leader. He says, "Let's go." The group starts walking down a narrow path, their feet never seeming to get tired. Billows keeps his mysterious merchant smile as he leads the way. He walks ahead, guiding Kale and the rest of the team. They walk boldly down the middle of the road, despite the heavy scent of blood from the people living there. The residents all have hollow dark eyes and clothes stained with blood. Hillsman can't help but comment that despite all the blood, they seem to want even more. Kale lowers his voice and tells him to just look ahead. Hillsman quickly obeys. Billows stops and points to a unique tent. They've arrived. He hesitates, trying to explain something about the staff officers, but Kale cuts him off. Seeing the merchant's hesitant face, Kale can already guess what's going on. He tells Billows he knows exactly what he's about to say. Allying with non-mages might seem weak, but in reality, it can trigger a completely different kind of power. Now, pay attention. Kale can feel the intense rage radiating from this place since the past. Were only mages smart? Did only they study? Many scholars who couldn't stand being suppressed joined Tunka's side instead. In fact, these people hate magic even more than Tunka does. Kale tells him to make contact. Billows quickly enters the luxurious staff tent while Kale watches him walk in. Tunka might discard weak soldiers, but he always protects these strategists. So, Kale just needs these officers to set up a meeting with Tunka. But despite the plan, Ron's previous prophecy is making him feel uneasy. He wonders why he's getting chills down his spine. Suddenly, a scarred hand pulls back the tent curtain, and Kale's brain starts racing. Could it be? A raspy voice calls out, "Human." Ron immediately flies up to watch the chaos. Choi Han steps in front of Kale to protect him. Kale looks at him in total shock. Choi Han simply explains that the energy here is bad. Kale is surprised. Then, that raspy voice speaks up again. "You and I both know this isn't good." A powerful scent fills the air, followed by a scarred man who starts laughing. He's built like a beast with tan skin and animal skin clothes. His eyes are glowing like he just found a massive treasure. He says he was just getting bored. Kale finally realizes what's happening. He covers his face, speechless. Good grief. Tunka steps right up to Choi Han. He's so tall that Choi Han looks small. He tells Choi Han that while others smell strong, he's the strongest. After smelling that power, he says he can't just sit still. Choi Han asks if this man is Tunka. Kale confirms it, noticing how quickly Choi Han figured it out. Tunka starts flexing. He challenges Choi Han to a fight, asking if his ears are itching for battle. Kale sighs, waiting for the response. Choi Han's answer is short and direct. Fine. Kale is stunned by how fast he agreed. Kale thought he knew what would happen, but he was wrong. Beside him, Raon keeps bragging that his intuition was right all along. Raon calls himself great and smart. Tunka smirks, and Choi Han releases a terrifying bloodlust that hides his usual kind appearance. Tunka is thrilled. He loves that look in Choi Han's eyes. His whole body erupts with a fiery aura that looks ready to consume everything. As Choi Han grips his newly sharpened sword, Kale steps in like a guardian angel. And trust me, you and I can see the murderous aura instantly vanish. Stick with me, we're about to see Kale snap Choi Han back to reality by asking if he's ready to fight. After calming the beast inside Choi Han, Kale turns his attention to the other hot-headed brat standing there. Tunka stutters as Kale brushes back his hair, radiating a protagonist aura with a gaze he definitely borrowed from someone else. It's been a while, Tunka. Suddenly, memories of the redhead who threw him into the ocean come flooding back. It's that same cold gaze, but in this light, it feels just a little bit more brilliant. Tunka is lost in thought, confused. It's clearly the same man, but something about him feels completely different. Kale asks the same thing again, are you going to fight? Then he just turns away, leaving Choi Han stunned. Yeah, Kale was just building tension to drop a bombshell. If you want to fight, then just go for it. That's exactly what Tunka wanted to hear. He's fired up now. Good, let's do this, I love it. Raon just scoffs. What an idiot. He's practically begging for a beating, and our side is way too strong. Kale gently places a hand on Choi Han's shoulder, telling him to strike however he likes, as Choi Han radiates confidence while a sudden voice calling Tunka by a different name leaves the brute stunned. Kale flashes a mysterious smile. If we're going to fight, we might as well make a proper bet on it. Now pay attention, the clouds are clearing for the brightest stars to shine over the camp as Kale turns this brawl into a high-stakes gamble. They move to an open clearing right next to the camp to settle things once and for all. Choi Han and Tunka take their positions, while Kale's group finds a safe spot to watch the madness unfold. Rosalind is worried. If they keep this up and make enemies, what happens then? Locke agrees, fearing things might escalate. Kale quietly listens to their theories about a potential rebellion, but he knows that Tunka is currently far too blinded by his own rage to actually pull anything like that off. He calmly reassures the group, telling them there's absolutely no reason to worry about what's coming next. Just watch. It seems like every single detail has already been accounted for in Kale's master plan. Compared to what I expected, Tonka really isn't that much of a threat to us. Sure, he's strong for a human, but compared to whales or dragons, nothing. Still, Kale respects that confidence. If he was the type to seek revenge against everyone stronger than him, he wouldn't have survived this long. The crowd starts cheering, amping up the heat. Tunka stretches out, getting his body ready for the collision. Amidst the loud shouting, Choi Han stays stone cold, while Tunka couldn't possibly be any more excited for this. You and I both know what matters to these guys. It's not just winning, it's about the warrior spirit. Kale's memories of brutal battlefields flash by along with the deafening cries of soldiers. Just fight, because in the end, that's the only thing that truly matters. Suddenly, Choi Han glances back at Kale, looking for something, which immediately catches Tunka's attention. His eyes follow Choi Han's gaze. Why are you looking at that villain over there? Kale flinches. Am I the villain? Choi Han's voice turns cold as he asks what Tunka just said. I asked why you're looking at him. Tunka's anger flares. Villains must be wiped out first, no matter what. You should know that. Kale doesn't even take it personally. What a pitiful guy. Rosalind is shocked. Pitiful? Meanwhile, Choi Han unbuckles his sheath and drops his sword with a tightened fist. It looks like all of Choi Han's boiling rage has been channeled directly into that single, massive fist. He strikes in an instant. The force is so overwhelming that Tunka can't even dream of dodging the blow. The punches keep coming like a relentless storm. Tunka holds his guard, but he's actually getting even more excited. The moment Choi Han pauses, Tunka immediately moves in to prepare a counterattack. but he's outmatched. Choi Han wasn't resting. He catches Tunka's fist as easily as a pro athlete. Two deadly streams of power clash between their hands, but the result is clear as Choi Han delivers a spectacular and devastating kick right to Tunka's face. His strikes only get faster and heavier, finally sending Tunka tumbling across the dirt. But Tunka isn't some weakling. He jumps back up and wipes the blood away. "You're pretty strong, aren't you? But I won't be defeated." Choi Han just sighs. "You really talk way too much." Tunka just laughs. "Fine then. With this much power, I'm going to actually start fighting you for real now." But the reality of the duel is the exact opposite. Tunka is getting absolutely wrecked, and yet he just keeps laughing like a total maniac. Does he like being hit? Kale watches with total boredom, wondering when this fight will finally be over. "Trust me, you and I are going to want to see if Tunka collapses before Rosalind finally steps in to stop this." All right, you and I are diving back into Kale's world, where he casually remarks that interfering with a warrior's will is taboo, and leaving them alone is actually a sign of respect. He shifts his focus, staring deep into the eyes of Choi Han, which are radiating an incredibly sharp and unshakable willpower. "We just need to watch that sacred resolve," he says, as Tunka charges like a blind beast toward the black hole of destruction known as Choi Han. Choi Han delivers a massive, earth-shattering blow to Tunka, his gaze turning into that of a cold and focused berserker. Tunka is launched into the air, falling toward the crowd and causing absolute panic. "Move! Everyone, get out of the way right now!" The moment he crashes into the ground, his power explodes, sending a massive cloud of dust and debris flying into the empty space. Choi Han diligently retrieves his sword as Kale speaks up. "You worked hard." Hearing the praise, Choi Han's face immediately beams with pure joy. He runs back to stand before Kale, grinning. "Yes, my lord." Meanwhile, a long-haired man approaches the fallen Tunka to wake him up. Tunka is still dazed, mumbling about the fight. As he struggles to sit up, a shadow suddenly appears, blocking the light in front of him. Now watch this moment closely, because this is where Kale truly takes control of the situation. "You lost. Now you have to lead us into the magic tower, right?" Tunka is surprisingly cheerful as he announces the news to everyone. New soldiers have arrived. Tonight, prepare some wine and let's celebrate. However, the soldiers around them do not look welcoming at all. Kale realizes why. Since his side beat Tunka into the dirt, it is only natural they would be making those bitter faces. He turns away. It is not his concern. As long as they treat his people well, that is all that really matters to him. Tunka excitedly walks over to Choi Han. "Hey, warrior!" His voice is still raspy as he promises to kill him in their next fight. Choi Han just sighs at the meathead. Everything seems to be moving along smoothly as the group joins the rest of the camp. Tunka follows behind Kale, explaining it will take 2 months to enter the magic tower. They will move according to the arranged plan. Kale signals to Billows. "Tell the people camping outside to come here." Billows nods his head in a quick, respectful agreement. "Yes, but there is someone I would like to introduce to you first, sir." He points toward a well-dressed man, standing in the back. This man is currently the chief of staff and leads the alliances. "Allow me to introduce the chief of staff to you." "Hello there." The chief of staff greets Kale with a warm, friendly smile. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Duke Kale. I am Harold." Kale reaches out for a cold, professional handshake. "Hello. I am Kale." Harold immediately begins to speak with a very silver tongue. "So, you are the one our leader mentioned, the person buying the magic tower. Meeting you is a true honor for me, Duke." "Wait, did you catch that?" Even the dragon whispers in his ear. "Human, he is a liar." Kale raises an eyebrow at the warning. He does not carry a common surname from the Whipper Kingdom. Kale takes a moment to observe the man, named Harold, carefully. His appearance is completely ordinary, and he seems like a very average person with no special abilities or powers to speak of. Seeing him stand next to Tunka makes Kale think. Because he looks so normal, he actually seems more out of place than anyone else. This combination feels like the hope of the common people, yet Rayon repeats the warning. Human, he is a total fake. Kale remains deep in thought. An unfair transaction is about to begin, and it seems to start with Harold rather than himself. Suddenly, the magic tower appears before them. Kale and Tunka look up, and Kale silently notes, "It looks better than the outside suggests." Of course, even if it's a mess inside. Kale turns to Tunka with a questioning look. Aren't you going to go in? Tunka snaps back instantly. What? Are you insane? Why would I ever step foot into a filthy, disgusting place like that? Harold and Pelia will lead you instead. Kale holds the two sleeping kittens close, keeping a sharp eye on Tunka's every single movement. But why does Tunka keep looking behind him like that? He wonders, trying to figure out what is catching the brute's attention. Is it because they are giving off such a strong aura? Well, his group really does have a bit of a thirst for battle. Tunka shakes his head in disbelief. It is miraculous how someone who looks so weak can feel so strangely and incredibly powerful. Tunka gets an itch he cannot scratch and confronts Choi Han. Why are you staring at me? You want to fight again? Choi Han just exhales, choosing not to engage, while Kale notices the clever Billows trying to get close to the chief of staff. Kale walks toward the sun, feeling quite excited. Time to catch some mice. Let's go find a few of them. Little On confidently holds up 3 fingers with a smirk. Kale smiles. Fine, but you must not get hurt out there. He lets them nuzzle into his chest, because life is a precious thing. Rayon quickly flies over to join the group as well. Human, can I come along too? Kale winks at the small dragon. No, you are going to catch something else with me. He lets the kittens go off on their hunt, his face turning cold again. Tunka, are the bodies of the mages cleared out? Tunka sighs. A few are still left. They were just mages anyway. No need to comfort their souls, or anything like that. Kale gazes at the sun. Tunka is just terrified of corpses, so he will keep the whale tribe away. Trust me, you and I need to see what is next. All right, you and I are diving into a story where fire represents the only eternal comfort for the lost. Because they were sick and poor, the bodies of these struggling citizens were usually destined for the flames. But those who weren't cremated became test subjects for mages. A cruel display of the hierarchy within this twisted kingdom. Tunka once swore a solemn oath that if those bodies ever exhausted the seeds of the Empire's mages, he would personally ensure they were destroyed without leaving a single trace behind. The history of this place is incredibly dark. The fallen mages belong to the Magic Tower, but many power-hungry survivors still linger, driven by pure ambition and politics. After waking from that dream and leaving the tower, only the mages obsessed with research were left behind. Since they are all gasping their last breaths, they must be plotting to flee the kingdom before Crown Prince Alberu Crossman can stop their escape. Kale looks at the empty space and asks Tunka, "Can we just walk right in?" Tunka shouts for the chief of staff, who quickly approaches to lead the way. The gates of the Magic Tower have been open for a long time. As Kale steps inside, the stench hits him like a physical blow. He grimaces, ordering them to air the place out and cover the bodies. His weak stomach can only handle so much of this. Tunka immediately signals his men to clean up. Kale gives a subtle nod to Rosalind, who is standing right behind him. Hello steps forward to offer a floor-by-floor tour, but Kale cuts him off coldly. No need, just the top. Now pay attention here, because Kale's interest in the master's room is about to flip the script. The door creaks open. Is this really the master's room? Hello confirms that this is indeed the place. Kale scoffs at the mess. Chief of Staff, do you mind if I take a look around this area by myself? Hello offers to lead the way, but Kale dismisses him. He needs a quiet place to think. Leave him alone. Hillsman starts sweating, but Choi Han steps in to help. We will stay right here. Hello still insists on talking to Pila. Master Pila, I will follow young Master Kale. Kale finally gives in and opens a door so they can see everything inside. Belia nods in agreement. Looking at the blood-stained wreckage on the floor, Kale mutters about how everything is shattered. Hello explains that this was once the home of the most wicked people to ever live. It makes sense. A place where monsters were created using magic. Kale falls into a deep thought about these mages. Ron whispers in his ear about a liar. Kale smirks. Chief of Staff Hello is shocked that someone knows his true identity. Kale's words make his heart skip a beat. You and I both know Kale remembers every minor character from the novel, including a man named Hello Kudiang. There was a person named Hello Kudiang. He was the secret son of the Tower Master, a true monster born from magic whose mother sadly lost her life right after giving him birth. His father never even knew. That hidden truth was the source of all of Hello's inner rage. Kale realizes Hello's true nature. He is a man who wants war even more than Tunka. He wants all mages to suffer. In the original novel, the flames of Hello's anger burned everything to the ground. But in that story, the reason behind all of this legendary fury was only mentioned in a single short line. Hello Kudiang was actually born out of love. Sadly, he never knew that was the truth. Back in reality, Kale leans against a table. Hello, don't you want to erase every single trace of your father? He gives a provocative smile. You should destroy this entire magic tower. What do you think about that? Kale's voice echoes through the ruins. Every trace of your father, I will make this tower disappear. What do you say? Hello forces a laugh, unable to understand why Kale is making such a proposal. How did you find out? Kale stays calm, meeting Hello's suspicious gaze. Magic told me. Hello clenches his fists tight in response. So, young master, are you planning to use the blood in my veins as a weakness against me? Kale just laughs at those words. Why would I care about your blood? Besides, you are the one in a hurry. He has his own plans, knowing these people can't survive the massive taxes from the tower, and Hello has to meet their desperate needs just to keep them going. Knowing this, Kale is about to pull off something absolutely insane. The blood on the walls has already dried into dark stains. Hello remains silent for a long moment. It seems there is a mage among your companions. Kale doesn't bother hiding it and simply confirms the truth. And that's where we leave it, Kale claiming the whole tower for himself. You and I know he's not sharing with anyone. All right. You and I are about to see why our main character thinks he is crazy for wasting time here. In his mind, this magic tower is just raw material for building the world's sturdiest and most comfortable castle. Billows strokes his chin and waits patiently. It seems like the young master has a lot of complicated thoughts. Smart but crazy people always worry too much. Billows finally asks, wait, didn't you say you wanted the Gore Empire's mages? Kale raises an eyebrow at him. Who, me? He shrugs. I do not need mages when I already have a much greater existence by my side. Rayon ignores them. The little dragon flies around. Human, the scenery here is great. And I am even greater. Kale smiles. The Crown Prince will help me, though it is the kind of help that leaves people in debt. Choi Han suddenly pokes his head in. More guests have arrived. Billows and Beacrox enter, as Kale pats Billows' shoulder. Listen to the rest of the story from my people. Kale smiles, placing his full trust in his team, trying to discuss the details carefully. Billows hesitates for a moment, but eventually agrees to give it a shot. After their discussion, Beacrox enters and bows. He speaks softly as Kale leans in to listen to the report. For the payment, they will use Billows' name to funnel money through the non-mage alliance using Kale's hidden funds. Of course, they are actually using the prince's money to pay for everything, not Kale's own gold. And naturally, the non-mage alliance has absolutely no idea that this is happening behind their backs. Kale nods in approval. Billows bows deeply. I will handle the deposit and schedule the final payment for next month. He still has one lingering question for the young master. But sir, how much do you plan to pay them? Billows holds up one finger, guessing 1 million. Kale shakes his head. 1 billion? Still wrong. Now watch this. Billows stares at Kale's confident smile and gulps. Could it be 10 billion? Kale pulls his hand back casually. Just know it is around that much. Billows nearly jumps out of his skin. Wait, even for a magic tower, 10 billion would usually be considered way too low. The tower is massive, but all the magic devices are currently broken and useless. Kale acts like it is obvious. That is why 10 billion is the maximum. It is just a building skeleton now, so we need a discount. Billows is stunned. Kale tells him to take extra money and buy up all the land in the surrounding area. Kale's expression is firm. I have something I can sell for the exact same price as this magic tower. Billows finally accepts reality with a sigh. I do not fully understand, but I will sell it at the highest price. He gives a forced smile. I will make sure they lower the price. Kale beams with a bright, satisfied grin. I love that I never have to repeat myself with you. Billows tries to calm his racing heart. You and I can see his excitement. My heart is pounding just holding this much money. Kale just laughs along. Choi Han and Beacrox walk back in. Mr. Kale. Beacrox looks at the room with pure, unfiltered disgust. This place is filthy. Will you give me permission to clean this entire area up? He really hates the mess. Kale naturally gives him the green light. Make it spotless. Beacrox gives a silent thumbs up of approval. Okay, I know what you are thinking. Is he finally going home? Well, not exactly. Kale looks at the darkening sky. The tour is over, so let's head back. Tunka appears nearby, looking quite battered. Standing next to the giant Tunka, Kale looks tiny. Tunka snorts. What a weakling. Kale just pushes Choi Han forward. The host of the party is here, so it does not matter. Besides, I am weak and I need my rest. He leaves Choi Han with Hillsman. Hillsman is thrilled. I can feel the raw power of the Gore warriors from here. You arrived at the perfect time, Choi Han. Let's get some drinks. Kale arranges everything and quickly walks away. See that? I am leaving now. He walks off unchallenged. In front of the tent, Billows greets him respectfully. Kale nods. I am going inside to sleep. Billows watches him go with a very strange look in his eyes. I knew you would say that, sir. Kale pulls the tent flap open and steps inside to see the children. Did you find it? Hong wags his short legs. I feel it nearby. On wags her tail. I searched the hall. Kale stays silent and quickly changes into an all-black outfit. He pulls a piece of amber from his pocket. Everything is ready. He looks at the children. It is time for us to move out. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see what is hidden in the Tower Master's room. All right, you and I are diving back into this story as campfires roar and beasts soar over the celebrating crowds. Thanks to Rayon's magic, they easily reached the tower's peak. Hong and An jump down, excited to have finally arrived. They run ahead while waiting for him to follow. He fumbles along, searching for the right section of the stairwell wall. Where is it? Hong says it is in basement level 1. He regrets picking the wrong spot and climbing up. They ended up at the very top. Outside, strong winds howl around the glowing tower deep in the night. He uses magic to carry the kids down the stairs. Once they land, the little ones look at him with awe. So cool. It happened in a flash. Rayon brags he is fast, but only a fraction of his own speed. Is it around here? They nod. Hong and An sniff the air, sure they are getting close to the spot. They smell something. He realizes that just relying on scent makes it hard to pinpoint the exact location. He is not worried. The Birth of a Hero novel contained plenty of useless filler details that most people ignore. However, for him, those same details are now providing incredibly useful information for his current mission. Recalling the story, he pulls out an iron bar. The coward used his tiny body to hide in a secret wall. Only his family and the previous Tower Masters knew of this hidden spot where the coward retreated. Terrified of the guards, he locked himself away. He begins carefully tapping the iron bar along every inch of the wall. Patiently, he moves step by step along the stairs, the rhythmic tapping echoing. Where could he be hiding? Now, pay attention. The MC's obsession with details finally pays off as the tapping sound suddenly changes. He finds a strange hole in the wall with 5 distinct slots forming the shape of a star. He inserts the stone, and the wall cracks open, slowly revealing a hidden door right in front of them. Inside, a boy named Muller is sobbing. He is crying so hard, he doesn't even notice anyone is there. He tries to force the friendliest smile possible, stretching the corners of his mouth. "Hello there," he says. Mueller recoils. What is wrong with this guy? The cats watch, thinking the boy looks absolutely pitiful. He watches with an indifferent expression. Pitiful? Not even close, he thinks to himself. As part of the design team, this guy enjoyed every luxury and bragged whenever he had the chance. He looks coldly at the trembling figure. This man is the only one who knows the tower's final defense. Fearing for his life, he hid in this corner, ignoring his father's final wishes and the tower's safety. He loses his patience and tosses 3 loaves of bread. "Come out and eat," he signals with a nod. Mueller stands up with the bread. He wonders if this guy is actually just a total idiot. The novel claimed he combined dwarf craftsmanship with rat tribe precision, making him the ultimate top-tier architect and designer. I know what you're thinking. This guy is a genius architect? To us, he just looks like a total mess. There seems to be nothing special about him. Mueller looks up at him timidly and softly says thank you. Ignoring the flaws for now, he decides to take him along as he had originally planned. Tapping the wall, he offers a deal. "I will save you, but there is one condition you must follow." Mueller drops his bread in shock. You know where the master's secret treasure room is, right? He smirks. You dropped your bread. Pick it up. The boy fumbles to grab it, looking absolutely terrified. So you do know? The real room? The one meant only for the true master of this tower. He leans in. Can you take me to the 4th basement level? Mueller's mouth hangs open in total shock. How does he know that? He even knows the tower is famous for having 20 floors above ground and 3 below. In reality, this magic tower is much more complex than anyone in this world could ever imagine. Resting the iron bar on his shoulder, he promises to save him if he obeys. Mueller bows down instantly. I will do anything, he cries. Good. Finish your bread and lead the way to basement level 4 first. He stammers that they need magic stones, but a glowing purple stone is immediately shoved right into his face. I will eat fast, he stammers. He agrees, telling him to fuel up for the long journey ahead. Soon, he leads them to a cave entrance. You lead the way from here, he commands. He nervously picks his way through the rocks until they reach a heavy wooden door. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how they bypass this alarm. Don't go anywhere. All right, you and I are about to watch Kale pull off a heist. He waves his hand. The door swings open, and the cats jump inside while Miller stares in shock. Found it. The footsteps stop. He admires the tower's unique treasure. The first secret hidden deep within this magic tower. What is this tower hiding? Its biggest secrets are 2 experiments that were carried out here in total secrecy. Magic storage devices powered by ancient energy. And the reason this tower has such strange properties, ancient energy once worshipped by tribes and a man named Hello who both hates magic and desperately wants it. I can just imagine how thrilled they would be to find these experiment documents. Kale mutters that it looks incredible. But that's not happening. That joy belongs to Kale now. Looking at the radiant, glowing energy, the black dragon is absolutely fascinated by it. Humans find this kind of thing interesting? The main character just smiles at him. Is that so? Try raising it yourself. The black dragon is shocked. Is that even allowed? The human simply replies, yeah, and once you're done, I'll just take it. The dragon excitedly agrees, thinking Kale will just dump the work on someone else anyway. He reminds the dragon to take everything they find here. The dragon is hyped. Of course. I'm curious about everything in this place. He is loving this. The black dragon flies around happily. Seeing his joy, an idea pops into Kale's head. Does he really love it that much? Maybe I should build him a laboratory later. He calls out to Miller. The boy is stunned. You know my name? He doesn't answer. Instead, he asks if they should head to the tower master's room now. The 4th basement appears after the tower falls. Kale tells the dragon to set up alarms and some magic traps. The dragon completely agrees with Kale's brilliant idea. Great thinking. Humans shouldn't be allowed to steal the fun stuff here. We should kill them the moment they step inside. Kale sighs. Now that he has the documents, Tunka and the non-mage alliance won't be able to strengthen themselves anymore. This means they are going to be wiped out very soon. But do you and I think he cares? Thinking that, he orders Miller to move. Come on, lead the way for us. Miller awkwardly says they need to reach floor 20 first. Just as they are ready to go, Kale picks Miller up, leaving the boy completely confused about what comes next. Miller panics and tries to stop him. I can walk. But before he can finish, Kale warps everyone to the 20th floor, leaving the boy screaming in terror. Once they arrive at the tower master's room, Miller is still shaking. I really thought I was going to die. Miller trips and bumps into On. He stammers an apology, but the cat girl just smiles at him affectionately. Then he notices Kale staring at him. He takes the hint. Actually, there is one more floor in this tower. Kale asks if the 20th floor is the master's room. The boy calmly explains that it isn't. We don't call the tower master's room floor 20. Kale asks what it is called then. The tower master's real room that the Alliance missed. You and I need to watch this part closely. In the novel, it said nobody knew this place even existed, summarizing the whole thing in just one short, mysterious line. The boy reveals it is called Floor 0. Kale tells him to get ready. Miller activates it by touching the floor. A magic circle appears. Kale is truly surprised, having no idea it was even there. Far away, Choi Han senses something strange is happening. He asks the others if they just heard a loud noise. But the others don't care and ignore him. What are you talking about? Have another drink. Someone else joins in the fun. Yeah, keep drinking. Choi Han wonders if he was wrong. Meanwhile, Kale's group is waiting for Miller to act, but Kale loses his patience when the boy stays frozen. Miller, lead the way. The boy flinches and says, "Oh, yes. It's right over there." Kale looks where he's pointing. There? Miller honestly replies that you just have to jump through that window. Kale asks again, "Out that window?" Miller patiently confirms that doing so will take them to floor 0. The boy freezes as Kale leans in close. Kale wickedly reminds him what happens to people who lie. Terrified, the boy just nods his head repeatedly. Seeing that, Kale doesn't want to bully him further. He picks Miller up again, leaving the boy confused. "Oh God, why now? I thought you said you'd spare me." Kale laughs. "You're going first." Miller turns pale. What? What did you say?" But before he can argue, Kale tosses him right through the door. The boy vanishes into the magic. Hong tells his sister he saw nothing. "Trust me, you and I want to see what is next." "All right, you and I are jumping back in as the gray cat looks totally lost." Hong. "My eyes feel normal. But everything looks so strange though." Kale realizes it's just magic. Right after that, he quickly leaps through the doorway. When they arrive, they are absolutely speechless, and seeing Kale's reaction, it definitely reminds us of Rayon, doesn't it? Now, pay attention, because he starts laughing as they find a mountain of treasure. He cheers, telling them they are finally rich. While Beacroc stands guard outside, Kale makes an offer to Muller inside. He promises him a warm, safe life, where he will never have to face death again. He even promises him total freedom later, as long as he follows orders. The boy asks if it is true, and Kale confirms it. He says first, he will take him out of the Whipper Kingdom and give him this treasure. He holds up a golden plaque for the boy, then sits down calmly. "Can you actually handle the task I am about to give you?" Mueller immediately and happily agrees to the deal. "Yes, I will definitely do my best." Hearing this, Kale gives him his first job. "You will create the designs for a ship and a castle." The boy is confused, asking, "A ship and a castle?" Kale confirms it, saying it does not need to be too fancy. Kale thinks to himself that someone with the talent to be a top-tier architect should obviously be put to work designing. He asks for something that feels like magic. The obedient boy asks for his specific input. "How exactly do you want it done?" He thinks for a moment about ships and turtles. He remembers records of naval battles, but he has no intention of using them for war. He just wants a reliable way to travel and a sturdy villa to prepare for his peaceful life in the near future. With that in mind, he lets the boy know his vision. "Our family crest is the golden turtle, so just base your design on that." But then he gives a friendly warning that turns the boy pale. "Act as if you are designing this with your very life on the line and work hard." He then orders the two cats, On and Hong, to supervise him. Seeing them obey the main character, the boy stammers his compliance. "I will work hard." The next day, Kale puts his hand on the contract and asks Belos if he has read the agreement yet. Belos says he read it immediately. You and I can see Kale is surprised that things are moving way faster than expected. In just one day, Tunka and Belos finish discussing the Magic Tower contract over a single night. Sensing his doubt, Belos explains that delaying would be bad for everyone. Kale finally feels a bit relieved. It is true, he is in a hurry too. He reassures them that according to the terms, the Magic Tower will be destroyed within 1 year, so there is no need to worry. He calculates the cost, including the surrounding land, should be a bit over 10 billion bronze coins. Belos added 2 more conditions besides destroying the tower. First, the Magic Tower cannot be moved to another country. Second, no mages can be gathered under the name of Kale Henitus. Belos speaks up again, looking like he cannot wait any longer. "Yes, just sign right here." Belos looks at the main character's face, thinking that with that suspicious expression, he might not want to sell. What now? Selling is the most profitable move right now, but it is also hard to just let it go. While he is lost in thought, Kale goes ahead and stamps the document. Tunka grins widely at everyone after signing. "I am finished too, so let's get this over with. I have decided to have a match with your subordinates today." Kale notes that they apparently held a meeting with the smaller tribes. The vice captain is surprisingly good with people. Tunka excitedly shakes Kale's hand. If you need more muscle to destroy the tower, just ask. I can help tear down that disgusting building anytime. Kale just smiles and agrees to his offer. He boasts proudly, telling Kale he should be honored to sign a contract with them for such a great future endeavor. We are staying on this continent, so later you can brag to everyone that you know me. Then he lets out a booming laugh. Seeing his attitude, Kale simply smiles without saying a single word back. He thinks to himself that history is indeed being made. According to the timeline, Volume 5 of the hero novel is almost over. He is not exactly sure what happens next, but overall, it is definitely something to look forward to. We cut to when only the main character and Belos are left. Belos stares at the gold on the table in awe. Why are you looking like that? He touches the contract and tells him that seeing this gold medal makes everything finally feel real. Kale tosses a bag over to him and gives a simple order. Go on, open it up. He stammers, confused about what he is supposed to do. Wait, this is the bag I gave you? But when he opens it, he is stunned. These are magical items crafted by the mages of the Whipper Kingdom, specifically for the high-ranking nobles and royalty. You will get more bags like this later. He asks how much he can take, and trust me, he did not expect Kale to give him 30%. Wait for it, because Kale just dropped some seriously shocking news. He realizes these magical items are impossible to sell. A merchant should know that. Yet he still accepts them without hesitation. Right now, he is sharing some critical information that changes everything. The merchant leader position is yours, since the north and the sea routes will soon be in total chaos. He asks if another war is coming. Kale stays silent, only warning the boy that this stays between them. This leaves him completely stunned. Why would you tell me this? He excitedly holds out the bag of treasures toward him. You can bring more, whenever you want. Kale does not care, and only gives a warning. Fine. Now, go contact your uncle. He asks in confusion. My uncle? Kale does not feel like explaining, and just gives a short answer. That is just how it is, so do not get too curious. He understands immediately. I get it. I will use a video call next time. Kale thinks about the powers controlling the world behind the northwest of the kingdom of Odius. Rayon the dragon is finally getting his revenge. Now, pay attention as Kale gathers his team for the next big move. 1 month at Mount Gia. Just find the items I want and bring them back. Can you do it? Haman asks for permission to speak. He explains that it is one of the 3 tallest mountains on the continent. It is incredibly high and always covered in snow. Kale does not want to hear his excuses and cuts him off. So what? Can you do it or not? In the end, he has no choice but to accept Kale's orders. He turns to the group and says they do not need to go near the snow. Just stay close and support Locke. They enthusiastically agree. Yes, we will definitely show you how well we can perform. He tells them there is no need for so much heat. He reminds Haman that he is the one in charge. Make sure the children eat and sleep well. He suddenly cheers up. So, I do not have to go up the mountain? I have a fear of heights, you see. Kale looks annoyed. You and I both know Kale has zero patience for excuses, so he just tells them to deal with it. He beats his chest confidently. Fine, I will be an amazing guide and protect the children like a real bodyguard. Kale is speechless. How did this guy even become a vice captain? Later, he checks the map and asks Kale where they should return. He points to a spot on the map. As soon as he finishes speaking, they are all completely shocked. This place? Haman asks in a panic. Did you point to the wrong spot? This is a path with no way out. 3 weeks later, everything changes. You and I can see the heavy atmosphere as they reach the graveyard. Cale Henitus explains that the village was built by families of lost travelers, but time has made people exhausted. These tombstones represent how their hope has slowly transformed over the years. This rainforest is like a dark woods, and one of the 5 strange phenomena of the Western continent. It rains here all year long. Once you step inside, you will get lost and never be able to leave. This village was built on fragile hope and the desperate waiting of those left behind. Everyone is waiting for travelers who never returned. Some people built these graves to remember their loved ones, those who could never find their way home. The young man nearby listens to the story and says it is truly sad. The others speak up. So, what exactly are we supposed to do here? Cale Henitu simply says we can only hope. The others immediately ask him to repeat that. What was that? Cale Henitus explains that they are the hope of this rainforest. He walks forward and tilts his umbrella over an old man. The rain has already formed deep puddles everywhere. The old man sits in a corner without looking up. He tells everyone not to go elsewhere. Cale Henitus places the umbrella in front of him. Old man, it is raining hard. Be careful not to catch a cold. He calls out loudly. Where is the umbrella? Cale Henitus holds out his hand, signaling for Han to give it to him. Butler Han immediately speaks up. If I give it to you, then what about me? Cale Henitus tells him to share with Beacrox. Han looks back at Beacrox's dark and grim face, feeling totally helpless. Suddenly, an umbrella is held over Cale Henitus. Rosalind tells him they should walk together. Cale Henitus smiles and thanks her. He then gives Ron instructions. See if you can find an inn. Even if there are many, they might not have good facilities. We need to dry off first. Choi Han asks why they are planning to enter that dangerous rainforest. Cale Henitus answers that he is going in there to search for hope. Choi Han asks again in confusion. Is it hope? Because legends say a dragon lives in that endless forest, and trust me, we are about to find out if it is true. Alright, you and I are about to watch our favorite noble dive into a legendary trap. Human, wherever you go, I am the only dragon around. There are no other dragons here. Henny takes a calm sip of tea and tells a legend about a dragon that grants wishes to anyone who finds it. Some people wish for wealth, some for health, and others just want to find true happiness in their lives. Whether it is greed or a small desire, it grants them all without question. The black dragon scoffs loudly. Dragons are powerful, but we are not gods. What nonsense are you talking about? Henny continues his story anyway. Of course, the legend is fake, but desperate people on the brink of ruin will cling to any hope. That silly legend is exactly what lures them all into the dangerous depths of the forest. Now, pay attention, because even the hero Choi Han is starting to lose his patience with this story. Can we not just burn the whole place down so everyone realizes there is no dragon inside? Henny mutters. You really are brutal. We just need to prove the legend is false, so they have no reason to enter. The door opens and the scouts finally return. Outside, people announce that the young master's men are back. Big Crops calls out that he has returned, while others rush in to tell Henny that Hemin is back. Everyone is shouting with joy, but their happy expressions are a sharp contrast to Brock's dark and gloomy face. Another young man steps forward to announce their arrival, and Henny finally decides it is time to speak. Henny looks at his tired crew and tells them all they did a great job and should go rest. Henny reaches out his hand and asks Locke for the item. Locke carefully places it into Henny's open palm. Henny asks if the contents are officially theirs now, according to the deal they made. Locke confirms it simply. Yes, young master. Henny realizes Locke knows this is an ancient power, yet he gives it up without hesitation. He really is a good guy. Henny puts the item away and decides that everything is finally ready to go. I am heading into the forest now. Everyone freezes in shock, shouting out their confusion at his sudden plan. Even the two kittens look startled. Henny just blinks and asks them if there is some kind of problem. Rosaline speaks up, sounding exasperated as she tells Henny that he really is something else for doing this. You saw that too, right? This tiny dragon is getting protective, threatening to destroy the entire forest in 5 minutes if his weak human even thinks about leaving him behind right now. He is making it very clear that he is coming along whether Henny likes it or not. I am warning you right now, human. Do not even think about leaving me behind here. The others try to stop him, warning that it is the path of no return with no way out. Who told you that? Henny asks lazily. Then he asks On if she knows why the path is dangerous. The gray cat, On, shakes her head. Henny explains that the real danger is actually the mysterious fog. A certain element in the mist confuses both mana and humans, making it impossible to find the way back. But I have those two with me. Deep in the forest, the rain pours down as a girl's apology echoes. Her subordinates insist they are fine, but Rita looks at her people with a very heavy heart. They have been lost for 2 weeks. No monsters, but the thick fog has completely blinded their path forward. To make matters worse, their food supplies are dwindling fast, and they are running out of options. If we die like this, what will happen? Rita worries if her quest for the fire was all for nothing. She looks at her container. If there is no other choice, she will burn the forest to save them. She does not want to hurt the woods, but her loyal subordinates have followed her this far into danger. Their lives are worth more than these trees. Suddenly, Rita hears a noise and glares toward the dark shadows. Is it a monster? Rita stands up and grips her staff tightly, staring into the silent wall of trees. Rita and her crew watch in pure shock as the footsteps of a young man grow louder and closer. Her guards immediately point their sharp spears at Henny's neck and command him to stop right there. Hello there. I just saw the light of your campfire and decided to come over to check it out. Henny is carrying a kitten while the dragon sits on his shoulder, looking at Rita's group with a sincere expression. Rita lowers her guard slightly and hands Henny a towel, telling him to take it and dry himself off. Henny thanks them for the shelter. Rita's group smiles, saying they are all just travelers in this wild place. Trust me, you and I won't want to miss what happens next. All right, you and I are back with Kale, sitting by the fire while Latana's guards watch closely from behind. Latana watches Kale with a very suspicious eye. He doesn't feel like a normal man even with a spear at his throat. He showed zero bloodlust. But looking at him now, his poise and movements are nothing like a typical wandering traveler we usually see. He is clearly skilled, but doesn't feel like a mage. Kale mentions the heavy rain and says they should leave tomorrow. Latana is stunned. Did he really just suggest they could actually walk out of this cursed, rainy forest? She eyes his outfit casual, like he is just taking a stroll, and he talks like he knows exactly where to go. Legends never mention what a dragon looks like, or what form they take when they appear to humans. Could this man actually be the dragon? Latana finally speaks up, calling out to him with a serious voice. Kale pets on, and tells her to just call him Kale. Latana asks if he has already figured out their secret. He stops her, saying it is not what she thinks. Latana is completely caught off guard by his directness. Now pay attention to this lie. Kale smiles, and insists that he is definitely not a dragon. Kale secretly tells himself that the final step to his glorious and peaceful slacker life is being a guide for these lost people. He explains that, while he is not a dragon, he knows every path and secret location in this area. Latana asks if that is even possible. Kale just keeps petting on with a very calm and steady expression. He points to her, explaining she is from the cat tribe he found in the slums during a rainy day. He claims the child can control the fog. Kale sighs, calling it a truly rare and incredible power to have. He pats On's head, acting like it is all natural. He continues explaining his fake story to Latana's curious group. After leaving home and traveling, he found ancient texts describing how this place's fog could be controlled. So, he and the child decided to come here personally to see the legendary woods for themselves. He says they wanted to use this power to clear the path and give hope to those lost inside. He worried her power wouldn't be enough, but luckily, she can control the fog to help him find the way. Latana smiles, thinking she understands. If that is the case, then the legendary dragon probably doesn't exist at all. Her guards hang their heads in disappointment. Their long search and hope are gone. Latana asks one more thing. She asks if he can use the fog control to help them all leave the forest together tomorrow morning. Kale happily agrees, saying he must help those in need whenever he has the chance to do so. Latana sighs, feeling helpless. Kale decides to probe a bit further into their actual situation. Here's where we see Kale's master plan at work. He asks if their search for the dragon was for something truly urgent. Latana says it is fine since there is no other way. She was even considering burning the whole forest down to escape. Kale looks thoughtful and asks if she meant using fire. He calls it a terrifying thought to have. He mentions how much Southerners cherish nature and how he can feel their deep love for the land. Latana is surprised he knows about the South. Kale claims he just learned about it from his many books. He says he loves traveling and has a soft spot for beautiful, colorful landscapes across the continent. Rowan chuckles, calling Kale a weak human and saying he will definitely remember those words. Kale imagines the beautiful scenes, the mountains and rivers hidden deep in the thick jungle. He has seen so much beauty, and once they are out of the rain, he wants to go see those sights. Latana says sadly that no place is more beautiful than the rainforest. Kale asks what she means by that. She explains it is because there is already a fire burning in the forest. Kale acts surprised and asks about it. He asks why they don't just put it out. Latana explains that the fire is impossible to extinguish. Once they leave this area, he will see a part of the forest that is constantly burning in flames. Water, magic, even curses. They have tried everything, but the strange flames just will not die. Strangely, it only burns in that one specific spot and never spreads any further into the woods. She doesn't know if that's a blessing or a curse. Kale asks if the fire is really that massive. Latana says it is the biggest fire she has ever seen, burning violently as if it is about to explode. Kale notes that getting close must be incredibly difficult and dangerous for any normal person. Latana agrees, saying the heat is so intense that just standing near it causes burns. You and I just watched Kale set the stage. Let's see how he handles this fire. You and I are about to watch our main character, Cale Henitus, start his most epic scheme yet. Kale makes a bold request. Please, lead me into those flames. Latana is shocked, but he insists he can douse it. The Black Dragon, Ron, asks, Weak human, what is wrong with you? You are being very strange today. The people of the southern jungle are known for their incredibly unique and agile movements. With their tan skin, they share a deep bond with nature. Their world is a mix of tribal and southern cultures. The tribes of the Whipper Kingdom evolved to fight and survive, constantly seeking the ultimate truth of nature. In contrast, the Southerners believe in collective existence and following their strong leaders faithfully. Latana eventually connects with Tunka, the man who introduced the brutal concept of having enemies. This magical fire is special. Normal spells and incantations cannot touch the flames burning in this area. The real culprit is the Crown Prince of the Moguru Empire, the land of alchemy. Pay attention here. Prince Adin unified 15 areas and set these fires to control the jungle, but Kale knows everything. Instead of just talking, the queen leads her warriors into the fray to protect their home. Honestly, Kale does not want to get involved in this complicated mess at all. There is a massive difference between a normal prince and this imperial crown prince. One type might be manipulative, but they still understand the concept of a greater good. But Adin? He is a sinister, selfish snake who only cares about his own personal gain. Kale thinks to himself, I will solve this fire, take the reward money, and then live as a slacker. Latana snaps him out of his thoughts, calling out, Young Master Kale, you and I both know Kale acts tough, but he is actually a softie for people in trouble. For those who are kind, Latana is the type to go above and beyond to help them. She repays revenge tenfold, but her gratitude? That is 1,000 times over. It is time for his gift. Kale replies with confidence, Yes, I believe I can do this using my own power. I am just a noble from a remote region in the Rowoon Kingdom. Kale introduces himself humbly. She is surprised he is from the northeast. They are just warriors working in the forest. Kale knows she is hiding her identity as the queen, but he decides to play along. He acts like he does not notice a thing and continues his fabricated story. I am from a minor noble family, so travel funds are never an issue. I have companions too. The gray cat is by his side. He mentions having trusted followers who stay with him. In short, after traveling to many places, I was lucky enough to meet such companions in a hidden cave. He tells a story about escaping a whirlpool at sea and saving a girl with heavy injuries. I think that is why I was caught in the storm, and I felt very lucky. Oh, I am sorry. She is moved by his kindness, saying, It seems you have saved quite a few people, Kale. Kale feels awkward at the praise and clenches his hands, staying deep in character. I just could not leave them. That is when I gained this power. She asks, What power? He explains that water can suppress any fire. Latana looks at him in pure, wide-eyed shock. He mentions an ancient power and a special necklace soaked in fire-suppressing water. This water can douse even the most stubborn flames. Even Tunko once used it for strength. Thanks to his vitality of the heart, Kale does not actually need the water for himself. However, the amount of water is limited, so he has to use it wisely. Latana looks down, feeling saddened by the sacrifice he is making for her people. He is not lying about the limit, but it is enough to douse fires across the entire Western continent. Are you sure you should use such a precious, limited power for us? She asks worriedly. Kale just smiles. What should I call you? She reveals her name is Lena. Her guards are furious that a common noble is being so informal with their leader. Trust me, you and I are about to see how this small noble changes the world forever. Let's see how our main character Kale handles this situation and uses his powers. He claims he'll use his strength to protect nature and shield every living thing from destruction. What could possibly be more noble than that? Rina stands there, completely shocked by his selfless and heroic words. He adds that since the power recognized him as its master, he must be there in person. It might be a bit complicated and time-consuming. Curiously, she asks him if he actually has to step inside the raging flames. Kale quickly clarifies that even if he doesn't go inside, he still needs to be nearby. Rina gets worried about the danger, but Kale confidently says he'd be happy just to help her. He truly wants to help everyone, making the black dragon start muttering to himself in the background. You aren't the weak human I knew. You're good, but not usually this selfless. Saving them is a grand feat. Rina nervously fidgets with her fingers and thanks him deeply. She admits she has no idea how to repay such a massive favor. Kale gently brushes it off, saying he hasn't even done anything yet but explore the forest. However, she insists on showing her sincere gratitude to him. I want to repay you for guiding us and for even approaching those dangerous magical flames. You're using limited power for us, so I can't just accept this for free. Kale stays indifferent. Now, here's where Kale's true instincts kick in. Pay attention to his clever request. He mentions a beautiful coastal area near the forest he read about with stunning sunset views. Can I go there to watch the sun set after the fire is out? Rina is surprised, worrying the coast might be ruined by the fire, and looking quite pathetic. Does he really just want a view instead of gold or vast lands? After a moment, Rina declares that just visiting the place isn't nearly enough. Kale is startled, but she promises to build him a full villa right there. If that spot doesn't work, she'll build it elsewhere. But Kale tries to decline the offer. Rina won't take no for an answer. That villa is getting built for him. Seeing her determination, he relents and asks for a small plot of land instead of a mansion. Rina agrees immediately, offering him any spot he desires just to put her own mind at ease. Kale happily accepts, and you can tell he's secretly celebrating this big win. Deep down, he's thrilled, and even the gray cat On lets out a joyful meow. Rina then asks if he's hungry, wanting to provide a meal before they set off again. Hearing this, Kale hesitates for just a brief second before speaking. You saw that right? Providing food is the best way to win someone over completely. He claims this is just a return favor for the blankets they provided him earlier. Rina's group is stunned by the feast of delicious food suddenly laid out before them. Kale cheerfully suggests they eat now and prepare to leave first thing tomorrow morning. We'll head back to my companion's village first, then cross the forest together. Eat up while it's hot. He hands Rina a fork, reminding her she needs strength to save the dying forest. Rina starts eating, whispering that legends and heroes aren't as far away as people think. Kale is confused by her comment, but she just smiles and enjoys the amazing meal. By the next morning, the rain still hasn't stopped as a group waits outside for Kale. Choi Han leads the team, standing patiently in the downpour for their master to return. The red cat Hong spots a familiar figure and lets out a surprised meow. He dashes toward the gray cat On, while Kale frowns at his team for waiting in the rain. He scolds them for standing in the wet weather, leaving Choi Han stuttering and nervous. As the rain pours harder, Kale tells the old man there was no dragon inside. And trust me, you and I know he's lying when he says there's only skeletons left. All right, stick with me to see our hero do something legendary. The old man shudders as a muffled cry escapes his lips, while Kale watches the scene in deep thought. The legends that gave travelers hope are shattered, and Kale turns away, unable to look at the painful reality of this forest. This is the only thing he can do for them, so he orders Choi Han to get a list of the missing. Han agrees immediately, while Kale tells On to lead them to Zone 1 before heading back with Hong. He tells them to work with On and collect any relics left in the forest, and they respond with a shout. Suddenly, a shaky voice calls out for the young master, making Kale turn to see Mueller, forcing a nervous smile. Mueller whines about needing to finish his blueprints, and Kale feels a deep sense of annoyance, realizing he cannot leave this idiot alone. Kale snaps coldly, telling him to just listen while he is still being nice about it. Miller sobs as he agrees, while Rina watches the group and cannot help but feel deeply impressed by them. It feels like a miracle, and seeing him command everyone fills her heart with a deep sense of respect and admiration. He looks so ordinary that she assumed his followers would be just average knights with decent power, but she was wrong. Actually, one of them is so powerful she cannot even measure him. while many other talents are following Kale's every command. Now watch closely, because even the queen knows he is a total monster. As they move, Choi Han speaks up from behind, asking Kale a question without even looking his way. Kale's eyes narrow as he hears him ask if this fire in the Great Forest was also caused by those bastards. Choi Han is thinking of the secret group behind the Capitol bombing, the same ones who slaughtered every innocent soul in Harris Village. Kale shakes his head and tells him this was not their doing, though he has his own private suspicions. He knows Choi Han should have fought them in the Break Kingdom, but it seems the timeline has shifted this time around. Choi Han exhales, simply saying that he understands the situation now. He explains that he only asked because he thought the young master had more secret intel on them like before. Kale promises with a heavy voice that if he ever learns the identity of those bastards, he will tell him immediately. Choi Han finally relaxes his posture and gives a simple nod of agreement. His voice softens as he asks Kale to please stop carrying all these heavy and difficult burdens by himself. You and I know he is being lazy, but everyone else sees a hero. He wonders why he would ever do anything difficult when his only goal is to live a peaceful, slacker life. Rosalind agrees with the sentiment, but Kale just laughs, claiming he has no intention of doing anything hard at all. She smiles sadly, knowing she cannot stop him even as the fire rages through the pouring rain. Litana speaks up, telling Kale that from here on out, they will be the ones to guide him through. Kale shields his face and says he must go alone past the boundary, but she warns him it is dangerous. She insists on escorting him, but Kale just starts walking, not wanting to waste any more time. He knew she would try to follow, but suddenly a messenger arrives, shouting for the queen in a panic. She asks if everyone is safe, but tells them she will hear the report later since they are in a hurry. Suddenly, a massive black panther leaps forward at her command, bowing its head and bearing a set of terrifyingly sharp teeth. Litana hops onto Ten's back and gestures for him to hop on so they can move faster toward the flames. The others look on with suspicion, asking the queen who these people are, and she tells them it is a dragon. They are shocked, but she explains that since he might be able to douse the flames, she brought him here. They can't believe a human could stop that fire, while Choi Han pleads to escort Kale closer to the heat. Kale refuses firmly, leaving Choi Han standing there in a state of utter confusion and worry. He explains that the heat is so intense that just getting close will cause severe burns to anyone nearby. He tells them to stay in the safe zone since their powers would not work against these magical flames. Kale tells Rosalind to handle the shields, and she responds with a determined nod. A golden light wraps around them as Litana holds out her hand from atop the panther's back. His gaze drops as he realizes he could just use the sound of the wind to move, but he gives in. Trust me, you and I need to see him douse these flames next time. Stick with me, we're about to see Rena return as the villagers cheer. Queen, Your Majesty, you've finally come home. They crowd around her, calling her Majesty, but Rena just freezes up, her expression turning tense as she hears that title. She urges her mount, 10, to go faster, and the moment they arrive, she leaps down to scan the chaotic scene. Rayon can't help but think that the Crown Prince is a total lunatic. Looking at those beastly red flames devouring everything in sight, Ron sighs, knowing this situation is far worse than they expected. This prince isn't just a regular crazy person. Rayon senses something off and warns our main character that this fire is incredibly strange. Kale starts calculating his next move. How much water power does he need to take down a massive blaze like this? He grips his necklace, and since he's not sure of its true limit, he decides to unleash just 1/3 of its power. Tossing his coat aside, he tells Rena to stay back while he heads straight toward the heart of the inferno. He warns her one last time not to get any closer, leaving her standing there in a silent, worried daze. Rena hops down as 10 backs away in fear. She's confused, wondering why her mount is so spooked. Seeing her concern, he puts his hands in his pockets and reassures her that he definitely won't be getting hurt today. He tells her to stay back and watch him put out this fire quickly, almost making a joke out of the danger. He tells her to save him if things go south, then walks into the blistering heat, sweating buckets, but feeling lucky. This heat, it's absolutely no joke. Without his ancient power, he'd be toast by now. But the necklace starts glowing with a refreshing, icy light. The necklace acts as a heat shield while Rayon grumbles about how this fire seems completely insane and unnatural. It's breaking all the rules of nature. Rayon keeps complaining while our main character takes a quick look behind him. He sees Choi Han and Rosalind following him and gets annoyed. They're too stubborn, but he has to focus on the fire first. In the dry air, a water drop falls on a leaf, and glowing bubbles begin to float through the scorching air. The necklace hovers right between his palms as a confident smirk plays across his face. Now, watch this part closely. The sheer scale of this is insane. He decides to fight fire with a real tsunami. Oh my god! Water surges around him as he raises his hands, creating a massive wave while his necklace shines with blinding light. Rayon cheers him on to wash away the crazy fire, and Kale happily obliges, ready to end this madness once and for all. He swings his hand, but the massive wave crashes down right on top of him, leaving him completely soaked. Even Rayon, sitting on his shoulder, gets drenched. The two of them just stand there, totally stunned and dripping wet. You and I saw that coming, right? He laughs, wondering if he accidentally went a little too overboard with the power. Choi Han and Rosalind rush over in a panic. But the heat is gone, replaced by a gentle, steady rain falling. The villagers feel the cool rain on their skin and finally let out a long, collective sigh of relief. They look up at the sky as the rain continues to fall, finally extinguishing the fire that seemed impossible to stop. From the distance, Rina urgently calls for Ten to hurry, worried that the young master might still be trapped. But she stops when she sees Kale standing there perfectly fine. Rosalind finally snaps out of her shocked state. She admits she panicked and forgot his strength, though her eyes still show how much she was genuinely worried. She reminds herself that he's powerful. Meanwhile, Raon starts speaking up, sounding a little bit embarrassed. Rayon apologizes for getting distracted by the water and forgetting the shield. But Kale just takes it in stride. He admits he forgot about the shield too, scratching his head and realizing he really did waste way too much energy. He wishes he'd held back more. Rayon sees his silence and starts panicking, apologizing for not being a great dragon. Kale tells him he only survived because of him, which somehow makes Raon cry even harder out of pure guilt. Rayon calls himself an idiot while Kale looks at his soaked clothes, wondering if he and water just don't mix. Every time he's near water, he ends up drenched. Choi Han steps up and asks if he's doing okay. Rosalind asks the same thing, and Kale assures them both that he hasn't sustained a single injury. She laughs at his typical behavior, while Rina watches them silently. And Ten gets distracted by something on the ground. Ten starts sniffing around, while Rina stays lost in thought, until Kale finally calls out to her. He smiles and tells her it's time to go. With the villagers waiting, you and I can see his journey is just beginning. All right, you and I are about to see our hero try to sneak away after doing something legendary. A voice from behind makes Karina turn around. The queen is currently lost in her own thoughts. She thought he was a weakling based on his looks, but our main character just summoned a massive torrent to douse the flames. He is gentle yet powerful, possessing such immense strength while maintaining a relaxed expression. She was totally wrong about him. Looking at his nonchalant smile, Karina finally realizes he is not weak at all. He is incredibly strong. Karina asks if he will go with her, but he firmly shakes his head. He looks her straight in the eye. Right now, it's not me they need, but you. He says the fire stopped because of everyone's persistence. He does not want any of the spotlight. He just gives a light smile and continues. He claims he only wants to see the beautiful sunset, but pay attention here, he really just wants the magic stones. He has stayed long enough. Karina smiles and says she is jealous of the Roan kingdom. He looks confused. She sighs and says it is nothing. He does not understand why, but he follows her lead and sighs as well. In that case, you should go bless this land as their queen. She climbs onto Ten and begins to speak. With the fire out, the crowd watches as she explains that nature is just as fair as time itself. Every member of the tribe holds their breath, hanging on to every single word Karina says. As time passes, she promises they will eventually get their forest back. She pauses for a brief moment. She looks over the crowd one more time. Today will be the day they bless a brand new beginning. Back in the room, Kale calls out to Rayon while drying his hair. He sees the dragon is soaked. Rayon refuses the towel, telling the human to dry himself so he does not catch a cold. Kale is amused. He starts drying the dragon anyway. Since Rayon is wet, he needs to be dried off properly too. Rayon protests that dragons do not need towels, but Kale ignores him. Then, Albaru Crossman calls through the orb. Why do you look like a drowned rat? Kale just smiles, making the prince tell him to cut it out. Kale laughs and addresses him as the shining star of the Roan kingdom. Pure flattery. He sits down and asks about the Stan family. Alberu explains they are currently in the middle of changing masters. The prince is curious why Kale is so interested in this specific family's business in the first place. Now you and I know the real reason. It is finally time for Roland to get his revenge. Looking at the dragon frowning at the orb, Kale thinks about the 3 weeks it took to get here. He knows what the Marquis did to the dragon. Revenge is needed to end the nightmare of the past. Alberu sighs, saying he only helps because of what he receives. He cannot understand what Kale is thinking. Kale simply explains that he only wishes to do things that will make the prince happy. Alberu leans on his hand as Kale insists he is serious. The prince tells him to return to the palace. Kale nods, even though the prince cannot see him. He promises to return as fast as he possibly can. The next day, Kale looks at the papers in his hand. He feels quite awkward and speaks up. "Corina, this is too much. This content makes me feel very uneasy." She just shakes her head. She smiles happily as she explains her reasoning for the massive offer she made. Private land is tricky, but she will take responsibility for anything else. He can have whatever he wants. Kale half-jokingly asks what if he wants the entire coastline. He wonders why she offered this contract. Corina answers seriously. It does not matter to her. He can take as much as he desires. He smiles to himself. She really is the type to repay a favor 1,000 times over. He flips through the pages. Owning too much land would actually be very inconvenient for him. He only wants a small piece of land to rest on occasionally. She wonders why he keeps refusing. How should she repay such an honest person? She asks for his family name instead. He does not answer directly. He just tells her he wants to leave quietly without any fuss. He tells her to forget yesterday and look toward the future. Corina keeps trying to persuade him. She says since he will not speak, she cannot properly repay his kindness. She is truly determined. But you and I know Kale, he sees her sincerity and just thinks, what is there to repay anyway? All right. You and I are about to see that nothing beats a massive pile of magic stones. High-grade stones are buried right here in this jungle. These are not regular stones. Latana asks if he really wants to see that land, since he mentioned it before. She promises to help him get there, then shouts toward the door. Kale is confused, wondering why she is calling for that Black Panther. When Ten arrives, she explains that the Panther will guide him. Ten will help you find the fastest route to the coast. He looks at Ten's face and is totally speechless. Is there really no way to avoid traveling with this scary beast? When Ten suddenly lowers his body, Latana lets out a gasp of pure shock. This is the first time she has ever seen Ten bow to anyone besides her. Ten is a great judge of character. Kale just asks, "Really?" She tells him to hurry up and climb on. Kale feels his heart racing as he nervously pulls himself onto the panther's back. The owner is standing right here, so it should be fine. Still, it feels exactly like he is walking straight into a tiger's den. Rosalind says the team will stay to help restore the area. Once Hans and On arrive, they will follow right after him. Kale nods and tells her he appreciates the help. Honestly, he is feeling incredibly lucky right about now. Watch this, if Rosalind found the stones, things would get awkward. He just says, "Okay, time to head out." Latana smiles and says goodbye. Kale thinks to himself, why is she being so scary? If they meet again, it will likely be on a battlefield, so he would honestly rather not see her again. He leans down and touches the panther, telling Ten it is time to go. A tribe member asks if this is really okay. Latana just brushes her hair back, looking completely calm, and says it will be fine. Watching them leave, Latana starts to wonder. This is the first time she has let Ten go with someone else. But strangely, she does not feel worried. If Kale were not trustworthy, Ten never would have followed him. She trusts the person that her panther has accepted. A man from the tribe waves as they pass by, shouting goodbye to the young master. Kale smiles back and bids them farewell. He gives a stiff smile, thinking he needs to get out of here fast. Reaching the muddy coast, Beakrox notes that the place is deserted. Kale guesses that before the fire, this place must have been absolutely stunning. The sun is setting, so he asks to take a look around. Beakrox acknowledges the order, and Kale turns to Locke. He tells Locke not to follow him and to go play with Ten instead. Locke immediately agrees, which makes Kale very happy. The kid is finally starting to understand him. Seeing Locke and Ten staring each other down, Beacroc says he will watch that guy named Puffin. Kale is satisfied. It seems he does not even have to speak for Beacrocs to know exactly what he is thinking. Suddenly, he asks Beacrocs if he has ever been to the northwest of the Roan Kingdom. Beacrocs just shakes his head and says no. Kale steps closer and asks if he is curious about what that place looks like. Beacrocs remains firm, saying he belongs in the Count's kitchen. Kale sighs, thinking he needs a torture expert for his next plan. When it comes to physical torture, Beacrocs is definitely the best choice they have. Kale thinks of Cage. For mental torture, that crazy priestess who is traveling with the eldest son of the Stan family would be the perfect fit. Something on the ground flashes, catching their attention. Ron shouts that it is a treasure. Now here is the part you and I need to watch. When war breaks out, the value of these high-grade magic stones will grow even larger. He will have plenty of places to sell them. Especially Crown Prince Albaru. He is definitely going to be a very big buyer. Ryan suddenly pipes up, saying he wants to have some of the stones too. Kale agrees, but sets a condition. He will give the dragon the best one, but he has to hide it safely in spatial storage. Rayan is thrilled, thanking the human and calling him a good person. The dragon wants even more. The seeds and the stones are all mine, he says. Kale just laughs and tells him okay. The two of them stand there watching the sun rise. The major business is finally finished. Now, they just have to wait for the rest of the group to gather so they can return to the Henatu's territory. 1 week later at the coast, the waves keep crashing against the shore. Kale is sleeping while Raon lies on his knees snoring loudly. A voice calls out to him. Kale opens his eyes, stands up, and says it looks like everything is ready to head back. Hans asks if they are returning to the Roan Kingdom. Kale simply shakes his head and says no. Rosalind guesses the truth. The boat sets sail, and Mueller stands on the deck, shouting to the young master. A young man asks if he is leaving. Kale says yes, and thanks him for everything. Mueller calls from the boat. Kale tosses him a bag. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. All right. You and I are back with Kale as he prepares for the coming storm. On his shoulder, Rayon asks if it is finally time for his revenge on the humans. Kale simply smiles and says it is time to begin. After a safe journey, they finally arrive back home, where voices are already echoing through the halls. Everyone has worked so hard, but thanks to Father, we managed to make it back here in one piece. Daruth looks them over, making sure no one is badly hurt. He then notices a stranger hiding behind Kale and finally speaks up to ask, but who exactly is that person? Kale turns around and gives a quick nudge, telling Mueller to introduce himself. Mueller steps forward shyly and introduces himself as the heir of the On family, with 200 years of tradition in design and crafting. Daruth looks surprised at the mention of design and crafting expertise, but Kale keeps the conversation moving forward. Addressing him as Lord, Kale continues by saying he heard his father is looking to repair and reinforce the city walls. Kale's voice turns serious as he asks if the Lord has also sensed that an era of total war is about to erupt. He points toward Mueller, explaining he is the heir to the family that designed the legendary magic tower. Then he looks at Daruth. Father, what exactly are you afraid of? Daruth falls silent, knowing he is only scared of his own family getting hurt in the crossfire. Kale speaks slowly, reminding him that the forces in the Western continent are growing more powerful by the day. It would be absurd for a normal noble to suddenly reinforce walls and build a navy without knowing something big was coming. Lowering his voice, Kale reveals that the Crown Prince sent him to the Whipper Kingdom for a very specific, secret reason. Watch closely. This reveal is about to shake the entire kingdom. The North has formed a massive alliance. Mueller flinches at Daruth's shocked reaction, but Kale understands that such news would naturally terrify any ruler. This information is just as critical as the shifts happening over on the Western continent right now. He recalls the 3 northern kingdoms, including Peyrun in the far north, where the Guardian Knight is determined to lead his forces south. Daruth rubs his aching head and asks how they could possibly bypass the Whipper Kingdom or the Mogaru Empire. He is doubtful, wondering how the northern forces could ever cross the Deadly Canyon or the Forest of Darkness to get here. Kale falls into a deep silence, knowing the Canyon of Death is just as terrifying as its name suggests. As the most treacherous terrain on the continent, the canyon acts as a wall between the north and central regions, ending at the forest. However, Kale suggests there is another way. reminding his father that land travel isn't their only option for moving an army. Mueller strokes his chin and wonders if they might use ships, while Cale grips his chair and confirms the theory. In his mind, he adds that it won't just be ships, as his thoughts continue to race through the possibilities. Why would two kingdoms join with Peyrun? In a land of knights who abandon barren soil to pursue raw strength, everything is different. The guardian knight there has actually managed to recreate what was once considered nothing more than a myth. You and I both know that flying knights change the whole game. They have a wyvern brigade that completely dominates the skies. With them, crossing the canyon or the forest of darkness is easy. Aside from high-level flight magic, this is the most effective method. Everything becomes clear to Cale as he realizes the three northern nations will secretly build ships to seize control of the sea. 5 years have already flown by, and there are less than 2 years left until the final conclusion of the story. He wonders why he is helping set up a navy in the Ubar territory, knowing that an unknown future is rapidly approaching. Cale realizes the hero from the book started as a simple egg, but if you flip the page, he has already become a full-grown bird. To survive what is coming, he needs to be as prepared as possible. Suddenly, Daruth calls out his name. Startled, Cale responds as his father explains that while he trusts him as a parent, as a lord, he must verify the info. Daruth's voice is heavy, knowing that verifying secrets involving the crown prince will be a difficult and dangerous task. Cale agrees with his father, knowing a typical noble would never be able to hear such high-level intelligence. He only knows because he read the book. Daruth stands up and promises to confirm the details as quickly as he can. If his own abilities aren't enough to find the truth, only then will he fully commit to Cale's words. Suddenly, Daruth shifts the topic, mentioning that since he started making money, he realized you must spend it when it counts. Cale knows that during an actual war, money loses its value. But before it starts, wealth can be transformed into true power. Daruth speaks calmly, telling his son that they will be in contact again very soon regarding these major plans. Cale nods in understanding, but then his father suddenly asks if he has ever given any thought to his inheritance. Without a second of hesitation, Cale says no, and Daruth notes that his son looks exactly like Basin in this moment. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. All right, you and I are about to see how a slacker noble really runs a territory. Daruth tells me not to worry, while Miller pledges he can do anything for this land. He laughs and tells me to go rest. Once we are alone, Miller speaks up with a bit of hesitation. Young master, about the reason for building the ship and the fortress we discussed earlier in the room. Cale admits it outright, then hangs a glowing golden necklace around Miller's neck to show he is truly serious. You must create a space where we absolutely will not die. Do that, and you can receive many more gifts like this one. Miller touches the necklace and nods. Yes, I am willing. I will create a safe space where no one has to die. Days later, everything is ready. Choi Han, let us go. Choi Han looks at him with a bit of doubt. So soon? We have only been in the territory for 4 days. Let me go gather everyone for the trip first. Cale shakes his head and refuses. No need for that. This time, it is just going to be us. The pets are thrilled. An and Hong shout together that it has been a long time since it was just our group. Of course, I'm going too. Choi Han is stunned when Cale says Vikras will travel separately on his own later. We move with this squad for now. There is a problem only this team can solve, and you will understand soon. Is it Marquis Stan? Watch closely, because Cale's next move is absolutely brilliant. He is satisfied with Choi Han's sharp intuition here. All right, get ready then. On the road, the carriage moves at a very high speed toward their next destination. Even so, Ron is not happy. He whines to Cale, asking if they can just use teleportation to speed things up. Cale laughs inside at the sight. It looks like the little dragon is just dying to use some real magic. He remembers Rosalind's praise. The Dragon Lord has not even hit his first growth phase yet, but he is already this powerful. Both his power and his ability to learn are terrifying. I have definitely become much stronger now. After traveling with Rosalind, he is used to human magic and has improved significantly compared to before. Cale knows dragons transform 3 times. During the first phase, their physical body does not change all that much, but by the second and third phases, they grow into 20-meter tall adult dragons. That is a massive difference. Rayon is still tiny for a dragon. It should be a long time before his first growth phase actually begins. Kale pats his head while thinking quietly to himself. Unless they face some trauma or the dragon desperately wants power, growth might come early. You see, even dragons have struggles. Let that sink in for a second. Round begs the human for teleportation again, but Kale shakes his head. Even if we get there fast, we still have to wait for the right moment. Choi Han speaks up at that moment. Is the plan for the Stan family actually possible? Kale asks if he hates the plan. No, it is a good plan. I just wonder how we can touch Vinian and the Marquis with our current numbers. Kale goes silent for a moment. After a while, he speaks. Currently, the abandoned eldest son, Taylor Stan, is already expanding his influence, and his power is no longer limited to just the family circle. So, some of the people in the Northwest have chosen to back Taylor Stan instead? Kale praises Choi Han internally. The guy is actually pretty smart to figure that out so quickly. Support for Taylor among the vassal families and the Marquis' own relatives is increasing every day. Choi Han frowns at the news. Will the Marquis really just sit back and let that happen? If he tries to stop it, he will lose his position as the head. That is the cruel reality of their house. For the Stan family, the idea that the strong survive is their only motto. It is a brutal way to live. The successor must be the strongest. And that successor is required to kill all of their brothers and sisters. Kale explains that the Marquis cannot kill Taylor simply because his influence is growing. Taylor is smart and has never openly shown any intent to actually kill the Marquis quite yet. Choi Han looks conflicted. This whole situation is just so hard for me to understand. Do not try to understand it. Just do the work. Choi Han asks where they will even begin. Hong has been listening to the whole conversation and shouts out, "We are going to kidnap someone?" Kale nods. Preparation first. We need a location and some extra hands to help us. Choi Han asks who. Kale smiles. You know the person. Choi Han goes quiet. Is it Taylor Stan? Are we meeting him now? Kale says a name that shocks him. Odius Flynn. Are you ready to see how this Merchant King changes the game for our crew? Kale confirms. That is right. He is the uncle of Boz, a secret member of the FN Merchant Guild and the current ruler of the Northwest Underworld. Meeting Odius Flint is our first priority. Only then will good things come our way. His eyes narrow as Cage slowly takes her seat. This is the exact man we were just talking about. Priestess Cage is here. The room holds Cage, Odius, Taylor, and Kale. This conversation will decide everything between these three men. Odius smiles. He says he never imagined in his wildest dreams that these two actually knew each other. Now, look at that fake smile. Kale can tell he is extremely uncomfortable. And honestly, you and I can see why he feels that way. Kale looks at Odius's cold expression and realizes the truth. One side wants to dominate the Northwest Underworld. Kale glances at Cage. The other is a close ally of the person who wants to destroy it. Kale laughs to himself. Seeing two people like this sitting at the same table is just too perfect. Cage suddenly asks if young Master Taylor wants to know every detail about the Stan Marquisate and the Northwest region. With just one question, Kale realizes what is happening. Cage wants to know about the dark side of the Northwest. People call it the underworld. Gambling, drinking, debt, illegal trades, black market auctions, slavery, and brutal violence. It is a place where filth is a daily occurrence. But at the very least, Odius does not deal in slaves or mindless cruelty. He conducts his business by protecting those involved in the deals. That is exactly why Kale came looking for him. Cage explains that Taylor Stan is a nobleman and a member of the family that rules this land. Therefore, he hates the existence of the underworld. Kale nods and says he feels the same way. Cage agrees. Right. A noble who cares for his people would have that view. Does the underworld not exist in the Hennetus territory? Kale confirms it. In the Hennetus lands, there are no such things as underworld dealings or illegal markets. Count Daruth is a strict nobleman. He has a strong sense of responsibility and, with his great wealth, he never allows such things to happen. Kale strokes his chin in thought. But the Marquis and Vinian Stan are very different. Kale recalls the novel Birth of a Hero. Let me tell you, the Stan family and Vinian are nothing like their noble appearance suggests. Vinian Stan has been doing all kinds of dirty work in the shadows, He is so deep in the underworld, he can never escape. Thanks to those few lines in the novel, Cale understands what kind of person Vinian really is. The man who crippled the eldest son and tried to kill his own brother just to lead the family. Odius asks if Taylor truly wants to wipe out the underworld. Cage nods and says yes. He rubs his chin with a sly look on his face. Taylor is a true noble who will not give up his status. Cale remembers that once the stands fall, Odius will gain massive power. Cale imagines Daruth. To stop Vinian, he exposed his true face and destroyed the reputation of the Stan family. And to do that, he had to reveal his own secret identity as well. But now, Odius does not need to show his face at all. You and I are about to see a much smarter play. Save the fighting for later. First, we need to work together to take down our common enemy. Cale smiles confidently. I will handle Vinian. Odius asks what he plans to do. Cale coldly says that killing him would be too messy and leave too many traces. Cale crosses his legs. Death is not enough. He needs to suffer much more than that, does he not? In the dark of night, a group in black cloaks walks quietly. Vinian grits his teeth, cursing those useless fools for bothering him. He remembers Taylor saying he would not kill his own blood, but he would certainly rule over them. Vinian thinks to himself, he should have killed that black dragon back then. If he had, none of this would be happening. Vinian walks with regret. Why did he even bother keeping it alive, only for everything to fall apart now? Suddenly, a strange sound comes from behind. Vinian turns around and wonders what that noise was. One of his men clutches his neck, shaking and foaming at the mouth. Young master, I cannot breathe. Vinian is shocked. Then, his other men start falling one after another. What on earth is happening? Vinian looks up. He clearly heard something from above. But why can he see absolutely nothing? Suddenly, a voice calls out hello. Vinian looks around in a panic, his face turning pale with fear. Rayon floats in the air, sounding excited. We meet again, do we not? Vinian stammers in pure terror. How can this kid be here? Rayon smirks and speaks with authority. Why are you so surprised? Is it because I am not covered in blood this time? You never expected me to return, did you? Trust me. You and I are going to enjoy this. Vinian is terrified, screaming in panic. What is this? Stick with me. You and I are going to watch this villain finally pay. Dark red mana swirls around Vinian's neck as he screams in agony. No! Stop, please! Make it stop! At dawn, Kit arrives and is stunned to find Vinian pale and unconscious. She recovers and greets Cale. Good morning, young master. Cale points to Vinian's guards, scattered on the ground, and orders Kit to remove them immediately. There's no time to waste. Kit hesitates, answering with a nervous nod. Then she asks, Young master, you remember the deadline, right? 4 days, she reminds him. Cale nods calmly, saying that 4 days will be more than enough time. Still worried, Kit insists he must keep his word. Cale replies steadily, telling her not to worry about it. He looks at Vinian, who's still out cold in the carriage. Cale gives a wicked smile, saying every day will feel like a year, making it impossible for him to forget. The carriage reaches Odius. Cale thanks him for his hard work and sends him off. Odius nods and leaves the villa. As he walks away, Odius wonders, isn't the young master supposed to be a kind person? I completely misjudged him. Choi Han is righteous and kind, yet he follows the young master's every command. The real problem is that even I'm obeying him like it's the most natural thing in the world. Now I finally see why he used Vinian Stan as an excuse to have me serve him personally. Now pay attention, because we're entering the darkest part of this revenge. Choi Han carries Vinian inside while Cale watches Odius leave, knowing he can't delegate this. In the dark basement, Beacrox is waiting. He asks sternly, So, you finally arrived? Cale answers coldly, Yeah, let's move. They enter a torture chamber, designed to look exactly like Rayon's old prison. Raon looks around and praises the work, saying it looks just like the real thing. It turns out, Cale explained the Black Dragon's existence to Beacrox yesterday, introducing him as Rayon. Ron helped find food on the way to the capital. Beacrox just listens silently. Cale watches Beacrox's expression carefully. Since Beacrox doesn't know the full story yet, he probably feels uneasy about this whole situation. Choi Han drops Vinian into a chair. Beacrox looks over and asks if that guy is his only target. Cale says yes, and Beacrox asks what he should do to him. Rayon flies over to answer for Kale. I'm going to give him back everything I suffered, Rayon says. Beacrox is surprised suffered? Rayon explains he was kept for 4 years, tortured and tormented, every single second, inside a dark cave. Rayon glares at Vinian with pure hatred in his eyes. He wants to make up for those 4 years in just 4 days. On and Hong feel heartbroken for their little brother. Rayon turns back to Beacrox to give him the specific details of his suffering. First, he was whipped until his tough dragon scales peeled off. The bastard always targeted his bleeding wounds. Suddenly, Kale steps forward and kicks the slumped Vinian right off his chair. He's still motionless. Kale wonders how strong the sedative is. You and I know he has zero patience for this guy. Kale turns to Rayon, apologizing for the interruption and telling him to continue. Rayon isn't mad, just calmly agreeing. After that, Ron picks up right where he left off with his story. He skips the fluff and focuses on the most brutal parts. It's enough to make Kale smile as he sees Beacrox's face darken. Beacrox is a torture expert, sure, but deep down, he has a massive soft spot for kids. Beacrox pulls on his gloves and says coldly that there's going to be blood everywhere soon. Kale stops him, suggesting he prepare some food before they get started. Beacrox is totally confused. Food? Right now? He asks. Kale nods, saying Rayon needs something to eat. Rayon explains that the villain used to beat him during meals just to make his own food taste better. Choi Han is livid, calling him a total psycho. Beacrox is just as furious as Choi Han is. He tightens his gloves with murderous intent, saying he'll prepare a grand feast for the occasion. Vinian finally wakes up, groaning in terror. He looks around in a daze, wondering where he is. He remembers Rayon's icy voice, asking if things feel strange now, that he's not the one covered in blood. He curses in his head that crazy dragon. How dare it drag him to such a filthy place? Nearby, Kale sits in the shadows with the others. Vinian's collar glows as he moans. Trust me, you're going to want to see what's next. All right, you and I are about to see a villain get exactly what he deserves, and it's brutal. Big Rock slowly approached Vinian, who struggled against his cuffs in vain. From the table, Round growled the order to begin. The room echoed with agonized screams as Big Rock rained down brutal, merciless whip strikes on Vinian. Blood splattered with every strike, and Vinian's screams grew louder. Meanwhile, Round just sat there, quietly chewing his food. This scene dragged Round back to the days Vinian tortured him, spitting insults and demanding he stay silent. Back then, Rayon was helpless and drowning in pain. But now? Oh, how the tables have turned. Rayon glared fiercely at the screaming Vinian while eating. Nearby, On and Hong trembled at the brutal sight before them. Hong hid his face while On forced herself to watch. Kale knew this was almost too much for the kids to witness. They weren't sad for Vinian, they were heartbroken because this scene showed them exactly what Ron had endured. They could finally feel the weight of the suffering Rayon had carried for so long. And trust me, this is only the beginning. Stick with me, because it's about to get even darker. Kale glanced at Ron, who was struggling to eat while Vinian's pain screams filled the air. The sounds triggered memories of his own brutal torture, and Rayon couldn't stop the tears from falling. He stuffed his mouth with food to stifle his sobs. Kale noticed and warned him he would get a stomachache. Kale used his sleeve to wipe Rayon's face, teasing him about the mess around his mouth. Kale saw Big Rock holding some medicine and immediately asked if he planned on using that recovery potion already. As Vinian lay foaming at the mouth and shaking, Kale told Big Rock to only save the medicine for when he is actually dying. Big Rock caught on immediately, praising Kale's decision as being perfectly cold and logical. Kale gently scooped up the sobbing Rayon into his arms. He noticed Rayon felt heavier after a few months of good food. He stood up and told Big Rock to take a break. Big Rock stepped on Vinian and asked what the next move was once the prisoner woke up. Rayon snapped back instantly, ordering more torture. Big Rock nodded, fully understanding the assignment. Kale headed for the door and Choi Han opened it immediately. He ordered Choi Han to bring some fresh wine and glasses to his room, and do not forget the glass. Choi Han complied, watching them leave as Kale kept talking to the little dragon in his arms. Did you grow? You are getting heavy. Rayon shot back that Kale was just a weak human with thin arms. Kale sighed, admitting he was weak, but told Ron that growing fast was actually a good thing. Vinian was strapped to his chair, drifting in and out of consciousness as he heard Rayon's voice. Rayon promised to return whenever he lost his appetite. Right then, Big Rock applied the recovery potion to Vinian. Now, pay attention here, because this is where the psychological trauma really starts to sink in. He felt no pain, and his voice was normal. He sighed with relief, convinced it was just a bad dream. He touched his surroundings, smiling as he thought about how realistic that nightmare had felt. He leaned back and laughed, mocking the dream until a sudden, icy chill ran down his spine. 4 days was all it took to plant deep, unshakable terror into Vinian's arrogant heart. Vinian was tortured relentlessly until his mind started to fracture under the sheer weight of the pain. Mental torture wasn't even necessary anymore. Ron's voice continued to echo endlessly in his head. The threat of Rayon returning haunted him, and Vinian finally snapped, screaming at the top of his lungs. He cursed the dragon and scrambled toward the door, his heart racing with pure desperation. But when the door opened, Vinian turned pale. Taylor was standing there, and Vinian could not believe his eyes. "Am I dreaming again?" Taylor calmly replied that it seemed Vinian had just survived a very long nightmare. Taylor coldly ordered his men to seize him, while Rayon happily went back to enjoying his meal. Choi Han handed Rayon a huge piece of chicken, while Kale asked Taylor if he finally had some free time. Taylor raised his wine glass, saying he would always make time for Kale, especially before things got even busier. Kale just smiled and agreed that things were definitely about to get hectic. And that's where the trap closes. You and I just saw a masterclass in revenge. Stick around for what is next. All right, you and I are back as Kale acts surprised, while Taylor explains that even his father's men were involved. Kale feigns ignorance, claiming he had no idea. As he wipes Ron's face, he secretly laughs at his own perfect acting. Vinian Stan raised the dragon on the Marquis's orders, so naturally, the Marquis's own men were guarding the site. For a crime this massive, they are looking at either a death sentence or a lifetime of hard labor. That is because the House of Marquis Stan is famous for having the most ruthless laws in the land. To save himself, the Marquis will wipe them all out. Meanwhile, Vinian is already rotting in a dark, damp cell. He collapses to the floor, muttering like a madman that the dragon is behind everything that went wrong. Taylor completely buys the act and happily admits that he trusts Kale's word without a single shred of doubt. Now, watch this. Kale grabs a bottle of red wine, effortlessly breaking the tension with a surprisingly upbeat attitude. He suggests they stop talking business and finish the bottle. Taylor laughs and raises his glass, and Kale happily agrees. Taylor stands to pour Kale a drink, promising to one day repay him for everything he has done for them. Kale calmly tells him he will be waiting. Taylor responds with pure excitement, telling him to count on it. The next day, Kale meets with Odius and tells him how impressed he is with how the job was handled. Odius politely disagrees, saying he is the one who is happy since the payment was so incredibly generous. Kale coldly brushes it off and heads for his carriage, telling Odius to stay in touch for future business. Odius maintains his professional manners and promises to send word to the young master every once in a while. Secretly, Odius knows that while working for Kale is dangerous, they are destined to cross paths again very soon. Kale suddenly stops and flashes a bright smile, asking if Odius has seen the state of the basement room. Odius nods and assures him that he will take care of the cleanup and handle everything discreetly. Remembering the bloody and horrific scene in that basement, Odius scoffs at the idea of Kale being a kind and sacrificial noble. Who would ever believe such a crazy lie anyway? To him, there is no saint here. Only a ruthless and incredibly cunning man who knows exactly what he wants. You and I both know Kale loves his secrets, especially when he warns Odius not to tell Belos anything. Odius promises that secrecy is his top priority. Satisfied, Kale leaves while Odius bows deeply in a respectful farewell. Wishing him a safe journey, Odius watches the carriage pull away with a very complicated look on his face. On the road, Choi Han asks the kids if they are bored, but On and Hong quickly say they aren't. Hong admits he loves just lounging around, making Choi Han laugh about how much they take after their guardian. Kale wonders if that was a compliment or an insult. Choi Han then mentions he has traveled through these mountains before. This catches Kale by surprise. He wonders when Choi Han could have possibly traveled through this specific rocky region. Kale asks if he passed through here on his way to the Breck Kingdom and if he caused any trouble. Choi Han denies it, and Kale decides he will just wait for the Crown Prince to give him the full report. Kale quickly follows up, asking if Choi Han happened to see the 10-Finger Mountains during his journey through the West. Choi Han says no, and asks if such a place exists. Kale begins to describe the unique landmark to him. It is a spot in the Roan Kingdom where 10 granite peaks stand together, looking exactly like 10 human fingers. Choi Han just shakes his head again. Choi Han explains they likely stayed further north, so they must have missed the range entirely on both trips. Kale calmly nods, accepting that they simply never laid eyes on the peaks. He claims he is just curious about the mysterious scenery and might want to visit the area in a year. Choi Han is taken aback, wondering why the young master is planning a trip so far into the future. Kale nods while smiling out the window. He knows that in a year, a final ancient power will appear there. Kale tells them it would be nice to travel there together, making the kids sparkle with excitement and pure joy. Choi Han agrees, though he worries that such a rocky terrain might not have any villages for them to stay in. Kale immediately disagrees with him. In his mind, he knows for a fact that there is a very special place. He suddenly catches himself and corrects his statement, saying that as far as humans know, there are truly no villages. It hits him then. There are absolutely no villages there, where regular humans would ever be allowed to live or settle. That region is home to the elves, mysterious beings who love nature and worship dragons more than any human mage. They use powerful illusion magic to hide their hidden villages and live in total isolation from the human world. Trust me, you and I will definitely want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me as we explore these beautiful spirit-controlling beings that everyone on the continent absolutely adores. Kale leans on his hand while looking out the window, carefully recalling the original plot. According to the novel, Choi Han should be passing through 10-Finger Mountain right about now. There, he would accidentally discover the hidden elven village. He would meet Pendrick, an elf with healing powers whose tragic death triggers Locke's first berserk transformation. That event completely changed the course of the original hero's journey. In the original story, Pendrick dies tragically while trying to save Locke from danger. That means if Pendrick never joins Choi Han's party now, he might actually survive this time. If he stays away from Choi Han for another year, he'll live much longer than the original plot intended. This would be the biggest deviation from the birth of a hero story yet. The timing for him to join has passed. Now, we just need to avoid that elven village entirely. That is why Kale firmly claims there is no village there. Ron is excited to see the sights in a year, which gives Kale another perfect reason to avoid that elven village and keep his secrets safe. Honestly, I can't bring a dragon there. Those elves would treat Rayon like a literal god. Kale gently asks the young dragon if he has figured out the secret behind the Crown Prince's magic yet. Watch closely now. Rayon says he's great and knows everything. As Kale enters the palace and sets a jar of black liquid on the prince's table, Alberu crosses his arms, staring at it. What exactly is this? Kale smiles and calls it a gift for the prince, but Alberu is immediately suspicious of his intentions. It's for you, the shining star in the hearts of our kingdom's citizens. Alberu hears the fake flattery and immediately cuts him off. Stop it. Alberu opens the jar, and a sharp scent fills the entire room. Rayon sniffs it from Kale's shoulder and recognizes the scent immediately. It's the same dead mana they collected back at the Black Swamp. Alberu's face turns pale the moment he catches that specific scent. Alberu stutters in disbelief, but Kale doesn't miss a beat. He reminds the prince that this so-called gift definitely isn't coming for free. Kale thinks back to Rayon's discovery. The Crown Prince's hair is actually just plain brown. Rayon wondered how a normal human could use such high-level magic to dye their hair. Ron's words about races beyond humans and dragons come to mind. Something is very different here. It is a power that exists completely outside the normal laws of natural mana. Now pay attention, because here is the exact moment Kale finally decides to stop playing games and reveal the shocking truth behind the prince's power. You are not a demon, a dark mage, or even a necromancer. I know your late mother was rumored to have mixed blood from the south. Dark elves have dark skin, but their hybrids can look just like southern humans. So, what does that make their children? Alberu's expression turns cold as ice. The prince drops his elegant act and starts cursing under his breath. Kale just laughs. It looks like my guess was spot on. Dark elves use the power of death and usually hide in abandoned, plague-ridden villages. Because of those dark associations, they became hated by everyone in the world. They live in total isolation, Alberu stares him down and simply asks, "So what?" Kale replies, "So what? This might be a gift, but it still has a price." Alberu finds himself completely helpless against Kale's bold demands. They sit in silence for a long while before the prince finally speaks up about his original plan to give Kale some work. He asks if Kale will keep his mouth shut, but knows it will cost him. Kale agrees naturally. Alberu calls him a devious brat with a sarcastic tone, but Kale just gives a humble, modest response. The prince is stunned by how shamelessly Kale admits to being a villain. He looks at the jar of dead mana and starts thinking, Kale could have sold this info to the other princes, yet he chose to deal with me. Trust me. You and I are watching a legendary alliance form. Even as Alberu points out that Kale drank from the wrong cup, Kale calmly sets the cup down and simply says, "If I drank that, I would die." He gazes at him suspiciously. "All right, you and I are about to see a negotiation that changes everything. Only his family should know his secret. So how does he know?" Meanwhile, the black dragon is panicking over that poisoned cup. "Don't you worry for a second, human. This great and mighty dragon will definitely be the one to save you." The main character pushes the magic bottle forward. He doesn't waste any time. "You need this, right?" Anbaru answers honestly. "Yes, it will make me stronger. It's clean and doesn't have any toxic gas." The main character laughs. "Of course it is. This is rare magic from a dragon that has already died." He's completely stunned. Finding dead mana is hard, but mana from a dead dragon? That's almost impossible, even though there's only a small amount in that bottle. Trust me, you're going to want to watch this closely. His power would skyrocket several levels. Anbaru feels completely overwhelmed. This is enough to drive anyone crazy. Do you really have no intention of telling me the truth? You mentioned a trade, but I don't understand why you'd offer something this valuable. The main character just gives him a mocking look. Why ask something so obvious? No matter where I am, I won't reveal the secrets I hold. He smiles with a firm thought. The kingdom of Run must become strong. Looking at the power balance, the Break and Run kingdoms are falling further behind. The Whipper kingdom sank to hell along with Tunka, so the southern forest needs saving earlier than usual. Meanwhile, the three northern countries have teamed up and are preparing to move in there right now. Anbek is consolidating power and gathering mages in Whipper to prepare for a full invasion. But that isn't enough against the W Knights and the Empire. The moment the Weenven Knights take the sky, the prince will reach for the west. Break and Run will be like candles in the wind. He's determined to protect his peaceful life by helping Run survive this war. To do that, he needs a strong leader. Building a powerful foundation that can act as his shield is the best way. You need the magic tower, right? That question leaves him speechless. You already know everything, don't you? Why make this so difficult for me? Anbaru Crossman is deeply grateful. The communication device you gave me for the Tower Master is incredibly useful. Thanks to you, I can finally reach out to all the surviving mages. He thinks, feeling exhausted. The magic tower. He originally wanted to give it to Run or restore it. He sighs. It's hard for me to give you orders. Maybe this is more of a request than a command. He replies sincerely. Although I won't rebuild the tower, I can certainly provide you with the blueprints for the magic tower later on. He stares for a moment, no longer surprised, and just asks one thing. What are the conditions? The main character tells him, I want you to fulfill my condition 2 years from now. Now, you and I both know what he really wants. For a peaceful, slacker life, he needs money and total control over his future. Isn't the best part of being a slacker not having to deal with bosses, clients, or annoying business deals? He's decided to live the slacker life. He refuses to live in a way where he has to answer to others. Even if he becomes a rogue, he just wants to eat what he likes and do whatever he wants. Ambaru asks what he means. He simply replies that it's something the prince should figure out on his own. Hearing that, he has no choice but to helplessly accept the offer. This helps me, but I've never felt this uncomfortable. The main character just gives him an encouraging smile. It's a win for both of us, so you should just enjoy it, Your Highness. He thinks to himself that the prince will never understand. Negotiations finished. He asks to leave. The prince has no choice but to agree. Fine, go. You wouldn't answer me anyway. Days later, at the Henatus estate, The main character asks what's going on. He was planning to finally rest. Why is there always another problem popping up? Hans hesitates. Young master, Ron has returned. Everyone is shocked, especially Beecrox. My father is back? Hans stammers. Yes, but his condition is not looking very good right now. Suddenly, the door bursts open without a second to spare. The main character is absolutely horrified by the sight in front of him. Beecrox rushes in, calling out to his father. The main character looks at the mangled arm. Ron, what happened to you? And that's where we leave it. Ron calmly replies he doesn't even determine how it ended up like this. Stick with me, you and I are about to uncover a massive secret that finally links all these tragic events together. Beecrox and Choi Han are told to stay while everyone else clears out. Left alone, Beecrox kneels by his father's side in pure agony. Even the gray and red cats can't hide their heartbreak as they watch the scene unfold. The main character leans in and asks if he is strong enough to speak. John whispers a yes, and the main character tells him it is time to explain everything. Like why a man who went out to hunt a fox ended up returning in such a pathetic, broken state. Covered in wounds, he lies there listening to his son's shaking voice. The atmosphere in the room is incredibly heavy. He admits that if he had known it would be like this, he wouldn't have come back since he's dying anyway. Now pay attention, because John is about to reveal a past we never saw coming. He sits up and explains he actually fled from the Eastern continent. This was back when Beecrox was just a child. John was actually a top-tier assassin from one of the 5 legendary underworld families. As a descendant of that bloodline, he watched his entire clan get wiped out by a mysterious organization called ARM. ARM looked like it completely dominated the entire underworld back then. But in reality, they were just a small branch of a much larger and more terrifying central organization. He tried to find their leader, but his eyes drift shut, as if he is reliving that nightmare all over again. He keeps speaking. He was terrified of a power he couldn't even measure, so he fled to the Western continent with his son to live as hidden servants. But John's expression darkens. He says he caught their scent again for the first time in decades when Choi Han arrived at the territory. Choi Han looks on in total shock, as John claims he carries the stench of ARM on him. Hearing this, Choi Han's mind flashes back to a horrific event. He remembers his frail grandmother coughing uncontrollably on her sickbed. Her condition was getting worse by the second. Knowing she needed medicine, Choi Han told her he was heading into the forest despite her protests. Into the forest of darkness? She begged him not to go, but he promised he'd be safe since he'd survived there before. He swore he'd be back soon, but the next memory is blood-soaked. Choi Han is gasping for air, tears streaming down his face. You and I both know Choi Han's trauma runs deep, and this connection just confirmed his worst fears. He asks if those monsters destroyed Harris Village. Our main character rubs his chin and agrees. There is a very high chance that the ARM organization was behind the Harris Village massacre. He remembers the mission Rayon was given regarding the Plaza ambush and the attack on the Blue Wolf tribe. These are the people responsible for everything. Their symbol is 5 small stars revolving around one massive star. John continues, explaining that ARM has been aggressively expanding their influence across the Western continent. He tried to take them out, but it wasn't a simple fox hunt. It was more like a stray dog walking straight into a tiger's den. John grips his blanket tight, blaming himself for being so overconfident. He can't believe he was foolish enough to try it. Still, he doesn't regret it, because he finally discovered exactly what those bastards are planning. While investigating in the capital, he ran into an armed strike team and figured out their true objective. His voice turns bitter as he explains how he lost his arm and barely escaped with his life. The basin of red water and blood-soaked towels show just how close to death he really was. The main character speaks up. You still haven't uncovered the true identity of this ARM organization? John confirms he hasn't. The main character's voice drops low as he asks if John remembers the person who took his arm. After a moment, John describes a young mage who seemed to enjoy hacking off the limbs of anyone he encountered, a true psychopath. The image of a young man with glowing red eyes flashes in the main character's mind. Ridika, he curses that crazy bastard under his breath. Choi Han is in absolute disbelief. He thought John was far stronger than Ridika, especially since John possessed the legendary stealth and hidden techniques of a master assassin. There had to be a reason why someone that talented was forced to lose an arm and run for his life. As Choi Han clenches his fists, The main character suddenly notices something and asks about a foul smell in the room. John looks surprised as he remembers something and pulls back the blanket. Crocs and the main character both gasp in shock. John slowly explains that he was hit by a specific poison. Our main character realizes instantly it is mermaid poison. It all makes sense now. The ones helping the mermaid tribe are definitely part of ARM. The main character's expression darkens. He realizes he'd suspected this since the first time he met the whale tribe and heard about the Forest of Darkness. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are about to watch a war that will change this world forever. All right, you and I are watching the moment Kale realizes staying quiet is no longer an option. Suspicions are growing, and his anger? It is absolutely boiling over. He pulls the blanket over John's wounds while his mind races with calculations. If he identifies the truth about that organization, he knows he must tell Choi Han immediately. Since his own safety is not at risk yet, he decided to just let it go for now. But they have no right to invade his territory like this. He swears under his breath. They are acting just like a pack of wild dogs, aren't they? He looks at John, who is covered in injuries. He has always been wary of this cunning and dangerous old assassin, but this situation makes him realize that John is officially his subordinate. He stands up and asks if that place is by the sea. John snaps out of his thoughts and quickly answers that it is an island. Kale quickly orders Choi Han to stop overthinking and tells him to bring Miller in here. They need a boat ready immediately. And John? He is coming along with us. He asks mockingly what the old man would do if assassins found him here. John replies instantly that he is still alive. Q suddenly remembers the short letter John sent before, simply stating he was still alive. Are you really still alive? He smiles, his voice becoming a bit softer. Your life is still a mystery, but your mouth certainly seems healthy enough. He turns to give out assignments. Big cops. Go tell everyone to pack their bags. Don't we need to go find a cure for that mermaid poison? Big Cops is a bit skeptical. He asks if his young master truly has a way to cure it. Now watch this part closely. This flashback shows us exactly how he plans to pull off this miracle using a certain memory of a whale person. He tells them to stop worrying and start preparing. The reward he is giving to your father is a very long life. Big Rock hears the young master's joking tone and does not know what to say, so he hurries off with Choi Han to prepare. Once they are alone, John warns that the mermaids and the organization called ARM are threatening the sea routes. Kale says he knows. John is surprised and asks for clarification. Kale stays silent for a moment before asking if Jack is tired, then adds one more question. John smiles and says, of course he can ask. Q asks if anyone actually saw his face. John thinks and then nods, hesitantly saying that only that one mage saw him. He hopes the organization will not push for a full-scale war. Q just looks at John and asks what he honestly thinks about that. John falls silent as he realizes the truth. Whatever happens, it will be a good thing because it will benefit the young master. You saw that smile, right? He is satisfied because he knows exactly how to get what he wants without doing any of the heavy lifting himself. He only wants to achieve his specific goal and then quickly get out of this entire messy situation. Of course, he is actually here to ambush the enemy. He turns to leave, telling John to get some good rest first. John agrees immediately. Q leaves the room in a terrible mood, grinding his teeth and cursing the bastards who are making him so angry. Doan flies close to him, saying the weak human should not worry, because the great dragon will be by his side always. Those people are truly evil. Kale does not pay much attention to the dragon's words, as he is lost deep in his own thoughts. Whether it is ARM or the mermaids, starting a total war will be difficult for them. He has the dragon, Choi Han, and Rosalind. At the very least, the abilities of those around him will be enough to crush the enemy's intentions. He has created a plan to protect himself and his people, so he can finally live a peaceful life in body and soul. A few days later, they arrive at the Ubar territory base. A muscular man greets him formally. Kale looks him over and asks if he is the person in charge of this place. The man bows and introduces himself as the manager of this naval base construction. He leads them toward the beach, explaining that since the whirlpools vanished, more islands appeared, and the coastline is stable, allowing work to move much faster. Because of that, they were able to build a ship in a very short amount of time. He offers to take Q to rest first, but Q refuses and says he has something to do. He signals with his finger, and calls out loudly. Miller comes running over while clutching a pile of documents and panting heavily. Q silently notes that Miller seems to have gained quite a bit of weight lately. He tells Miller to show the manager the first design for the outer part of the ship. The manager looks at the drawing and cannot hide his shock. He admits that he has never seen a boat with such a strange shape before. Ku just smiles and asks if it would not be great to finish it. He is certain it will be incredibly sturdy. And that is where we leave it for now. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see this golden ship in action. All right, you and I are about to jump into another wild plan from our favorite young master, Kale. The manager asked in total shock. Oh, interior design too? Mueller just kept talking excitedly. Yes, I haven't shown him yet, but the theme is decided. He asked curiously. Really? What is it? The boy solemnly declared. The ultimate defensive cannon net, the dream of every man alive. Wow, that's amazing. Please show me the interior as soon as it's done. I'm really looking forward to it. Kale stood aside, watching them chat, feeling helpless at the name. The ultimate defensive cannon net? Don't tell me even that guy is a Korean transmigrator. Is this what the ship actually looks like? At the mansion, Kale sat in his study and told the three before him. This mission won't be easy. He thought to himself. It's not like I'm destroying a kingdom. Maybe I'm overthinking, but since the enemy's scale is unknown, I need everything. The islands between the eastern and western continents were simply named in the order they were discovered. Our destination is the largest one among all those discovered islands. Now, pay attention here. Island H is where things start getting seriously dangerous for our crew. Regarding saving Ron, Kale thought he's one of my people. It's not too late to think about consequences later. To Count Daruth, Ron was just a servant and nothing more. But I decided to save him because Ron has looked after Kale for 10 whole years, even though he had no connection to the family. Kale said, Let's head to Island H12 first. It's the closest. Beecroc spoke up. Young master, his voice unable to hide the deep worry. You said we'll clash with the merfolk. Will it really be all right? I heard the darkness attribute merfolk became powerful using dead mana and poison. Rosalind gently explained. It's okay. Young Master Kale already knows how to detoxify the poison, and dead mana can be suppressed by a stronger power. Choi Han, standing nearby, also nodded in agreement with her opinion. Kale agreed, calculating a stronger light or offensive power to block the enemy's dead mana. But there is one power stronger than anything to counter dead mana. Even if it sounds foolish, one thing is certain. Rosalind suggested a plan. Of course, using blood is most effective, but it's dangerous. Kale's eyes turned serious, agreeing in his thoughts. Yes, it's blood, but it would require a massive amount of it. Blood proves life in all creatures. Is life stronger than death? The fatal weakness of dead mana is life force. Spraying blood can block the contact for a short period of time. Naturally, losing too much blood is fatal, and it won't work against blood-resistant elves or vampires. He thought of a plan. The blood from the heart carries intense vitality. It has stronger regenerative power than any other. Thanks to that regeneration, new blood is produced without ever stopping. He placed his hand over his heart. I need to test it. But is there any blood better for fighting darkness? Kale spoke out. My blood would be the most effective for this. You and I both know Kale is just joking, but his team is absolutely terrified that he will actually try something that crazy. Hong and An joined in, hoping it was just a strange thought. It was truly, truly weird. Rosalind also shook her head repeatedly to stop him. No, you definitely don't have to do that. Kale firmly stated. Of course I won't do it. I'm just talking because I hate pain. Why waste my precious blood? Besides blood, there are many other things to use. Could such a thing even happen? Rayon felt a new mission, solemnly saying, I will monitor you. Hong and An added, We'll monitor you too. Kale was sweating, seeing everyone's suspicious glares. It seems like they don't believe me at all. He suddenly stood up. Beecrox asked, Where are you going? He replied, The Wind Cliff. Choi Han asked, What are you doing there? Could it be? He remembered Watira giving an item to Kale. Looking at the item, Kale asked, This is, she said, I promised you can borrow my power any time. At the Wind Cliff, Kale held up the shell, and the sound echoed through the air. Rayon pointed forward. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You and I are not going to want to miss this massive whale war. Alright, let's jump into a story where the main character is always 3 steps ahead of the world. Pasiton emerges from the bubbles, asking why he was summoned so suddenly. Do you already need our strength after all this time? Kale gets straight to the point, mentioning a group helping the merfolk. Pasiton is shocked. What did you say? My subordinate was poisoned by the merfolk while investigating that group. The situation is urgent, and I have information for you. Pasiton asks. But why are you looking into this, young master? He just rubs his chin. I'm just a little curious, that's all. Rosalind sighs at his casual attitude. Kale continues, noting that merfolk won't get any stronger in their territory anyway. I know the whale tribe is strong, but I want to help, especially since we aren't exactly strangers. Pasiton is deeply moved. Thank you for saving my life before, and now for helping my entire tribe. Rosalind and Choi Han are stunned. When did he ever find time to save this guy? Now pay attention here. Kale reveals that to cure the poison, they'll need a merman corpse. Satan is shocked as Kale insists on going personally, even though he claims to be way too weak to fight. Pasiton looks at this legendary group and wonders if they'll actually be any help at all. Rayon notices the whale's hesitant gaze. Little whale, what exactly are you looking at over there? He quickly denies it. Ron just huffs and declares that he's coming along too. Pasiton gives in, and they head out as waves crash against the cliffs. Kale whispers that it's been a while. Rayon asks if they're riding the killer whale. Kale agrees, thinking it's much better than a humpback whale. But how can we ride something so small? Arch is furious. Who do you think you're talking about riding? Kale just pats his shoulder and tells him to give them a safe trip. Pasiton adds that 2 companions are coming, so Arch needs to pull a small boat behind him as well. Since it's a magic boat, you just have to tie it on and act as our guide. Arch screams in rage. Why on earth should I have to do that? Pasiton reminds him of their father's orders to follow Kale's lead. Arch grinds his teeth and storms away. Damn it, Kale just watches him go with a satisfied smile. Soon, they're floating on the ocean with a pod of dolphins. Rayon scratches the whale and notes how smooth his back feels. Kale replies that it's perfectly normal for whales. The dragon nods in understanding. You and I saw this coming, right? Kale actually thinks of the legendary whale as a high-speed taxi. He observes the islands at Haste 5, wondering if anyone would mind if he destroyed one of them. Ma comes over to suggest setting up the camp tents now. Kale tells her to give a tent to Ron once it's ready, then he calls for Choi Han. Choi Han answers immediately. Kale says he has a few questions before the whale tribe arrives. He explains that being rude is better than getting hurt, but there's something he must do this time. He looks at his companion with a gaze that is completely serious. Do you remember the mage from the attack on the capital? Choi Han is surprised by the question. That mage is the only one who saw Ron's face. I have 2 main goals for this mission. First is healing Ron, and second is removing any dangerous threats to our future. As the sun rises, he asks if Choi Han understands. Choi Han calmly agrees with a terrifying look. I'll make sure that Mage's other eye disappears. He's going to kill him. Doing this might make the boss angry, but it's better if I take care of it myself. Since he's currently in a state where emotions might sway his judgment, Kale listens to his logic. Fine, but no need to kill him. I don't want to get our own hands dirty just yet. That shouldn't be a problem for me at all. Even though Choi Han is good, his sense of life and death is blurry. Kale wants 0 blood on his hands. Suddenly, the water explodes into waves. A dolphin appears, but it's completely covered in deep red blood. And trust me, you and I are about to see just how messy this fight is going to get. Did he really let himself get hurt on purpose? Stick with me, because we're about to find out this isn't even a human, but a massive black humpback whale. The little guardian behind him speaks up. Because I'm so great, I don't want to use blood like that, and especially not with a person like you. He just feels completely helpless, even though he never had those kinds of dark thoughts in the first place. The little dragon demands magic stones to create dozens of mana bombs just like he asked. He remembers how these stones concentrate massive amounts of magic crystals to create an absolutely devastating explosive force. Along with the Black Dragon and Rosalind, he knows Choi Han is an expert at staying hidden and moving through the shadows. Looking at him, he finalizes the strategy. He calls it the reflection plan. He smiles with total satisfaction. It's time to pay them back exactly what they gave him, with maximum mental damage included for everyone involved. Someone is drinking. It's Whitira, the legendary warrior who fought the fiercest killer whales without showing a single ounce of fear or pain on her body. It makes perfect sense. She's the official successor to the whale tribe leader. I need that kind of commanding presence whenever I'm out on the battlefield. Imagine a successor leading the charge under the sea, blood flying everywhere while holding back the merman. Think about how emotional that'd be. The entire deception would be amplified 10 times over. He sits right in front of her, happily planning his next big move. Now pay attention, because here's where he reveals his true plan. Whitira, he says calmly, I'm thinking about destroying an entire island. She hesitates. Destroy what? He calmly explains that he intends to make Island 5 vanish from the map entirely, just so they can reach Island 27 much faster than taking a ship. Most of these islands are so close, it only takes an hour or two to travel. He recalls John's words. John mentioned that no living creatures have been there for over 2 years, only secret organizations. So, making an entire island vanish? It's really not that big of a deal for him. He continues, first I need 2 things, but before that, I need one major premise. She's confused. A premise? Does she really not care if the land gets wiped out? He points at the map. We need to fight in a way that keeps our identities hidden, especially from any supporting organizations. Whitira catches on immediately. I understand. So, tell me, what are the 2 things you need? First, I need a small way to move around. Whitira smiles widely. Fine, I'll send small whales to assist you. I'll make sure they're fast and experts at staying completely invisible. As for the rest, he says boldly, I want your tribe to unleash their absolute rage while the mermen are swimming back to their base. They keep talking. So you want us to be the big distraction? Just lure out all their swordsmen and mages? He nods. Whitira thinks the mages will stay back until the fighters arrive, staying hidden until they actually reach the island. He's surprised. Looking at the map, that's actually better. You and I both know he's a bit crazy, right? Blowing up the island with the enemy on it? Pure madness. He tells her to fight while spitting blood. And she just laughs at the insane idea. How did you know? She asks. He knows they love red. If he's caught, things get difficult. Suddenly, the black dragon appears. So that's it, human. Whitira agrees. She adds that the swordsmen are strange too. He's confused. Swordsmen? She thinks one girl acts just like a mage. Whitira still supports him. Don't worry, we probably won't even run into her. He just smiles. Yeah, I guess you're right. By the next day, everything is ready. The whales provide the location, so everyone heads to Area 12 to hide. He double-checks with them. Did you all remember to bring the clothes I gave you? He pushes them. Go now. If anything goes wrong, fire the signal flare immediately. Everyone obeys. He turns to B-Crocs, telling him to stay strong for his father. B-Crocs lowers his voice. I know. He bows gratefully. Please, take care of it. He comforts Choi Han next. Put this on. Choi Han is shocked. We're wearing this too? It's the 5 red stars logo. This is the secret organization uniform from when they rescued Ron. Even if it's just cheap fabric, he thinks it'll be perfect for this. The all-out attack on the ocean begins. Trust me, you and I won't want to miss what happens next. Stick with me, you and I are about to see our legendary slacker main character handle another mess without a scratch. Choi Han looks over, eyes full of worry, and begs him not to get any closer to the danger. He just scoffs. Does he look crazy enough to jump into a fight? On the boats below, a swordsman catches his eye. He tries to remember that swordsman's name while the black dragon chirps about how pretty the blood looks. What a total psychopath, he thinks, watching the swordsman unleash a massive slash that obliterates an entire vessel. With a cold, expressionless face, that killer turns his blade toward Choi Han. A warning shout echoes. But our lead knows Choi Han is too strong to lose here. Rosalind flashes a confident smile, assuring him that even if the plan fails, they won't get hurt. He thinks to himself, yeah, but I'm the one worried about getting hurt in this mess. Their goal is simple: eliminate every single threat that could cause trouble in the future. Even if things get messy, Choi Han and Rosalind are more than enough to handle the combat. He glances at the dragon. If Ron shows himself now, things will get complicated, so they must be careful. Looking down at the battlefield, They see magic traps and alarms covering the entire coastline. The concentration of mana there is intense, thick enough for even a novice to feel. The blue dragon asks if they can bypass the wall to reach the central building, but it looks tricky. It seems the enemy mage poured a massive amount of power into those defenses. He remembers how Retica almost died last time, so they're definitely being more cautious now. Now, pay attention, because this is the moment our lead cancels the infiltration and goes straight for the explosives. The black dragon is curious, where exactly are we supposed to put all these bombs? Rosalind is stunned to see high-grade magic stones and dragon-made bombs, absolute weapons of mass destruction. These aren't just any stones, they're the highest tier, capable of leveling an entire island. She thinks back to her days as a royal successor, sitting in her father's palace. Even back then, seeing just one high-grade stone was a rare and breathtaking sight. Just 10 of these would make someone incredibly wealthy, yet he hands them over without a single word. She can't help but admire him. He really is the most generous person she's ever met. He's already moving, telling them to split up, finish their tasks, and handle the rest. Rosalind and Choi Han are left speechless as he just tosses the map at them. Under the deep blue sky, he stands firm, telling them to regroup here once the job is done. The scene shifts to the forest, where his team is sprinting toward their next objective. Suddenly, the blue dragon stops. There's movement nearby. 2 guards are talking about a strange fog. They figure it's just the sea weather changing quickly, completely unaware of the intruders above. Hiding in the trees, the dragon asks if it's time for a fight, but he has a better plan. No need for violence yet. He grips his necklace and activates an invisibility spell. Getting spotted by the enemy would be a pain, though the dragon thinks sneaking around is boring. He continues running but feels a sudden chill. Did Rosalind and Choi Han get spotted? You and I both know the drill combat is just a protagonist's destiny, so they'll be fine. Suddenly, the animals start digging into the earth like they've found something hidden. The blue dragon urges him to hurry before the enemy catches their scent. He meets a familiar face and greets them, wondering about the strange outfits they're wearing. Everyone else will be here soon. Suddenly, a loud shout echoes through the trees. A crazy soldier screams to kill them all, while Rosalind and Choi Han drop from above. Choi Han admits they ran into some trouble while planting the magic explosives. He keeps his cool. Explanations can wait. They need to get out of here right now. They scramble onto the backs of the whales, heading as far from the island as possible. The dragon mentions the bombs were found, and trust me, you and I are about to see fireworks. Stick with me, we're about to watch Kale unleash a force that'll change everything. He tells Rosalind to set up multiple magic shields, then leads the whale tribe forward into the zone. She obeys instantly. Suddenly, Rosalind signals everyone to retreat. The dragon is ready. Kale gives the word, let the explosion begin. He pulls down his mask. Ryan Miru is gathering blue light into a massive, rotating sphere of pure energy. The orb grows larger as Kale watches in awe. Then, the black dragon hurls it toward the target area. The power explodes, sending shockwaves everywhere. Kale shouts for everyone to hold on tight as the impact hits. The ocean is churning in total chaos from the black dragon's power. Now pay attention, because what follows is terrifying. He stares at the destruction in shock, but the little black dragon acts like this is just a normal day. Looking at the blast, he realizes it's way stronger than predicted, even with all that extra gunpowder he used. Rayon is confused. He thought the human wanted to blow everything up, so he thought this amount was right. The dragon chirps that he reinforced the power several times. Kale just sweats, realizing the dragon completely overdid it. Rayon misunderstood the plan. It's a total failure in communication, and now they have a real catastrophe on their hands. He turns back to look at the swirling energy and mutters quietly to himself. It's his own plan, but watching the carnage isn't fun. Rayon calls him a human with a weak heart. Maybe being soft-hearted is a good thing. He wonders if he's actually starting to feel some guilt about this. Could someone like him really destroy an entire island? He thinks of John, who is still badly injured and hurting. He tells himself this is for the old man and the whale siblings. It's the most appropriate thing to do. Looking at the wreckage his dragon made, he tries to calm his racing heart and feel less guilty about it. Just because it's necessary doesn't mean it's right, but you can't always live a perfectly righteous life in this world. Besides, he was never the type of person who wanted to live a strictly honest and upright life anyway. At Heistland, the secret team led by Choi Han waits on whales. He asks if Kale really ordered them here. Kale confirms it. Choi Han sighs, noting that even the children are dressed up in those secret uniforms they made. At least, Locke and the younger kids don't have to face the enemy. Kale nods, agreeing that's for the best. He's waiting for Witira when a sudden, bloodthirsty scream rings out, forcing him to look for the source of it. It's the blood-crazed mage Radhika, sounding completely insane as he screams for every single person to be killed. Kale pulls up his mask. Rayon reports that he's already gone invisible and is now hidden from their sight. Radhika is losing his mind over his eyes and hands, screaming at the top of his lungs to kill everyone there. Seeing the madness, Kale just lets out a long sigh and calls the guy a complete and total crazy person. Rosalind explains that he's overloaded with mana beyond his limits. Kale looks up, feeling tired of this man's drama. Whether he's overloaded or not, Radhika isn't scary. Not when they have the ultimate weapons on their side today. Choi Han can easily block dragon energy, so why worry? You and I both know he's a beast. But look, what's he thinking? Why on earth is that enemy vessel steering right toward their hidden position in the water? His subordinates should be dying or fleeing the island, not trying to escape in this specific direction toward us. The whale Kale is riding offers to attack, but he stops it. There's no need to do that just yet. Rosalind stands up, ready to handle things. She's not about to let this crazy mage get any closer to them. She tells Choi Han to take the mage while she stalls the swordsman. It'll be hard, but she'll try. Rayon asks if this is okay. Kale worries that fighting out in the open will be too difficult for them. After thinking it over, he turns to Rosalind and makes a different decision for the entire group. He tells her they'll fight together. She's shocked, asking if the young master is actually joining the fray. He won't fight directly, of course. He just points forward and orders everyone to move out at once. They charge forward, but Choi Han is confused. He knows Kale usually hates putting himself in the spotlight like this. Kale says it's fine. Are they the only ones allowed to be a secret organization? Not anymore. We are too. From now on, they're the secret ones. He tells Choi Han to go. The hero pauses for a brief moment. Still deeply worried, Choi Han tells Kale to hide well until he returns. Rosalind also warns him to be careful. And that's where we leave it, trust me. As they move toward the shore, the real chaos begins. All right, you and I are diving into the battle as Rosalind and Choi Han face Jedika. He is screaming, demanding to know who they are. Jedika unleashes a red blast, shouting for them to die. Choi Han blocks it effortlessly before sending him flying with a massive punch. A mysterious blonde man watches, stunned by his power. He is shocked that they blocked his attack and demands to know their names. Rosalind just summons her shields and fire as the blonde man watches their every move. Rosalind taunts him, asking if he really has not figured out their identities yet. She claims they are a secret organization while attacking with pure fury, giving an answer that explains absolutely nothing. The blonde guy blocks her strike, actually quite impressed by her overwhelming strength. Rosalind just smiles. She knows she is one of the most powerful mages out there. She blasts Jedika again. He is losing it, screaming that he will make them all bleed. Jedika throws everything he has at them, but Choi Han's shield does not even have a scratch. Choi Han tells him to keep trying, it is getting fun. Meanwhile, Kale has jumped down onto a dolphin. He orders the black dragon to destroy everything. Rayon looks around, wondering if there is anything even left to break. Following orders, Rayon gathers massive energy. He is ready to show these humans what a dragon can really do. Now pay attention, because the power shift here is massive. Rosalind and Choi Han completely overwhelm Jedika, and the blonde guy notices another mage nearby. Rosalind just tells him that is going to stay a secret. She reminds him they are a secret organization. Seeing the tide turn, the enemy orders a full retreat while shifting focus toward Kale. Kale asks if the prep is done. Rayon confirms it, calling him a mere human. Kale praises the little dragon and orders him to fire. Rayon does not hesitate and unleashes hell. Watching the destruction, the whales realize just how terrifyingly great a dragon truly is. As Choi Han's group strikes, the blonde swordsman counters with a massive explosion that rocks the area. Even Rayon admits that this mysterious swordsman is the real deal. Kale agrees. Rayon's instincts are spot on. In a flash, the swordsman's aura wipes out a rain of arrows. Kale watches closely, calculating the next move. Even so, they still have enough firepower to sink the ship. Jedika is stumbling now, gasping for air. Kale sees Jedika's mana is about to explode. The man is basically a walking corpse at this point. You and I both know Choi Han does not do mercy. He moves in for the final attack without hesitation. Jedika lets out one final, agonizing scream. Kale looks away, not wanting to witness the carnage. The ship is engulfed in flames, but the deck has gone completely silent. No one is left. Kale wonders where that swordsman went. Rayon points him out in the distance. There's someone else with him, a magic spearman. Kale is surprised to see someone who can use both spears and magic. This magic spearman is dragging the blonde guy away, using magic and martial arts simultaneously to escape. He had been hiding his flight magic this whole time, using it now, only to save that one specific person. On the burning ship, the others are screaming for help. Kale watches the spearman, acknowledging his strength. Rayon tells Kale not to worry. Even if that guy is strong, he is still no match for Choi Han. Kale just rubs his chin. He knows that, but the guy is still way stronger than him. The black dragon almost says that everyone is stronger than Kale. He stops himself before it gets risky, leaving Kale feeling more than a little bit annoyed. Rayon tries to comfort him, telling him not to take it to heart. Back in the fight, Choi Han and Rosalind pull back into a defensive stance. They watch as the spearman carries the blonde guy away. The blonde guy admits he told the others to run, but it is too late. Looking down at Choi Han and Rosalind on the whales, they still wonder who these mysterious people are. They assume their opponent's strength is only impressive at a certain level. Rosalind challenges them to stay and fight if they are so curious. Instead, they just hover there, mocking her. The spearman coldly replies that they do not have time for games. Rosalind realizes his plan. He is preparing a massive, long-range teleportation spell. Choi Han lunges forward, but the spearman catches the attack. It does not even faze him. The blonde guy mocks them as they vanish. Trust me, we will want to see what happens next. All right, you and I are diving into the chaos as Choi Han's blade pierces that spearman through a rift. He's howling in pain while the girl screams in panic. She spits out a curse at them, calling them bastards, before they both vanish into the distance. Rosalind decides not to give chase, while Choi Han just stands there, silent and brooding. The black dragon tells them not to worry. His mana trace will haunt that spearman forever. Only another dragon could ever find it. Rayon proudly claims that next time, the spearman dies by his paws. Rockdew high-fives the little dragon and gives him some praise. You did great, Raon. The dragon puffs out his chest, boasting that he will be even more magnificent once he grows up. Rockdew stops in his tracks and looks back, totally caught off guard. Wait, what did you just say? Rayon just brushes it off, like it is nothing important. Never mind, human. Do not worry about it. Rockdew worries about how powerful a grown dragon would be. Suddenly, Witira arrives, holding the severed arm of the mermaid royalty. She lets out a heavy sigh and bows her head to apologize for their mistakes. She is sorry for losing the enemies during the fight, but Jock responds with a smile, saying it is not a big deal. The commander, Archie, and the other whales are ready to escort everyone back to Island 21. He asks if they have more to do, and they confirm they are heading east to hunt down those who fled. Witira's eyes go cold as she promises a relentless hunt. Rockdew wonders if they will wipe out the mermaids entirely, but Witira shakes her head, clarifying that is not their intention. Now pay attention here. If they die, the ecosystem breaks. We will just keep them alive and under our control. Watching her smile, he realizes the whale tribe is absolutely terrifying from the perspective of their enemies. The mermaids must hate these whales, who have dominated the ocean under the guise of peace for so long. He stares at Witira silently, thinking about how everything changes depending on which side you are standing on. But hey, that is not his problem. Witira notices his silence and says she is heading out since they are in a rush. He nods and lets them go. Finally, the chaos of the battle seems to be settling down for now. Rockdew visits John and tells Brock to pour the high-grade magic water. Brock grabs the bottle and nods his head. As the liquid touches John's wounds, the old man groans out for his young master in absolute agony. Jock stays cold and tells him to shut up. He is way too busy focusing on the magic water right now. Once the detox is finished, Jock announces that the real treatment can finally start. B. Crops agrees immediately. Then he calls out to the butler. He tells John that nobody in that secret organization recognizes his face anymore. John looks up in total shock. Jock just stares back and asks him, "Do you understand what I mean?" John gasps in disbelief at the news. Jock confirms it is finally time for them to go back home. He walks off, ordering B. Crops and Choi Han to start John's full recovery the second they reach the territory. They both bow and shout yes as he steps out of the room. He looks up at the beautiful sky, wondering when it got so dark without him even noticing. Even though John still needs healing, at least he is alive. Peace is finally waiting for them back at the estate. "We finally made it." Jock sighs, relieved that he can finally rest for a bit. The next morning in Harris Village, Raon is whispering with his friends. Is our main character just bored right now? On nods and agrees that things have been feeling really strange lately. Hong jumps in too, saying it is beyond weird. They have noticed Jock sleeping more, eating less, and barely moving an inch from his spot all day. Suddenly, a glowing blue orb falls out, catching Raon's eye. He gasps in total surprise. "Look, he fell asleep again," Raon shouts, staring at the sleeping Jock in pure confusion. He remembers Jock nodding off even while eating. Is it possible the human is actually suffering from a sickness? Hong panics at the thought of an illness, but On stays calm and thinks maybe that is not the case. Rayon mentions a story from Rosalind about a prince cursed to sleep all day long. "I checked him for curses and poison yesterday, just to be sure," the little dragon adds. Hong is losing his mind. Rayon concludes that since it is not a curse, it must be a serious sickness. Hong can only scream in horror at Rayon's grim analysis of the situation. "You and I are going to have to see what happens next, because Jock's sleeping condition is only getting worse. All right, stick with me as we see what our favorite slacker, Kale, is up to in the Forest of Darkness." Hans hears the kids and greets Rayon with a huge smile, while On wags her tail in a friendly welcome to everyone. On shouts that she is hungry, and Hans finds their cuteness so overwhelming that he feels like he might just collapse from the sheer joy of it all. Hans blushes, saying his heart might actually stop because such cute and precious creatures should not even exist in this world. He truly feels that following the young master was the best decision he has ever made. The kids eagerly ask what is on the menu for today, and Hans tells them that dinner will be none other than Rayon's favorite, a soft and delicious steak. For dessert, they have sweet vanilla ice cream made by Rosalind and Big Croc working together. Hearing the excited noise, Kale finally opens his eyes and wakes up from his nap. He stands up to stretch his stiff muscles and asks if everyone has finally made it back home. Ron walks over and brings a fresh cup of tea to him, looking very healthy and strong as the young master asks how he has been feeling lately. Ron simply confirms he is well and hands over a very familiar-looking drink. It is lemon juice. Kale takes the glass and starts drinking it without a second thought. He sadly realizes these are the sour things he tried to forget. While Beacrox complains that everyone should have showered before coming to the table to eat, Vice Captain Hillsman and Mary arrive covered in dust, with Hillsman laughing sheepishly at the chef's nagging. They are exhausted from training and just wanted to eat first, so Kale steps in to defend them. He tells them it is fine, and they should just sit down and enjoy their meal. As they eat, Kale asks Choi Han if he kept the training intensity reasonable for everyone involved. Hillsman claims he is teaching them at a very slow and steady pace. He watches the children eat ravenously and realizes that every single day, the Wolf Tribe kids and Hillsman head into the Forest of Darkness to endure that brutal training together. Even though Choi Han's training is pure hell, they all show up every morning completely by choice. Kale sweats a bit, thinking that instead of a normal night brigade, they look more like a specialized shock force, ready for the front lines. Rosalind arrives and thanks the young master, but Kale just acts humble about his help. He is feeling quite smug, thinking that having more powerful people to rely on later is always a win, since we all know having wide connections is the best weapon one can have. He smiles to himself and heads back to his room to collapse onto the couch for a rest. On and Hong worry that his sigh means he is getting bored of staying in one place. On wonders if one to travel, but suddenly the communication stone begins to glow a bright, urgent red color, catching everyone by surprise as it flashes on the table. Now pay attention, because this red glow means Kale's peaceful nap is officially over. The Crown Prince is connecting surprisingly fast through the video communication stone. Alberu appears and greets Kale as the treasure of the kingdom, asking if his day went well. Kale is immediately suspicious and asks why he is acting so strange. Alberu jokes about their close relationship, but Kale just offers a fake, polite smile without saying a word, wondering if this is some kind of annoying revenge. For the sake of his own peace and quiet, Kale simply replies that they definitely have a wonderful and very beneficial relationship in many different ways. On the other side, Alberu nods, pleased that they are on the same page. You and I both know Kale just wants to sleep, but the Crown Prince asks for a favor anyway. Alberu dramatically claims that if Kale refuses, he might lose his title and even his life. Kale looks at the screen with a suddenly very serious expression. As the two kittens huddle close to overhear the gossip, Kale decides he should at least listen to what this suspicious favor is all about before saying no. Alberu finally drops the bomb. He wants Kale to go to the Dark Elf village. Kale realizes he has been played, and his dreams of a lazy slacker life instantly crumble. Alberu explains there is something important he needs to retrieve from that village. Alberu explains the Dark Elves are currently tied up with a task for him, so it is impossible for them to move, meaning a human must be the one to go. The item in question was built by a very high-ranking engineer. Strangely, the device will only activate if someone with Dark Elf blood touches it. Kale listens intently to Alberu's explanation and asks what the object is, but the Crown Prince gives an answer that does not even make any sense at all. Kale is totally confused. And trust me, you and I are just as curious for what comes next. Alberu gives a fake sweet smile and says, I am just wondering why I am always surrounded by such wonderful people. All right, you and I are about to see just how messy this secret gets. Kale holds his weakness, but he is the only one trusted. Alberu looks through the video orb at the other side, wearing a friendly and perfectly crafted grin. Kale suggests sending a subordinate if travel is too difficult, but Alberu quickly shoots that idea down. I would love to, but I have business in the Empire. There is a festival hosted by the Prince and Sun God twins. A festival? Kale realizes the Prince of the Rayon Kingdom actually received an official invitation to the Empire. He sits up straight after hearing that, realizing this is an event he knows absolutely nothing about. This specific event did not appear until the 5th volume of the original novel, The Birth of a Hero. Those Sun God twins, a brother and sister, are destined to inherit the massive power of the Sun God. On the surface, they seem to bring peace, but they only value the sacrifice of the good as their symbol. They define good and evil by their own standards. Alberu explains the risks involved in doing this. The Sun God Church and Dark Elves are opposites, so sending them would make the chance of being caught very high. Kale realizes the stakes here are insanely high, and Alberu simply nods in grim agreement. Now watch closely, because this is the prince's biggest secret. Dark Elves are hated in the West, and he carries their blood. If the truth leaks, Alberu loses his crown, and those twins would likely try to kill him instantly. As symbols of the sun, those twins despise any creature that grows in the shadows without their control. To them, burning those people alive and killing them is nothing less than divine justice. Kale gets a terrible feeling about this entire situation. He sighs and says, I will go and return soon. Alberu just leans back and laughs. Well, I was planning to attend that festival without you anyway. Kale is curious why the Crown Prince of the Empire would suddenly invite Alberu like this. Didn't he contact the other kingdoms too? Alberu's response is simple, because the guy is completely insane. Kale looks horrified at the response. Isn't your language a bit too casual right now, Your Highness? Kale admits he does not know either. Alberu smiles and says, Of course you do not know. Anyway, I am counting on you. I will pay you well for this. With that, he cuts the connection. You and I both know Kale can't say no to a reward or staying alive. He puts on a fake, respectful smile. Dear Prince, the shining star in the heart of every citizen. Where exactly is this place you mentioned? Alberu tells him he needs to head to the Western continent to help him immediately. Kale asks if that is where the Dark Elves live, and Alberu praises his sharp intuition. He remembers the land of death. Red sand by day, black as night, with new mountains of sand constantly forming. A necromancer once led countless corpses here for one final, legendary battle in the past. He starts sweating. A desert in the middle of summer? Rayon flies over, asking if they are going on vacation. On warns him that the desert heat is brutal. Young master, please do not faint on us. Kale asks the Black Dragon to reconnect the device. Rayon grumbles, again? And Kale just nods. Somewhere else, Ron is curious about the destination. Kale is looking for a power to rival the sun god. Not the moon or normal shadows. He needs something else. Eternal darkness. The kind of darkness that makes the sun vanish completely. He is thinking of the power of death. He tells Rayon to contact the Stan territory. Cage arrives, hears the plan, and is shocked. Dark elves in the land of death? Kale holds his fan and asks for her honest opinion. Cage doesn't hesitate. I am in. So, I just need to bless that item you received? Yes. Once a day until we reach the capital. Keep pouring the god of death's blessing into it. Cage looks confused. Young master, are you planning to assassinate a high priest of the sun god? Kale just smirks. Guess you did not think I had it in me. Cage quickly reevaluates him. Kale would not pick a fight like that. The church would love a rich and talented person like you. It sounds strangely logical. According to their own doctrine, he is exactly the kind of man they would adore. Well, except for that kind part. Trust me, you and I are about to see his true colors. Let's go. You and I are heading out. Raku turns to the door and introduces a new face. He pulls the door open, and a woman walks in, surprised to see a guest waiting for her. Seeing how excited everyone is, he clarifies that she isn't a guest, she is joining the squad. Tasa asks if they are finished. Raku nods, confirming he has already explained the destination and everything they need to bring back with them. Ket just stares at them, completely baffled by their informal way of speaking to one another. Tasa smiles brightly at the group, noting that all the necessary details have finally been shared. She bows gracefully to Ket and introduces herself as Tasa, their guide, who has recently undergone a major transformation. The two shake hands as Ket identifies himself as a priest of the god of death who was excommunicated. Tasa happily suggests they throw a party later to welcome their new friend, and Ket is totally on board. He asks if there will be alcohol, and Tasa promises every drink imaginable. Raku tells her it is time. She agrees, and soon the entire group is on horseback, heading straight into the heart of that terrifying desert. The heat is brutal. Raku asks Tasa if the land of death is truly just past the western city gate. She steps forward and confirms it. Du is confused why a gate would lead to a place of no return, but Tasa admits it is strange. Rosalind and Ket agree that the whole setup feels completely unnecessary and weird. Watch this. Tasa points toward the gate, where soldiers are screaming as they hunt down desperate people. They shout to capture everyone for interrogation, making a scene as they drag the prisoners to the gate. Raku sighs, realizing the gate was only built to catch those trying to run away. Tasa explains that it is used to stop citizens from escaping, though some still try to flee every day. It is all because the Doobie family keeps jacking up taxes on the poor territory. Soldiers beat the struggling refugees, while a young girl drops to her knees, begging them for her life. The soldier screams at them, asking if they really thought he would be gone just because it was night. He calls them fools, mocking their attempt to sneak out early while the guards were supposed to be eating. He kicks the citizens hard as they apologize, crying that they simply do not have any money left. Raku has seen enough. He steps in, offering a gold coin just to let his group pass through. The soldier greedily snatches the coin, suddenly acting polite as he orders the gate to be opened. He tells them to survive so their blood does not stain the red sands. Quite the greeting, isn't it? As they pass, Raku tosses another gold coin back to the guard. He demands the prisoners be released, and the guard bows, calling him a generous young master. Raku just sighs at the flattery, claiming he is only meddling for no real reason. He promises another gold coin if they return alive, and the soldier is more than happy to wait. You saw that too, right? Everyone is just staring at him in total silence. He tells Tasa to lead the way, and she giggles, calling their young master a truly kind soul. He shoots back that it is not kindness, it is actually just pure irresponsibility. Tasa ignores him and tells everyone to follow her as they quickly leave the city walls behind. He flies alongside the Black Dragon, continuing their dangerous journey across the shifting sands. Looking down, the sand truly looks like blood. Tasa tells them to prepare for an incredible view. Raku looks around, wondering what kind of view she means. The sky is a wild mix of red and purple, sparkling with a sea of distant stars. The Black Dragon loves it, claiming the cool, dark desert is just as awesome as he is. Raku admits it feels mysterious, like the night is physically falling onto the ground. Tasa turns back and asks if the night falls on the ground, then how deep does the earth go? He replies that dark elves probably live deeper than the night itself, which clearly impresses Tasha. Now, she will guide them all straight to the hidden city of the dark elves. Trust me, you and I are entering a world deeper than the night. All right. You and I are following Kale as he stares into a deep vortex, hoping he doesn't slip and die. Choi Han suggests they start there, with the last person locking the door behind them. Even Rosalind looks a bit shaken, whispering that they seem to be heading down into some kind of basement. Rayon eagerly urges the humans to hurry. Seeing the little dragon by his side, Kale feels a bit more at ease. That is right with Ron here. Everything should be fine. But as they descend, Kale suddenly gasps. A sliding staircase? Now that is a surprise. Rayon dives in happily, shouting that this is fun and he wants another turn. But as they go deeper, Kale realizes they are surrounded by pitch-black darkness. He cannot see a single thing, yet somehow, there is a mechanism smoothly carrying them down into the depths. At the bottom, he lands on something soft. Kale wonders what that adorable sound was, but he just tells everyone to get up and keep moving. Tasha turns around with a wide smile, welcoming him to the city of death. It is a greeting he definitely was not expecting. Now, watch this reveal the moment they step inside. A shimmering blue sky makes everyone gasp in pure shock. Rosalind is stunned, wondering how such a place exists underground. Even Cage looks around, noting that death is truly just a part of nature. Looking at the glowing lights, Rosalind asks if they are elementals. Tasha explains it is simply the raw power of nature at work. Even though dark elves draw their magical strength from the power of death, they are still a proper part of nature. As a race of both darkness and elves, they can command elementals while utilizing dead mana. Tasha waves at her relatives, casually saying it has been a long time. Her family? Not exactly thrilled by the casual greeting. They scold her immediately she did not send a single letter home for an entire year, yet she has the nerve to act like no time has passed at all. Tasha happily greets Sean, but he completely ignores her. Instead, he walks straight past her to give Kale a proper welcome. Sean bows respectfully, offering to guide them from here. He tells Kale to just relax and follow his lead. Tasha is fuming that she is being ignored, but Sean just asks Kale if they have any luggage that needs transporting. Kale replies that he does not have much. He asks if they can be taken to see the mayor immediately. Sean confirms the mayor is already waiting and offers to lead the way right now. He adds that since Kale is a noble, he should feel free to speak casually with him. Kale agrees and follows Sean, taking the chance to finally admire the incredible city around him. Kale admits the place looks miraculous. Tasha proudly notes that it is much more developed than most cities on the surface. Yeah, there is no doubt about that. As he walks, he notices it is not just dark elves here, there are humans too. He looks at Tasha, and the realization hits him. You and I are about to learn the heartbreaking reason why those who flee into the desert can never go back. Kale looks up at the shimmering stars and shares his thought. Sean is impressed, praising Kale for being so sharp. Sean explains they understand those people better than anyone. The land of death is one of the 5 forbidden regions. Those sands are like blood, created from the tragic deaths of countless people over many generations. There are horror stories about dark elves using curses to lure humans into the desert. Kale thinks that despite the rumors, people still run here to survive when they have nowhere else to go. And the dark elves, who were once fugitives themselves, understand that desperation better than anyone. Kale looks at the magnificent buildings and is left in awe. It is incredible a place for the living that shares such a deep connection with death. A race that was once hunted by humans is now showing them this much compassion. It is truly something else. They are different from regular elves, who hate being near humans, yet they still possess that unmistakable elven grace. Kale finally understands why nature favors the dark elves. Sean adjusts his glasses with pride, agreeing with the sentiment. Sean explains that this is likely due to the unique characteristics of the land of death where they reside. He elaborates that while they do not know why, this desert is naturally filled with the aura of death. Once or twice a year, a massive amount of dead mana literally blooms. Cage chimes in, noting that the deathly aura filling this desert does not actually feel evil at all. She reaches out, explaining it is just natural energy that is meant to fade away or move on with the world. Sean asks if she is a priestess of the god of death. Cage just laughs, saying her divine powers were stripped away. Kale looks up, and Rayon follows his gaze. wondering if this place might actually be special. Kale suggests this might be land blessed by the god of death himself. Using dead mana does not automatically make them evil. After all, you and I know plenty of humans who are far more twisted and insane than any dark elf. Kale finishes his answer and glances at the black dragon, who just stares back in total silence. Ron agrees with him immediately. All right, you and I are about to see if this city is really as great as Kale says it is. Well then, let us keep moving. They head toward the mayor office. Here, the eldest usually leads, and the current mayor is already 521 years old. Suddenly, the mayor freezes, sensing an overwhelming and terrifying energy. Kale watches him tremble in pure shock and nervously asks the old man if he is actually feeling okay. Kale listens to their conversation and wonders who this elder really is. Is Tassa this close to the mayor because of her position, or is there a deeper family connection here? Watching her calm the old man down, Kale realizes her high-level connections finally start to make perfect sense. Tassa supports the old man and asks why he looks so terrified when his granddaughter has finally come to visit. Kale realizes she is actually his granddaughter. Of course, a future queen would never have a common background. Her grandfather is the mayor of the legendary city of the Night Stars. The mayor approaches him, trembling. Now, pay attention because he is about to ask the one specific question that Kale was truly hoping to avoid this entire time. Hearing that, Kale immediately gets a very bad feeling about where this is going. He denies it, but the mayor is not buying it. He clearly senses the magnificent and great natural power of a dragon nearby. Rayon is invisible and mocks the old elf's sharp instincts. Kale just groans silently to himself. It seems the military rations worked well for his senses. Still, Kale continues to deny everything. I told you, I am not a dragon. The mayor strokes his beard, looking completely puzzled. It feels exactly like the dragon energy he met long ago. His spiritual power even remembers that specific aura. Kale starts sweating. What kind of dragon did this old man meet? Even Rayon is curious now. Kale figures that at 521 years old, he has definitely lived long enough to encounter a dragon. Tassa tries to steer the conversation and suggests they move this talk into the mayor's private office first. Kale knows that once spiritual power memorizes a specific energy, it is nearly impossible to trick. What now? Since the mayor's spirit already saw the truth, lying might just make things worse. He can clearly feel the dragon energy. You and I know Kale hates being the center of attention, but it seems he has absolutely no other choice left now. He looks at Choi Han. They share a nod, and Choi Han signals by tapping the wall. Kale tells Raon it is time to appear. Tassa is shocked to hear a voice coming from thin air. Kale nods, giving the dragon the green light. Tassa gapes in disbelief, while the mayor just starts laughing nervously. The person in the black robe flinches as Rayon suddenly appears on Kale's shoulder. Everyone gasps in shock because a real dragon is finally standing right there. Rayon hides behind Kale back. Kale just smiles and tells the little guy to stop being so shy. The mayor is ecstatic to see little Rayon and lets out a cry of joy. Tassa is still completely frozen, unable to find the words to describe what she is seeing. They all stare at Raon as he starts flying. There is no doubt about it anymore. The mayor bows his head low, claiming he cannot even stand properly in the presence of a dragon. Kale knew that certain races were obsessed with dragons, but he did not expect it to be this extreme. Rayon grins proudly and introduces himself as the great Rayon Miru, currently a very impressive 4 years old. Did he really have to mention his age? Ron then tells them he is currently taking care of weak Kale. The mayor is impressed, while Kale just stands there sweating, wishing he could disappear. Kale tells the mayor to stand up, but the old man stubbornly refuses. He cries out that the dragon he met before said standing on 2 legs is a sign of aggression. He has absolutely no intention of picking a fight with a dragon. Kale wonders what kind of terrifying dragon this man must have met in the past. It looks more like pure fear than respect. Rayon tells him he hates that attitude and commands him to stand. The mayor happily stands up immediately. Rayon turns back to look at Kale with a big grin. Rayon asks if he looks majestic, and Kale just sighs. Trust me, you and I are going to love this duo. All right, you and I are diving into this lavish feast the mayor threw while asking if everyone else was settled. The mayor nods, confirming they are, before finally introducing himself properly after the slight delay. I am Obante, he says. Kale smiles back and introduces himself as Kale Henitus. Kale continues the conversation, requesting they keep the dragon's existence a total secret. Hearing this, Obante, Tasha, and Shin all nod in agreement. I promise, he says, swearing on his bond with the spirits to ensure this secret never leaves the room. Kale looks at Rayon eating happily and wonders why the mayor acts so formal and tense around him. It makes sense though he is traveling with a dragon, and their bond clearly looks incredibly close to everyone. Then Obante asks Kale if the crown prince, Alberu, is aware of the situation. Hearing the mayor use Alberu's name so casually, Kale realizes they must be related. He simply replies that His Highness does not know. The mayor is stunned. He cannot believe Alberu is secretly working with someone as noble and high-ranking as Kale. He asks if he should tell Alberu, but Kale shuts it down, saying he will handle that part himself. Obante looks a bit disappointed but promises to keep his word and stay silent about it all. Then Obante mentions that Kale has not heard the details about the item yet. Kale confirms he is still in the dark. Now, here is where it gets interesting. Obante says it is a bracelet, but Kale does not care about the object itself. His sudden outburst catches the mayor completely off guard. He asks if any human can touch the bracelet. Obante is confused, asking what Kale means by that. He does not understand the reason behind Kale's strange question and asks for some clarification. Kale explains that one of his companions knows the blessing of death, and they will perform it until the exchange. He wants that blessing every day, so he and 2 priests will perform the ceremony together while touching the item. The mayor agrees, saying that if that is the reason, he is actually very grateful for the extra precaution. This way, the chances of Alberu finding out are much lower, and Kale can avoid danger more easily. Priestess Cage is basically a wild card who performs the god of death's intense blessing ritual. Even though she lost her divine powers, the strength of her blessing has not weakened at all. She might even be strong enough to face the blessings of the sun god's twins all by herself. Kale looks at the mayor and asks if everything should be properly prepared. Obante agrees and thanks him. He mentions that the manufacturing will finish tomorrow. Kale asks if that means he can leave immediately. Obante hesitates, saying it might be difficult to leave right away. Kale is surprised and asks why. The mayor explains the situation, wondering if Kale already knows about the desert's extreme dangers. Pay attention here, because this desert is terrifying. Twice a year, dead mana rises from the sand like smoke. Since it follows no rule, we cannot even investigate. Shocked, Kale asks if that dangerous period is starting right now. The mayor confirms it. It is predicted to start in 2 or 3 days from now. While Ron snacks, Kale asks if the mana is liquid. Obante explains it is actually a deadly gas. Kale realizes it is not liquid mana, but a lethal smoke-like gas floating everywhere in the air. This is even more dangerous than he thought. Even though Tasha is a dark elf who can fly through it, Kale watches her as they discuss the risks. Oh, so that deadly period is already here? Tasha says. Kale decides it is better for everyone to leave after a week passes and the danger finally settles down. He tells the mayor they will stay for a week. Obante is shocked and screams in surprise. Kale explains he will just walk around. Since they are stuck there, he asks for a city map. The mayor agrees and offers to let Sin act as Kale's personal guide for the trip. Then Kale spots someone wearing a black cloak and asks who that mysterious person is. Obante explains they are an apprentice, helping create the bracelet this time. He called the child over specifically to introduce them to Kale. Ron stops eating his snacks and looks up, curious to see exactly who this newcomer is. Rayon notes the person is fully human and wonders how a human ended up in a dark city. Kale looks at the child and realizes he was right about his suspicions. Trust me, you and I just witnessed a major reveal. The cloaked person begs the mayor to let them go outside. I am curious about the world outside, the girl in black says. You and I are about to see everyone lose their minds as they cry out. Even you? Mary? Tasha asks Mary what she means, then turns to Obante to demand an explanation for what is really happening here. Sean breaks into a sweat, reminding her that the outside world is dangerous. Mary calmly says she will go alone. Tasha stands up, refusing to let her go alone. A heavy, suffocating silence suddenly fills the entire room. Rayon looks at Kale and says, "That human is strong. She is more powerful than any mage I have seen." Kale wonders if she is truly stronger than Rosalind. Mary stays silent as Sean calls out her name in worry. Mary pulls up her sleeve, revealing black lines wrapping around her arm. Tasha and Sean are completely horrified by the sight. Kale thinks she is 100% human, but she has a very unique aura about her. She has the attribute of the people of the night and can create items from the darkness itself. This is the truth. It is extremely difficult for a normal human to possess a dark attribute like this. Here is the part you and I need to watch. If she is truly a necromancer, she could change the world forever and even create limbs for dragons. She introduces herself as Mary, 25 years old. Tasha sees her exposed arm and lets out a frantic scream. "Mary, how could you just show your body to others like that?" Tasha cries out in a panic. Tasha is sweating from fear, but Kale calmly sips his tea, thinking her introduction sounds exactly like Rayon's. Chief Obante turns to Kale and asks, "Young Master Kale, do you know anything about necromancers?" Kale answers him honestly, "I only know the basic things that everyone else knows." Obante nods and says, "Then I suppose there is no need to start from the very beginning." Sean explains that during the dead magic season, they go above ground to bring humans to the city quickly. Most refugees who reach the land of death are in a state of total physical collapse. That is because even a tiny amount of dead magic can be fatal to any ordinary human. Tasha adds that they cannot save everyone, despite the rumors people hear in the outside world. Sean admits they found Mary during the largest eruption of dead magic seen in several hundred years. Back then, Mary was running and crying for her mother. Her mother told her to keep running and never look back. Mary kept running through the desert until her strength completely gave out and she collapsed. Even then, she whispered through her tears that she had to keep running. Then, she fell unconscious. When they discovered Mary, she had already absorbed a massive, lethal amount of dead. Honestly, it would not have been a surprise if she had died. Kale asks how she managed to survive. But it is not Sean who answers him. It is Mary herself who speaks up. You and I can only imagine the agony when she says, "Yes, I survived. But the pain felt like every single vein in my body was exploding." To survive that intense pain, she had to learn how to control all that dead magic. She clenches her fist and explains that between a black mage and a necromancer, she chose to be a necromancer. After that, I did not feel pain anymore. I still do not feel it today, she says calmly. Tasha looks at her with immense pride, while Kale asks softly if it really does not hurt anymore. He realizes that for a girl lost in the desert of dead magic, becoming a necromancer was her only choice. Usually, gods do not allow such power easily. Necromancers are supposed to suffer for their entire lives. However, Mary hesitates and admits that she has no memories of her life before that day. She only remembers her family members fainting while she continued to run alone through the desert. She cannot remember the faces of her family or the world she used to belong to. Her mother's voice telling her to keep running and never look back is the only thing that remains. Even though I suffered for 15 years, I have been very happy, Mary says with a grateful heart. I am still happy today. Hearing this, Sean and Tasha look at her with deep affection. She shows her black-veined arm again. I heard humans hate necromancers and find these scars disgusting. I will just stay out of sight so that no one has to look at these scars. She has prepared so much. Even the black dragon is stunned after seeing the state of her arm. Mary is curious about this world, and trust me, you and I are going to enjoy seeing her become a legend who finally finds her place. Stick with me, Mary is about to get a big compliment from our little dragon. But then the black dragon arrogantly adds, "You can never be as great as me, but you are still pretty wonderful." Kale agrees with that praise, saying, "Exactly, it is wonderful. Just staying alive is more than enough." The black dragon keeps going, and he is being totally serious right now. "I admit you are a pretty talented human, but you are still weak, barely as strong as one of my tiny little claws. If you say you will not get hurt but then return covered in wounds, I will personally level this entire piece of land." Kale does not really approve of that plan, thinking that if someone gets hurt, they should just get treated first. Mary definitely does not want her loved ones getting injured, so I understand the feelings of Rayon and these dark elves. However, no one can stop this person's burning desire to find those 10 years that she has already lost. Mary then speaks up honestly, promising not to leave until she has permission and vowing to return secretly within 1 year. But then, Chief Obante raises his hand to stop her, saying, "Let us talk about that later. Let us talk later." The room suddenly falls into a heavy silence, and after thinking it over, Mary finally hesitates and says, "Yes, I understand. Next, Obante turns toward the young master to speak with him. Now pay attention, because this next offer is a huge win for Kale. Young master, can I contact you after the dead mana period finally passes? Kale agrees immediately, saying, if that is possible, I would be very happy to. Thank you, Chief. The chief asks Tasha to guide the young master out, but Tasha just nods her head without saying anything else. Very quickly, everyone leaves the room, and only Chief Obante is left standing there all by himself. He walks to the door, watching their figures fade away, while Kale calls out to Mary, and she nods back at him. Suddenly, Kale asks her if she can create an arm. She is confused and asks, "You mean a human arm?" And he simply replies to her, "That is right. A left arm." She wonders why he needs a left arm, but Kale just confirms it, and Mary softly says, "I understand. I will make it." But since she did not mention any money, Kale starts wondering if she even wants a reward for her work. So, he decides to start probing a little bit to find out what her true wish is. He asks Mary what she wants to see in the human world, but she hesitates, saying she only has memories from books. "I just cannot imagine what the world of humans actually looks like," she says. She feels she needs to see it with her own eyes before she can really know what she wants. Kale totally agrees with that way of thinking and happily tells her, "You are right. I understand how you feel." To himself, he notes her vague wish, not wanting to see or do anything specific, just wanting to be free. For Raun, this world was just like a cave, so he did not know what to want either. Raun understands her best. The Black Dragon then praises Mary, telling her she is a wonderful and very kind-hearted human. "Even if you are not as great as this weak human, you are one of us, and you have lived a great life." Kale sighs and smiles at him. You and I can tell he is basically trying to convince her to come along. 2 days later at a restaurant, Kale gives an order to B. Crocs. "B. Crocs, go get me another glass of lemonade." But John immediately steps in, saying, "Young master, let me go and get that for you instead." Kale stops him, telling John to stay seated, then calls out, "B. Crocs, come over here once you are ready." That is when Mary appears in front of him. Kale turns to B. Crocs and says, "This is the person making your father's arm." Hearing that news, both B. Crocs and John look at each other in total surprise and shock. Kale watches Mary and thinks to himself that someone who does amazing work should be rewarded properly, especially since she is the one creating a new arm for one of his own loyal people. He might love free stuff and scheming, but he is definitely not some kind of scammer. As Mary sits down next to him, Kale asks if she remembers his request for the arm, and she says yes. He tells her he hates being in debt, so he will provide her a place to stay for 18 months. B. Crocs and John stare at Mary, while Kale stands in front of the girl who is completely covered in black. Kale repeats that he will provide a place for her to stay for 18 months, and Rayon is super hyped, shouting, "Good job, you weak human." Mary looks mysterious in her black veil. "What do you mean?" "Trust me, we have to see what happens next." "All right, you and I are diving back in," as Kale waves his hand, offering her a place to stay until winter before picking up his golden tea. But the place where she will be staying, compared to the normal world where humans live, is certainly not just a typical village. It is a place between two cities where everyone lives together. Yet one can still spend time admiring the true beauty of nature. Kale sips his tea while imagining the wild scene of the Forest of Darkness, a dangerous territory filled with many monsters where she will stay. Aside from the dangerous monsters, the scenery in that area is actually quite beautiful. The view there is something you can never see in an underground city because it is so majestic. Hearing this, she promises not to be a burden. Kale just smiles and points his finger, saying she only says that because she does not truly know who he is yet. Now pay attention here. This is where Kale starts plotting something huge behind that calm smile, even if he says he hates being tired. In reality, he only does things the churches call crazy, just so he can stand against them. And the reason he can keep pushing forward like this is simply because they have no way of ever catching him. He raises a finger and promises that even 6 months after she meets the Sun God Church, he will at least help her survive and escape once. Mary looks completely shocked. Could that really be possible? Suddenly, an old man with snowy white hair appears. The owner of this inn is a 70-year-old man. The old man looks quite frail and weak. He asks with concern if Kale can truly help their Mary. It turns out this old man was also rescued from the desert by dark elves. After Tasha left, he became like real family to Mary. Kale answers him that it is true. He then asks if the old man has heard of it while imagining dragon dead mana magic. He plans to give her that power, imagining the necromancer Mary becoming just as strong as the high-level mage Rosalind. If she has to travel while avoiding the priests of the Sun God Church, the simplest solution is just to make her even stronger. Suddenly, John appears, looking frantic like he ran all the way here, but Cale is still lost in his own deep and quiet thoughts. Since she is creating an artificial arm for John, Cale feels it is only right to do this much for her in return. You and I know Cale is busy, and right now he is just ignoring John, who is calling for him. Cale tells him to stay put. John looks worried and asks if he really meant that he would use dragon dead mana magic. Cale ignores the concern and points his finger sharply at a waiter, asking what he is doing and why the lemonade he ordered is not here yet. The waiter hesitates before scurrying off. John sinks into his own thoughts while Mary sits at the table talking to someone else. Regarding the offer that was mentioned, Mary says she is currently thinking about creating the artificial arm first. It turns out the person sitting and talking with Mary right now is John. She notes that his muscles have developed in a very strange way. Mary observes John with a doubtful look on her face as she begins to make a professional judgment about his body. Looking at his right arm in balance, she realizes he uses his left hand similarly, and the arm needs to be crafted very precisely. She suggests it would be best to try using it first, then adjust the fit to be more suitable during the process. It turns out Cale has been listening to the conversation between Mary and John the whole time. He asks her how long it will take. Mary immediately replies it will take about 1 to 2 months. Cale tells her she can proceed with the work at the inn above ground. Since John is working at the inn, Mary thinks this might be difficult. She looks down at her golden tea and hesitates. This makes her feel a bit conflicted because she does not want to cause any trouble or involve him in her complicated situation, maintaining her mysterious aura. She notes that since they have very powerful people around them, it might not cause any real interference. Meanwhile, Ron is sitting right there on the table, drinking his water while eavesdropping on the entire conversation. This kind kid is clearly very smart. He knows that with a great power like him around, no damage will ever happen. Rayon grumbles about smashing everyone. He still keeps some thoughts hidden, but his boasting is starting to hit the roof. Cale wonders who he could have possibly learned that from. Mary turns to Cale and says she will think about it and speak with him later. Cale leans over the table and asks if that is so. Since they are leaving in a few days, he tells her to decide before then and pack her bags to join their group. Cale and John leave the dining table one after another, but then Cale suddenly remembers something and stops. He tells her to finish her lemonade before leaving, since they will be seeing each other often. Cale smiles, saying she should taste their chef's skill. Cale and John walk away together after that, and now they are standing right by the door having a private chat. John asks who that person is and what is actually going on. Cale just smiles and tells him to accept it for now. John looks dazed for a moment, before finally finding his words. He offers to bring up some tea and snacks. As Cale turns away, Cale says he does not need any snacks. He just tells John to bring something to drink whenever he decides to come upstairs. He warns John not to bring lemonade, making him laugh. Trust me, you and I will love what comes next. All right, you and I are about to dive into one of the wildest manhwa plots. Mary looks mysterious at an inn near the capital. Rayon hovers by her side, looking totally shocked. Is it really that magical? She quietly replies, Yes, Sir Rayon. It feels like a miracle since this is my first time seeing a sky like this. Mary's words carry a strange weight as she stares up at the endless blue, seemingly unable to measure its vast height. Rayon scoffs, Just you wait. Once we get home, I will show you a night sky 10 times more beautiful. He turns to Mary. I will even give you a tour of the entire Forest of Darkness. She softly replies, Thank you, sir. The scene shifts to a gold-plated luxury building where Tunka introduces the place to Cale. Well then, young master, you can just stay here today. Cale looks skeptical and asks, Is this really my room? He slowly steps forward and pushes the door open. Whoa, just look at this. The room is glowing with a brilliant aura, featuring a massive feast and Alberu crossman waiting for Cale to open the door. Everything is ready for him. Alberu looks surprised and offers a welcoming gesture. Honestly, Cale and Tunka look pretty hilarious right now. And Cale cannot help but grimace. This definitely is not my room, Cale mutters. Tunka just laughs out loud. Haha, of course it is not. Let me explain. I am sorry if I startled you, but I was simply asked to help out with this meeting. Tunka leads Kale to the lavish table in the radiant room. There, I have followed my orders, so you two go ahead and talk to each other now. Alberu Crossman sits across from Kale and says, I truly did not expect you to lower yourself to come all this way. I was in a bit of a rush, so just sit down for now. Kale locks eyes with Alberu Crossman. Have you heard the news yet? Tunka has officially become the commander-in-chief and general of the Whipper Kingdom. Kale starts thinking about the situation surrounding Tunka. I thought Tunka's group had been quiet for the last few months, but it turns out they were just getting started. Tunka reaching that rank means the Whipper royal family is now under his thumb. Kale sinks deeper into his intense conversation with Alberu Crossman. He really took the shortcut to power in a kingdom that is about to collapse, didn't he? Alberu continues his response to Kale. That is right, though for now it does not directly involve us. He pulls out a blue stone bracelet. It seems your highness does not know how to entice mages. Alberu hands it over. Of course I do not. Even our own people are clueless. So how would anyone in the Whipper Kingdom know about this? Kale's eyes show total shock. You saw that too? Oh. Kale puts on the bracelet and starts posing like a top model. Alberu cannot help but comment. Your highness, you actually look pretty decent like that. Kale responds with a dangerously charming and confident look. Why would you even ask something that is so obvious? They say being handsome is all that matters anyway. Kale looks down at the shimmering bracelet on his wrist. Is this the blessing of the god of death? How lucky. Kale is about to eat when he remembers that General Tonko will represent Whipper in the Empire. He puts his fork back down. This is going to be one giant mess, isn't it? Alberu rubs his forehead. I agree. I cannot even imagine how bad things are going to get. Kale asks, anyway, are you staying in this territory? Alberu nods and says, yes, that is what I am planning to do. Kale asks, for what purpose? Alberu looks completely exhausted. I plan to grow some crops and just rest for a while. Kale smiles. Who would believe you are farming with a face like that? But farming is the truth. Alberu shares the details. The seeds I brought back from the Magic Tower's secret lab have finally started to sprout. Once I return, I plan to nurture those seeds, along with talent and wealth. Of course, I have no intention of doing the work myself. Suddenly, a voice rings out from the sphere on the table. What on earth are you doing right now? Why are you telling people General Tunka is your friend and that you are the hero of the jungle? The person in the sphere gestures wildly, saying the Prince of Breck is searching for his sister Rosalind and asking for news about you. Everyone is sneakily coming to me to ask about you. What is this situation even supposed to be? All this work is honestly driving me crazy. The letter says that the ocean has finally become peaceful again. Young Master Kale notes, the Whale King wants to show me the path through the ocean. Anyway, I will return with the Prince of Breck. Then, a bloody scene appears. The Pope of the Sun God Church has been killed. The culprits are the twins serving as the Holy Son and Holy Maiden of the Sun God Church. Outside, amid the lush greenery, a voice echoes from within. Young Master, we have received a message from the Whale Tribe. Kale is busy reading a letter. Ron announces that their home is preparing for a festival and they want to invite the young master over to catch up after so long. The three kids, Rayon, On, and Hong, are eavesdropping and get super excited. Rayon shouts out, a festival. It is a festival. The kids get so loud that Kale's ears actually hurt. How annoying. He hesitates, but since I heard it, I cannot just ignore them. Kale stares at the letter. You and I know things are about to get crazy. Stick with me. You and I are jumping back into the chaos, because the Sun God Pope is dead. According to the secret letter, the suspects are none other than the twins serving as the church's saint and saintess. They have vanished without a trace. Kale calls for Ron, who greets him with that signature, terrifyingly polite smile, as if he is ready for anything. He orders Hans to contact Rosalind, saying he should not worry about the rest of the details for now. Kale plans to head to the Count's estate in 2 days. Hans just nods, clearly impressed by how much more wise and decisive his young master has become lately. While Kale tries to lounge on his bed, the kids refuse to leave him alone, constantly jumping on him and causing a ruckus. Rayon scratches at his clothes. asking if he really does not care about the festival. Kale just closes his eyes, looking like he is about to drift into a dream. If the kids want to see the festival, they will have to hurry. Still, Kale does not forget to remind Hans to prioritize calling Rosalind right away. The scene shifts to a dining table where Kale is meeting with someone for a serious discussion. One of the princes questioned the crown prince about news regarding Rosalind and Kale, so they are both heading back here from the Empire together. As tea is poured, Kale explains the situation to Rosalind. She nods, admitting that she has already grasped the gravity of what is happening. It is likely the fourth prince, a kid who apparently left his manners behind at Dragon Valley. Kale watches her drink her tea, pondering her words. Wait for it, this is the first time Kale has ever heard Rosalind talk about someone with such a sharp edge. Rosalind recalls her past with that prince. He was always a grumpy kid who complained a lot, so she found herself scolding him quite often. Maybe he just did not know any better since he grew up as royalty. She looks serious as she explains that even if someone is a prince, the world is not a place that simply bows to every single one of their whims. Then Rosalind laughs, saying she is the one who finally taught that boy exactly how the real world works. Kale takes a sip of tea, secretly thinking that whatever version of the world she taught him must have been absolutely terrifying to experience. Rosalind continues, promising that if anyone comes looking for her, she will make sure to send them back peacefully. Kale agrees, but internally he is shivering. Why does her promise to send them back peacefully sound so much like a terrifying threat? A knock sounds at the door, and Mary enters. She is the mysterious yet familiar girl who has finally joined the conversation. She greets everyone politely. Suddenly, Rayon bursts into the room, excitedly telling his human to listen to his new discovery. He and Mary found something special, but Kale is skeptical about what kind of trouble this little dragon found now. He asks if it is just another weird stone or a leaf with holes. Rayon quickly protests the assumption. It is nothing like that. Kale pinches Rayon's chubby face as he protests, jokingly wondering if they just found something as useless as a pile of dirt instead. Now, pay attention. Rayon shouts that they found bones, and Kale is completely caught off guard by the news. Rayon yells with pride, saying there are hundreds of them. Mary adds that they discovered a massive gravesite. She reports that they found a total of about 200 corpses buried deep within the earth. The bones are in great condition because they were buried immediately after death, meaning they have likely only been there for about 2 years now. Rayon guesses they all died while fighting each other deep inside the Forest of Darkness. Mary agrees, noting that the bones clearly suggest a fierce three-way battle between land monsters, winged creatures, and a group of minority tribes. With sparkling eyes, Rayon asks if Mary can finally use all those monster bones for her own purposes. Mary promises to use them carefully without breaking anything. Kale wonders if winged monster bones are actually useful for her. Mary explains that while the broken parts will need some repairs, the overall structure of the bones is quite sturdy. Kale asks about the quantity. Mary says there are fewer winged monsters than land ones, about 70 sets in total. When asked about the size, Mary reveals that she believes these were actually mutant monsters. Kale asks if they are as big as wyverns. She says they are even larger. Suddenly, a brilliant idea strikes Kale's mind. He recalls the image of the Northern Wyvern Knights, standing proud in their fierce, fire-red armor. He had been worried that using lightning and magic against them would cause massive casualties to his own forces. A slight smile creeps onto his face. The worry is gone. He asks Mary if she feels grateful to him. The mysterious girl confirms that she is truly thankful. Kale asks if she would be willing to return the favor later. Without a single moment of hesitation, she replies that she definitely wants to repay his kindness. Kale tells her to come to his territory whenever he calls for her in the future. She can practice with as many monster bones as she wants, provided she returns them all before leaving. Mary agrees instantly. Mary promises to return everything neatly. Rosalind watches them, and trust me, she definitely smells a scheme brewing. All right, you and I are about to dive into a deal that changes everything. Rayon is thrilled, knowing Kale will allow it. He asks Mary if a flying monster corpse could actually take to the skies. Mary gives him a very serious answer. She says yes, but since it is her first time with a flyer, she needs practice. Kale is deep in thought. If things go smoothly, this will be the perfect counter for those Wyvern Knights coming from the north. He pictures the skeleton bird army in his mind. Honestly, the more he thinks about it, the better it gets. Even the name sounds cool. He tells Mary to let him know once she has mastered the controls. Mary agrees and heads out. With that, Rayon has finished his job here for now. I will be right back, human. The mysterious girl and the dragon leave the room. Rayon looks at Mary confidently. A dragon would totally crush a puny wyvern, right? After all, dragon bones are still found in the marsh. Now only Kale and Rosalind remain. She asks if he wants to scout the military power of the Breck Kingdom. She seems a bit confused by his goal. What? Suddenly, Kale's expression and voice turn ice cold. Stick with me here, this is where the plan gets serious. He tells her the 3 northern kingdoms have officially allied. It is a classified secret only a few know. Rosalind is stunned, asking him what that truly means. He looks at her, but suddenly, his face becomes a lot more relaxed and expressive. He smiles and gestures around. There is no law saying only they can form alliances, right? Outside, the castle is bustling. Choi Han is genuinely impressed by the festive vibe. It really feels like a massive celebration. He is shocked. It is his first time seeing such a huge crowd gathered in front of the Lord's castle. Rayon nods along in excitement. Me too. On and Hong jump in, saying they have never seen this either. They even want to try waiting in line. Kale just sighs, but a gentle smile creeps onto his face. He already knows about these festivals. Cooking, painting, and sculpting competitions are common in the Hennetus territory. Every festival features these contests, all hosted by the Countess Violan herself. The Countess never holds back, throwing massive amounts of gold into the prize pools. Because the rewards are so huge, the place is always packed. Then, someone asks about a swordsmanship tournament. That question catches him off guard. Swordsmanship? No way. It is only for cooking, sculpting, and art. He asks about it in confusion. Choi Han points out what he has noticed from the crowd. He says those 2 over there are actually very strong. They will likely reach the finals, but they use more than swords. One looks like an archer. Now, here's where it gets interesting. Let's see how Kale handles this realization. Ron sees Kale's look and speaks up. We even have high-level assassins working as servants here. So why wouldn't there be legendary masters working as simple chefs or artists? Kale is completely frozen. Right, he totally forgot this is a high fantasy world. This isn't some normal place. In a world like this, a regular chef could be an expert in deadly poisons, and a simple tailor could be a ruthless, cold-blooded killer. That is just how this world works. Suddenly, a calm voice comes from the device. Stop making that face. Kale snaps back, telling the Crown Prince he is doing the same. They both have the same annoying thought. Calling each other every single day like this? Honestly, even they are starting to get tired of it. Kale cuts to the chase, asking if the 3 northern kingdoms have officially allied yet. Alberu just chuckles. Ha. So you were just pretending to be clueless this whole time? Alberu sees right through him. That is why you helped develop the naval base and recruited the mages. So, what is your next move? Kale does not hide it. Rosalind is going to meet her younger brother. Alberu is genuinely surprised. She knows about this too? Kale explains that she is a trusted member of his team. Alberu warns him to keep it a secret. Confidentiality is the most important thing right now. Kale gets it. I know. That is exactly why I didn't mention this to you earlier, Your Highness. He remembers something. Is the prince heading this way, the 4th prince? Alberu feels completely defeated. You are like a devil, you know everything. He admits that Kale's guess is spot on. And that is where we leave it. You and I just watched Kale predict the 4th prince's arrival with his knights. I am leaving the Empire tomorrow, so just make sure the schedule is set. Bridge 1. All right, you and I are diving back into the world of Kale and his crazy schemes. Alberu tells him to inform the Count too. Kale acknowledges the command. He wonders silently, does his father know Rosalind was once a princess? He can guess the answer. If Han knows, his father likely knows too. Makes sense since he is the head. Suddenly, Alberu calls out to him. The prince smirks. Want to hear something funny? He asks. Kale refuses instantly, but Alberu insists on telling him anyway. Pure helplessness. Why even ask then? Alberu immediately launches into his grim story. Do you know how the Pope of the Sun God died? He begins. After the festival opening, the Pope stood up to give a celebratory speech. Bridge 2. Now pay attention, Because what Alberu reveals next changes everything. The podium was blown to bits. Kale is stunned. An explosion? Alberu confirms it. It is a magic bomb, just like the one they faced. Kale instantly connects the dots. The terrorist bombing from the capital. Alberu used the word us, so it is definitely that incident. Kale broods. He remembers those twins and the black-robed villains. The power was identical. Seeing Kale's silence, Alberu sighs, thinking back to the horrific scene. A mage's shield saved him, but the followers? They were totally slaughtered. His gaze turns cold. His voice is suddenly sharp and freezing. I will find those responsible and make them regret ever being born. They targeted our kingdom once. He clenches his fist in silent rage. It was a different mage this time, but I am hunting him down. Kale delivers the news. Your Highness, that mage is already dead. Alberu is shocked. Did you kill him? Kale quickly denies it. Alberu just laughs it off. Please, tell me these things sooner next time. Kale agrees, his mind racing through the twins, the temple, and the bombs. The connections are messy. This is becoming one massive headache. It is frustrating, but he cannot send his crew to investigate just yet. Alberu moves on. Just contact me once the fourth prince arrives. He is very polite and dignified. You two should get along fine. Polite? Dignified? Kale's memory of that guy is, well, the complete opposite. Bridge 3. Let's take a breather. The dark politics fade away as festival season arrives. Tents are up and a drawing contest is in full swing. Ron's curious. Human, is it starting? Can we go to the night market later? Will you buy me everything? Kale smirks. He has got plenty of cash. He taught Ron about money and gave the kids some spending gold. On and Hong wander through the stalls, chatting and laughing together. There's gonna be so much food. We have to feed our youngest well. Kale watches them. That is it, kids. Learn the ways of the world. He praises his own generosity. Rayon chirps back, calling him very kind. A subordinate arrives, placing a thick file on the table. Here is the info. Kale scans the documents. So, these are the people I asked for? Yes, sir. A former knight captain, an archer, and a legendary assassin. Bridge 4. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You're going to want to see what he does next. All right, you and I are about to see how this hidden army of commoners and the Skotan wing could absolutely wreck the enemy's morale when they finally reveal themselves to the world. Then he asks about their actual strength, and Ron calmly reports they are all mid-tier or even higher. All three of them are actually as strong as Vice Captain Hillsman. Hearing that, he lets out a smile so creepy that even Rayon gets goosebumps. What is it, human? Why are you smiling like that? Is there something fun happening? Ron just smiles right back, the two of them sharing a very mysterious look with each other. He chuckles, saying the Henatu's territory is proving to be a much better place than we expected. Kale lifts his wine glass, unable to hide his satisfaction. He agrees, it really is a great place. The two of them share a dark laugh, leaving poor Choi Han standing there completely confused. Stopping the laughter, Kale starts thinking about the recent political shifts and major kingdom changes. Knowing 3 kingdoms have allied, the Count is already building walls and significantly boosting the quality of his local troops. Naturally, he is also pouring money into his projects without hesitation. Now watch this. Even with all that, Kale feels it is not enough. Suddenly, a loud scream cuts him off. I am total trash. An old man with silver hair and a beard, reaching the floor, is kneeling, clutching his head and screaming in pure, agonizing misery. Beside him, canvases are knocked over and paint palettes are scattered everywhere. How can you call this trash a painting? This is not what art is supposed to be. The old man's bitter complaints echo loudly throughout the entire room. My hands have gone crazy. I am useless. Hearing this, Kale is totally stunned. He cannot believe it because the paintings are actually beautiful. The contest has started its preliminary rounds before the big festival, followed by a second evaluation to decide the final winner. Right now, the winners of the first round are painting the Rocky Mountains behind the castle. Choi Han introduces him as an archer, that same man holding his head in pure agony. He seems incredibly sensitive, tearing at his hair and wondering why his work is so terrible. This is not art. Kale thinks to himself. Yeah, he looks sensitive. Choi Han reports he settled here 3 months ago, living near the White Tree in the slum area. That tree is his main inspiration. You saw that too, right? That tree is actually the indestructible shield, the man-eating plant where he got his first ancient power. Kale realizes the tree only reacts to him because he is the owner of that strength, making it a very dangerous situation for his hidden identity. If I go see him, and the tree shakes because of me, I might become his new inspiration. That would be bad. After thinking it through, Kale decides to skip him. Choi Han agrees. Kale asks if the sculptor is competing tomorrow, but Choi Han says he failed. What? How did he get disqualified? Apparently, he has zero talent for sculpting and finished last. Ron jokes that he is still a sharp assassin. Kale sighs heavily. Ron politely asks to book a restaurant for them. Kale agrees, deciding to meet the chef first. The group arrives at the restaurant where two people are waiting. Welcome. A silver-haired old man bows and offers to lead them to their room. Lily sees Kale and stutters in surprise. Kale bows back with a very respectful greeting. It is an honor to meet my mother's teacher. Lily whispers. In total shock, Lily looks at her master. Master was mother's teacher? She immediately realizes her mistake. She was trying to hide her secret swordsmanship training from the family. Kale gives her a bright smile that terrifies her. He adds that he wanted to meet her master too. The old man laughs gently. Ho ho, teacher of the Countess? With a warm smile, he introduces himself as Edro. He is a chef and a former captain. He used to lead knights for a fallen family. When Countess Violin entered the business world, he gave up his life as a knight to become a mercenary and a loyal bodyguard for her merchant guild. Trust me, we are just getting started. After Violin became the Countess, he finally followed his long-held dream of becoming a chef and settled here. The Count even built this entire restaurant just for him to manage. All right, you and I are diving back in as we meet Violin's old swordmaster, who is now training young Lily. Kale gives a sharp look before smiling at Edro. I've heard the food here is legendary. I'm really looking forward to it. Edro just nods, saying it is worth the trip. He gestures toward the table. Please, follow me. John steps up right behind them, ready for duty. I will be taking care of you today, young master. Edro glances back, sensing something off about Kale's vibe. He finally calls him a sinister brat, which actually gets a rare laugh out of John. Just like you then, John chuckles. He is genuinely impressed by how much the young master has grown and how devious he has become lately. John then leans in to whisper a warning. We snuck out here without the Countess knowing, so make sure you keep today's visit a complete secret. He is here partly to check on Lily's progress as a swordsman, but mostly, he wanted to meet the man who once served the Countess. Edro looks stunned. He actually wanted to see me? John just nods. Yes, he wants to learn all about his mother's life. John then remembers his secret orders from Kale to make sure Edro feels a genuine desire to defend the territory. That is my ultimate goal. Sure, he is getting older and the front lines might be tough, but wouldn't a legendary figure like him stepping up really move people's hearts? Back in the present, Kale turns to the young girl. Lily, I have no doubt that you are going to become a truly magnificent swordsman one day. She beams with pride and nods. Yes, brother, I will become a powerful knight and protect our home with everything I have got. Listening from the doorway, John feels a wave of satisfaction. It looks like the young master's little plan worked perfectly. Later that night, Kale heads out to the night market. The whole place is buzzing with energy and packed with people. He stops at a small stall and points to a bizarre, twisted piece of wood. Is this supposed to be a demon? The old lady quickly jumps in. Please, come look. Oh, great lord. This is a canary, it's a rare flower. Kale just stares, looking completely unconvinced. Watch this round pops up with a warning. Human. This is a total scam. That thing is definitely not a flower. Kale is actually impressed by how bad the carving is. I will take it, he says. The old woman's eyes go wide. Really? You mean it? For real? Kale nods firmly. Yes. I want to give this to someone very special to me. To keep the act going, he politely praises her handiwork. This sculpture is quite unique. It is exactly the kind of thing I have been looking for. She is overjoyed, clutching the piece of wood while showering him with praise. Oh, you have such exquisite taste, my lord. Just one moment, I will wrap it up right now. Kale stands there speechless, wondering how someone this powerful can act so ridiculous. He cannot help but admire her dedication. If this is all just a performance, then she is honestly one of the best actors he has ever seen. Is she actually happy thinking someone appreciates her art? Or is she just a pro? If she isn't an assassin, she's definitely a spy. His sources say she is not a spy. So Cale takes the package and hands over a heavy payment. 1 gold coin? This should be enough for you to close up shop and go home early, right? She gasps, looking flustered. Oh dear, I do not have any change for this. Cale just pulls his hat low. Keep it. Consider it a reward for all your hard work. The old shopkeeper stands there, completely stunned by his generosity. Now, you and I both know Cale isn't just being nice. It's the first time anyone noticed my effort, she whispers, before realizing exactly who he is. Cale gives her a knowing smile. Living in the shadows like this must be pretty exhausting, do you not think? Just take the money. It is for the effort you put into running away. John, I will leave the rest to you. John immediately steps forward. Cale figures a master assassin is the best person to negotiate with another killer. A sculptor/assassin. How interesting. And just like that, the fugitive Freya becomes the second piece to fall perfectly into his master plan. Cale smirks to himself. If he is going to build his own secret squad, he might as well go all the way and recruit the best. 3 weeks pass. Cale is casually enjoying some cake while Rosalind looks totally fed up. Suddenly, her brother bursts in, crying his eyes out. He is a total mess, tears and snot everywhere, as he wails at the top of his lungs. Why are you living in such a broken down, pathetic place like this? My only sister. How could you survive in a land made of nothing but rocks? Why bury yourself here? Cale watches the drama unfold, suddenly remembering what Alberu had told him about this guy. He was supposed to be a refined and dignified prince. Cale is staring at him, wondering where any of that dignity actually went. Rayon is getting pretty annoyed by the complaining. Hey, our house is great precisely because of all the cool rocks, you big baby. Who even is this dumb crybaby anyway? Cale just sighs, knowing exactly who this dramatic visitor is. This guest traveled all this way just to find his sister. It is the needy little brother Rosalind was talking about. Meet 4th Prince Ben. Wild, right? All right. You and I are jumping back into the chaos as a voice thanks Prince Alberu for his sister's safety. On the other end, someone asks if they're leaving already. The voice replies that they'll be sticking around for a few more days before heading out. Meanwhile, Cale is over here frowning, seriously doubting the Crown Prince's supposed refined taste in people. Sure, he looks like a gentleman now, but after that whole crying tantrum from earlier, Cale's just not buying the polite act. Where is the refinement he was promised? I mean, what kind of place is this that you'd bring such a wild, stubborn brat along? Prince Alberu is deep in thought, noticing Cale's confused expression. He wonders if the guy is just overwhelmed by the negotiation talk. Finally, he speaks up, wishing them a pleasant trip through the Rhone Kingdom during their stay. Prince Pen gives a stiff, royal thanks. As soon as the call drops, Rosalind's icy command cuts through the air. She tells him to stop talking, get into his training gear, and head to the training field immediately. She's terrifying with her brother, but then turns to Cale with a sweet smile, asking if she can borrow his training grounds. She claims she just wants to catch up with her brother after a long time. Cale happily agrees, not suspecting a thing. He tells her he will clear the entire area so they can have a nice, private sibling chat. Now, pay attention, because the look on Rosalind's face has her brother absolutely terrified. He's asking what he did wrong. Let's rewind a bit to see why Pen was crying his eyes out to Rosalind before the call even happened. He can't believe the former heir to the throne gave up being a magic tower master just to live as a mage in this tiny, rocky territory. Does any of this even make sense to him? Cale cuts him off. Who says she won't be a tower master? He doesn't know about being queen, but as a mage, he tells the prince that Rosalind could be the greatest mage ever. Does he really have that little faith in her? Pen snaps back, insisting he believes in her, but he's offended that a commoner would dare question him about his own sister. Before he can finish his sentence, Rosalind hits him with a literal blast of cold water. She stands up perfectly calm and tells him to get up off the floor right now. Rosalind flashes a sweet but deadly smile, saying it's definitely time for a very deep conversation between siblings. Back in the present, she magically dries his soaked clothes and casually tells him to head to the field while she follows. Pen is panicking now. On Kale's shoulder, Rayon is watching this whole mess with total judgment. The dragon thinks the crybaby doesn't realize how amazing Rosalind is, especially since he's looking down on weak humans. He grumbles about hating kids who do nothing but whine and complain all day long. Kale gets ready to leave, offering a polite goodbye to the prince before heading out. But before he goes, he reminds the prince that since this is a rocky territory, the training field floor is also solid stone. He smiles, mentioning how hard and sturdy it is. It's perfect for training, but it's definitely going to hurt. Pen is shivering now, realizing Kale and his sister are exactly the same kind of scary people. That's why they're friends. You and I are jumping forward 1 year now. Kale is 19, and time is just flying by. Rayon is pestering him to wake up, with On and Hong chiming in that it's time to get moving. Since there's still no movement from the bed, Rayon starts nagging him even more. He reminds Kale he's been asleep for 13 hours and isn't a hibernating bear. Spring is over, so stop sleeping. Kale finally groans. He can't believe it's already the end of spring. It's officially time to go hunt down the very last ancient power. Next stop, the Forest of the 10 Fingers. But first, a quick status check. Someone asks if he can really control everything at once. Kale says yes, and if people weren't watching, he'd have the whole Bone Wyvern Corps in the air right now. They've used top-tier magic stones to power up 72 flying monsters that Mary brought back to life. Kale complains to Rayon that sitting on bones is a literal pain in the butt, even with the cushions. Still, looking down at the world below, he has to admit the view is absolutely peak. Rayon spots the vice butler down below, who's currently waving his hands like a madman to get their attention. Kale immediately lands right in front of him as the butler shouts out for the young master. He hands over a letter from the Count and Mueller, mentioning that everything is finally coming to an end. Mueller's letter says he finished the interior decorations exactly as Kale asked. Stick with us to see how it looks. All right, you and I are back with our favorite young master Kale, who is working hard on his height while finishing the ultimate defense ship called Sun. Soon, he will also meet with Lady Rosalind, who has been busy handling negotiations across 2 different kingdoms all on her own. Whitty is also expected to arrive shortly. He mentioned that he would come here personally because he has something important to discuss. After finishing the letter, Kale asks the butler if everything is packed. He happily confirms it while Ritika announces that he is leaving too. Kale responds politely to the news. He says it is a shame they are heading in different directions, but he understands the situation. The man promises to return soon. Until then, he asks Kale to watch over his children, admitting he will miss this place dearly. Kale is left confused, but then it clicks. He realizes those children are actually the monster pilots he was thinking about earlier. Could it really be them? The scene shifts to the office of Odius, where Kale casually comments on how nice his new sofa is. Odius acts humble, claiming he actually switched to a much cheaper model recently. He tries to downplay his current success. Kale immediately calls him out on the lie, telling him he knows he is living well. Odius finally admits it with a happy smile. With Vinian Stan locked in a dungeon for the rest of his life, why would he not be doing well? Vinian has completely lost his mind. Word is that he has seizures every time he eats, and the Marquis is currently having his limbs cut off one by one. Odius expresses his deep admiration for young Master Taylor. Kale agrees, saying that Taylor is obviously a very talented and capable person. After chatting for a while, Odius gets straight to the point. He asks Kale why he has come to visit him today. Kale asks if Odius has a normal trade route available. Odius proudly replies that he has several clean routes for high-end trading. He claims to be a merchant who only works in the light. Kale just responds with a cold and skeptical tone. Without a word, he pulls out a gold coin. The moment Odius sees it, he gasps in total shock at the sight. He recognizes it as a high-tier golden coin immediately. Kale calmly notes that Odius seems to know his currency very well. Now here is the twist. Pay attention, because Kale tells him to go find 200,000 silver coins and bring them here. Odius is frozen by the massive request for 200,000 coins. Kale just acts like it is the most normal thing ever. Odius asks if gold would be better, but Kale says either is fine. He just wants the value of 200,000 coins. Odius tries to stay calm and thinks it through. He realizes that as long as it totals that amount, any currency will work. 200,000 gold coins would be worth about 200 billion. That is a huge amount, but not impossible to get. It is much safer to be caught with 2 billion than to have the crown prince find out he has 200 billion. Still, Odius hesitates, because that many coins will be incredibly heavy. He asks what Kale even plans to do with all that. Kale just smirks at him and asks if he really wants to know. Odius quickly waves his hands, saying he was just curious. Kale then drops a cold demand. He tells Odius to have everything ready for him in exactly 1 hour. Odius jumps in shock, asking how he could possibly do that in 1 hour. Kale just stares him down, emphasizing every word. Under that intense and terrifying pressure, Odius has no choice but to bow and agree to have everything prepared on time. Kale is satisfied with the answer. At that moment, a very specific and wild idea starts forming in his mind. Wondering what he will do with all that cash? Simple. He is going to create a literal path of money for every step he takes. Rayon holds the coin Kale gave him and feels pure joy. He is excited to have his own pile of money now. Odius cannot help but ask if the human is really going to carry all that cash. He then asks where Kale is going. He quickly retracts the question, and Kale smiles, telling him he made a wise choice. He asks him to greet Billows for him. Tell him I am living a happy life surrounded by money. Meanwhile, An, Hong, and Choi Han are all excited about their new inn. The kids say they love this place the most. Kale hears this and starts thinking about how the dynamic has shifted. He realizes that those two kids can now easily manipulate the deputy butler however they want. It is a pretty funny situation. Choi Han asks if they are waiting for Rosalind here. Kale confirms it, noting that they are currently in Brook Village. This village is near the western border and full of merchants. The Ten-Finger Mountain and the Elf Village should be nearby. But it does not matter. Those who hate humans would never come here. Kale is sure he will not run into them. The elves never enter human cities like Brook Village. That is a strict rule they have followed for a very long time. They only come down if their village is about to be destroyed. So, Kale figures he can just relax and eat in peace. That is what Kale thinks to himself. They decide to stay at the inn, and Choi Han goes in to book their rooms. Kale tells him to take his time. As the door opens, the bell hanging above it rings to signal their arrival. Stepping inside, Kale spots a mysterious cloaked group sitting in the corner. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. All right, you and I are diving into a scene where a simple meal feels incredibly tense. Maybe Rayon noticed it too. Humans are weak, but these people? They do not seem human at all. He does not answer, just giving a fake smile while secretly thinking how ridiculous this situation is. Could the elf village really be facing total destruction? Suddenly, Round's intense gaze makes one of the men jump back in terror, his face turning pale as his whole body starts shaking. The guy looks around frantically for the source of that pressure, and Kale realizes he is in trouble. It seems there is an elf here who has encountered a dragon's aura before. He whispers to Round, Rayon, just circle the room invisibly, and do not let anyone see you. And remember, I do not know you at all today. Rayon doesn't get it, but he agrees. Understood. Human. Ron does not even hide his presence, just flying around. Kale thinks to himself that luckily the inn is crowded enough. As long as Rayon stays invisible and keeps moving in circles above everyone, it should be just fine. Round chirps happily, telling Kale he is spinning in circles. Kale turns away, acting like a total stranger. Just an ordinary passerby. Nothing to see here, folks. Across the room, the others notice their friend's strange behavior. What is wrong with you? Let go of me. Round keeps flying, asking if he is doing a good job. Spinning and spinning happily. Yeah, you are great. Just stay on the ceiling and do not come over here. Dark elves are much less sensitive than normal elves. Now, watch this part carefully. If a regular elf sees Rayon, they will instantly fall to their knees and start worshipping him like he is some kind of divine god. Just imagining that scene gives Kale the chills. He absolutely cannot let their cover be blown now. Suddenly, the man stands up. I found him. The others cannot even move to stop his sudden outburst. Uncle! The others complain as he starts shoving his way through the crowded room to get to Kale. Is this guy drunk? Why is he bumping into everyone? I am sorry. Up above, Rayon is still circling. Human. How long do I have to keep spinning? Kale frowns. Just keep going until I tell you to stop. He obviously knows the man is approaching, but why on earth is he heading straight this way? Rayon is not even over here. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air. Young master, they say the rooms on the 3rd floor and above are much more comfortable. Is that all right? It turns out to be Choi Han. Kale jumps, immediately cutting him off before he says too much. Is that okay? Han? Of course it is. Perfect. The innkeeper asks if he should prepare the special 3rd floor rooms for them. Yes, please. Oh, young master, where are you going? Without a second's hesitation, Kale bolts for the stairs. Rayon sees him leaving and asks if he is being left behind. Human, are you feeling okay? Your face looks terrible. Let me follow you. No, stay back. Kale tries to walk away as fast as possible, but the man has already caught up and is reaching out his hand to stop him. Kale freezes when he hears the man's voice. If he turns around now, he knows a terrifyingly awkward situation is about to explode right in his face. You saw that too, right? Just as things get dicey, Choi Han and Ron appear like absolute lifesavers. Kale turns and asks the man what he wants. He stammers as another person catches up to them. Uncle, what is wrong with you? Kale realizes he is going crazy. That is Pendrick. What is he doing here? The man continues. This might sound strange, but do you believe in the power of mana? Kale's head is full of question marks. Is this guy trying to recruit him for a cult? That presence floating in the air is clearly a dragon's. There is no way a dragon would just be circling around like that. It must be a dragon intentionally making its mana swirl. A dragon. An existence so powerful most people do not even dare to speak its name. The scent of the wind, trees, and rivers. No human could ever radiate so many natural scents at once. This person is clearly Kale lets out a long sigh. I do not believe in things like mana. A nature-loving creature like a dragon would say yes, so Kale says no to throw him off. The man frowns. I see. So that is how you have set it up. I will follow your lead. Kale is confused. Why is he reacting like that? Both he and Pendrick bow deeply. Sorry for disturbing your peaceful journey. I will pretend I do not know anything. I hope your mood is not ruined. Kale waves them off. He is treating me like a dragon. Fine. Pretending to be oblivious is definitely the best move here. Sorry for wasting your time. After Kale leaves, Pendrick finally asks what on earth just happened. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You are going to want to see the fallout of this massive misunderstanding. You and I are about to see a legendary fire rise at Ten-Finger Mountain. This strange liquid flame, somewhere between fire and lava, is destined to melt half the 3rd peak in just 2 weeks. Before the destructive fire consumes the entire mountain peak, only an elf with the ancient power to control fire spirits could stop it. But our main character just stands there, smiling to himself. Nobody else in this world has a clue how to actually claim this ancient power. Only someone like him, who read the story of a hero's birth, knows the right method to take it. Rayon frowns and asks, Human, are you really going to do this? Don't do it. Tell me if you're upset. This much money could buy so many chicken skewers. Actually, I'm dead serious, he says as he dumps a massive bag of silver into the flames. Spending like this is the best way to de-stress. Pure bliss. It's not every day you get to blow someone else's money like this. Wait, what's that? Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoes through the air. Ah, the smell of cash. How long has it been since I sensed a scent this elegant and cool? Please, let me smell even more. Kale lets out a sigh. The owner of this final ancient power is a total money grubber. Still, he keeps hurling silver coins down there. Soon, the silver coins almost fill the entire area, and the voice becomes absolutely manic with joy. Outside of my insane former teammate, I've never seen someone throw silver around like this. I can't believe another crazy guy showed up. Now, watch this part closely. Rayon realizes the main character has it all calculated. If you need more, I'll give you mine. But Kale refuses. He won't take a kid's lunch money. He looks down at those money bags. There are 200,000 silver coins here, given by the crown prince. The voice laughs, demanding more. Without hesitation, Kale hurls every last cent into the depths. The elves could never claim the fire in its perfect form because they lacked the secret method. They just assumed it was a dud. But the more cash you burn, the more the fire's true strength is revealed. If that elf knew how massive this power actually was, they'd be crying right now. A golden pig floats in the air, shouting that it wants to spend money like crazy too. But those dark villains stole everything from me and my entire team. Those total bastards. Cruel jerks who made everyone work for nothing. Kale thinks this is exhausting labor too, and it is honestly a total hassle because you only enjoy throwing money once or twice. But the silver coins he dumped are now piled high enough to build a literal road across the fire. The spirit sniffs the air and admits, this guy is actually surprisingly kind-hearted. Suddenly, a brilliant and intense red light erupts from that floating golden pig. You have the ambition for this. Anyone who can throw this much money away can overcome anything. Is that all? Kale asks. I've still got more. He dumps another bag. The spirit calls him a crazy angel. I hesitated because you feel like my best friend. Kale wonders, a power from a friend? He was best friends with the thief who owned the wind power. Great, more useless information. I know what you're thinking, is he really just buying his way to godhood? Well, basically, he scowls. Is he calling me weird? Fine, take it. The power to burn everything glows even brighter. Silver coins float over the fire. Kale realizes this spirit is way easier to bribe than expected. 2 billion silver spent, and we're already at this stage? Wait, you live in the land of boulders but don't have the rock power? Kale is confused. Since you've cleared my grudge, I'll let you in on a very special secret. Actually, there's one thing I can't burn, besides money. And that's stone. The super rock power is truly terrifying. Kale just shrugs it off. He's already got water and a dominating aura. Why would he need more ancient powers? Still, with this fire, he'll have everything from defense and healing to escape and massive attack power. He touches the golden pig, and the ancient power immediately wraps around him. It's all mine now. A massive red inferno explodes around them, swirling like ferocious fire dragons in the sky. Go and melt everything in your path. Suddenly, Kale's wings manifest in the light. The golden pig's eyes glow. You must endure it all. Intense lightning strikes his shield repeatedly, and that's how you turn 2 billion coins into ultimate power. Wild, right? All right, you and I are about to watch Kale stumble into a mess even he didn't see coming. The flames are gone, leaving only cracked earth behind. Kale looks at his shield and asks, is that not a pig pattern? The pig statue from before was actually pretty cute. That's when Rayon asks him, human, is that power you just used yours now? You have actually gotten a tiny bit less weak. Now, you are as strong as half of my pinky toe. Kale just smirks at the little dragon. Getting acknowledged by Rayon feels like a real win, doesn't it? Rayon gets serious and tells him he waited until now to speak. The magic spearman has already closed in. Kale is stunned, asking, wait, who is here? Rayon smiles and says he just arrived, having sensed him with mana. Kale suddenly remembers everything. That spearman belongs to the mysterious organization they clashed with back on Island 12. Rayon can feel exactly where he is hiding. Rayon points straight ahead. Kale freezes. They are standing right between the 7th and 8th peaks of the 10-Finger Mountains. In that exact spot lies a village hidden by illusion magic that no human can see through. The spearman has appeared at the elf village. Something so dangerous is happening that it forced 5 elves to leave their home. This definitely was not in the novel The Birth of a Hero. Why on earth would the spearman show up there now? Kale starts guessing who the elves are up against. Rayon keeps going, oh, that guy we met before is finally here. Now pay attention. Because things are moving way faster than Kale expected. Rayon shouts that the guy is already at the peak and hides. Kale is totally caught off guard. Could you not have mentioned this a little earlier? Was it really necessary to make this so complicated? Up on the peak, Hel Pendrick is looking around confused. He spots Kale standing there all alone and stops dead in his tracks. Flashback to the inn. Pendrick had asked about the man, wondering why his senior was trying to keep him there. The senior warned that it is better not to know him. Kale hears someone and asks, who could that be? Do you know me? Rayon whispers to Kale that he knows exactly who that elf standing behind the man is. It is the elf who talked to them at the inn. Rayon brags that as a great dragon, he remembers every single detail. Kale remembers him too, obviously, but he plays dumb. He wonders why the guy is acting so strangely. Pendrick walks right up to him. He mentions they met at the inn and shared a look, but Kale just turns away immediately. Is that so? Kale thinks to himself that if he acts cold enough, maybe the guy will just lose interest and leave. Talking to him is a bad idea. One wrong word, and he will be dragged into another disaster. He has been through this before. Suddenly, Pendrick asks if he obtained an ancient power. Kale pauses, then decides not to hide it and says yes. You and I saw that coming, right? This guy followed him for a reason. Kale realizes something is very wrong. May I ask you something? The elf stammers. Asking if he can possibly borrow that ancient power, Kale stares at him in silence. Pendrick pulls back his hood, making Rayon ask if the elf is actually sick. He does look pretty rough, but it is not a normal illness. He just seems completely drained. He is an elf who cannot control elementals, doomed to live in despair. Yet he is still handsome, despite his pale face. Pendrick opens up, explaining that he is an elf currently living in the hidden village. A mysterious organization attacked them to steal a branch of the world tree. Kale is shocked by the news. Just like any fantasy world, there's a legend here about the world tree supporting the two continents. The world tree allows the elementals in the natural world to live peacefully and comfortably. Elves build their homes and nests using approved branches. Those branches protect the village with powerful illusion magic. So, what exactly happens if that branch is taken away? Kale frowns. Without the branch, the elf village will crumble, right? Pendrick is amazed that Kale already knows. How does he know that? To save the branch, the elves and elementals are now fighting against that organization. Kale asks where the group is from. Deep down, he already has a pretty good idea who they are. Pendrick says their uniforms have 1 white star and 5 red stars. Yep, it is definitely those lunatics. Despite their best efforts, the elves could not find any information about that strange symbol. Kale is not surprised. Even Choi Han could not find the true identity of the group known as ARM. Rayon gets angry. Destroying someone's home is terrible. Those people deserve to face some serious karma. If our home is destroyed, I will destroy the whole world. Kale wonders why they need his specific power for this. He quietly asks Pendrick why he specifically needs the ancient power. Pendrick asks if he knows the most deadly poison for an elf. And trust me, you and I aren't ready for the answer. All right, stick with me. You and I are about to see our main character play a dangerous game with some very high stakes. It is pure poison for elves, but a power source for dark elves' dead mana. Kale plays dumb, acting like he is not sure if his fire can burn it away. Pendrick begs him anyway, desperately wanting to try just one last time. Kale stays silent, thinking about Mary. He remembers her suffering from the same pain, even though she always claims she is fine. Helping out here might actually end up being good for her as well. Plus, making them owe him a favor now will be useful later. Pendrick sees his hesitation and promises a massive reward if he helps. A reward? Before he can finish, Kale cuts him off immediately. Forget it. Pendrick is stunned as Kale smiles, asking where people living in the forest like them would even get the money to pay him back. Rayon whispers into Kale's ear that he is making that strange, scheming face again. Of course, the elves could pay, but Kale knows they love people who act like they do not care about material things. He is just playing the part to score major points with them. And looking at Pendrick's face, it is clearly working. Ron gets angry, telling the human he wants to punch that magic spearman right now. The story has changed, and Kale wants to make sure Pendrick survives this time. Now watch closely, because this is where the real battle kicks off. Kale asks for the village location so they can head there immediately. At the elf village, the secret organization has already launched a brutal attack on the residents. A fierce battle breaks out as Kale and his group arrive on the scene. The elves panic, thinking even more enemies are coming. Pendrick is stunned, but Choi Han is already leaping into action. He looks at Choi Han in confusion, asking who they are supposed to be. Choi Han does not answer with words. He draws his sword and cuts through the enemies with terrifying precision. As screams fill the air, Choi Han quietly asks if this will make the enemies go crazy with rage. Kale just shrugs. If they go crazy, that is even better for us. One of the villains steps forward, shouting about how they keep running into this group. Choi Han just smirks at him. We are a secret organization too, he says, looking just as menacing as the villains themselves. You and I both know Choi Han is the hero, but seeing him act like a villain, that is absolutely wild. The enemy is fuming, calling them insane. Kale just thinks about how much of a headache these people are. They keep looking for trouble and hurting others. It is honestly just annoying at this point. The elf youth explains that among their enemies, there is a young boy they need to watch out for. He tells Kale the boy's name is Berat. The boy speaks like a grown man and is always protected by a middle-aged swordsman. As he remembers the kid, the elf's voice drops to a low whisper. When that boy's eyes turn white, every wolf in the valley loses their mind. That is his terrifying power. Kale stays calm, but he knows this kid is a problem since he uses animals to spread dead mana. The image of the boy and his bodyguard becomes clear in his mind. The elf adds that dead mana is fatal to them, so they cannot even fight back properly. Back in the present, Rao notices the kid too. He is not as strong as the spearman, but there is something off. Soon, the full extent of his abilities starts to show. Berat can either control living beasts or steal their sanity to turn them into the undead. The wolves' eyes glow red as they snarl and snap at everything. But once they lose their minds, these animals are basically already dead. When the control breaks, they just explode. Locke hears this and growls that he will never forgive them. His hands tremble as sharp claws begin to grow. Berat is actually surprised by what he is seeing. Locke is radiating pure bloodlust, but Berat is too busy being curious to realize how much danger he is in. He realizes Locke is from the wolf tribe and immediately decides he wants him for his collection. The swordsman looks at Locke and asks if these are the same people who ruined their plans with the mermaids. And that is where we leave things, trust me. You and I are about to see the total chaos that happens next. Alright, you and I are about to see just how brutal Kale's crew can really get. Ron looks at the weaklings with pure contempt, while asking, "Young master, it is about to get messy. Are you ready for this?" Kale is deep in thought before realizing just how sinister this old man actually is, but he gives him a firm nod anyway. Yeah, for now, let us push straight to the boundary. Receiving the order, Ron happily pulls up his hood, while Kale's gaze turns cold as ice. He speaks slowly, saying, "From this point on, go ahead and fight." Shadows flicker as figures move in a blur. Blood sprays from deep slashes as the enemies are torn apart one by one. Screams of agony echo through the entire area. The brown-haired man is paralyzed with fear. "What are you doing? Stop them right now." Suddenly, Kale's chilling voice cuts through. "It seems you underestimated the power of mana." The man looks back, terrified. Kale extends his hand, releasing a massive wave of toxic mist that spreads everywhere. Anyone unlucky enough to breathe it in is instantly paralyzed. Meanwhile, the enemy swordsman is getting hammered by relentless attacks, looking totally frustrated. Damn it. Where did these monsters come from? Choi Han is fighting like a beast, leaving the enemy no time to talk. Now pay attention, because here is where the power levels truly shift. With a massive roar, a strike of overwhelming force is unleashed. The sound of clashing weapons is deafening. The brown-haired man, unable to keep up, screams, "Forget this. I never signed up for this war. Who are these people and why do they keep attacking?" Vikras does not let him finish and charges forward. "Shut it. I plan on going through every single pair of white gloves I brought today." Seeing Vikras lunging at him, the brown-haired man desperately raises his sword. His other hand summons a fireball as he curses under his breath. He hurls the fire, screaming, "Fireball!" But suddenly, Locke leaps out from nowhere to intercept the blast. His eyes are burning with pure rage. He remembers his earlier conversation with Kale. "Young master, can animals not be healed? Will they never go back to normal?" Kale had to give him the hard truth. Animals that have lost their sanity cannot be saved. Even if they could, they would not survive for long in that state. The image of the brainwashed wolves flashes through Locke's mind, fueling his fury. His hands grow claw-like as he charges toward Vinian, who just stands there thinking he can control Locke too. "Are you coming here to be my pet?" Vinian's eyes glow as he reaches out with his control ability. "Well, thanks for the gift." But his smug face quickly turns to terror as a strange gas begins to surround him. Locke reaches out, ready to end him, but a figure suddenly jumps in to protect Vinian. "Not so fast. I think I will have to cut your fingers off first." Seeing the new threat, the brown-haired man turns tail and runs for his life. Wait, there's another one? The swordsman is panicking now. Damn it. Number 1. Get out of there. Choi Han teleports behind the white-clothed man, asking coldly, "You are going to cut what, exactly?" Sensing certain death, the man barely dodges the blow, grabs Vinian, and retreats. Choi Han stops for a moment to catch his breath. Vinian is fuming after being targeted, screaming that he is going to slaughter that wolf boy. Let us take a second to look at this. Vikros just tosses aside his bloody gloves like they are trash. Choi Han is confused why the pile is growing so fast. Vikros just shrugs it over. "I am just annoyed." Meanwhile, the Guardian Warrior looks at Kale in shock. He is not a dragon. This is the man who saved the whale tribe when the merfolk were terrorizing them. The hero who stood against the secret organization and saved the kingdom from a bombing. Kale notices him watching. The Guardian's mind is racing. "I heard that name while I was out investigating. And his followers are no joke either. Where did all these people with immeasurable power even come from?" Kale walks toward him to speak, but a loud scream cuts the conversation short. Vinian is losing his mind, yelling, "Kill that wolf first. I do not care how you do it. My precious skin has been scratched." Pendrick turns to Kale, worried. "Young Master Kale, is this really okay? They are getting more dangerous by the second." Kale just smirks. "I am doing this on purpose." Pendrick is speechless. Kale looks down at the pool of toxic dead mana at the enemy's feet. Their leader is raging, yet he is carefully keeping his teammates away from the poison. He is mad, but still calculating. Pendrick asks, "So what is the plan?" Kale summons a flame in the palm of his hand. Pendrick is horrified. "Are you planning to burn the animals and the dead mana together?" Kale's voice turns dark and sinister. "No, I am using it on those guys directly. Trust me, you and I are going to love seeing how this ends. All right, you and I are about to watch Kale unleash something terrifying." As the fireball grows, the villain screams in panic, "Damn it, someone stop him now." Kale calls for support, but the Swordmaster is shaking like a leaf. He won't even move, terrified of having to step through that deadly dead mana. Vinian won't back down, shouting that this is an absolute order. Suddenly, Rayon pops out and asks, "Human, what exactly is going on here?" The little dragon wonders if he can stay despite the weird weather, and Kale calmly agrees. He summons his silver shield, his voice echoing through the chaos. "You're someone who throws money away, so you can endure anything. Melt everything in your path and just grit your teeth through it all. And right after that, now watch this. This is where the power scaling goes off the charts." Kale clenches his fist. An explosive power erupts through his fingers. Lightning bolts rain down from the sky, shattering the earth and turning everything into pure chaos. Suddenly, Kale is thrown back, as if he'd been hit by a truck. He coughs up a handful of blood and curses, "Damn it all." He looks completely exhausted, thinking to himself that nobody ever warned him about this kind of intense physical backlash. People are screaming his name as his vision blurs. Watching his own blood drip onto the dirt, he wonders if that's Rayon calling. This is the first time he's felt such agonizing pain since arriving in this world. Barely conscious and fading fast, Kale can only focus on one thing. "I'm actually in so much pain right now." Choi Han rushes over to catch Kale before he hits the ground, shouting his name. But a sharp voice tells him to hold on and stop. Ron warns him that one wrong move could cause the blood to backflow. If it hits his windpipe, it's over. Choi Han can only stare in pure worry. Despite the injuries, Kale forces himself to sit up and whispers that he's okay. His entire body is trembling, and even speaking has become a struggle. He tells Choi Han that time is of the essence. Seeing him like this only makes Choi Han more frantic, desperately calling out to him. Kale wonders why the bleeding won't stop, but then he realizes the truth. His heart's energy is already healing him. The pain is fading, yet the blood keeps pouring out. Kale winces, clutching his stomach as it begins to churn and twist painfully. I know what you're thinking. He's literally bleeding out, and all he can think about is food? His stomach is burning with a hunger so intense, it's all he can focus on. He tells Choi Han to move out. But the warrior refuses. What are you saying? You need to take care of your own body first. An and Hong stand nearby with tears in their eyes, watching their master's face turn a ghostly, deathly pale. In reality, Kale is just trying to tell them to go get him some bread because he's starving. Unfortunately, he can't even get the words out. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierces the air, drawing everyone's attention. Vinian Stan is wailing in agony, because the skin he was so proud of has been scorched by the flames. His face is now covered in horrific scars, and he screams out in total despair. My skin, my beautiful, precious skin is ruined. It turns out that Kale's last attack didn't just summon lightning. It created a massive, towering inferno. A sea of fire swallows everything in sight, and nothing can stop its violent spread. Looking at the destruction, Choi Han remembers Kale's earlier warning. I've obtained an ancient power, and I want to test it out. Kale had been so confident when he gave them his instructions. That's why I need everyone to leave the moment I give the signal. Choi Han turns his gaze back to the screaming Vinian. It hurts so much, Vinian shrieks, promising to kill every single one of them for what they've done. Choi Han is genuinely surprised to see them still breathing after that firestorm. Did they really manage to use short-range teleportation that quickly? They aren't dead yet, but they definitely don't look human anymore. Seeing Choi Han hesitate, Kale pushes through his pain to give a reminder. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and go take care of the tamed beasts before it's too late. Are you really going to leave those innocent creatures like that? Nearby, the wolves are growling, their eyes glowing red under the enemy's cruel control. Looking at them, Choi Han is reminded of the horrific terror incident that happened back at the capital. He remembers how Kale pushed himself to the limit to protect everyone. His view of Kale changes. This is a man who saves others even when he's broken and bleeding. He pictures Kale tenderly holding the badly injured Ron. No matter what, he stays by their side through the worst of it. Even when he's coughing up blood and collapsing from exhaustion, Kale never stops thinking about those around him. Back in reality, Choi Han places a hand on Kale's shoulder. He's grateful, but he can't help but wonder if this power is worth the price. If using it means you're hurt like this every time, it's not worth it. But Kale just urges him again to move fast. But Choi Han still hesitates. Kale looks at him with eyes full of trust, gasping for air as he tells him he's counting on him. He knows he can't rely on Ron right now, who's too focused on the blood. Kale thinks about how he wanted to send Ron, but Ron's strange behavior changed his plans. Finally, Choi Han stands up to follow the orders, promising he'll be right back. Kale watches him leave, feeling satisfied. Kale tells him to go now. Then, he turns his attention toward Ron to give the next command. Ron acknowledges him immediately. Kale orders Beacrox to go with Choi Han, and the two of them quickly depart, leaving Kale with the others. Watching them leave, Kale thinks about Ron's new left arm. It was a masterpiece created by Mary, the talented necromancer. Since it isn't a living limb, it's the perfect tool to extract dead mana. And trust me, you and I are about to see exactly how Kale plans to use that to his advantage. All right, you and I are back with Kale, who refuses to give up on money even when he is exhausted. He will sell dark energy for a high price. Seeing An and Hong so worried, he quickly pats their heads. I am fine, do not worry, now we need to hurry and follow them. He looks at the chaos he caused and wonders. Was the fire of destruction always this powerful? Not bad at all, definitely worth 2 billion. Seeing him like that, Rayon flies over and screams, Master! He hugs him while sobbing. Do not die, you cannot just collapse on me like this. Pendrick rushes over to heal him, asking if he is all right. Kale manages to choke out that he is fine. Pendrick feels a bit more relieved. I will begin now. But the moment he touches him, he freezes in shock. Wait, what is this? Something else is touching him. It is Rayon. Kale realizes Pendrick finally noticed a dragon is present. Pendrick, once we are done with the animal taming, the elves should take care of these beasts. They have lived with your people for ages anyway. Watching Choi Han and the others fight, he sighs. I really chose the most difficult path, did I not? Now, stick with me here. This is where Pendrick realizes just how terrifying Kale's red thunderbolt really is. The situation is not over yet, but he purposefully avoided hitting the animals. He was showing kindness in the middle of a war. Pendrick pours his heart out. Thank you so much. I will never forget the kindness you and your people have shown me. Kale feels awkward. Why did I put on such a big show? I claimed I wanted to challenge myself, but look at me now. If you have talented people around, you should just let them do the work. Suddenly, footsteps approach. An assassin in white steps forward coldly, reaching out his hand. Beacrox rushes in, shouting at the bastard. He swings his sword, but the assassin dodges, only to be trapped by a strange, thick, black smoke. A cold voice rings out. It is because of you, people. It is because of you, Kale. Rayon has tears in his eyes, his voice dripping with pure murderous intent. I am going to kill you. The assassin is suddenly yanked into the air by magic. He realizes in terror that a powerful mage is present. Rayon coldly declares his patience has reached its limit. He will not show his form to Kale just yet, but he tells the weak human not to watch what he is about to do. Kale just nods and agrees. Understood, I will just take a little nap then. Instantly, the assassin screams in agony as magic shreds him apart. Ron watches with furious eyes. Everyone realizes this is the absolute protection of a high-tier being. As Kale starts to drift off, he feels his body being pulled down into a deep sleep. He has one final thought before he passes out. When I wake up, I am definitely eating some bread. You and I are now seeing a field of flowers, but the mood is tense. 3, 2, 1, 1/2. I am starting from 100 again. You better wake up before I hit 0, or I am going to destroy this entire continent. Kale wakes up to Rayon's voice counting down. 100, 99, 98. Was he here the whole time? He reaches his hand out at 59. Rayon bursts into tears. Human, you finally woke up. Why were you unconscious for 3 days straight? Kale's eyes go wide in shock. What? 3 days? Raon screams that he can create thousands of lightning bolts, so do not ever do that again. If you are weak, just live a quiet life. Choi Han and Rosalind rush over the second they see him awake. Choi Han calls out to him urgently. Young Master Kale, finally, you are awake. Kale feels awkward seeing them all gathered. They have not even changed their clothes. Did you not say I was out for 3 days? He looks around and realizes there is a flower crown on his head. Why am I even here? He is lying in a field of stunning, vibrant flowers that seem to stretch on forever. Choi Han explains that this place has the highest density of life force and natural energy. I brought you here because they said it was best for recovery. Kale realizes this is the elven flower field from the books, and this crown is made from world tree leaves. I'm getting some top-tier treatment here, am I not? But then it hits him. Wait, did the chief find out about the dragon? He points at Rayon. Rayon is still sobbing on his chest. Choi Han. They do not all know about him, right? Choi Han looks away before answering slowly. Well, at least no one has actually seen Rayon's true form yet. Only those two? You and I know that is still too many for Kale's peace of mind. All right, you and I are jumping back into the chaos as Rayon tries to defend himself. I did not reveal myself. I kept my promise. I stayed quiet by your side and totally ignored that elf chief even when she spoke to me. I really did. Kale slowly sits up with a heavy sigh. 3 days of being unconscious is way too long. He has no clue what happened. He looks at the group gathered around him and asks, You guys are not hurt, right? Ron smiles and replies, No one is injured, young master. You do not need to worry. Everything is exactly as it should be. Choi Han tries to report on the battle from 3 days ago, but Kale cuts him off. I am hungry. Choi Han freezes, confused. Meat. Tell them to bring me meat. Finding meat in a village of vegetarian elves? Choi Han is struggling with that. Beecroc steps in and says he will prepare it immediately. Now, that is a chef we can all trust. The scene shifts to a cabin near a 1,000-year-old tree. After that massive battle, the enemy has finally retreated for now. The top assassin is dead, and the tamer who lost his sight managed to escape with the priest using a teleportation scroll. That priest took a serious wound to the leg, so they probably will not be moving their lower bodies anytime soon. Choi Han fills Kale in on what happened while he was out. So, the mid-level swordsman and the others are currently tied up? That is right. Kale holds a glass of wine. So the rest are dead? I guess that could not be helped. Even the summoned animals are all dead. Kale speaks calmly to his team. Maybe it is finally time for us to leave. Pendrick offers to escort them out, but Kale refuses. You will be too busy rebuilding your village and guarding the borders. Watch closely here, Kale says he will not ask for anything. If none of his people are hurt, that is enough for him. Pendrick is stunned. He thought all nobles were greedy for power and wealth, but he realized he was dead wrong about this man. Just as expected, he carries himself like someone truly worthy of a dragon's protection. Chief Canaria thinks the dragon hides because it wants Kale to be honored. She believes he is being treated exactly as he deserves. You have truly received the blessing and love of a dragon. Saving the elves and the world tree until you coughed up blood? It all makes perfect sense to her now. She believes he has earned certain rights. Kale lets out a forced laugh. Rights? Wait. This does not sound good at all. I just want what I came here for. Canaria nods, thinking she finally understands his true intentions. I assume you are searching for the world tree? Kale winces. Another misunderstanding. His head is starting to hurt. We have not revealed its location yet. Very few people in this world know where it actually is. Kale keeps his voice low. That is because humans have no reason to know. For now, I will just play dumb. Canaria smiles at him, the man who shows no greed. Only the power-hungry would ever chase after that. Forbidden knowledge, but he is different. He shows no desire for gain and is always ready to sacrifice himself. You and I know he just wants to be a slacker, but she sees a hero destined to leave a mark on history. Even if he lacks raw talent, he is lucky enough to possess several ancient powers. That makes him dangerous. She continues. So to handle this situation, I am ordering Pendrick to report everything to the Gold Dragon. It is their magic that maintains the protective barrier around the world tree and keeps it safe. Both Kale and Ron are shocked. A gold dragon? Ron is instantly curious. Tell me more about this dragon. Kale frowns. He wants to ignore it all. Why is this usually arrogant dragon so curious about others of his kind? Where did Pendrick go? The Whipper Kingdom? Hey human, aren't we supposed to sell those sprouts to that naive idiot? We need to meet with Tira and Tunka to get our rewards and destroy the magic tower once and for all. This is getting huge. I really do not want to go and meet another dragon right now. Usually, in fantasy novels, ancient dragons are helpful allies, but the ones in this world are just incredibly selfish. Ron is definitely a special case. Rayon keeps whispering in his ear. I am sure no dragon is as great as me, but I am curious. You all have your tribes, but I do not. Since no human is as weak as you, I will just stay here. Kale feels a massive headache coming on. How did things end up like this? Everything was supposed to go according to plan. So why is it all turning into such a complicated mess? Is it because I have a dragon and the main character by my side? Round sees his pale face and worries. Stick with me. We are about to see Kale try to talk his way out of this one. All right. Stick with me as Kale hunts down a legend. Little Raun is bursting with excitement. But is this ancient dragon actually friendly? How could I even judge such a noble creature? They are all magnificent beings who deserve nothing but our absolute respect. She answers him softly, and Kale just frowns. Honestly, there is 0 point in asking these dragon fanatics for an objective opinion. That was a total waste of breath. Still, Kale pushes forward, asking if these are considered holy dragons. It is an ancient dragon, and luckily, it is known to be quite social. Kale's face darkens. No matter how social a selfish dragon can be, that golden dragon better at least be kind to Rayon. If that happens, he can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Rayon puffs out his chest, declaring he will prove his own greatness. But Canaria lowers her voice, adding that because it is an ancient dragon, she is worried about its fading vitality. When it meets another dragon, maybe it will be happy enough to recover some strength. Even if it is just a little, I truly believe watching two dragons meet will be a sight to behold. Kale shoots her a suspicious look. Honestly, hearing that the dragon is weak makes him happy. At least he can make a run for it if things go south. If he brings Choi Han and the others along, then Rayon won't have to feel inferior at all. Then she asks if he can meet that swordsman before leaving. That prisoner, despite all their interrogation, the guy hasn't said a single word. Now, here's where it gets interesting. Kale is about to do what the elves couldn't. He wonders if he can finally squeeze some real information out of this guy. He takes a bite of bread while thinking it over. Even in the original novel, this chief used Choi Han for a lot of her dirty work. She claims money is just human greed and refuses to give rewards, yet she still makes all these personal requests. Kale definitely has no intention of being her puppet. He smiles and accepts the request. He will do it for the sake of everyone, and especially for Pendrick. We should help each other live better lives, right? Opening your heart is far more valuable than just hoarding material wealth. Don't you agree, Guardian Knight? Yes, sir, he replies. A human who understands the heart? You truly deserve the protection of a dragon. Pendrick nods along, completely moved by Cale's words. It's true, money can't buy a person's heart. Canaria just frowned slightly. Why are these guys acting like this is some massive revelation? Just like the knight said, the heart can only be repaid with the heart. Cale smirks, telling them they will now have to give their whole hearts to help him out. Ron sees that villainous look on Cale's face and asks if they did something wrong. Why are you smiling like when you meet the prince? You and I both know that whenever Cale smiles like that, someone is about to have a very bad day. Let's see how he handles this interrogation. Cale is actually surprised when he hears about the interrogation. He figured the elves were just having a polite conversation to get information. This place wasn't even mentioned in the original novel. Apparently, there's a secret basement hidden right here. Calling it a dungeon would be more accurate. Cale is low-key horrified. The prisoner's leg was slashed by Choi Han, and he looks absolutely miserable. He wonders if the guy can even speak in that condition. Pendrick hesitates, and Cale just scoffs. People say the rich only get richer, but these stereotypes are just nonsense. Suddenly, he realizes that elves and humans are exactly the same. Cale asks Pendrick to have the other elves step outside for a bit. He wants a more comfortable space to talk. Pendrick quickly agrees and leads the others out. As the room clears, Cale begins his investigation. He asks if they know the man's name, but Pendrick has no clue. No matter what they did, he refused to talk. Another elf explains while pulling on some gloves. His name is BB. I heard the magic spearman call him that during the fight. It seems he is a high-level bodyguard. Suddenly, the one-eyed prisoner starts laughing, demanding to know who they think they are. Cale doesn't waste words. He grabs the man's head and slams it into the wall. Targeting the eastern continent wasn't enough for you? The prisoner can only stammer in total shock. Cale lists out the names Sun God, Wolf Tribe, Mermaids, and the Empire. If it's mermaids, then he's definitely after the sea trade routes. So why target the Empire now? Despite being beaten to a pulp, the one-eyed man stays arrogant. You think I'll talk? He's calculating his next move. Inside, his mouth is an explosive bead. Once it detonates, he'll be nothing but dust. He is determined. I am absolutely never telling you. Instead of talking, he tries to blow himself up. But in that exact second, Hong unleashes his power. Paralysis. Cale squeezes his mouth shut. If you think you can escape like this, you're seriously underestimating me. He pulls the round bead from the man's mouth. I am not falling for this old trick again. Cale looks at the bead with regret. You and I just witnessed a master at work. All right, you and I are diving into a story where capturing an enemy is just the start of a deadly trap. The guy died from poison or a hidden device, which is a real tragedy for any hero. He thinks to himself that since he is not a hero, he would rather avoid such trouble. Rayon steps up to help. It is a magic device, so let us analyze it. The enemy seems to have passed out from a paralyzing poison. Should we wake him up? He does not stop them. But hey, at least they saved the guy from dying, right? Every life is precious after all. Then, he asks Pendrick how he wants to handle this person. That is not decided yet. He already guessed that and prepares to drop a new suggestion for them. Pendrick is curious. He asks, what suggestion? He realizes Pendrick still remembers the talk about the eastern continent from earlier. Time to use that information to move things forward. This was never mentioned to the chief, so Pendrick will definitely want to know more about it. It is the perfect leverage. Looking at the man on the floor, he calculates his move. No one seeks revenge like a determined family. He asks what they think about handing Belbert over to others. Pendrick wonders if it is a young master. He says no, not at all. He tells Pendrick to discuss it with the chief first and see what they think. He will give the full details and the handoff location once he gets an answer. Pendrick is worried. Now watch this. He is incredibly confident. He tells him to think it over carefully while he prepares to leave. He has business elsewhere and leaves tomorrow. Pendrick trusts him because even a dragon does. He turns back with a question. Is Pendrick really going to the Whipper Kingdom all by himself? Pendrick says yes. So our lead invites him to join them, which leaves Pendrick absolutely stunned. Traveling alone right now is way too dangerous. We have business there too, so going together is much safer. Trust me on that. Pendrick tries to refuse, not wanting to be a burden. But our lead gets very serious now. He insists they go together to check on the hostage trade. Just think about it for a bit. Pendrick stammers out a thank you. He just smiles and says they have to help each other survive. Secretly, he is planning ahead. Having an elf around when meeting a gold dragon is just better for everyone, even if he plans to hide safely behind Choi Han the whole time. Pendrick totally agrees with him. Now, time to meet the person for the trade. Across the communication orb, a familiar face appears. He teases the person, saying they still look like a shining star in the hearts of the citizens. Hearing that formal tone, Alberu knows exactly what is up. You want another favor, do you? He laughs, saying the prince finally understands his sincerity. He reports catching a terrorist from the capital. It was quite the catch. They have caught a mid to low-level swordsman from that secret organization. Alberu is shocked. But then, he realizes you saw it too. The process does not even matter. Actually, the process is very important. He wants no more ties to that secret organization or their mess. He tells him the guy was caught in Rome Kingdom. He hopes the crown prince bites the bait. This is not something a simple noble son should handle. He watches as Alberu takes it. The prince can handle both the secret group and the elves better. He is much more capable of settling this than a noble. Only our crown prince can pull this off properly. Alberu wants the specifics. He promises to give them once they have finished their private discussion. A member of that group was caught near the 10-Finger Mountains. Alberu asks why tell him this. He just smiles mysteriously as he prepares to drop the bomb. Alberu sighs and says he will take over. Our lead is happy to hear that. Alberu complains that he gets all the annoying jobs. Our lead just asks if he dislikes it. Alberu admits he actually likes it. Then he asks if the prince will investigate them. Where though? To the Empire, obviously. He already knows what the prince is thinking before he even says it. Alberu laughs. Yes, we must probe the Empire. They still have not caught that secret organization either. It is quite the concern for them. The crown prince is someone who values his reputation more than anything else in the world. The more he thinks, the weirder it gets. The Empire finding zero clues is just impossible. The crown prince set the jungle on fire to become the center of power. Now he is waiting. He wants his enemies to weaken each other. You and I both know someone like that will never let this group go. All right, stick with me. Kale is about to dive into a massive web of imperial lies. Does the Empire want to hunt that organization down quietly, or are they actually working together? Kale wonders this as he reaches for his tea. Tunka's army from the Whipper Kingdom is moving against the Empire. Kale knows the novel's 5th volume is ending, and his presence has shifted the plot everywhere. He stays lost in thought for a long time, but he still has to stick to the plan. Crown Prince Alberu suggests, hand over the prisoners and report the whole process. Kale agrees, but then adds, by the way, Your Highness, I have some dead mana to sell. Alberu is shocked. What? Kale explains the amount is huge, so he might have to sell it in the Dark Elf City. Kale sells the idea enthusiastically. This stuff is rare, so he is charging full price with 0 discounts. He only accepts cash in direct deals. He asks if Alberu is buying. The prince hesitates, then finally asks, how much? Kale smiles, knowing he has won. He is totally satisfied. I will give you a fair price, he says. Just then, the one-eyed prisoner wakes up and screams. What is this? Kale asks him coldly. Awake already? He glares at the man with sharp, icy eyes as the prisoner stares back. Kale gives a warning. I really don't like that look. The man is furious. You. What have you done? Now pay attention, because Kale is about to show his true colors. I haven't done anything yet, but I will. You're leaving this village with me. It means your life is in my hands now. As Bendrick watches the interrogation in silence, Kale starts giving orders. So now, I am going to tell you my schedule. His voice turns threatening, sending a wave of pure terror through the prisoner. Try to keep up. After dragons, who is the strongest? I am laying out the plan, and first, we meet the whale tribe. The whale royalty, as Kale knows well, absolutely despises secret organizations. They are the ones who want to hunt people like this prisoner down the most. He stands up. Next, we're going to see a dragon. You know what dragons are, right? Kale notes that dragons are famous for being selfish and cruel. Rayon immediately protests. I am not like that. Kale quickly backtracks. Well, of course, there are exceptions. He reminds the prisoner that the dragon they are visiting is an ancient dragon who truly loves the world tree and the elves. So, with that wicked face of yours, you should be looking forward to it. Later, Kale gets a massive headache facing the crowd. He wanted to travel quietly, but everyone is swarming him with questions. Sir, are you really under a dragon's protection? Is it hard to answer? Bendrick stands nearby, watching the scene unfold and feeling quite nervous for him. Sorry, I only told my family about this. Kale reassures him. It is fine, do not worry. He crouches down in front of a little girl. It is not hard to answer, so please do not feel guilty. You and I both know Kale is a magnet for trouble, even when little kids are involved. The children are absolutely thrilled. They sense he is protected by powerful energy, probably from a dragon. He carries so much natural power. They have never seen a human like this before. He must be someone loved by ancient powers and nature. It is incredibly rare to see. Kale acts confident. Yes, a great dragon protects a weakling like me. Rayon smugly agrees. That is right. Weak human. The kids get even more excited. They are so jealous. You're the best, sir. This is so cool. For 3 days, we wanted to meet you at the World Tree Garden, but the people with you were so scary. We mean, they were so strong we could not get close. Kale realizes the truth. So the elves have been avoiding me this whole time? He looks at his companions working nearby and wonders, how exactly have those guys been protecting him for the last 3 days? The little girl is curious. Young master, what is the great dragon actually like? Rayon whispers that he is great. So Kale repeats it. The girl is in awe. The dragon is cool and super strong, right? Rayon is beaming with pride. No one is stronger than me, Rayon declares. Kale agrees. Of course, he is cool and has truly magnificent power. The kids ask to meet the dragon just once. Rayon is hyped and wants to show up right now, but Kale is exhausted. He has no intention of letting them meet. He explains the situation to the other elves. Can you all feel the dragon's great presence? Elves who are close to nature like you will be able to sense that incredible power. Everyone is happy with Kale's words. I will speak with the great dragon for you. If there is a chance, I will arrange a meeting next time, he says with a serious face. But for now, as you know, things are difficult. There are scary things happening everywhere, and we are in a tough spot. So I have to leave quickly. He overacts a little. I have many tasks to finish, and these are the missions I have been given. Even though I am honored to meet friends of nature like the elves, duty comes first. Beecrox thinks Kale is being ridiculous. Kale says his goodbyes. But now, I really must be going. As everyone admires him, Kale knows he's already planning to scam Tunka for a massive profit. So, you and I have to stay tuned, his plan is just starting. Stick with me as the chief asks, Young master, your family is from the northeast, right? He confirms it, but she is curious. She says Kale probably knows the truth better than anyone else. I sense many powers within you, she notes, but none of them belong to the element of earth. In this kingdom of boulders, earth is supreme. The elf chief smiles, explaining that earth's ultimate form is stone. She pulls out a beautiful notebook and offers it to him as a special gift from her people. This book contains the ancient legends regarding the power of the earth. She explains that while this legend might be meaningless to her tribe, he might find some value in it. Kale privately hopes he doesn't have to deal with another troublesome ancient legend. He doesn't need this, but she keeps talking about the book's bizarre contents anyway. Now, pay attention. This diary tells of a hero with massive destructive power and a crazy obsession with money. When that hero died, another supposedly gathered and hid all of his wealth. The chief sighs, remarking on what a bizarre and funny legend the whole story turned out to be. A hero who ignores power and fame just to collect spare coins? It sounds totally illogical to her. The chief judges him harshly. A mountain hero who's actually greedy for gold? This man supposedly saved a frozen world, so she insists a true hero could never be that greedy. The chief explains that this is a story about a hero who was once a close friend, and eventually a rival to that legendary man who was absolutely crazy for money. This rival apparently used the power of the earth. The elves have no use for this book, so she wants to give it to Kale in hopes that it might be useful to him. After all, You saved my people. She knows that simply owning this book might not change the world, but since Kale possesses such a unique and positive energy, she thinks it might actually lead to a different result. Kale accepts, realizing that if the elves don't want it, he shouldn't turn down such a sincere gesture. Ancient powers aren't found just by looking. He turns to leave, saying they should meet again if fate allows. The chief tells him to travel safely. As he walks away, Kale ponders her skeptical words about logic. He thinks back to her question. Why would a hero who saved a frozen world be so obsessed with money? Why would someone who ignores fame and power spend their time just picking up spare coins? But you and I both know Kale thinks it's perfectly logical since he's the exact person who gave that greedy hero all his money. The master of destructive fire was a money maniac, and his best friend was the owner of the stone. Does this mean the owner of the stone ended up taking all of the fire master's cash? Suddenly, Rayon speaks up. The young dragon is incredibly excited, pointing out the ruins from their previous great battle. We destroyed everything. See the traces of your terrifying thunder and lightning fire over there? Rayon warns him to keep using that strength. Kale just stands there, feeling completely overwhelmed by the dragon's energy. Rayon promises to show off power even greater than thunder. Kale sighs, realizing it's been 3 months already. Rosalind confirms the time. Kale greets her warmly, announcing that he's finally back. She's been waiting to hear that. She hands him a document to read immediately. Kale understands everything Rosalind has been through. When the war started, she stepped up as the leader of the Mage Alliance for 2 different kingdoms. And this building they are currently standing in is quite special. On the surface, it looks like a normal inn, but the basement is a secret mage's stronghold. Someone asks if Kale likes the place. He's unsure, still preferring his own family's castle. The subordinate argues that this facility is actually much better than a typical lord's castle. He explains that while this isn't their central base, it still gathers all the most advanced magic equipment available. As a noble, Kale surely understands how valuable these tools are. Currently, magic devices are sold out everywhere. They've managed to gain a monopoly by selling tools provided by a mysterious merchant whose sources remain a complete secret to everyone else. Rosalind and Kale share a knowing smile. The subordinate is confused. Wait, is the magic technology at Henitu's castle really more advanced than this? Rosalind simply smiles and confirms it is. He's completely stunned. How does a remote territory like Henitu's, where magic supposedly isn't developed at all, manage to possess all of the world's most advanced technology? Rosalind asks if the Crown Prince mentioned finding some secret magic blueprints recently. The man realizes Kale was the source all along. Kale just nods with total confidence. He remembers that while Rosalind technically manages the equipment, it was actually Raun who built most of it. There is a very good reason he gave that little dragon 10 silver coins, and it definitely wasn't just for show. Now the subordinate is desperate to visit Henitu's castle himself. Kale tells him to wait for construction to finish. Trust me, we're all waiting for that reveal. You and I are about to watch Kale play his mind games. Entering another room, he admits, "This is more comfortable than I thought." Rayon agrees. Right? That guy will be nice and cozy here too. Kale runs his hands over everything in the room, checking the layout. Every single edge here is rounded off, clearly designed to prevent any suicide attempts. Kale realizes they've chosen to inflict mental agony over physical pain. Bud nods as Beecrox hauls the one-eyed prisoner into the silent room. He barks a cold order at the man, "Open your eyes right now." He tells them to check his vitals and his current state. Currently, his lower body is paralyzed, though his minor injuries have already been patched up. Beecrox mutters that the young master is far too soft, suggesting that if they need to break the man mentally, he knows just the expert. Kale just turns away, radiating absolute confidence in his plan. "No need for that. We have our own ways." Looking at the terrified prisoner, Kale's voice turns sinister. "Now, it is finally time to start." His expression is pure villainy. "Let's have a nice long chat." Bud watches him, wondering what the young master really thinks of the elves. Kale is confused. They're just elves, what else would they be? Is that really the only answer he has? Bud points out that since Kale protected the World Tree branch, he's basically their savior from now on. Kale adds that Ron was also there to help out. So he's practically a saint of some religious cult now? Kale has no comeback for that. It is just undeniable at this point. Now, Pay attention here, because what on earth is he selling in the Whipper Kingdom to make Alberu smile like that? Even Bud is shocked that a prince would grin like a madman. Apparently, every time Alberu signs an approval, he smiles and says he's looking forward to whatever the young master is cooking up next. Kale just smirks, it's possible. Bud realizes their smiles are exactly the same. They're both up to something big. With his analytical mind, Bud figures this deal probably isn't great news for the Whipper Kingdom at all. Of course not. I'm a proud citizen of the Rome Kingdom. Bud wishes him luck, hoping that they can sit down and grab a drink together the next time they meet. Kale agrees. Raun is curious though. Weak human, are we actually planning to scam someone again? Kale thinks it's not really a scam, more like selling half-finished goods. Rayon is vibrating with pure excitement at the idea. So, if I destroy the magic tower for you, you'll give me 10 silver? Kale corrects him, I'll give you 1 gold coin. Flash forward a few months later to the Ubar territory. Under a clear blue sky, Ron's voice rings out. Human, look. Rayon looks completely baffled. Human? Is that really it? You and I both saw that coming, right? Choi Han and Bendrick are just as stunned. Good grief. Choi Han asks him, young master, is that thing over there supposed to be a boat? Anyone with eyes can clearly see that's a Henatu's family vessel. Kale nods in agreement, though deep down, he's actually feeling a little conflicted about how this looks. The design is nothing like the turtle ship he had in mind. This golden ship is blinding under the afternoon sun. A golden turtle? He realized then that he'd seriously underestimated his father's wealth and just how rich the Henatu's family really was. He's actually a little dizzy from the sheer scale of the ship. Raun is losing it. Human? Is that entire thing made of real gold? Bendrick is in awe. Young master, your family is truly incredibly wealthy beyond any imagination. Kale tries to clear things up to avoid any misunderstanding. Pointing at the ship, he calmly states that it is just gold-plated. Everyone freezes for a second. Oh, right. Kale breaks the silence. It's been a long time, Watira. Yes, young master? Have you been well? He looks at her. I'm fine, but you look like you're having a rough time. She explains that the mermaid incident led them to the eastern continent. They found plenty of intel, but some of it is just too much to handle. That's why she came to see him. Kale reads between the lines, are you here to ask for a favor? No, it's not a favor. Her face is dead serious. I want to trade information. He knew it. For her to come all this way, it's definitely not a minor issue. He can't just ignore this and walk away now. If things get out of hand, he'll just dump the problem on Crown Prince Alberu or the ancient gold dragon. Go ahead, speak. Who did you meet on the eastern continent? And what exactly is this info you want to trade? Watira explains that the ones providing the info are the Tiger Tribe. Kale is shocked. The Tiger Tribe? She confirms it. The strongest race on the eastern continent is facing total extinction because of that mysterious organization. She continues explaining, we're acquainted with a mage among them. Kale is stunned. There's a mage too? He seriously wonders if his life is just destined to be constantly linked with animals. Otherwise, he wouldn't be running into this many beast people. He's worried that getting involved with the Tiger Tribe will turn into a total disaster. She says he doesn't have to provide anything in return. He shouldn't feel pressured by this at all. This isn't even a major trade. We just wanted to share what we know. Kale suggests she just start talking for now. She goes quiet. Apparently, that arm organization Kale mentioned has completely seized control of the eastern continent's underworld. According to the Tigers, some of them have already crossed over to the western continent. Trust me. You and I just witnessed the start of a real war. Trust me, Kale already knows exactly how this is going to play out. Both the golden-haired spearman and swordsman are rare talents, but she has even more important news to share beyond that. She mentions that Arm's 1st Brigade, their main force, is moving in massive numbers. Kale is visibly shaken by this. What? He asks urgently. Where to? Are they coming here? She confirms they are heading straight for the western continent. Poseidon gives more details on their path. The Tiger Tribe and the whales are working hard to gather all the intel. The Tigers expect a massive move this coming winter. Kale starts to feel a deep sense of unease about this whole thing. Why is the Tiger Tribe, which is facing extinction, poking around everywhere? Maybe they are seeking revenge against that secret organization. Pasiton brings up a crucial point. The tigers shared this info with us in exchange for a very specific and important favor. Kale feels anxious, sensing he probably should not hear this request. Even though he is hesitant, he asks to hear it anyway. Fine. So what did they ask for? Witira finally answers him with a look of deep satisfaction. Pay attention here, she says, that when Arm's 1st Brigade is in the middle of the ocean, we should strike and eliminate them all. Witira discusses the strategy. They are gathering intel until winter to pay back the Tiger Tribe for the information they provided to them. They need to take down the secret organization, so they want to trade any useful information they can find if possible. You think you can get that information from me? She hesitates for a moment before replying to him. Actually, it is not that difficult, but I thought the young master would know more than me. Kale is completely confused by this. Pasiton describes their goal, a secluded, cold place with a dense forest and plenty of thick, lush trees for them to hide. Ideally, it should be ungoverned and spacious, yet still close enough to interact with the human world quite easily. We want to find a place like that. Kale wonders why she is so bold. The tigers actually want to migrate? A migration? That is possible. Wait, he remembers something about the tigers. He recalls when a tiger once came looking for him. I came to find a big house. Is there anything good here? He realizes it a sudden, empty feeling hits him hard. I cannot think of anything right now. Rayon boldly shouts that he knows a spot. It is the Forest of Darkness. Human. Rayon shouts it out. Repeat after me, Forest of Darkness. Kale crosses his arms. I do not like this at all. I cannot think of any place off the top of my head. Pasiton looks a bit worried. Is that really true? You and I both know that if he says those 2 words, she will immediately ask for the tigers to move in. Rayon tries to persuade him, squishing his cheeks with tiny paws. While Kale calculates everything, he knows the whales would not ask for free, but he really wants to avoid this. The Tiger Tribe wants revenge on the secret organization. If he gets involved, it is like jumping on a train that is already exhausted. Sure, having the tigers there would make his territory a fortress if knights attack from the north, but he still says no. We already have enough people to handle that brigade. Witira decides not to push him any further for now. Then there is nothing else we can do. Later on, if you think of a good place, please let me know even then. Kale answers with a sigh of relief. All right. Rayon is fuming. You are such a big dummy, human. Witira explains that the enemies might try to avoid the whales by sea, so some scouts will try to cross over first. Will you just let them be? She says yes. For now, they will just watch. Kale wonders what the reason could be. Is it not obvious? They want to observe exactly where the enemies are planning to go on the continent. While Kale thinks, those ARM members entering the western continent probably will not head straight to their base, but they might still leave some clues. This is getting annoying, so let us end it here. Suddenly, he gets a very bad feeling about what is next. Why do I have chills? He turns around to give orders and is met with eyes full of pure, terrifying bloodlust. Am I the only one who finds this annoying? Kale feels drained. Fine, just work hard. I guess that is it. Make sure to report back to me. Witira is happy. Choi Han looks battle ready. They must bleed and die. That sounds terrifying. He speaks up once they land on the continent. Let me know exactly where they are headed. Pasiton agrees. Kale is about to sigh in relief when Pasiton suddenly speaks up one more time to ask something. But young Master Kale? He asks what is up. Pasiton looks at the golden ship with a very curious gaze. Is that your ship? Kale explains that it actually belongs to their territory. You can tell just by looking at it. Suddenly, a voice calls out. Kale turns around. It is the man who built the ship, and Kale introduces him. Mueller runs over, asking if the young master is doing well. Kale says he is fine and healthy. An and Hong said they missed you. Stick with me, because the next chapter of this story is going to be absolutely wild. He stammers out. Are those 2 coming with you? He replies casually, they hate water, so they are staying in the house. They are terrified of you. I am sure they will be thrilled to see you again, he says, asking about his reputation. Ah, he is a hybrid of a dwarf and the rat tribe with incredible craftsmanship, right, Miller? Miller replies with total seriousness. All right, stick with me here. You and I are about to see a ship designed for pure, futuristic destruction. Baun thinks to himself that the young master really is a visionary. Is he already preparing for a massive war at sea? He wants to know about the villa design. Miller replies happily. Ah, it is almost finished, sir. It will be as solid as possible with incredible defensive capabilities. I am counting on you to give this your absolute best effort. Miller raises his small hands with determination. Yes, I will do it. The others think he calls it a villa, but he smiles. I trust you. They suspect he is actually building a top-secret base. Scene changed to a few days later in the Whipper Kingdom. Are we really tearing down the magic tower tomorrow? Watch this closely, because he doesn't just want to crush the tower, he wants to destroy it completely. Tunka hears this and laughs with pure joy. Did you hear that? He shouts in satisfaction. Our history of hatred is finally ending. A new chapter for the Whipper Kingdom is beginning. He is getting bored of him. Harold sees this and starts probing. Is the young master uncomfortable with the number of soldiers? He describes the situation carefully. The training ground is large, so they are working there. Since you arrived, we brought them all here. Training? Please. We understand each other way too well for that. Seeing Tunka's intensity, he realizes the goal is a morale boost. Fine. I understand. It is okay even if there are more. He is looking forward to it because it will be a grand sight. Raon giggles. Oh, is everyone watching the explosion? Everyone will know the greatness of magic bombs. Harold asks, how will you destroy it? He answers simply, with magic. Harold is stunned. He places a hand on Harold's shoulder. Destroying the symbol of magic using magic itself is pretty interesting. Plus, I am pushing the limits. I will do as I please. Harold feels a bit of pressure from his bold declaration. You hold this kingdom in your hands and live however you want, right? I am the same. Tunka turns and realizes it. I won't cross your line, so don't push mine, Harold sighs. You are still the same, which makes me even happier. He replies, yes, I still love peace as much as ever. Tunka taunts him. It has been a while. Let's fight. Choi Han replies with zero humor. It would be fun if a great general got beaten up right before a big battle. Tunka is actually excited. Your scent is getting stronger. Is Choi Han really getting more powerful? He was already absurdly strong. I just want to protect everyone. Suddenly, he smiles. But a few days ago, after hearing what you said, I realized I made the right choice. He is extremely conflicted. This sounds suspicious. The plan with the Tiger Tribe and the Whale Tribe. They plan to join the fight against those units. But let's set that aside for now. Something more urgent is happening. He steps forward. Tunka, why don't you and I throw a massive festival tonight? Tunka looks at him suspiciously. A festival? He replies, yes. Since we destroy the tower tomorrow, let's celebrate first with a drinking party. What do you think? He is thrilled. That sounds amazing. As expected, you are nothing like those corrupt nobles. You really get it. He thinks to himself, of course I do. He looks at them and realizes he has boarded the train to hell, since he plans to attack the Empire before reaching the forest. An, Rayon, and Hong look on with sparkling eyes. It is not as hot as I thought. He asks, can you three handle this? An is confident. We can do it. Rayon adds, I am great. Hong won't be left out. With my siblings, we are the strongest. He turns to Choi Han and Rosalind, but realizes not everyone can attend the festival. Hong is full of pride. The three of us can completely destroy the most luxurious place. An agrees? Exactly. Rayon is excited. I can destroy everything all by myself. He thinks, yes, Rayon really could level everything alone. I just worry he will break everything instead of finishing the mission. Hey, you kids better do this right, okay? This book contains everything we managed to find inside the secret underground lab of the Magic Tower. There is some valuable information here. A power storage device that uses the principles of an ancient power. Research data on magic resistance and another seed. Trust me. You and I need to see what comes next. Stick with me, we are about to watch Kale deal with some grumpy children. Only half the records remain after the purge. Rayon huffs weak human, We are stronger. Stop nagging. Then, with just a few light movements, Ron lifts the chest into the air, much to the excitement of Hong and On. Ron says bluntly, "We are leaving. You are too weak. Do not drink much." Kale sighs at the little dragon is disdain. Suddenly, Hong steps on Kale's lap, looking up with big, sparkling eyes full of cuteness and charm. "We will be back soon. We can play tag at the magic tower with the others after this is done, right?" Kale answers, "Yeah, just believe that." Hong is overjoyed. And so, Rayon, Hong, and On happily leave the tent together. But Kale is feeling a bit anxious now. They will do fine on the mission, so why is he still so uneasy? Bendrick clears his throat. "Young master, did you remember?" He wonders if Kale will visit the dragon lair after this is over. Kale sighs. "Yes, I have to go." He is worried. A cave and a dragon. Just the thought of it makes him breathless. Bendrick is a bit flustered. "I will contact them then. They will be so happy." He suddenly gets very excited. "Can I also meet the dragon protecting you?" Kale looks on, bored. "Sure, you can," he replies to the excited elf. "Trust me, you and I can see how thrilled he is." He is likely the only elf ever to meet two dragons at once. Bendrick asks one more thing. "What about the person I need to treat? Will I meet them on the way?" Kale confirms they will meet then. He remembers asking Tasha back in the capital to arrange special treatment for the necromancer, Mary, before they arrived. Bendrick takes his leave. "Understood. It is late now, so I will be going." Kale gently says, "All right then." Kale walks outside to check on things. "Is everything okay?" Choi Han hesitates for a moment before nodding. "Make sure everything goes smoothly without any mistakes." Kale smiles. "If you are caught, it will be bad, so join the party. Just go drink with them." "Let us go." Tun Ka is drinking like a beast, and Kale is totally speechless at the sight. Everyone gathers around the cozy fire. Meanwhile, in the magic tower basement, Hong, On, and Rayon play around the chest. The next morning, Tun Sa is still completely wasted. But he is looking forward to the big moment. Kale can tell he is still drunk. Tun Ka glares. "Our tribe, so many people died because of this damn magic tower." He is hyped up. "It is a shame to just use magic bombs to destroy it, but it will be fun." Hello agrees with him. "That is right, General. Our new history is about to begin." People come to report that everything is prepared. Rayon introduces his latest masterpiece, a brand new magic bomb. Rosalind reports that she will detonate on signal. Kale suggests it might be better to notify the soldiers before the blast. Tun Ca hesitates. "Should I?" Hello asks Kale if he is feeling a bit disappointed about the plan. "Are you sad about blowing up the tower without getting anything out of it?" You and I both know Kale is a liar. He is not disappointed at all. He acts bored. But inside, he is actually feeling quite excited. He justifies it by thinking about how to spend his money. After all, he's already pretty rich. Hello remarks that he really looks like a noble now. Kale reminds him not to forget his high status. The group lands on the ground. One by one, they appear before the cheering crowd. Kale gives the order to start. Rosalind acknowledges. The 5-second countdown begins as she gathers her power. The flames burn fiercely before Tun Ca, Hello, and everyone else. All eyes are fixed on the tower. The count finishes, her hands glow with light, and then boom! A massive explosion swallows the tower in a sea of fire. Amidst the thick dust, Raon is overjoyed. "This is fun. Since nobody got hurt, we can destroy everything." Tun Ca laughs like a total maniac. It fell. It finally fell. Everyone around them cheers in pure joy. The magic tower is collapsing. Kale calls him a madman, but Hello notes that Kale is smiling too. He simply agrees. In the scorching heat of the fire, Kale feels refreshed. But just minutes later, he starts to grumble. "This is a pain. Dust is everywhere." Rayon asks if he has a cold, while Hello offers a tour. "You cannot miss the ruins," Kale says he is in. Suddenly, someone shouts, "What is this?" Choi Han finds something strange. "Young master, do you want to see?" Ron and Kale look at his bad acting. His acting is terrible. We might get caught. Right then, Beacrox taps him. Something is here. Kale asks what happened. Beacrox tells the young master to look into the hole. Kale puts on a look of pure shock. Oh my god. Before him is a deep pit. He wonders just how far down this thing goes. Now, what do you and I take from this? Choi Han acts surprised, while Bcrox mentions a hidden basement. This is wild. Alright, stick with me, we are about to uncover a secret floor in this magic tower that shouldn't even exist. Rosalind admits she heard rumors about a hidden lab, though she's supposed to be keeping it quiet for now. She pretends it was just a slip of the tongue, and honestly, looking at her, the main character is impressed by her incredible acting. He glances at Billows with a sharp look. Things are going off script, and he wonders if Billows is truly ready for it. Just then, Tunka notices the commotion and stomps over, asking why everyone is gathering in such a busy spot. He calls him over and explains they might have just stumbled onto a secret, hidden space right inside the tower. Tunka is totally lost. Didn't they destroy everything? The main character sighs at his stupidity and orders a ladder immediately. He doesn't forget about Billows either. He calls out to him, and the merchant responds with a polite yes. When asked to help, Billows has no choice but to agree, though inside, he's probably cursing this whole situation. Choi Han steps up, warning that the explosion debris is dangerous and insisting that the main character stays safe. Rayon joins in, telling the main character he is far too weak and should just sit still for once. Our main character is offended. Why state the obvious? Does he really look like someone who would jump into danger? Now watch this part closely. Billows insists his own soldiers go along, but the main character just gives a suspicious smirk. He reminds the consultant that everything found down there belongs to him, making sure the rules are crystal clear. Billows asks if he will sell the useless items later, realizing the main character is onto his plan to watch them. Billows admits it, yeah, that's exactly what he was thinking. To avoid any doubt, the main character tells him to just go with them. Billows bows, grateful for the understanding. He tells Billows not to get hurt before leaving. He's done making things hard for the merchant for now. But this is all part of the plan. Choi Han and Bcrox are leading him straight into a preset trap. Billows won't die, but he's about to learn that valuable information comes at a very high price. Rayon praises him, calling the main character's lying skills absolutely amazing. He's really a master of deception. Proud of himself, the main character turns to Tunka. Remember when he said the Crown Prince called him a friend? Tunka coughs as the main character sets a deal regarding the mage research hidden in that secret space. If there's anything useful for research, he'll hand it over. Tunka is stunned, barely able to process the offer. You and I both know this is huge. He even offers to hand over items that might be dangerous to Tunka. Tunka is shocked. Shouldn't he keep the rare stuff to sell for a fortune instead of just giving it away? The main character asks if he really looks like that kind of person, and Tunka is forced to deny it. He explains that fair deals should happen between equals, and he considers them to be on the same level. He tells Tunka that he isn't heartless like those mages, which really hits home for the big guy. Tunka flashes a big smile, proud to hear that he's nothing like the enemies they just defeated. He admits the main character is weak but respectable, while our hero just smirks at the obvious compliment. He is secretly celebrating because, with these arrangements in place, Billows can't pull any tricks. Meanwhile, Choi Han dumps out a box of documents. With his sharp eye for documents, he asks if these actually came from the Whipper Kingdom. Billows confirms his suspicion. It seems the mages were after some incredibly powerful magic hidden within those pages. Holding a bag near Ron, he asks if this is the magic storage device he was talking about earlier. Rayon confirms he made it. So the main character asks Rosalind if they can put it to use right now. She shakes her head. Even though it's like a seed of power, it's currently completely dried up and useless. She suggests new research is needed to unlock its potential for magic resistance, and he quickly catches on. This information is absolutely mind-blowing. He suddenly suggests throwing it all away since it's just partial research, making everyone around him freak out. He admits he was just joking, it's actually quite valuable, and everyone finally takes a breath of relief. This research would take top mages 10 years to complete, yet currently, it's almost worth nothing at all. He sees Billows wanting the research, but decides to hand it all over to Tunka instead. Tunka is speechless. The main character explains he spent 10 billion on a tower and got almost nothing back. So, you and I are watching him sell his only prize to Tunka. What do you think he's planning next? All right, you and I are about to witness our main character pull off the ultimate business flex. He spent 10 billion, so now he needs a profit. But Tunka's side is completely broke because they're preparing for war against the Empire. They can't possibly outbid a formidable young master like him. He decides that no matter what happens, he has to be the one to set the opening price first. Now watch this, you won't believe the number he drops. He holds up 5 fingers. Tunka panics, thinking 50 billion, and Billow is just as stunned. But he shakes his head. Not 50 billion. Just 5 billion. Everyone there completely loses their minds. Tunka is beyond shocked. Only 5 billion? Billow is suspicious. Is this guy actually being serious right now? Flashback to last winter. A familiar voice told him to sell it to those poor guys for 5 billion. Besides, he wasn't even the one who paid 10 billion for that tower. He listens to Alberu's presentation on the communication sphere. Becoming their savior is a huge win, which was his plan all along. He calmly replies, "Of course it is." Alberu calls him a total scoundrel. Meanwhile, Tunka is still processing. Is 5 billion really enough for everything? He explains that the Jaipur kingdom is in a tough spot. He considers this a fair price for people in need. In his head, he's already planning to sell the remaining documents to the crown prince for a massive fortune. Tunka shakes his fist, stammering that he's a true noble through and through. Suddenly, he screams his gratitude to the sky. He's beyond thankful. Our main character just smiles. Glad you appreciate it. He thinks to himself, it's the first time someone's been this grateful to pay 5 billion for literal scrap metal. Billow asks if he doesn't like money. He just sighs and flexes about his family's wealth. Do you know how rich my territory is? We have more money than you can possibly imagine, and I'm the eldest son of that entire estate. Only then does Billow remember. Right. This guy is a young master who spends 10 billion like it's absolutely nothing. Every power on the continent wants these papers, but he has no interest in being at the center of a storm. He gives a gentle smile, claiming he's just a peace lover. Billow feels relieved. So, Commander Tunka, what's the verdict? Tunka thumps his chest. Great. He grabs his hand. Thank you so much. Don't worry. I won't forget this favor. Tunka keeps laughing happily, promising he will never forget this kindness. As he looks over the 5 billion contract, a voice calls out. He turns around. Why are you following me? Choi Han is full of admiration. He's so brilliant. No one could ever outsmart or rather outmaneuver a strategist like him. And yeah, you and I both know Choi Han is terrible at lying. Our main character thinks his acting is surprisingly clumsy. Wait, did he almost say scam? Choi Han suddenly freezes up, but then he turns serious. He warns him to be extremely careful at the next meeting. He notices it. So he followed him into the tent just for this? He remembers the next character is the Golden Dragon. Choi Han says he always thinks one step ahead, but this person is strong. Even he and Ron might not be a match. Ron hears this and gets furious. Not a match? I'm way stronger than that guy. Much stronger than you think. He agrees. Choi Han is right. How about you go ahead of me this time? Choi Han steps up. Just leave it to me. He's determined to protect everyone in the group with his entire life. Choi Han starts getting ready for tomorrow's trip. He gives him the okay. Get some rest after you're done. He obeys. Then he pulls a gold coin out of his pocket for Rayon. Here's your pay. Ron's eyes sparkle at the gold. Wow, a whole gold coin. Rayon is ecstatic. I love it. Human, thank you. I'll work even harder from now on. He pats Rayon's head. The dragon seems happy. Though to a dragon, silver and gold are the same thing. He remembers On and Hong too. When they hear their names, they give him their cutest puppy dog eyes. He wanted to keep it a secret, but these kids are too sharp. He gives them each a gold coin and sighs. He starts thinking back. When he made the deal with Tunka, he was asked if he'd sightsee before leaving. He said yes. He told Billow exactly where they're going, so there's no need to worry about him disappearing. Tunka says he trusts him, and didn't mean it that way. He tells him he can move freely in the kingdom from now on and to let him know if he needs anything. So what do you and I take from this? Alchemy is bad news. He warns Tunka that it's more sinister than magic. You need to be careful and value your magic soldiers. Plus, there are definitely Imperial spies hiding in your ranks. You might have checked already. But if you haven't found them, start looking at those closest to you. He adds another warning above all else. You must. Absolutely must. Find that person. All right. You and I are diving into a moment where a single warning leads to blood. Hopefully, the Jaipur Kingdom holds out long enough to drain the Empire so the Leon Kingdom has time to grow stronger. Hong and On are playing happily together, but Kale knows this peace won't last before the North invades. He closes his eyes, praying that the golden dragon they are looking for is not a total psycho. The next day, under a freezing snowfall, we head toward the ancient dragon's lair. Kale cannot handle the cold and sneezes. Rosalind offers a handkerchief, but Kale is preoccupied. He never expected the dragon to be in a place like this. He knows this spot better than anyone from the novel. This terrain is famous for being incredibly dangerous and rugged. Mount Yelia, who would have guessed a cave, was hidden here. Kale asks Pendrick what the plan is now. Pendrick calmly tells him to just wait. Shivering in the cold, Kale asks how long they have to stay here. Pendrick drops a bombshell until you are given permission. Kale is stunned. What? Wait in this freezing place? Now watch this. Because Kale is about to realize that meeting an ancient dragon requires more patience than he has. If I say the location, will he just teleport here? Rayon is currently hiding behind everyone using his invisibility magic. I am right behind you, Mr. Elf. Rayon looks around, clearly confused by the lack of a welcome. Why is this great dragon not coming out to greet me? Suddenly, the wind hisses, and the snow begins to thin. What is this? The snow stopped. Is a dragon actually capable of controlling the weather like this? Raon is ecstatic. Of course, he should greet me. The great Raon Miru has finally arrived. Rayon drops his invisibility and flies off, telling the human he will be right back. Pendrick is absolutely speechless. Oh my god, he really is a black dragon. Rayon flies to the cave entrance, happily introducing himself. Nice to meet you. I am the great Raon Miru. But who are you? A voice suddenly echoes back. Is this thing really a dragon? A man with flowing, radiant golden hair appears, looking down with a judging gaze. A dragon wanting a handshake? He asks Rayon if he is real. Rayon confirms it, while Kale just loses hope. Dragons are usually too arrogant for handshakes. They usually just fight each other to prove who is the top boss. So, you really are a dragon? Rayon responds quickly, acknowledging the golden-haired man's true identity. You and I both know Raon is too pure for this world, but the ancient dragon just looks bored. Rayon reaches out a paw. The golden dragon is confused. You want a handshake? Rayon says yes. The man sighs, saying he has lived 1,000 years and never seen something this stupid. Is your IQ low? Choi Han starts fuming nearby, but Kale tries to stay calm. Hang in there, Choi Han. The golden dragon glares at Rayon with sharp eyes, making Kale suddenly feel very uncomfortable. Wait, is he looking at me? He hides behind Choi Han. Is the golden dragon really staring at him? It definitely seems like it. Why? Looking through the golden dragon's eyes, he realizes he can smell an ancient scent that no one remembers anymore. Kale feels something incredibly strange. It is like a massive tsunami is about to crash down on top of him. He feels the golden dragon's power. Is this dragon fear? The aura that terrifies everyone? Kale steadies himself and thinks, no, this feels different. If it were dragon fear, every living soul here would be trembling. But he does not feel that. What is this? He realizes it is not an attack, it feels warm. This is not dragon fear. It is temperature stabilizing magic. Rayon suddenly screams and jumps in front of Kale. Hey Goldie, stop staring at my weak human like that. Don't you know how much of a scaredy cat he is? Kale is confused. Human, you might be as strong as my claw now, but I will still protect you. Don't be afraid. Rayon just keeps rambling on in front of him. I was going to fight that Goldie for staring, but since he used magic to keep us warm, I decided he is decent. The golden dragon observes. He really is weak, but did you just say he is from your house? Are you really stupid? My IQ is not low. I just have great social skills. Unlike you, Mr. Golden Dragon. You and I have to agree with Rayon, this ancient dragon really needs to learn how to shake hands. All right, you and I are about to see if a sassy little dragon can actually win a shouting match against an ancient legend. Even though he really is a bright yellow dragon, Bendrick can only hold his head and sigh. Are these two powerful beings actually just having a peaceful chat? Honestly, I really should have recorded this incredible moment using some high-level recording magic. I used to think I was just unlucky since I couldn't see spirits. But it turns out fate was smiling on me after all. What a magnificent sight to behold. But looking at our main character's bored face, you can tell his mind works a bit differently than ours. Rayon just laughs it off. Are you shocked by my greatness, Goldie? Even the legendary Golden Dragon is totally speechless right now. Yeah, thanks to you, I have had plenty of surprises today. Suddenly, the Golden Dragon starts coughing, and it sounds like it is getting much worse. Now, pay attention, because this is where everything shifts. Rayon is panicking. Look at all that blood. Goldie, why are you coughing up blood? Our main character watches closely. Coughing that much blood is not just from being tired. This looks like a very serious life or death situation. Rayon moves closer, asking if the Golden Dragon is okay while the blood continues to flow. But the ancient dragon just lets out a small laugh. Is a dragon actually worried about another dragon? Rayon tells him to just shut up and rest. Even Bendrick rushes over to check on Eruhaben. Eruhaben, are you all right? The Golden Dragon says the coughing has stopped, so our main character tells Choi Han it is time for them to move. Bendrick, it has been a long time since I saw you as a little kid. Bendrick bows deeply, saying it is a true honor to meet him again. He helps the Golden Dragon walk, but the ancient dragon keeps his eyes locked onto our main character with an intense, focused stare. Rayon gets angry. Stop staring. My weak human is very timid. I already told you not to look at him with those scary eyes of yours. Our main character thinks to himself, sure, I might be a little weak, but I am definitely not going to faint just from someone looking at me. The Golden Dragon gives a thin smile. Timid, huh? How interesting. Then, he gives a simple command. Follow me. The dragon with the bright blonde hair explains that this must be fate. Inside a room filled with gold, our hero wonders if they are targeting the world tree. Bendrick explains that according to the young master, these people belong to a secret organization that might be receiving major support from another kingdom or a massive global power. Meanwhile, our hero is distracted. He realizes that even the table they are sitting at is made of solid gold. You and I both know he loves money, but discovering this dragon is a literal billionaire, that changes the whole game. He wonders if they know who the mastermind is. Our hero is impressed. Even the dragon's choice of words sounds high class and cool, yet nobody knows anything. No, we still have no idea. The Golden Dragon finds it strange. A massive organization like that could not have just appeared out of thin air recently. To even dream of ruling the underworld of the Eastern continent, you would need at least a few decades of careful preparation. The Golden Dragon feels a bit annoyed. This whole situation is becoming quite frustrating. Bendrick asks for his thoughts. Master Eruhaben, what do you think about all this? He replies that he has not left his lair in over 100 years, so he is out of the loop. However, if an organization is causing trouble across both continents, it would be impossible to do through the individual strength of humans alone. Bendrick wonders if it is the demon race. Choi Han is shocked. The demon race? But the Golden Dragon just laughs. Bendrick, your imagination is still as wild as it was when you were a child. Is it not them? Eruhaben explains that if the demon race were actually moving, the heavens would have definitely warned everyone by now. Our hero is starting to understand. So, the Golden Dragon continues. Based on your own theories, it could be a kingdom providing support for decades, or powerful hidden forces from the natural world, or perhaps even both. Honestly, the dragon is finding this mystery quite fascinating. Our hero feels awkward. Why is he staring at me with that curious look again? Eruhaben sighs, saying he is too old to get involved in worldly affairs. I no longer have the strength to step forward, and I do not care which side wins. However, I should probably strengthen the defensive magic circles around the world tree just to be safe. I will create a defensive magic device for you to take back. Bendrick is grateful and thanks Master Eruhaben for his kindness. Our hero thinks this dragon is actually pretty nice. But then, those eyes turn back to him again. Wait, is he looking at me for the third time? The way the dragon stares makes him feel like a girl in love. Then Eruhaben finally speaks. You are a very strange person, or should I say, impressive. The dragon is curious. How are you even alive while holding that much ancient power inside your body? By all laws of nature, your body should have exploded into tiny pieces by now. He asks seriously. How are you still alive with that much power inside you? Our hero is frozen. Wait, I am supposed to be dead? On is shocked too. The kittens and Rayon all turn to the ancient dragon. What did you just say? Goldie, what are you talking about? Does nobody else know? Ancient powers are precious gifts from heaven, but having this many of them at once is a completely different story. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You're going to want to see how he survives this. Alright, you and I are diving back into Kale's chaotic life, starting with a dragon who is way too honest. Rayon snapped back. I'm not ignorant. Just tell us. As they bickered, the gold dragon finally began his story. Many ancient legends and records tell the stories of humans who once possessed powerful ancient powers. Most only mention people with one power. Why? Because those who tried to hold two or more died instantly. Everyone in the room felt a cold chill run down their spines after hearing that news. If the powers share an attribute, you might survive. But possessing different elements like yours? The dragon held up his hand. With a tiny human body like that, you should have exploded into pieces. Kale thought back, realizing that in all the hero stories he knew, no one ever held multiple ancient powers. Now, pay attention, because this next reveal explains exactly why our main character is still standing while everyone else in history would have died long ago. Rayon turned and yelled at Kale. Weak human, why do you keep swallowing those weird things? You always struggle and then cough up blood. Kale held his hand out to stop his friend, saying, But look at me, I'm still alive and well. Rayon replied, True, you're still living. Then, he looked at the dragon. Wait, is he going to die? Wait, is he going to die? Silence filled the room. Kale thought, that sounds terrifying. Eruhaben sighed, die? Not quite. He is a freak who managed not to die. The blonde dragon looked at Kale's necklace and asked if water was inside. Kale nodded. Eruhaben continued, the power of wood, the power of wind, and even the power of fire. He explained that the water in the necklace helps balance the indestructible shield, which is a wood attribute. Besides the sound of wind and the destruction of fire, you have a power unique to humans, the vitality of the heart. That regeneration is the only reason you did not blow up a long time ago. You saw that too, right? Kale's luck is literally the only thing keeping his body from blowing up into pieces right now. Kale thought back. When he got the sound of the wind, he thought the heart just boosted it. Was it actually fusing them? The dragon asked, Did you get that power first or second? Kale nodded. It was my second ancient power. Eruhaben leaned back. That is exactly why you are still breathing. The regeneration saved you before the conflicting attributes could clash and turn your body into a ticking bomb. The gold dragon looked around, repeating the name in his head. Cale Henatus, right? He glanced at Rosalind, thinking, a talented mage or swordsman does not really surprise me anymore. He looked over at Locke and the siblings, fascinated by the pure-blooded wolf boy, and the even more interesting mutated cat tribe children, who seemed to have undergone a mutation. Finally, his gaze returned to Kale with a look of genuine admiration. None of them are as shocking as this human. He was lucky enough to possess 6 different ancient powers. This goes beyond mere luck. Unless he was chosen by the gods, the guy is completely insane. He is crazy lucky. Kale just smiled and said, If that is the case, I guess I'm safe now. The dragon was stunned. If he had picked another power first, he would be dead. How could he not be surprised? What a strange guy. While Kale looked calm on the outside, his inner thoughts were a total disaster. Oh my god, thank goodness. If I had grabbed a different power first, I would be dead for sure. The blonde dragon spoke up. You can relax for now. Kale blinked. Wait, just for now? You're a ticking bomb. If that regeneration slips even once, you will go boom instantly. Raon panicked. Eruhaben waved his hand. Don't lose your heads yet. There is still a way to fix this. Kale thought, is it the power of Earth? Why was he thinking about that scary rock right now? Eruhaben continued explaining. Since that water in your necklace is yours, you just need the Earth power so they can all support each other. If you gather every attribute, they will stabilize your body perfectly and keep you safe. Kale sighed. The rock again? Raon turned to Kale, sounding desperate. Human, Let's go find the power of Earth right this second. Eruhaben cut him off. Kid, weren't you listening? You need incredible luck to find an ancient power, Rayan growled. A great dragon can create his own luck. Don't you know how great we are? Eruhaben laughed helplessly at the kid, while Kale silently agreed. You and I just saw a dragon get out-talked by a toddler. Ready? You and I are jumping back into Round's big adventure. Human, we're going to find that Earth power using the book the elves gave us. Don't worry. Then the gold dragon interrupts. Hey, is your family some kind of dragon tamer clan? Kale is confused. What? No way. But the dragon persists. Not a tamer clan? Kale shuts it down immediately. Definitely not. He turns to John. John, our family is just a tiny noble house, right? John plays along. Yes, young master. Exactly. The dragon is baffled. Why is he lying? He won't even look me in the eye. So weird. Kale moves on to Choi Han. Our family is weak in combat, right? Choi Han doesn't miss a beat. Yes, we are very weak. Kale thinks to himself. Look, we have money, but militarily, we're just average nobles. So why are they all acting so strange? Now, watch this. The dragon asks if they're a legendary family of dragon killers. Kale just laughs it off. No human could ever pull off a feat like that. The gold dragon drops a bombshell. Why not? There was once a legendary family of dragon slayers, and they were absolutely insane. They didn't fear dragons at all. They had a power that allowed them to stand tall and face a dragon head-on. That power was passed down through generations. But then, the last heir vanished, and the bloodline's strength was lost forever. Kale freezes. A power that can face a dragon head-on? Wait, it's missing? Why do I feel so uneasy? Don't tell me it's that dominating aura I picked up. The gold dragon describes it as a power filled with courage. Kale relaxes. Courage? Okay, that's definitely not the scammer power I have. My power is only good for bluffing people. So if it's about courage, it's definitely not me. The dragon sighs. Fine, if that's what you think, we'll go with that. He smirks internally. Kale clearly doesn't realize that an ancient dragon's aura usually crushes everyone in its path. You and I can see the others sweating, but Kale is totally unfazed. While Choi Han is nervous, Kale is just acting like it's a normal Tuesday. The dragon speaks up again. There's one more thing. Kale wonders, what now? He calls out to Rayan. Hey, little kid. Rayan snaps back. What do you want, fake dragon? The dragon is stunned. Kale just nods. That's it. Rule number 1 of any argument is to win the name-calling battle. The dragon continues. You haven't had your first growth phase yet. Rayon huffs. So what? I'm still strong. The gold dragon just pats his head. If you run into other dragons like this, they'll crush you into dust. Rayon resists. No way, that's impossible. He laughs. You're not very dragon-like, but you are cute. Rayon is offended. What did you say? I'm not cute, I'm great and mighty. The dragon gets serious. I'll help you. I'll teach you everything I know. Stay in my lair for 3 months. It'll be a great experience for you. Both Kale and Rayon are surprised. The dragon hesitates, thinking the kid might refuse. He adds, Of course, you can say no if you want. I'm a generous dragon. I won't hunt you down for revenge like the others might, so take your time. Rayon cuts him off. Hey, gold dragon. Since you're teaching me for free, is the food and bed free too? The dragon blinks. Yes, it is. Round's eyes light up with pure excitement. Then it's a deal. I'm in. I'll get twice as strong using his stuff. And it's all for free. Kale just smirks to himself. His kid's financial instincts are seriously on another level. He's such a proud dad. Rayon starts stomping his feet in joy. Dragon, teach me everything. Show me all your secret techniques. The dragon agrees. Rayon grins. Smart choice. You agree too, right, weak human? Kale just nods along. The dragon sighs. Well, I'm dying soon anyway, so I might as well pass it on. Pendrick jumps up in shock. What happened? Why are you dying? Is there something wrong? Ron is just as panicked. Wait, what did you just say to us? Gold dragon? You're dying? But why? Were you poisoned? Is it a curse? Did you get hurt in a fight? The dragon tries to calm them. Relax, kid. Do you really think a dragon gets hurt that easily? Raon won't listen. Then why? Don't die. You're the only other dragon I know. May pas KB sink fac. Kale steps forward. May I ask what kind of illness you're suffering from? It's just old age. Every living thing eventually fades away. It's the one thing even I can't overcome. Kale thinks to himself. Wait, doesn't he have an ancient power that can extend his life? He just gave me something huge, and now he's talking about dying. Suddenly, the dragon speaks up again. Actually, there is one way to escape death. Kale asks, what is it? The dragon looks at them. I'd have to fall into the darkness, like a zombie, a being that can't be killed. A lich? An immortal being. Scary. Right? Alright, you and I are diving back into a world where some choose the path of darkness just to survive death, but our main character? He absolutely hates that path. He thinks about how some dragons made that choice long ago. He understands their pain, but he still despises that option for his own life. The golden dragon, Eruhaben, just scoffs and tells him his time to die is still far off, so he should stop worrying. Kale is still uneasy, but Raon puffs out his chest, declaring that since he is so great, he will find a way to help the golden dragon live forever. Eruhaben just says, oh. A moment later, Ron reminds Kale that he still needs to head out and meet with the queen of the jungle. The dragon tells them to hurry back, giving them only 1 week because, despite his pride, he really does not want to be alone. Kale agrees, but then Raon starts listing demands, telling the golden dragon that this weak human only sleeps on the finest beds and eats top-tier meat. Eruhaben is stunned, blinking as he asks if he is seriously being ordered to prepare all those luxury items for a mere human. Ron just gives him a sharp reminder that he is the host after all, before the little dragon lets out a triumphant, proud laugh. Both Kale and the golden dragon can only sigh at this sheer arrogance. Kale just shrugs it off and promises he will be back soon. Eruhaben tells him to do whatever, but warns him to stay alert. He is only tolerating this because of the kid, but he is very sensitive. He even admits he is not entirely sure if he is making the right choice by letting this strange group stay in his lair. He looks at Kale and Ron, making it clear he is only teaching the young dragon and won't be helping them with any other requests. Even though he finds the beast people interesting, his answer is still a firm no. Kale just smiles, knowing the old dragon will eventually cave. Now pay attention here, because Raon is already on to the golden dragon and his secret little act of pretending to be sensitive. Eruhaben asks why he is smiling like that, and Kale just plays it cool, saying he is simply agreeing with everything the dragon said. Raon tells Kale to hurry back and warns him not to go around helping people just because he wants to act like a nice guy. Kale reluctantly agrees, saying he will just take a few people and return immediately. Simple enough, right? Well, we will see about that. On another day at sunset, Kale thinks back to his promise of only bringing a few people. One of his companions asks if he is feeling all right. Kale forces a small smile and says he is fine, even though his mind is racing with all the chaos they are about to cause. He looks at his companions and comments that it has been a while since they traveled in such a small, cozy group together. But inside, he is cursing 10,000 times. This group is basically a dream team of villains capable of doing the most devious things imaginable. Kale thinks about Choi Han's cheerful face when he wished him luck before they set off on this mission across the kingdom. He considers if he should have brought Han along from the Harris territory. Someone calls out that it is time to move, and they depart. They finally arrive at Hoik village. It is on the southern border of the Gur kingdom. Under a pouring rain, the group of 5 follows each other into a nearby cave. As they get closer, one of them stops. They feel a familiar energy, and Kale realizes they are definitely not alone in this dark cave. Inside, they find 2 blonde-haired people, one with short hair and one with long hair, both heavily injured and struggling to stay alive. Kale is shocked. He recognizes them immediately and wonders why on earth these 2 would be showing up in a place like this. The blonde man, Vinian, senses them and jumps up in a panic, demanding to know who they are and how they found this spot. Wait, let's pause for a second. This is the last person Kale expected to see here, and the tension is through the roof. Then it hits him. They don't recognize his face because during their last battle, everyone was wearing masks to hide their true identities. This woman only knows what they look like in their disguises. She has no idea who Kale or his companions actually are right now. He smirks internally. This is perfect. Since they are clueless, he can play this however he wants. He gives a quick signal to the team. Kale tells Choi Han to put his sword away. Han is surprised, but Kale insists he hides his murderous aura immediately. Kale pulls back his hood, scratches his head, and approaches Vinian with a friendly smile, apologizing for the sudden surprise. Ron steps up and adds that his young master's bodyguard is just a bit overprotective and has a very high sense of duty. Ron smiles, thinking that even if he doesn't fully understand the plan, he will play along. Kale knows he can always count on Ron. To anyone else, they just look like a typical noble young master traveling with his faithful servant and a tough-looking guard. But Vinian isn't calming down. If anything, he looks even more terrified, stammering that they won't be able to fool him. Kale is genuinely confused by the reaction. Ron keeps up the act, asking what he means and insisting they are just passing through. Vinian screams for them to stay back, his eyes wide with fear as he tries to keep his distance from the group. Ron reaches out a hand, but Vinian flinches violently, his whole body shaking as he looks at the old man in pure terror. Kale watches closely. It seems the guy noticed Ron's fake arm. Did he realize that the prosthetic was actually created from pure darkness? Vinian suddenly turns to the person lying down, cursing under his breath. They look so similar that you and I can clearly tell they are siblings. All right, let's dive in. Kale finally realizes what's happening, and it involves a truly terrifying magic bomb. The Sun God Church, the Saint, and the Saintess are all here, feeling completely conflicted and lost. Oh no, damn it, this is getting messy. I really don't want to get involved in this chaos. Suddenly, Vinian screams at them with total fury. You heretics! You threw a dead mana bomb and now you dare touch dark magic? Kale is stunned, wondering if dead mana can actually be turned into a bomb like that. He tells Vinian, I honestly have no idea what you are talking about. It seems like you have got this all wrong. Vinian shields his sister, speaking guardedly. I will protect Hannah right now, no matter what happens. How could you use the Empire's name to commit such disgusting acts? Kale is completely confused by all of this. Wait. What? Inside the dark cave, by the warm glow of the fire, Vinian's voice echoes clearly for everyone to hear. The Sun God will definitely know about this atrocity. You will not escape the Sun God's judgment. Kale is still lost. Wait, what is he even saying? What on earth is this guy talking about? Kale starts to speak, but Vinian cuts him off immediately. I will not surrender. He grits his teeth. All my life, I have just been a burden to my sister. Wasn't being used by the church enough? Now the Empire is hunting us too. Vinian puts his arm out to shield Hannah. Only one thought fills his mind. No matter what happens, I have to protect Hannah. He speaks up. I am just a half-blood, a nobody. I only know a few healing skills, but I will not just stand by and watch everything fall apart. So even if you try to silence me, I will not stop. Kale sighs, rubbing his temples in frustration. Good grief, the rain outside still has not stopped yet. He is feeling totally overwhelmed by this situation. So, is he saying the Empire created that dead mana bomb? Those blonde-haired twins are currently being hunted by the Empire as well? He thinks about Hannah's body. Those black marks are from dead mana. Now watch this part closely. Even Kale did not expect the Empire to develop such a deadly weapon. The novel never mentioned anything about this at all. Vinian's voice starts to stammer. Even if you try to silence me. Kale suddenly interrupts him. Ron, give them a recovery potion. Vinian stands there, completely frozen. Ron sets down a bottle filled with red liquid. Since they have been affected by dead mana, this is a top-tier high-grade potion. You can use this to stop the dead mana from spreading any further. Kale smiles. My servant has dealt with this before. So he knows a thing or two, right? Ron understands and replies. Yes. My left arm and lower abdomen were severely infected. It was a real struggle to heal them. Vinian looks at the row of glass bottles, his heart racing. Can she be healed? Kale speaks up. This is everything I have right now. He explains, these are top-tier potions. Now, I know what you're thinking, giving these away for free. That is just how our main character operates. Vinian is still in shock and asks again, "Is this for real? These potions must be incredibly expensive." Kale laughs casually. "It is fine. A life is more important than money, right?" Secretly, he knows these are the absolute highest grade. Rayon prepared so much for me. Seriously, the amount he packed is just insane. Vinian stands there, stunned as Kale continues talking. "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself." He picks up a potion bottle and smiles. "I am Cale Henetus from the Roan Kingdom." Choi Han stands guard at the cave entrance while the rain keeps pouring. Kale's voice rings out from inside. "Beacrox, since we do not have a mage to send a video transmission, just go there yourself, even if it is a bit annoying." Beacrox takes the envelope from him and asks, "You were talking about Tunka, right?" Kale knows he would understand even without being told. He says, "Exactly. Please deliver this to Tunka." With this in his hands, it will finally be a fair fight, don't you think? He calculates that without knowing about the dead mana bomb, Tunka will be at a massive disadvantage. Beacrox remarks, "You really seem worried about him." Kale suddenly pauses. He asks, "What? Worried about Tunka?" Beacrox just nods. "Yeah." Kale snaps back. "That is enough. Just go." He thinks to himself, "I know exactly how Tunka and Harold fight. Even if their soldiers fall, get injured, or die, they will just leave them behind and keep pushing forward. Tunka is convinced that is the only way to achieve victory. If I have to worry about anyone, it is not Tunka, it's his soldiers. They are the ones who will actually be caught in the blast of that dead mana bomb. What did they do wrong to have to follow leaders blinded by greed who only act for themselves?" Staring at the empty potion bottles scattered on the ground, he falls into deep thought. If infected with dead mana, they would need high-grade potions constantly to stop it. Would Tunka or Harold ever use such expensive medicine on mere soldiers? He tells Beacrox there is no need to find Tunka directly. Rosalind is nearby, so if you give it to her, she can pass it along. She will also send word to Prince Alberu. Beacrox nods. "I understand. But wait, who are those two over there?" Glancing at the siblings standing further away, Kale whispers, "I suspect they are actually the sun god twins." Beacrox is totally shocked. "Those fugitives?" And that's where we leave it. You and I just discovered the secret identity of an incredibly powerful swordmaster. All right, you and I are about to watch Kale pull off one of his most legendary acts yet. He tells Beacrox to trust him and Ron and just go. On jumps into Beacrox's arms as he smiles. Suddenly, the girl named Hannah finally wakes up, and St. Jack rushes over to her side. "Hannah, are you okay?" he asks. The girl barely manages a weak reply as she struggles to open her eyes. Jack turns to Kale with pure gratitude, thanking the young master for saving his sister. Kale just smiles, feeling a huge wave of relief. He realizes she has early-stage mana poisoning. Since she is a swordmaster, her endurance is honestly on a whole different level from normal people. Kale watches closely as Jack helps Hannah sit up, thinking to himself about the situation. Swordmasters are famous for their grit thanks to their aura. Her internal energy is likely fighting tooth and nail to stop the mana from spreading. Hannah coughs up blood and whispers that she told him not to let anyone in. Jack panics, telling her to stop talking because she is coughing up blood. It is a heart-wrenching sight to witness. Kale pulls out a white handkerchief and tells them both to stay calm while he explains everything that happened. He plans to collect the black blood to show the gold dragon later. Kale kneels and hands Hannah the cloth, telling her to focus on herself first. He mentions how her brother was desperate to save her. Kale says he was deeply moved by such a powerful display of brotherly love. Ron hands Kale a recovery potion. Kale takes it, still playing his part perfectly for the audience. Wait for it, this is where Kale's acting really shines. It is so different from being with Rosalind and those energetic kids. Hannah then asks who they are. Hannah asks coldly who these bastards are. Jack is confused, saying they are good people she surely knows from the stories. He asks if she remembers Cale Henetus from Harris Village. She whispers the name under her breath, trying to remember. Jack reminds her that she called him a great hero. The one who saved so many innocent people during the Empire's terror incident in the Mogoru Kingdom. Cale cringes internally at the hero talk. He wants to scream that he is definitely not a hero, but he keeps his mouth shut. Jack adds that Queen Latana also spoke highly of him. This actually catches Cale off guard. He is totally surprised by this news. He wonders why the saint is mentioning Latana. Jack explains she is the queen of the jungle and they met there a long time ago. Cale realizes they are just old acquaintances. Hannah stares at him and asks if he really is the famous Cale Henitus. The title Silver Shield Master feels like a direct hit to his pride. He thinks that nickname is way too cheesy for his taste. Cale cuts in, feeling a bit awkward, but confirms that he is indeed the man they are talking about. Jack and Hannah are stunned by the holy white light from Cale's shield. He asks if they believe him now. Cale tells her to rest since she is in critical condition. He says his people will take turns guarding the cave tonight. He claims that protecting the weak and injured is simply the duty of a noble. Classic Cale, hiding his true intentions. Ron plays along, saying they are not like the monsters who committed those terrible crimes back in the capital city. He says humans must help one another and live differently from killers. Hannah responds with a soft, quiet agreement. Cale is surprised she even responded. Hannah's voice turns icy as she vows to make those religious fanatics bleed out and die. Cale gives a forced smile. He thinks to himself that this woman is actually terrifyingly tough. He wonders if that woman betrayed the secret group. Maybe the saint is not part of their inner circle after all. Now keep your eyes on the rain, because someone very important is about to enter the scene. Choi Han calls out that a light is approaching. He mentions hearing about this during the battle with the elves. Things are getting complicated. Cale recalls the chaos caused by the blonde twins. He wonders why on earth they would ever do such a thing to them. Jack thinks it is a guest. Cale stops walking outside and asks if he is sure. Jack nods, saying it must be their visitor. Cale realizes it is likely the person they have been waiting for. Everything is finally starting to connect. He thinks about the queen of the jungle. The saint mentioning her was not a coincidence at all. Out of the cave, Latana appears holding a glowing golden orb. She looks surprised to see Cale standing there. She greets him warmly, asking if it is really young Master Cale. He greets her back politely after their time apart. He points at the orb, noting it looks like a sun god church symbol. He asks why it is leading her to this location. Jack tries to speak, but Cale cuts him off. Cale comments on how they look like twins. He says he finally understands how she found her way through this dense forest, Miss Latana. He realizes exactly who they are and the mess he is in. Cale acts devastated, saying he helped them out of pure kindness. But then his voice starts to tremble with fake pain. You and I just witnessed Cale flip the script. He claims they are from the church, the very same terrorists responsible for the attack. The rain pours down as Hannah's brother stands there in shock. He screams at Cale that it cannot possibly be true. She tries to calm him down, telling him to relax. Ritana just sighs. Young master, you look so incredibly troubled right now. Let's dive in, because there is definitely something else going on here. The Lady Rena I know would never do something so terrible. Her eyes start to glisten with tears. I honestly never thought a pair of siblings this close would be forced into this. He listens silently as she pours her heart out. I believe you didn't do it. And Rena quickly confirms his trust. I am exactly who you think I am, young master. Her subordinate adds, yes, we truly didn't come here with any bad intentions. Cale looks at her with a soft, warm gaze as he approaches. The man whispers, young master, and gives a quick thumbs up. Well done. He smiles, as if this whole ordeal was nothing. Later, Rena sits before a flickering campfire lighting up the dark cave. She invites the young master inside. He replies that he is fine. The rain hasn't stopped, and he sighs from the heavy conversation. He thinks to himself that he really should at least try to refuse her once, as if this is a problem that a noble shouldn't be able to handle on his own. On wags her little tail, as Rena explains that this isn't something we necessarily need your help with, but rather something I just wanted to tell you. Cale agrees and tells her to speak. She brings up the past. Young master, do you remember the Great Forest Fire? He sits down, remembering how horrific it was. He wonders why she would suddenly bring up that tragedy right now. Stick with me, because Rena is about to reveal who is really behind that fire, and Cale starts making the connections. The Crown Prince caused the fire, but the Jungle Queen wouldn't act just based on that alone. He shares his theory that the twins weren't the culprits. They listen sadly to the conversation as she confirms his suspicion. Yes, you are right. They were the ones who finally told us exactly who was pulling the strings. Hannah gently tells her brother to explain everything. He agrees, though he hugs himself and looks away with a troubled gaze. We are known to the world by the titles of saint and saintess, but I am only a saint with half divinity, and my sister Hannah is no saintess. He bows his head low in shame. She was actually trained as a master swordsman. A dark silhouette appears as the brother calmly recounts the twisted past. The church declared, "We were both born with divinity and forced us to live our lives as a saint and saintess. Because of that lie, we could never see the world clearly." Kale finds the whole situation ridiculous and completely fake. What kind of nonsense is this? Just look at that natural, fake expression of someone who belongs to a secret organization. Hannah trembles with fear as she listens. A group of people used a magic bomb to turn the church into literal ash. In the middle of that chaos, the Empire claimed we were working with the terrorists and started hunting us down. Kale realizes the truth. "So you are saying that you two weren't the ones behind the terrorist attack?" He admits it, and you and I can see he's telling the truth. It was just a perfect excuse to finally eliminate us. He explains the reason why. Because we know what the church planned to announce. And except for us, everyone else who held this information has already been murdered. Hannah reveals that the Empire is using alchemy to create bombs from dead mana as the fire burns brighter. Their shadows stretch across the cave as he kneels. That massive forest fire was also caused by the Empire. The church wanted to expose them, but a surprise terror attack happened, and we were framed as the criminals. The Empire knows we have this information. That is the only reason we are being hunted so unfairly. Hannah stops as his hands shake with intense frustration. We were just used, and it is all so incredibly unfair. Kale watches them silently. This is clearly a war between Empire and Church. So why did the secret organization interfere? Whose side are they really on? Hannah wraps her arms around herself, trembling in pure terror. Everyone is just using us. Kale starts listing all the people who betrayed them in his mind. The Church, the Royals, and one more player. Kale asks Rena if she is trading this information for his protection. She pleads with him. "Yes, we have info on the Alchemy Tower. We will give it to you if you help us escape." Hannah speaks up, begging him to just take her brother away to safety. He looks at her in shock, shouting her name. She coldly responds that she is going to die anyway. He insists he will save her. Kale looks at her and asks what her real goal is. "Are you planning on taking revenge?" She flinches, shocked that he saw right through her. Kale says, "Her face says everything." She admits it, asking what if she is. Her brother is stunned. "Trust me, you and I need to see this." "All right, stick with me. You and I are about to see our main character play a very dangerous game of high-stakes chess." He stays out of the conversation and lets Hannah's brother keep talking. "Empire revenge? You were the one who told him not to." She isn't actually after the Empire. Her real target is a completely different force, the secret organization that eventually betrayed her. Her face is filled with pure, twisted hatred as she glares at him, as if trying to pierce through his very soul. Her brother is completely powerless now. "Hannah, we have to stay together. Otherwise, everything we have done is just totally meaningless." The main character interrupts to offer his opinion. "Excuse me, Lady Hannah, since you seem so determined, do you want your revenge to be effective?" She asks him what he means with an annoyed tone. He tells her she should have died already because of that dead mana. "I can extend your life for you." She snaps back, asking what the hell he is talking about, but he just stays calm. "You do not want to die like a blood-crazed maniac, right?" That hits a nerve. Her brother wonders what a blood-crazed maniac even is. "That is a terrifying title," he says with a smile. "I have only heard rumors about someone like that. But that man is already dead. Now pay attention and stay with me, because the story Rena tells here is absolutely brutal and heart-wrenching. He suffered a truly horrific death, stabbed by the sword of his very own comrade." Hannah's face turns dark with pure terror. Her brother agrees that it sounds cruel. He looks at her face awkwardly. "Hannah, do you want to drink one more potion? You do not look very well." The main character apologizes. "Oh, my mistake. Perhaps I have spoken about something way too violent." He reaches out and gives him a handkerchief. Her forehead is soaked in sweat. "Let me help you wipe it." The brother takes it. He brushes it off. It is fine. His heart is just racing after that story. He calculates his next move while watching her anxiety. Even if I cannot make friends with my enemies, I can still use them to achieve my own personal goals. He gives Hannah a very sharp look. You see, I really do not like watching other people die right in front of me. She seems to feel even more terrified after hearing those words from him. His presence is starting to completely overwhelm her. He thinks to himself that even if he cannot befriend his enemies, he can still manipulate them for his benefit. His sharp eyes see through her mask. I really hate seeing people die right in front of my face. Do you understand? He is making his point very clear. Rena nervously says she understands. The young master just cannot handle the pain of death and parting. But are you seriously planning to help them with their revenge? He turns away and asks her a question. Lady Rena, do you happen to know what kind of revenge is actually the most vicious? You and I are about to hear his twisted and brilliant definition of the ultimate payback. He sits down to explain. Lady Hannah, I am not sure if I should interfere, but I want to tell you just one thing. Living a very long and fulfilling life is the greatest revenge of all. You should just live happily with your older brother. The brother looks at her, while the main character laughs inside. I am only saying this to convince them, but living a long life is the best revenge? Ridiculous. Hannah stays silent and bites her lip hard. She is clearly struggling with the weight of everything he just said to her. Real revenge means making them taste exactly what they caused. Only then can a person truly rest. Rena speaks up with a lot of excitement. So that is what you meant. Unlike me, you are someone who truly understands the human heart. On is nearby, just stretching out. He smiles in a very gentle way. Exactly. That is what real revenge is. Rena's subordinate is moved to tears while Choi Han just watches. The rain continues to pour down heavily as he asks the rest of the group for their opinion on the situation. It is almost dawn. Since someone is sick, let us rest for a bit. The enemy could show up at any moment. How about Lady Rena's group, and I take turns patrolling the area? Hannah agrees that this is the best way to move forward. He tells them to rest easy. Hannah's brother thanks him, feeling relieved that they can finally close their eyes and sleep comfortably for the first time. He thinks to himself that they might actually be able to get some decent sleep tonight. But Hannah looks unhappy. He watches them, plotting something. We will take the first watch. Hannah falls asleep on her brother's shoulder. Rena reports that the young master has been patrolling for a long time, even going all the way to the edge of the forest. She says they can handle it for the next 2 hours. He tells her to be careful and stay alert while they are out. He watches Rena's group disappear. Hannah wakes up and asks him, "Who the hell are you really?" He just tilts his head. "That should be my question for you. Are you one of them?" he asks while holding onto his green cloak. "Who exactly are you talking about?" She means the secret organization. He thinks for a moment she must find this whole situation very strange. She is in the same position. So how does it feel for her to ask if someone else is involved with that secret organization? He asks her back, "If you really thought I was one of them, you would have run away by now. So why stay?" And that is where we leave it, trust me. You are going to want to see her reaction to that. Bridge 1. All right, you and I are about to watch a deadly game begin as Hannah realizes the Pope has just been using them. The organization found them while they were running, treated them like family, and then completely betrayed their trust. She can feel it, the intense, soul-piercing stares of Kale, Choi Han, and John, watching her every move. Now, cornered by a new enemy, Hannah's hands won't stop shaking. What choice does she even have left? Kale finally speaks up, telling her they aren't there to threaten her. She's completely caught off guard. What? If that wasn't a threat, then how do you explain everything you just did to me? He crosses his arms, analyzing her situation. It's clear those people betrayed her. That priest with the magic spear? He's hunting her, and her brother down right now. The Empire, the Church, and now this secret organization. It's all too much. She sneers at him. Are you expecting me to just surrender and swear loyalty because I'm trapped? The kingdom calls you a hero. You act so kind, but nobody knows the true face you're hiding, do they? Bridge 2. Watch closely. Kale reveals that while the queen is in the dark, Hannah knows the truth, leaving her completely stunned as the fire flickers between them. His face is half hidden in the shadows, looking dead serious. I've already shown you both sides of who I am. Is that still not enough of an answer for you? He continues, I'm only telling you this because I know what it's like to be betrayed. Hannah realizes the play. So you want to negotiate? Kale nods. Exactly. He sits across from her. The deal is simple. I won't take you to the eastern continent. She's wary. Why? Kale counters, asking for intel. He needs to know her true thoughts. Does she know darkness rules the eastern continent's underworld? She hesitates. No, I didn't. You seem to know everything. She spills everything she knows, admitting she thought that secret organization was just a small group allied with the North. Kale clearly didn't expect this curveball, while both John and Choi Han stand there looking completely shocked by the details of her story. They promised to take her and her brother north. She thought the East was her only hope for survival. Kale looks at John, seeking confirmation. So they have ties to the North? He needs to dig deeper into this. That's exactly why she can't go. Fagin, the North, and the Shadows are all colluding. There's no place left to hide in the West. The North and Empire are linked. Kale swears internally. Damn it. Bridge 3. Now, I know what you're thinking. Kale seems to know everything. Hannah's starting to believe it too, as she hangs her head in total despair, admitting that she actually knows nothing about what's really going on. So in the end, we really have nowhere left to run, she whispers, burying her face in her hands in total helplessness. Kale clarifies he only knows what he told her. That's why the East is off limits. The North, the secret organization, and the Empire. Based on the books, he assumed the Empire had top-tier intelligence since they knew about the W Knights of the Northern Triple Alliance. But looking at the situation now, it seems he was dead wrong about how much they actually knew. He's lost in thought. This world is about to descend into absolute, total chaos soon. Choi Han coughs, signaling for a plan. What's their next move? He crosses his arms with a smirk. What should they do? Since things have already spiraled this far, the obvious choice is to make everything even messier. Choi Han and John look confused, while Hannah asks her next question under the flickering light. What now? Kale fires back. You're asking me? You didn't even trust me earlier. She's still suspicious. But aren't you the one fighting against Arm? He scoffs at the idea of justice. The jungle has plenty of places to hide. For now, lean on Lady Lena. As the rain pours down outside, the only thing she hears is his voice telling her to focus on healing her broken body first. You have to protect yourself. You know that, right? She bows her head. I know. She's learned that lesson the hard way. She looks at her sleeping brother. He was born with solar healing powers. But physically, he's incredibly weak. She knows she has the sword talent and the sharp reflexes needed to protect them both. But Kale's voice suddenly cuts through her intense thoughts, snapping her back to the present moment. Bridge 4. And trust me, his final warning is chilling. Don't trust anyone, not even Lady Lena. All right, you and I are diving into a deal that's about to change the fate of the entire continent. For so long, people like those dragging her and her brother away promised them a way out of the darkness. They told them to trust the path, saying it was the only way to walk in the sun god's light. They claimed to turn beggars into something grand, but it was all just a lie wrapped in fake promises. Kale speaks up firmly, promising to bring someone who can actually save her. Hannah wonders, can I really stay alive? Yes, you can live, Kale confirms. Hannah asks the real question, what is the price for this second chance? You mentioned a deal, he replies calmly. And this deal will be bound by an oath of life and death. Once the person who can save her arrives, that's when the formal contract between them will be officially signed. She looks at him with pure disbelief. She can recover. She can survive. Kale isn't stopping with the promises just yet. He tells her to wait patiently, promising that once she's healed, he'll ensure she gets the perfect chance for revenge. Hannah is completely stunned. Kale crosses his arms and tells this bloodthirsty warrior he'll give her all the combat she desires. Now, pay attention here. The next morning, we find our main character sighing like he's carrying the world's weight. Young master, did you sleep poorly? Rena approaches him, but Kale just says his mind is a bit of a mess. She tries to comfort him, thinking his kind heart is struggling with the harsh truths they discovered during the night. Kale just looks down gloomily. He's actually mourning his dream of a lazy life, which is slipping further away. Rena changes the subject, reminding him of his words that living happily is the ultimate revenge against one's enemies. Hearing that, Kale starts to wonder if it's finally time to start causing some serious chaos in this world. He agrees that living well is the best payback, but Rena's tone suddenly shifts into something much more serious. She says she disagrees with him. Too many plants and animals were turned to ash in those magic bonfires. Restoring a blackened part of the jungle takes an incredible amount of time, effort, and resources that they don't have. The people who lost everything can't wait forever. As a leader of the forest, she has to choose cold revenge. Kale looks at her thoughtfully. He realizes that her perspective is much deeper than just leading a few small tribes. She's the ruler of the entire southern jungle, a place where harmony is everything. A leader must be truly wise. You and I can see it now. She's ready to fight any outside threat to protect her home. Rena didn't become the jungle queen by accident. Kay speaks up, knowing why she brought up last night's events. I'll contact the crown prince for you. And Baru will definitely want to have a serious conversation with a queen. Rena is thrilled. He's just as kind and sharp as she expected. She thanks him for being so incredibly helpful. With the Empire pulling the strings, she knows the jungle can't handle this massive political mess on its own. She's ready to leak the information about the dead mana bombs, which makes Kay wonder about her specific timing. Is she planning to strike right after the war between the Empire and the Glyper Kingdom concludes? She admits it. Yes. Rena looks at her blade with a sharp gaze. They need to prepare for their own inevitable war. Kayu is impressed by how ruthless she can be. Suddenly, Rena pulls out a map and hands it over. Consider this a small token of my gratitude. Kale looks at the document, wondering what she could possibly be giving. She explains that the land he used for his villa was way too small for someone of his stature. So, she decided to give him the entire hill, along with a massive section of the nearby tropical coastline. Q is stunned. The entire hill with top-grade magic stones, and she's handing over half of the coastline? He's basically becoming the wealthiest landlord. He tries to be polite, saying half the coastline is way too much, but she's already set on the idea. Since he travels by boat anyway, she figures having his own private port would be much more convenient for him. The area isn't fully healed yet, but the tribe leaders have already agreed to hand the ownership over to him. It's a gift from the hearts of the people in Section 1. Kay realizes he can't turn them down anymore. He accepts the gift and plans to secretly bring the crown prince here, by boat, to meet with the queen. Rena is in awe. How can one man always think so far ahead while caring so much for others? Kayu doesn't forget to ask one more favor while they sit together in the quiet heart of the forest. Those twins have been through enough. He asks her to watch over them until the dead mana healer arrives. So what do you and I take from this? Kayu's kindness is actually his greatest weapon. You and I are back with our favorite young master, who's currently sitting back and thinking everything's finally settled. But he knows the crown prince is going to lose his mind once he hears the news. We cut to a snowy palace where Kale is reaching out to Alberu. Alberu's voice crackles through the line, immediately demanding to know what is going on. Where on earth are you right now? What is this place where everything around you is constantly flashing like that? Kale doesn't even blink, cutting straight to the point. Your Highness, that's not important right now. The terrorists behind the bombings are teaming up with the 3 northern kingdoms. Alberu is stunned. What? Kale breaks down the complex web between the Sun God Church and the Empire, their crimes, and the twins they found. Now pay attention to this connection. The jungle, the whale tribe, and the secret organization they're finally ready to take down. He gives Alberu a quick summary of everything that has happened. Alberu processes it all and reaches a conclusion. So the Queen of the Jungle wants a meeting right this second? The Empire did all that, and the North is involved too? Kale simply confirms it with a yes. Alberu can't help but shout, wondering just what kind of person Kale really is. Kale just stays calm. I'm Kale Hennetus, obviously. Alberu just sighs in total defeat, feeling like he is going crazy. Kale asks if they're about to walk into hell. Alberu admits the whole kingdom is already a total mess. Hearing that, Kale smiles. Then let's go ahead and create our own brand of chaos. Since the prince is allied with the Breck Kingdom, who else can they bring to their side? Alberu lists them: the jungle, the whales, the Gipper Kingdom, and those unfairly accused twins. You feel that? There's also a dark elf who can control dead mana bombs. Rayon sees Kale's wicked smile. The little dragon wants in on the secret plan, eager to join the fun with his human. Kale looks at him. We're about to ambush the Empire, the North, and that secret organization. You ready? Alberu admits the plan might actually work. Kale just flashes a knowing smile and asks if he's right. The prince adds that it's been a while since he heard something so insane yet so refreshing. Kale quickly reminds him that he doesn't always bring trouble to the royal doorstep. He switches topics to the hostage. Interrogations are underway, and the truth will be coming out very soon. His aunt brought in an expert for the job. Albaru sounds exhausted with the mounting workload. The prince will handle the Jungle Queen while contacting the chief of staff in the Gipper Kingdom. They can split the empire from the north. He pauses, asking why Kale is looking at him like that. Kale just keeps smiling, praising the prince's competence in his head. He's doing exactly what is needed. Just as expected, smart people really are the most hardworking of them all. Albaru ends up doing all the dirty work. Kale politely tells him how proud and respectful he feels. Albaru calls Kale a pest and says he gets nightmares after their calls. Kale just wishes him prosperity. Albaru just scoffs at the ridiculous man. Communication ends. Kale thinks about faking some info gathering so he can just rest until the autumn season. But Round interrupts those lazy thoughts. Human? Are all the big problems finally settled? Kale is confused. Rayon is hyped up, wanting to go find the ancient power of the earth now. Kale realizes he completely forgot about that. He pulls out a book to start reading. It says fools are like blocks of wood. I'll show a human like that a taste of true fear. The ground we stand on is the most solid thing. The earth gives itself so others can survive. The strongest form of earth is stone. They called him the Protector for stopping monsters from raiding villages. The hidden guardian of the Boulder Land. He always appeared where there was danger, standing on the front lines. A master of attack and defense, even the tiny stones he threw carried the most terrifying destructive force. Before the final miracle to stop the darkness, he and his friends hid everything back in their homeland. The most powerful boulders are all located deep within the Boulder region, a dangerous place where monsters from across the entire continent gather. A true test of strength. And trust me, we're going to see how Kale handles this quest for justice as he finally closes the book. Let's dive into a story where our main character is losing his mind. No matter how much I look, this place is exactly like my hometown. Little Rayon calls out to him. Human. Human. He points to a plate of fresh fruit. Hey human, aren't you going to eat while we travel? Rayon continues, saying he heard humans who hide in caves during rain need good food to get stronger. That's why I brought this for you. Eruhaben watches the scene, looking completely exhausted by the child dragon's antics. Honestly, I have never seen a dragon serving a human like this in all my years. Rayon shoves a grape toward his mouth, insisting he try it. Suddenly, Eruhaben announces that the world is coming to an end. Ron doesn't even care. He just flaps his wings excitedly on the table. I told the old gold dragon we should train, and that is why I'm here. Kale wonders. Wait, when did Eruhaben become the old gold dragon? He quickly pushes the thought aside and politely invites the ancient dragon to sit down. The golden dragon sighs. I'm already this old, yet you bring such an arrogant little brat into my home? Raun snaps back, saying he is not arrogant at all. Eruhaben just stares. What did you just say to me? You skip a few classes and now you are planning to drop out? Raun slams his tiny foot on the table in protest. No, I am here so this weak human can get strong. I want to train with you and the old gold dragon. The golden dragon shrugs. Fine, you are coming along, kid. But remember, I am the one who decides where we go. Then Eruhaben looks at Kale and warns him. Searching for the power of Earth is no walk in the park. Now pay attention, because searching for something without a plan or info is a total nightmare. Kale looks at the dragon and realizes he might actually be a big softy under that tough exterior. Eruhaben says he should start by reading ancient legends to find the location and the specific method to claim that power. Kale interrupts, saying he already found it. Eruhaben is stunned. All of them? Kale just gives a bright, confident smile. You are insanely lucky, the ancient dragon mutters. Kale just smiles back silently while Round cheers and shouts. Let's go, old gold dragon. Eruhaben looks at Rayon with gentle eyes, thinking about how much the little guy has grown since they first met. He claims he will do whatever he wants because that is the dragon way. Rayon's eyes sparkle as Kale lets out a small laugh. Fast forward a few days later. Deep in the forest of darkness, the guard jumps in front with arms wide. Young master, let me lead. Kale asks why he is nervous. Eruhaben tells the human to just be natural. Even so, the guard is sweating under the pressure of being near a dragon. He insists he has walked through this forest with Choi Han before, so he should handle the danger. Kale pats his shoulder to calm him down. Haben realizes most humans react exactly like this when they meet a real dragon. We just passed a human village that was crawling with about 10 blue orcs. Between ancient powers, dangerous beasts, and annoying humans, life is just one big headache, Haben sighs. Rayon brags that his human isn't tired at all because he has the great Rayon Miru by his side. He thinks Kale is actually quite unlucky. As they walk past a bush, you saw that too, right? 2 goblins are hiding there, trembling in fear. The guard points out the strange behavior. Kale explains that monsters obviously run away from a dragon. The soldier is shocked, but orders the group to keep moving. Haben looks at the little dragon. Do you finally understand how great I am now, kid? Rayon just turns his head away. Not yet. He flies to Kale and whispers that he is finally entering his first growth phase, so he will be even greater soon. Haben asks if Kale plans to find that specific spot once they reach the center of the forest. Kale confirms he will. He is planning to use his ancient power first to track down its exact location. Rayon's eyes go wide. You're going to use that fire again? Kale promises to hold back, but Rayon just glares, worried he will cough up blood. I'll destroy everything on this earth, Rayon shouts. Kale just looks away and gives a half-hearted answer to keep him quiet. Yeah. As they push deeper toward the center, Haben asks if he is really going to dig up the undead in this cursed forest. Kale says yes, and asks if the dragon wants to join them. Haben immediately shuts it down. No way. It is too much trouble. Why should I care about how some other dragon died? Raon is curious though. Really? Well, I want to know. Haben laughs and promises to tell him the story later. The little dragon agrees to wait. Haben notes that the Forest of Darkness is special, so they should take a good look. He didn't come here to see monsters, but the forest itself is intriguing. Kale turns back, asking what makes it so special. He explains the 5 mystery regions humans know were all identified centuries ago, and you and I are going to see them all. All right. You and I are about to explore the most forbidden lands in this world starting right here. These lands have existed for 10,000 years. For dragons, 10,000 years is an incredibly long time to endure. Kale realizes he has never heard of this history before. He wonders, should he ask for more details now? Suddenly, the guard shoves him back. Young master, stay behind me. A massive monster suddenly looms over the entire group. Young master, let me handle this, he says. But Kale just looks at him. What are you even doing? The guard is confused. Then, Haben faces the monster, which drops its massive mace, catching the guard completely off guard. A second later, the beast is on its knees. Kale smirks. Oh, you actually have some brains. Good job. He orders the monster to lead them to the forest center. As they follow its lead, Kale lights a fire. Raum looks at the flame in shock. Human, isn't that fire in your hand supposed to be tiny? The guard is equally stunned. Young master, Rayon is asking why you use that power without telling us first? You had better not faint on me, Kale mutters, closing his eyes to focus all his mana into the fire. Shield in one hand, flame in the other, this feels strange. Rayon is lost. Human, what is going on here? Is the ancient power breaking? Kale just smiles. No. I am used to this. Everyone, follow me. Now pay attention, he remembers the path, heading northwest, then northeast. Right here, a massive mountain of rock finally looms before them. The massive boulders react to the fire in his hand, emitting a light so bright it is blinding. A voice echoes out, my friend, the fire. You have finally come back to me, at last. The rock continues, asking if they are eternal friends and enemies. What is happening? Why are you with a cheapskate, a thief, a crybaby, and a greedy glutton? Kale's expression immediately turns serious. He smiles. The cheapskate is the fire of destruction. The thief is the wind, the crybaby is his heart's vitality, and the glutton is his indestructible shield. The boulder asks, who are you? He calmly replies, I am Cale Henetus. In that moment, he realizes a silver light has transformed into a sturdy shield. Hannah quickly stops the guard. Stay right there, the deputy captain hesitates. Yes, milady. She glares at Kale. Thinking that ancient powers must be seized alone, no one else is allowed to interfere. Ron watches her. If he must help, it will only be to guard. But a dragon guarding a human? It is unthinkable. Our human is acting so strange. Annoyed, he calls out, "Gold dragon, let us guard him together." Rayon is left helpless. But then, a brilliant radiance erupts from the stone, leaving the little dragon in awe. You saw that too, right? A human awakened 4 ancient powers. Kale's eyes shimmer as he stares into the blinding, enchanting light. A voice calls from within the light. "Take the mementos of my fallen comrades. You are worthy of them." A void opens within the rock. The stone itself has become the entrance to another world. Without hesitation, Kale steps inside. Seeing the silver shield still protecting him, he realizes how strange this is. Every step reveals a ground speaking in an ancient, foreign language. But Kale only has one thing in mind: treasure. What are these mementos, anyway? The mysterious voice continues to whisper with every step he takes. "I lived a very difficult life. I only dreamed of 3 meals and a safe place to sleep as an orphan. The only thing I could ever rely on was the earth." The voice continues solemnly. "I realized the power of the earth was inside me. I believed I should use it to help the world. That is why I fought. I wanted to protect those who were once weak and helpless like me." The voice lingers. "I don't regret that life. But if I did, it is because I lived far too harshly. Even though I knew my comrades were in grave danger, I chose to stay and protect the weak. In doing so, I lost every single one of them. In the end, all I had left were their mementos. I died before I could pass them on to anyone." Kale keeps moving. He doesn't need to hear more. He is different. He will always put his own people first. He has no noble desire to sacrifice his life for strangers. The mysterious sound echoes through the hall once again. "I was happy to protect this land, but not witnessing my friends' deaths or passing on their legacy. It hurts." He feels bitter, leaving no trace behind. You and I are about to see if Kale changes that legacy forever. All right, you and I are about to see Kale shield his eyes from a blinding light. He looks shocked. A majestic, ancient castle towers before him. A voice echoes, claiming this place is its final vestige. Staring at this breathtaking, glittering scene, Kale notices marble pillars and decorative details that look as if a master craftsman spent days carving each one. This luxury belongs to the Henitus family. Honestly, it looks even more beautiful than the crown prince's palace. The voice speaks up once again. "I am not greedy, but since someone brings the will of my old comrades, I could not be messy, so I put in some real effort." Hearing that, Kale just freezes up. This place is insanely beautiful, so calling yourself not greedy has to be a total lie, right? Suddenly, Kale spots 2 pillars wrapped in endless talismans. Wait, what on earth is that? Pay attention here. His face turns suspicious because this feels like a seal for a demon king, a devil, or a ghost. The voice turns solemn. Kale breaks into a cold sweat. He really, truly does not want to know the story behind this place. The voice explains that this forest hides monsters you won't find anywhere else. They came from the eastern continent. I found the truth after entering this cave. Kale stares at the forest, praying it is not some kind of monster. The voice continues to echo. This cave actually contains a strange passage connecting directly to the eastern continent. Monsters accidentally wandered through, reaching the western continent. In the process, they mutated to become stronger and more aggressive. The explanation does not stop. Elves, dwarves, and even humans were pushed back. Only monsters could make the journey. My comrades and I could not solve the mystery, so we sealed both ends to stop those mutated monsters from crossing. Then the stone speaks up. "I am the one who guards this western entrance." Kale frowns, realizing he just learned more unnecessary information. The voice adds that the seal is incredibly powerful. It will last for 100,000 years. Only my true successor can remove it before that time limit. 10,000 years ago was ancient history, so it is not too bad. At least it is not a problem for today. A bright flame leads him to a door. The voice commands him to enter. Kale slowly steps inside. He stands there dazed by the light hitting the chandelier until the voice starts urging him to move. Go to the 3rd floor, 1st room. The glutton only cared for food, so when he got jewels, he just tossed them in a corner. Now for the 2nd room. The crybaby had healing powers, but was a coward who stockpiled tons of weapons. They were all just ordinary weapons, but I decided to take them anyway. In the third room, Kale sees the shimmering glow of a massive treasure pile. The voice notices his wide grin. This is the miser's vault. I do not know if this currency is still used, but gold and silver are always useful, right? Next, they arrive at the fourth room. Standing before stacks of books, the stone explains that the thief always recorded his stolen goods, his power, and even his secret base. He said, I could have it all as a reward for saving him, so I took everything. Let's pause for a second. Kale just smirks at this bragging. Where do you find someone this kind in the world? Are you some kind of collector? Kale finally asks. How did you even manage to gather all of these things? It shyly responds, Ahem. Well, I suppose I am just a very meticulous person. Finally, it leads him to the fifth floor. Kale pushes the door open, thinking the fourth floor was a bit plain. It is a room decorated in a truly magnificent and grand style. He is stunned. Is the whole fifth floor just one room? A single stone, sitting alone on a table, catches his eye. That is my power, it says. Kale is skeptical. Is it really this easy to obtain? The hype just died down. Reading his mind, the voice asks, You want my power? Then chew it. Kale's head is full of question marks as he stares at the rock. What? The voice explains the power is simple. My power only activates when you truly want to protect something. Use it for a noble cause. It reminds him that an indomitable will never retreats from danger. Kindness and justice are what support this world. Chew it. If you eat it, the power is yours. Kale hesitates. Does he really have to chew this stone? Chew it now, the voice urges. Once you take this power, you will be my descendant. I will leave this entire estate to you. Kale pops it in his mouth. He only needs the power attribute anyway. Celestial light wraps around him. You and I just witnessed the birth of something epic. All right, stick with me as we witness a massive sacrifice and the ancient power of the earth finally blessing our main character with its ultimate strength. As the dust clears and Kale appears, Rayon immediately screams for his human and rushes over with pure excitement. Rayon can feel that massive earth power radiating from him and shouts that they are finally saved. He tells Kale to stop doing crazy things and just go take a long vacation. Suddenly, Kale calls out for Ron, who watches him closely and asks why he is wearing that suspicious, greedy smile. Kale reveals that he finally secured a private lair for the team. He leads Raon to the villa from before, and the little dragon is absolutely stunned to see their new home. Rayon flies around in circles, asking if this mansion is really theirs, and Kale gives him a firm confirmation. Once Kale says yes, Hana looks at his bright face and mutters about how he has the most bizarrely good luck in the entire world. Kale looks incredibly smug about his success. Rayon reaches out with his round paws and gives Kale's hand a big, supportive pat. The dragon praises him for a job well done, but Kale just gives a bored response, completely ignoring the little guy's hype. Seeing that Kale is ignoring him, the dragon flies over to Eruhaben to start bragging about their new home instead. He claims their simple villa is way better than Eruhaben's flashy gold house because it is humble, cozy, and not pretentious at all. Eruhaben just sighs, copying Kale's cold attitude. He ignores Raon's chattering and points toward two mysterious stone pillars standing right in front of them. He mentions they need to investigate those pillars. Kale looks at him and asks why they matter so much. He explains that the path to the eastern continent was sealed off to prevent dangerous monsters from crossing over and invading the forest they are currently in. The seal was placed so firmly that it should remain effective for at least 100,000 years. Hearing that, Rayon whispers into Kale's ear that if the seal lasts that long, they should just ignore it. Kale realizes the dragon is starting to think exactly like him. Meanwhile, Eruhaben rubs his chin and finds the whole situation very interesting. Now pay attention here, you and I both know Kale is about to manipulate this ancient dragon into doing his dirty work. Kale suggests that Eruhaben should be the one to investigate it. The ancient dragon pauses for a moment and asks, Me? Kale gives him a flowery smile and calls him the Great Eruhaben, asking if he wants to be the only one to discover such a massive secret. The dragon huffs, realizing Kale is just dumping work on him. But even though his plan was caught, Kale keeps acting completely innocent. He continues to flatter him, calling Eruhaben the most wise and intelligent being to ever exist. Eruhaben calls it nonsense, but immediately falls into deep thought while staring at the stone pillars in front of him. He senses a strange energy flowing beneath the stone. He silently decides that he absolutely must investigate this mystery for himself. Seeing that Eruhaben didn't refuse, Kale asks if that means the dragon will be staying here for a while to finish his research. Eruhaben calls him bold, guessing that Kale also wants to bring all of his subordinates here to stay as well. Kale figures that since they are already here, it would be efficient if everyone stayed and trained together in this spot. Raun, who was busy playing in the water nearby, immediately shouts an agreement about staying there to train. Eruhaben says Kale can bring his people, but he personally has no interest in living in a place like this. Raun immediately panics and jumps up, shouting that they can't survive without the gold dragon. He flies toward him, wings flapping as his little mouth keeps moving a mile a minute. Goldie Gramps, you have to stay with us too. Raun ends up soaking the dragon in water, making Eruhaben curse and cover his head in annoyance. Kale just watches with a greedy smile and asks if he's planning to set up a teleportation circle. Eruhaben admits that once the coordinates are set, moving between locations will be a total piece of cake. Okay, let's pause for a second. Kale's clever brain is already spinning with a new way to exploit this situation for his own benefit. He realizes they can now link directly to the dragon's lair. If his own territory is ever in trouble, he can call for backup instantly. He pushes the thought aside for now and asks about finding the coordinates to properly set up the magic circle. This means his entire group can travel here whenever they want. The dragon already knows the way back to his own home anyway. Eruhaben lets out a massive, tired sigh at how persistent Kale is being. He wants to finish this annoying task as fast as possible. Kale immediately volunteers to help him get it done. Once they head inside, Eruhaben grumbles in a very irritable voice about how his peaceful life has turned into a chaotic mess. Kale follows closely behind him, secretly plotting how to push his friends to work even harder during this upcoming training period. The scene shifts to the inside of the stunningly luxury villa. Kale tells the shocked group to make themselves at home and pick any room they want on the 2nd or 4th floors. As for the 5th floor, that's his private space. Hans holds the cats close and asks with sparkling eyes if they are really going to live in this beautiful place from now on. Kale confirms the news, and you and I can clearly see this is just the beginning of their next wild journey together. Stick with me, things are about to get chaotic. Raun asks if their room is on the 5th floor, but Kale just asks why it is our room. Since when did my room belong to a bunch of kids who average 8 years old? Raun hears this and asks with a voice full of genuine surprise. Are our rooms on a different floor then? Kale stays quiet for a moment before telling them to just go and find it themselves. He figures the 5th floor is huge anyway, but while the kids are full of excitement, one voice cuts through the air with a bit of a grumpy tone. I never expected to find a place like this inside the Forest of Darkness. Kale thinks it makes sense. Choi Han probably feels a bit frustrated seeing such a luxurious and flashy villa hidden away in a dangerous place like the Forest of Darkness. After all, he lived a miserable life in that forest for decades. Rosalind looks around the villa and wonders how it could look this perfect after 10,000 years. It looks like it was only abandoned for a single year. Kale cannot help but agree with her observation about the state of the house. It really does feel like time just stopped here. Rosalind, do you happen to know what kind of special place this actually is? Rosalind isn't entirely sure of her theory. She asks, is this a place that has obtained the ancient power of Earth? Now, watch closely because he's about to explain the legend behind the original owner who once ruled over this mysterious villa. The owner of the Earth power was an ancient legend. He was known as the great protector of this entire northeastern region in the past. When darkness fell upon the continent, this man did not hesitate to stand up and protect the lives of countless innocent people. Rosalind is deeply impressed by the story. Kale continues, explaining that the ancient guardian actually decided to hand this house over to him. He still remembers the old man's instructions clearly. Almost unconsciously, Kale mutters the words out loud, saying the guardian told him that he must keep the place safe. He stops halfway, but the rest of the sentence echoes in his heart. The message was simple. He needs to protect others and be ready for sacrifice. Kale pauses for a second, then speaks again. Hearing those words made him think about everything that has been happening in the world lately. Since the previous owner said that, Kale figures it would be a good idea for everyone to just live here together for now. Rosalind hides a smile at his kindness. Kale just gives a faint smirk and warns her about the many difficult hardships waiting for them ahead. He reaches out and pats Choi Han's shoulder. His bright eyes look directly into the young man's determined gaze as they stand there. He tells him, "I trust you." In that exact moment, Choi Han just stands there, completely stunned by the weight of those words. Rayon pops out of nowhere and immediately dives into the conversation. He declares that he will become even stronger and more great than ever before. Kale looks down and admits he is not strong enough. Rayon agrees, calling him a weak human. He tells him to just stay still and stop coughing up blood for no reason at all. Kale tries to ignore the dragon and says the only thing he can do is provide them with every possible support he can manage. Rayon smiles and says he is so great he can do everything alone. He is just that mighty and great, you know? You and I both know Kale just wants a quiet life, but this dragon? He is a total mood killer who ruins the dramatic atmosphere. Suddenly, Choi Han, who had been silent, finally speaks up. He vows that he will get even stronger than he is right now. His voice rings out like a solemn vow to protect every single person around him with his very life. Hidden from view, Choi Han clenches his fist. Kale thinks that once the boy gets stronger, he will be able to protect him as well. Kale realizes he was the one who lit the first spark. Now, that fire is burning in everyone's hearts with a fury he never imagined. The scene shifts to another place. Heavy panting and the sound of blood dripping on the ground echo across the intense training field. A fierce battle is happening. Choi Han looks at his opponent and asks calmly if they are planning to give up and fall already. The young boy across from him is gasping for air after the beating, but he screams back that he will not fall down. Seeing he can still fight, Choi Han raises his sword. He yells for the kid to attack because strength requires never collapsing during battle. The wolf boy roars and lunges toward Choi Han. He swipes his sharp, dangerous claws through the air with every bit of strength he has. Watching from the sidelines, our mastermind Kale starts to wonder if this training is getting a bit too out of hand. Kale is completely speechless at the sight. It is a scene he has become far too familiar with over the last few days. He did not mean for them to go this far. At this rate, they are going to become terrifyingly powerful very soon. Hans stands beside him, sweating just from watching the brawl. He asks Kale if he feels proud seeing how passionate they all are. Kale just thinks to himself that he feels way more terrified than proud right now. It is honestly a bit scary to watch. Ever since that fire was lit, everyone has been training in their own way, growing stronger by the second in their own positions. Kale is the total opposite of those training. He thinks his legs are numb from sitting all day, and he is way too lazy to stretch. He turns to the person standing in a training pose next to him. He asks how long they plan to stay in that position. And that's where we leave it, trust me. With Choi Han as a teacher, even poor Hans doesn't stand a chance of surviving. Let's dive into Q's world, where he's currently judging a defensive stance for being, well, a bit too much. Before he can finish, a voice cuts him off. Everyone is working so hard. Q knows that voice instantly. He tells them they're impressive. Is Lady Rosalind doing okay? She smiles, saying she's fine with such an excellent teacher around. Q nods along. Right? An excellent teacher? Then he shifts gears. Have you heard from Tasa yet? Rosalind confirms they have. She adds that there's a specific message she and Tasa want to deliver together. Q doesn't miss a beat. He guesses right away. So, everyone has finally decided to meet up? Rosalind isn't even surprised. I knew you'd figure it out immediately. Young master, she says with a smile. Rosalind continues, explaining that Breck, Doan, and the jungle have all agreed to the meeting. But there's a catch. Has the Jaipur kingdom not responded yet? She shakes her head. No, that's not it, General Tun Ca personally replied. Ku asks her, what did he say? Rosalind doesn't answer directly. She just says his name. Young Master Q. He responds with a confused, yes? He says he needs to speak with you. Q pauses for a second. Tunka? Why him? Now, watch this. We're shifting to Q's study as he uses a crystal ball to finally connect with Tunka's voice. Long time no see. Q asks if he's alone, and the response comes back quickly. Just him. Ku notices Heron and the others are missing. That's actually pretty surprising, he thinks to himself. Maybe he's hiding the device, but Tunka looks terrible. Something is definitely wrong with his face. Through the crystal, Q's voice rings out. You look awful. Tunkei's depressed mood is way too obvious. Q asks like he already knows the truth. Did you finally find the traitor? Tuncie goes quiet. Found the traitor? Q sits in his library, staring intently at the glowing crystal. It must have been someone close to you for you to look this miserable. Tunka slams his fist down. Yeah, I can't believe Hoda wanted my throne. Why fall for the Empire? Q rests his chin, thinking. Heron probably caught him. Only he could find the magic signal device hidden deep inside Hoda's body. Does the Empire really not know Heron is a half-mage who can sense mana? Bop speaks through the glass. So last night, I dealt with him. Kayu's brow furrows. You knew about his betrayal before that, right? Bop admits he knew a week ago. That explains why Whipper's attitude was so negative lately. He was hurting. Bop grinds his teeth in anger. I thought at least the tribe members would stay by my side. I trusted him so much. Kayu watches through the crystal as Bop's hands tremble with pure rage. Bop freezes when Q offers some rare comfort. You must have gone through hell, Q says softly. Thanks to you, many soldiers were saved because you chose to trust my words and had Heron investigate. Tunsa listens in silence. Kayu smiles. I'm grateful you trusted me, but don't trust me too much. He looks Bop in the eye. I'm not on your side, and I'm definitely not a good person. Q wants the Jaipur Kingdom to win, but not by a landslide. He imagines Bop laughing arrogantly and sighs. If the Jaipur Kingdom completely crushes the Empire, the whole power balance between the nations will be destroyed. Balance between Brek, Doan, and the jungle must remain. A decent victory is all they really need. You see what he's doing, right? Q's the ultimate puppet master, and his voice becomes a cold, devilish whisper. Tunka, you don't look like yourself. You wanted to wipe out the Empire, didn't you? He's furious. You're right. I need to crush them. That damn Empire. Q's voice cuts through his dark thoughts. Just be yourself. Bop gives a hollow laugh. Be myself? Fine, I'll do exactly that. Q leans back. Just try to care about your soldiers a little bit while you're at it. I'm weak, so it hurts my heart to see other weak people die. That's what Q tells him. Bop is stunned. I thought you said you weren't a good person? Ku is surprised by his response. What? Tun Ka is actually going to think about it? Heron will attend the meeting instead. Q agrees. You've worked hard, so go get some rest. Bop actually chuckles and agrees to go. All right, see you later. Ku stands up, thinking, see you? I hope I never see you again. The library door creaks open as a servant announces Rosalind, who appears right behind him. Trust me, you and I cannot miss what Tassa and Mary reveal next. All right. You and I are back with our favorite commander as he heads to meet the half-saint and fake saintess, while two cloaked figures and his black dragon wait for them. Mary greets him from beneath her black cloak, saying it is an honor to meet again, while Raon happily welcomes her back. Rayon tells the kind Mary he even checks on her bones sometimes, causing her to place a hand over her heart in thanks. The dragon proudly offers to show her everything in the jungle, since it is her first time visiting this massive green territory. Mary is excited, praising Rayon's greatness while asking if the sky here is truly beautiful, causing Rayon to puff out his chest. He promises that next time, they will cross the sea on the back of Archie the killer whale to see the sights together. Somewhere else, Archie feels a strange chill, as if someone is talking about him behind his back right at this moment. Mary is thrilled at the idea while Eruhane, the golden dragon, crosses his arms and approaches the young necromancer for the first time. Keu asks if the golden dragon has met other necromancers before, but the ancient being just scoffs and calls him a little brat. Keu tells Mary to ignore the brat comment, watching them bicker in a way that does not sound like legendary dragons at all, which is pretty funny. Now, pay attention here, because seeing another legendary dragon join the group is about to get really interesting for everyone involved. Keu grabs her shoulder and asks if she remembers her vow to the spirits to keep secrets from the crown prince of the kingdom. He smiles brightly at her, remembering how she previously swore a vow to protect the secret identity of the young dragon, Rayon. He tells her to add Eruhane to her vow and swear it again right now. She can only sigh. It seems the young master never changes. Kay wonders if she will do it, and she raises her hand without hesitation, remembering the answer she gave Tassa a long time ago. She truly likes the young master and Rayon and wants to keep going. It is an interesting and happy moment for her. It is surprising to hear such warmth from Mary. Kale looks at the necromancer and promises to handle the crown prince himself later on. He gives a small smile, trusting her completely, while Erhan watches the interaction between Mary and the others with deep curiosity. Kay asks Erhan what he thinks of Mary, while the golden dragon asks if Pendrick is really the one supposed to treat her. Kay confirms this, knowing that Erhan was actually the one who looked after the weak Pendrick in the past during his own treatment. When Kay questions if Pendrick's skills are truly enough for this, Erhan simply agrees that it might not be sufficient for her condition. Kay hints that someone like Erhan, who has met other necromancers, would probably be the best person to handle her treatment instead. Erhan stays silent for a moment, realization dawning on him as he thinks about the young man's clever and subtle manipulation. He knows Keu is just dumping the work on him without even asking properly. But the problem is, the dragon doesn't actually hate it. He watches the human and dragon playing together, noticing that Keu never actually asks for anything that would benefit himself personally. Erhan turns away with his arms crossed, acting like he is only checking on her because he is curious, not because Keu asked. Kay thanks him sincerely and falls into deep thought. He knows Mary has to endure more pain to become strong enough for the future. She needs that strength to handle the upcoming war against the 3 Northern Alliance nations that will soon threaten the peace of the world. Keu focuses all his mental energy on how to resolve the future battles and ensure their victory in the coming conflict. Mary will be the key factor in the fight against the Wyvern Brigade that will eventually fly over the Forest of Darkness. He plans to crush the Northern Alliance at the Hennetus territory front lines as soon as they leave their lands to attack the kingdom. You and I both know him. He is definitely not planning on showing any mercy to those invaders. No, just crushing them isn't enough. He wants to grind them into absolute dust, making sure they stay down for good. By doing that, he will make the Empire and the secret organization known as ARM hesitate before they ever try to move again. Days later, a ship arrives at a mysterious beach, leading to a secret area in the center of the jungle's 15 palace sectors. One of the guides explains to the group that they are currently standing in the area located directly beneath the Queen's palace. Keo hops off a giant black panther and is greeted by a man with blue braids who informs them of the evening meeting. They will see the Queen tonight, but first, they need to meet the other guests who arrived earlier at the palace grounds. Rayon looks at the beautiful castle and suggests to Keu that they should find a house just like this one for themselves later. They step inside and see that the palace is built to be one with nature. It is a stunning sight that surprises everyone. The man with braided hair leads Keu toward a hidden underground tunnel, inviting the group to follow him deep below the earth. Rayon clings to Keu's shoulder as they walk down the simple stone steps, which are much more basic than the young master expected. The guide explains that this large underground basement was built specifically to avoid causing any damage to the trees and nature above. As they go deeper, they find only a single servant and one high-level warrior waiting for them in the dark hallway below. Suddenly, a massive vibration shakes the entire area. Stick with me, because things are about to get wild in the next chapter. Alright, you and I are watching as Kale spots the seizures. It is a shocking turn of events. Mary places a hand on his shoulder, explaining that these agonizing pains mean she has entered the middle stage. Hannah lies on the bed screaming in agony, looking like she has finally reached her absolute limit. Down in the cellar, everyone is strategizing as the guard reports that our guest has been having intense seizures for 2 full hours. The soldiers are standing by, ready for any possible emergency. As for me, I have no idea where to even go to report this situation. Kale remarks that enduring that pain for 2 hours shows incredible willpower. He asks Bin if she was not just in the early stages. She replies that based on the news from last night, she was definitely still in the first stage. Pin adds that while these are signs of the middle stage, she is not quite there yet. Still, it is dangerous. Kale remembers the meeting and asks if there is really a way. He says yes, there is. If she is truly a swordsmaster, there is still hope. Kale tells Mary he does not want her just barely clinging to life. Mary understands and promises that no matter what, she will save her. The guard says her seizures are currently too violent, and they are unable to suppress them anymore. Kale says it is time to move. The guard worries for his safety, but Kale tells him to inform the king. Now, watch this part closely. The scene in the dungeon is soul-crushing, as her brother cries out and begs for mercy. Hannah, please. He cries because he is helpless, praying to the heavens to give her just a little more strength. If she can just hold on a bit longer, she will be fine. He panics when Kale arrives, but Kale reassures him. Bin and another ally step forward, leaving Hannah's brother in a state of utter disbelief. A human using dead mana and a dark elf? He thinks they both need to be eliminated and purified. Kale touches his shoulder and says these people came to save his sister. They risked everything to get here. He asks if he really does not want to save her. Only then does the brother calm down and let them work. He says he can take it. Kale gently tells her to endure it and signals for them to begin. As they start, they advise Hannah to gather every bit of aura she has left in her body. Let's pause here. You and I are witnessing her body finally release the massive surge of mana she was holding back. Hannah tries to follow the voices and the guidance. She is no longer trying to keep the power bottled up. She must live. Everyone is trying to save her as Mary tells her to move her aura along. Kale knows this only works because she is a swords master. They cannot remove the dead mana completely, but with her aura, she can fuse with the dead mana. Even if she takes on dark attributes and suffers side effects later, it is the only way for her to be saved. Eruen says it has been a long time since he met a real necromancer, the first and last one born from death itself. Regardless, she is extraordinary. Guiding someone else's dead mana like this is causing her immense pain too. While praying, the brother remembers Pin saying that Mary would be the one suffering the most during the fusion. Mary insisted on doing it anyway, even though she knew it would hurt more than what the saintess feels. I believe the young master understands the kind heart that child truly possesses. Kale says he understands. Mary and her poor parents crossed the desert of death before she became addicted to dead mana. She lost her entire family and survived alone. To stay alive, she was forced to accept the dark attributes. That is how she became a necromancer. And now she is here specifically to save Hannah. Mary tells Hannah to push all the dead mana toward her. Her body looks like it might collapse from the surge. Hannah's brother watches with deep gratitude as Kale offers him words of comfort. Even if she survives, she will inherit dark attributes. He is overjoyed and thanks the young master for his kindness. Eruen remarks that this is what truly makes a saintess. The brother takes those words to heart. Justice is a gift from the sun god. Kale pours red water on his hands while everyone helps with total devotion. He realizes something important. Kale says enduring is good, but it does not mean you have to be hurt. The brother finally understands that virtue is not far away. It was right here, right beside him all along. Rayon appears, though only Kale can see him. He apologizes, saying he was wrong about the human. Rayon thought Kale was lying because he was smiling slyly, but he realizes the human is actually very kind and good. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You and I are both hoping that Swordsmaster pulls through. Of course, she must live, he says. Stick with me, Hannah is fighting for her life and she needs to survive. Even with the dead mana addiction, she will push through the darkness and shine brighter than any saintess who only attacks. With a saintess dedicated only to healing, imagine how moved the followers of the sun god will be by this sight. Saint and saintess will become a reality and shake the empire to its core as light finally begins to suppress the dark. Mary relaxes, using her aura to forge a path. Pin speaks up, telling her to stay strong because she can do it. Hannah is slowly coming back to life, and the agonizing pain that tortured her body finally starts to fade away. Through the haze, she sees a blurry figure promising to bring someone to save her, telling her to just wait. Hannah snaps her eyes open as light spreads, and the black veins pulsing across her body finally begin to settle down. But in their place, dark spiderweb lines start to harden, looking like the cracked surface of a parched, dry earth. Hannah grinds her teeth in pain. The saint hesitatingly calls her name, while Tassa turns to speak up and help. Now pay attention, because the dead mana is creating a passage right through her. Only Mary can pull this off. Mary places her hands on Hannah's back, calling this the hardest part. Then, he bows his head and whispers for her to stay. Tassa watches him, sweating. Our young master calmly tells Hannah that she is the one actually protecting herself right now. He looks at Tassa's tense expression and silently tells himself that he truly wants to save this woman. He really wants to save her, even though her ties to the Sun God Church once made him feel very uneasy. Hannah gasps for air and mutters that Mary might die. Seeing this, the saint can no longer hold back his tears. He thanks him repeatedly. He thinks he really has a soft heart now that she is alive. Hannah is definitely making it. He is certain that Hannah will live. A short while later, The saintess is lying motionless on a wide bed, eyes shut. Mary stands silently by the bedside. She confirms that Hannah survived. He softly tells Mary that she was the true hero who saved her, making her smile. Suddenly, Mary collapses forward. He is quick to catch her by the shoulders before she can hit the ground. Tassa rushes over, shouting Mary's name. He reassures her that she did a great job and tells her to rest. He realizes he lacks the strength to carry her anymore. Tassa's voice starts to crack with heavy, choking emotion. He asks Tassa to use her wind spirits to move Mary. Tassa is startled by the request, but quickly agrees to help. "Just do it," he says. Tassa immediately obeys, using the wind spirits to lift Mary and carry her away. From behind, the saint asks if the necromancer will be okay. He calmly assures him that she will be fine. Let's pause for a second. We can see the relief on the saint's face as he prays, finally feeling at peace. Silence falls over the room. The saint looks down at his sister, his mind racing with a million different thoughts. Even if they escape the Empire, they can only live in places where no one ever goes. The Empire was waiting when he left the church. Now, he feels he must stay far away from all people. The saint mentions the hardships ahead. Our lead just looks back and asks if he really believes that. The saint explains that humans harbor deep hatred for dark attributes and the deadly power of dead mana. To protect his sister, he feels they must live in hiding forever. Just one look at her scars and people would know. But she survived. He asks why they should live in hiding, causing the saint to stop in his tracks. He explains that while dead mana is a deadly poison, surviving it is a miracle that only a human could ever achieve. People who overcome struggles have calloused hands. He views her scars as a symbol of that same incredible strength. The saint is left speechless. Suddenly, Ron appears out of nowhere to keep a close watch on Hannah. The saint hesitates about the future, but our main character quickly cuts him off with a question. Won't the world eventually praise those who conquer adversity? Just like how the saint thanked Mary for her help, the saint stays silent. He thinks about having a dark elf, a necromancer, and a servant with a prosthetic arm. He once thought it was only because he was a noble. He completely ignored the long-standing teachings of the sun god by refusing to purify the necromancer, staying by their side. Because he understands. He knows how she was poisoned by dead mana and fought through it all to survive. Even after everything she endured, she still took on more pain to save others. He witnessed that sacrifice personally. And that's where we leave it, a powerful reminder that true virtue is something that shines bright like the light. Trust me, you and I are about to see that even in the deepest darkness, a single spark can save a life. Though he is only a half-saint, those holy teachings always echoed in his heart during his time in the cult. The saint speaks up, asking if someone stained by darkness can still possess virtue and shine just as brightly. Our main character smiles and nods, believing such a world is possible if they work together. The saint agrees. They will build that world for people like Jack and the necromancer, who only carry the attribute of darkness. We want a world where everyone understands that those people are human too, shining with their own inner goodness. Those who overcome such hardships deserve praise, and the ones who survive until the end deserve all the glory. Suddenly, Rayon shouts from the side. The human swordmaster is finally waking up. On the bed, Hannah slowly opens her eyes. A true survivor, filled with the simple joy of being alive. She wakes up with a surge of energy and a burning thirst for revenge. Then, a voice speaks out. Our main character thinks to himself, a true saint has been chosen, while a fake saintess hasn't forgotten her goal. Now pay attention, because the plan to strike the Empire's weakness is finally coming together. A sudden, deafening slam echoes through the room as Latana clenches her fists until they begin to tremble. I cannot forgive this. How could they be so cruel and murder so many innocent living beings like that? According to the saint, the Alchemy Tower's research is purely for war. Our main character calmly sips his tea. To conduct such research, they were forced to perform countless experiments. Latana nods her head in grim realization. Exactly. The Empire is one of the few nations left that still maintains a system of slavery. Slaves and animals were used as test subjects in that tower. The jungle, where every creature is a friend, is furious. Most experiments usually involve orcs or goblins, but the Alchemy Tower's cruelty goes far beyond those primitive methods. Latana hurriedly asks our main character if he also thinks what they are doing is absolutely heartless. He closes his eyes and agrees. Yes, he says. as she continues her passionate plea. We must stop them. Yet, deep down, our main character feels a strange sense of confusion about the situation. Latana frowns, explaining that she has no intention of taking the Empire's land or killing their innocent citizens. I only hate the royal family and that alchemy tower. That bastard leader needs to go. She clears her throat. Our main character speaks up. Should I pass this message along to Crown Prince Alberu then? Latana immediately agrees, asking him to make their stance clear. He calmly tells her that he will do so. You and I both know he never does anything small. So he asks, wouldn't it be better to just destroy the tower? His words leave Latana completely baffled. What? He slowly replies, maybe destroy sounds a bit too aggressive. He clenches his hand and corrects himself, let's say, collapsing it. That sounds much nicer, doesn't it? The Empire's pillars are the Alchemy Tower and the Sun God Church, with the royal family sitting right on top. The church is already crumbling, and I plan to tear down the Alchemy Tower next and replace it with something new. A brand new Sun God Church. Calling it a foundation instead of a pillar would probably be more accurate. Right now, he is sitting in the carriage, mapping out the plan to recreate the very land they stand on. Of course, that is not his role. He will let someone else destroy the tower while he just watches. That is why he is dealing with all this trouble now. Rayon asks the saint if he has seen the forest. The saint replies that he hasn't. Great Dragon, this is actually the first time I have ever left the capital. Rayon looks proud to be called Great Dragon. I see, then I shall show you around the entire village myself. Latana adds that the Great Dragon showed her the world too, and there are so many wonderful places to see. He watches them, thinking how these two, who know nothing of the world, are getting along with Ron so well. He only just introduced them recently. Aruhaben sits nearby, looking like he is thinking the exact same thing. Seriously, this is the first time in my dragon life seeing one of my kind act as a tour guide. The butler outside informs them that the road to Harris Village is rough due to the rain, asking for patience. He simply responds that the sofa is soft enough, so he will be perfectly fine during the trip. Our main character reflects on the conversation with Latana, noting that everything ended on a very positive note. The plan to crush the tower is set, but keeping the secret of Mary is key. Stick with me, because the Empire has no idea what's coming next. All right, stick with me as we follow the twins and the group leaving the forest for their luxury villa. Hans greets them with massive energy. New guests mean extra meals for everyone, while Mary tries to keep her true identity a total secret. She notices Rosaline staring at her, likely because they had crossed paths once before. Mary actually complimented her back then. Rosaline was masked, and Mary called her incredibly strong. Rosaline just replied that she was indeed a very powerful mage. Rosaline recognizes Mary instantly. Mary feels it too, but instead of being happy, she's actually worried about how people will react to her dark power. That's when she decides to lower her hood. Mary wants everyone to know exactly who she really is. She bows her head and asks for their favor. Just as she finishes speaking, a hand suddenly appears, right in front of her face. Mary looks up, completely confused, only to realize the hand belongs to none other than Rosaline herself. Now, watch this. Even though Mary's hand is cracked from a dark curse, Rosaline doesn't hesitate to reach out and grab it. Rosaline gives a warm welcome. Everyone is glad she made a friend, and even Kale feels a sense of relief. As expected, Rosaline understands him best. Kale speaks up, saying he's exhausted, and it's finally time for everyone to go get some rest. Weeks pass by. Kale is currently lounging on a cool stone floor, while someone brings him food and water. This floor feels amazing. He listens to the kids laughing and playing in the hallway. Even in this heat, everyone is working hard, and Kale thinks it's finally about time for him to get the reply he's been waiting for. The magic orb starts glowing, signaling a notification. The message he was waiting for finally shows up right on cue. Suddenly, a grumpy Ron flies in. Kale starts to say he was about to call for him, but the little dragon cuts him off with a frown. Don't talk to me. Kale is confused. What's wrong with you? Eruhaben stands right there speaking. He says the kid is smart and learned 3 months of lessons in just 1 month, but Kale is still wondering where Eruhaben even came from so suddenly in the first place. He mentions Ron isn't physically growing yet. Kale realizes the first growth phase should have happened by now. So what is going on here? He explains that a dragon must forge their body early to grow tall and strong. But Round snaps back, telling the human absolutely not to talk to him right now. I am a great dragon, so I will only do exactly what I need to do. He circles the bed and dives under the soft blankets to hide away and nurse his bad mood. Meanwhile, Kale is speaking with Alberu through the magic orb. Alberu asks why he's making such a weird face. You and I both know Kale can't help but tease the prince, joking that he's just happy to see his highness. Alberu scoffs, saying Kale seems sane enough. He worries about Kale's fatigue, though, and offers to prepare some medicine to help him out. Royal politics have been a massive headache lately. The power balance in the Roan Kingdom has shifted drastically over the past year. Marcus Stan in the northwest has finally switched sides, leaving the third prince behind to join them. Since the Navy set up a base in the northeast, most of the power players are now supporting Alberu's side. The king knows the Whipper Kingdom's mages are with them. And Kale is the one who made this summit happen. A meeting between Roan, Breck, Whipper, and the jungle. To survive the coming war and chaos, they must unite as one. Kale is carefully making that happen step by step. Alberu watches Kale through the orb, thinking he's a strange man. Is all of this really thanks to him? From Marquis Stan to Lady Amia's naval base, it's everything. He finally asks, "What exactly are you?" Kale replies that while he looks lazy, he's actually been working his tail off and gathering tons of information. The summit is starting soon, and Kale will be coming along. This will be their very first trip together. Kale calls out to his highness, making Alberu jokingly regret the invitation. Their bond is clearly growing deeper. Alberu asks if everything is ready. Kale promises to deliver exactly on time without a single moment's delay. Alberu is excited, looking forward to how shocked everyone will be when they see what's coming. It's a secret trip with a small crew, so keep it quiet. Kale responds with absolute confidence. He promises to learn from the prince's wisdom, calling him the true shining star of the entire kingdom. Kale thinks flattery is the best way to handle the prince's chatter. He hears a noise and sees Rayon has finally woken up. Looking startled as he catches the human's gaze, the little dragon hides his curiosity by shouting from under the heavy blankets. "Don't talk to me," Kale sighs. He knows that dragons go through 3 distinct growth phases. The first stage shows no obvious physical changes at all. It builds the foundation for the next stages, so while there is no change in size, the flow of mana increases significantly. And trust me, this is just the beginning. Stick with me, we are about to see Kale handle some major dragon drama. He tells Rayon his growth is normal and he is doing great, so no need to rush. Rayon looks up and asks, "Really?" Kale confirms he is already amazing. Rayon gets worried and asks, "What if I meet a rude dragon?" Kale teases him for having such scary thoughts. He jokingly says, "And here I thought you were supposed to be smart." Feeling teased, Rayon shouts back that he is indeed smart, responding loudly to Kale's playful jab as if he was answering a very serious question. Kale's advice is simple. Just survive, because living is greatness. You survived that cave, did you not? Rayon realizes survival is the ultimate power. Then, you can just sneak attack them from behind later on. Survive first, then smash their heads in. Dragon or not, that is how you win. Kale then stands up. He tells Beacrox to prep some ice cream. Rayon smiles at the news, but still tries to act tough. The little dragon turns away and mumbles, "Do not talk to me." From his voice, Kale knows Rayon is just pretending to be annoyed. He orders the little dragon to follow him outside, but Rayon curiously asks him who else is coming along. Kale answers that it will be just the 2 of them. Rayon is surprised, asking, "Only us 2?" Kale confirms this while wiping Round's mouth, but he starts questioning his own plan. Now, here's the part you and I need to watch carefully. Kale asks if he is coming too. Eruhaben coldly says it looks fun and the kid has learned everything. Rayon is shocked. He actually finished 3 months of lessons in just a few weeks. Eruhaben mentions that the Dragon Lord, who vanished after ancient times, might finally be making a comeback. Rayon stares, knowing the Dragon Lord is a legendary being of absolute and terrifying power. Eruhaben notices Kale, looks annoyed, and wonders if he is making things awkward for the young master. He offers to be Kale's guard and tells him to treat him like one. Kale is confused. A guard? Eruhaben says he will just follow quietly, but Kale immediately tries to reject that crazy idea. How could he treat an ancient dragon like a bodyguard? Eruhaben just tells him to do it anyway. He orders Kale to listen, saying he is not just playing around. Do you think I am joking? Just treat me like your guard. Kale stands up and announces that he will travel with Lord Eruhaben as his guard knight. Then, he happily adds that Ron will follow them in stealth mode. Rayon warns Kale about his villainous smile. Eruhaben watches, wondering what that smirk even means. Then Ron turns to the ancient dragon and asks, Goldie, do you even know how to use a sword properly? Eruhaben scoffs and claims he is an absolute master of the sword. After living for over 1,000 years, do you really think there is any weapon in this world that I cannot master? You and I both know Kale loves this. Having dragons as personal guards, he has nothing to fear. That night, Kale, Eruhaben, and Prince Alberu Crossman teleport to a camp in the jungle. Queen Laitana is already there waiting. Alberu greets her, saying it has been a long time. Laitana mentions they have not met since the Empire meeting, and notes that the prince looks exhausted. She leads them inside the tent, where two people with brown hair are already waiting for them. She introduces Prince John from the Breck Kingdom. Kale immediately recognizes one of the faces. It is Rosalind's brother, the guy who got hit by the water bomb. Kale notices Rosalind is missing. She likely stayed behind to support John. As Kale looks around, he realizes someone is staring. He wonders why the guy is looking at him. One of them stands. Happy they are all gathered. Alberu introduces Kale, hyping him up way too much as the absolute treasure of their kingdom. Kale is terrified. He was told to act natural, yet Alberu is giving him this grand introduction. He remembers Alberu specifically telling him to just behave the way he usually does before they arrived. Kale had asked for clarification. The way I usually do? The prince had confirmed it once more. Thinking back on those words now, Kale is completely lost and confused. He had planned to just sit there quietly and space out without thinking about anything. Laitana happily adds that Kale is the hero of the jungle. She says she is honored to meet him. She praises him as a kind and polite man who understands the true duty of a noble. Kale is left completely speechless by her words. Oh my God. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, Kale's life is only getting more chaotic from here. All right, you and I are diving into the action as a brown-haired man smiles and shakes hands with Kale. He mentions hearing about him from Alberu, Laitana, and even Ben. It is a pleasure to meet you. Prince John greets him politely, and Kale responds with a formal bow, saying it is an honor. Deep down, Kale is not surprised that the prince knows his name, but he is definitely wondering what that strange nickname is all about. The prince mentions that his sister seems much happier now, and thanks Kale. Though he notices the person standing behind Kale looks pretty grumpy. Ron is perched on Kale's shoulder, and whispers that this guy seems way better than those other princes, making Kale realize why Rosalind liked John. John then turns to the chief of staff and asks if this is actually his first time meeting the famous young master Kale. Kale quickly interjects, saying that is not the case at all, because he already knows exactly who the man is. Hillsman smiles and says it feels like meeting an old friend after a long time, while the girl beside him also gives Kale a warm welcome. The young man standing nearby follows suit, bowing respectfully, and greeting young Master Kale with a simple hello. Hillsman then tells the whole group that young Master Kale is someone he deeply respects and admires from the bottom of his heart. He adds that Commander Tunka personally ordered him to be on his best behavior with his close friend, to which Kale politely welcomes him back. Chief of Staff Heron tells Kale that he should just speak comfortably like they always do, and Kale gives a very short and simple response. Now, pay attention, because this is where Alberu Crossman cuts the small talk, saying they need to start immediately since the night is short. Rayon asks his weak human if he is not going inside, but Kale just stands there thinking he has no real reason to join the meeting. Still, Kale walks forward with total confidence, figured he provided the meeting spot and the Crown Prince can handle the rest of the work. Suddenly, Alberu calls out Kale's name and asks if he is not planning to come inside, leaving Kale standing there looking completely confused. Rayon tells him to just go for it, knowing the prince would call him, while Kale wonders what happened to that casual behavior they promised. Kale turns to Eruhaben and tells him to guard the door, giving him strict orders to rush inside the second he hears Kale call out. The ancient dragon bows and agrees. And with that settled, Kale finally steps through the doors and into the meeting room. Eruhaben stays behind to watch the entrance while Kale sighs to himself, knowing deep down that things were always going to end up this way. Inside, everyone is gathered around a table, as Kale explains that all parties have agreed to keep a close watch on the Empire and the North. They need to strengthen their cooperation, but the meeting has been dragging on for an hour now without any real progress being made. The brown-haired prince loses his smile and stands up, looking serious as he mentions the northern ships on the east coast are almost finished. They are preparing their navy and fleet to move out by autumn, which means they will arrive here by the time spring rolls around. He warns that they and the Kingdom of Roan must be ready to react. But Hillsman immediately speaks up to push back on that idea. He argues that they need to focus on the Empire first, especially since nobody knows when those monsters will decide to use their mana bombs. He asks the group if it would not be better to neutralize the Empire's main fighting force right now while they still have the chance. Latana agrees with Hillsman, stating that their top priority should definitely be crushing the Empire's military strength before they can act. She suggests they need a solid plan to shut down the Empire's dangerous alchemy, and Hillsman quickly adds his own thoughts to the strategy. You and I both know Kale is getting bored listening to them argue about who should get the most help to win their own battles. The Whipper Kingdom wants massive reinforcements, but Kale knows that if they win too big, it could cause serious problems for everyone else later. He is well aware that John and Breck are currently working together behind the scenes to rapidly increase the number of mages in their ranks. Even though they are allies now, they cannot allow a kingdom that hates magic as much as Whipper does to become too powerful. Kale realizes the jungle has no direct borders with the other kingdoms, meaning they have to use Whipper as their main gateway for trade. But if Whipper becomes an unstoppable force, their aggressive nature might just trigger another massive war that would consume the entire continent. Latana points out that the Crown Prince has been surprisingly quiet this whole time and asks him why he has not said a word. Alberu rests his chin on his hand and says he has plenty to say, but then he turns the spotlight directly onto Kale instead. Kale claims he has nothing to contribute, but right then, Rayon whispers in his ear that the guests they were waiting for have arrived. A smirk grows on Kale's face as he says they are almost here, making Alberu smile while Latana looks on with total confusion. Suddenly, a massive explosion and a powerful tremor shake the entire room, catching everyone off guard and sending them into a total panic. A messenger rushes in trembling and calls out for the queen, and Latana immediately asks what on earth is happening outside. He reports that the magic alarms at sea are going off, and she frantically asks about the size of the fleet and their flags. The messenger explains it is not a fleet of ships at all, but a massive pod of giant whales heading straight toward their position. Alberu turns back to the group and mentions that the Empire and the North have a secret organization working right alongside them. And trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next, now that Kale's secret allies have finally shown up to the party. Alright, let's dive into the moment when legends from the deep finally make their move as a massive whale breaches the surface. The tribespeople watching from the shore cry out in pure shock at the incredible sight. A beautiful young woman with long blue hair steps onto the land, greeted warmly by the whale tribe who note it has been a long time. Young Master Kale responds politely, explaining that at the Crown Prince's request, they have invited the successor of the whale tribe to join them. Wyra introduces herself formally as the tribe's representative, stating she has arrived at the invitation of their great benefactor. Kale returns her joyful smile as she greets everyone, saying it is truly a pleasure to meet them all. Both Pasiton and the scarred man realize she is setting a perfect atmosphere with her dignified and respectful greetings. This move establishes the whale tribe as the ocean's strongest power, while leaving a lasting impression of the Doan Kingdom's influence. Kale, the red-haired man, looks over at the crowd with a bit of worry in his eyes. Why are these people acting like this? Alberu, the blonde prince, steps forward and invites everyone to head inside. They move indoors to continue. Alberu notes they will need 3 extra chairs for the new arrivals who just joined the meeting. Are those chairs just for the whale tribe members? Kale shakes his head, surprising the entire group with his denial. Now, pay attention. Kale is about to drop a massive surprise by announcing he has invited one more guest. A figure appears behind a veil of magic. Since this discussion requires absolute secrecy, they need a promise even stronger than simple trust or loyalty. A boy with purple hair emerges from the thick magic. Are you all willing to bet your very lives on this agreement? The 3 extra chairs are for the successor of the tribe, the priest, and young Master Kale himself. Wyra praises him, mentioning his heroics in stopping the magic bomb terror that once threatened the Whipper Kingdom. You helped the whale tribe, stopped a forest fire, and even saved the hidden elf village, did you not? She finishes with a firm look. You also worked incredibly hard to save the saint and the holy maiden. How kind can this man actually be? Does he ever even get a single moment to rest? I know what you are thinking. He looks calm, but he is carrying an incredible weight while sacrificing everything for the sake of peace. She asks him directly, young master, what do you think we should do from this point forward? Kale is stunned by the question. What does she mean? Is that not their job to figure out? Before he can answer, Rayon chirps that saving people is a noble and great deed that they should all be proud of. Kale replies matter-of-factly, stating that they should simply focus on saving the entire Western continent. If they can bring peace to the land, then he can finally kick back and relax at home like he always wanted. He bluntly tells them he believes they are all capable enough to handle it, so he can finally work a lot less. Hearing this, the blue-haired woman enthusiastically agrees with his seemingly selfless and righteous vision. To her, he is always walking the path of justice, but the others in the room know his true intentions. He is saying things he does not truly mean since he has already handled the hardest parts himself anyway. The brunette man notes the Doan Kingdom's commitment. Others chime in, promising to provide plenty of food to the Jaipur Kingdom. They promise to handle future magic bomb issues, declaring that those scoundrels must be wiped out for the good of all. Kale adds his own support, stating they will also provide both financial aid and food supplies. Albaru, the blonde prince, follows up immediately to finalize the deal. The three kingdoms will secretly fund the war, and if the Empire dares to cross the border, we will deploy secret units from the jungle. He concludes by calling for a formal vow. Everyone places their hands on the magic circle to seal the pact. The vow begins. The next day, Pasiton turns to Kale and says they shall definitely meet again in the moment of victory. Kale looks totally uninterested in the offer, but Albaru leans in and whispers to him with a playful grin. They really want to see you again, he says. Then, they all vanish into the glow of the magic circle. Albaru tells Kale that since winter is coming soon, he should finally take this time to get some good rest. Kale agrees that he plans to rest, but as always, his dream of a quiet life never actually becomes a reality. Kale sits before a communication orb later on and asks his allies what exactly is happening on the front. Intelligence reports show the Jaipur Kingdom is holding out against the Empire well, but Kale worries as the war drags into autumn. Suddenly, a message arrives. I wanted to tell you first, we have already won at least half the battle. Kale is stunned. They took a castle. Trust me, we must see what happens next. All right, you and I are back with the craziest noble around, and trust me, he is not your average lunatic. And just like you said, I didn't leave the wounded behind. I brought them all, because the strong should always protect the weak. Kale is genuinely worried now. Is this guy actually insane? Listen close. But the treatment is going to be very difficult. Since we only won half the battle, we cannot afford to waste too much recovery medicine on them right now. Kale suddenly remembers someone and asks, what do you mean won halfway? A win is a win, a loss is a loss. The answer comes immediately. The enemy abandoned the city and retreated. Kale asks, so you already captured the castle then? Yeah, we definitely took it. But what? Now, pay attention, because look at that, a massive pillar of fire just erupted and it is not going out. Yeah, strangely, it does not spread into the city. It just keeps burning. It is like a barrier protecting the entire castle. Rayon wonders, human, isn't that the fire we saw before? Damn it, it might be the necklace around his neck glowing blue. I'm starting to think I'm the only one who can actually put this thing out. Later, during a meeting with everyone, the red-haired hero thinks, shouldn't I just stand behind the prince? Why am I sitting here? The ARM organization, rulers of the Eastern Continent underworld. They have used magic bombs to attack the Roan Kingdom and the church. They even attacked elf villages just to steal branches from the world tree, and supported the whale tribe to control the sea routes between the eastern and western continents. As the atmosphere in the hall turns heavy, the brown-haired man sighs. So that organization is working with the northern kingdoms and the empire. And yet, we didn't even realize they were already active here on the western continent. The blonde man answers. An organization that uses magic bombs for terror attacks is truly something to be feared. They must be destroyed. That's a bit harsh. He hates magic, so magic bomb terror is something he wants wiped out. Tunka will probably react the same way. The Whipper Kingdom will likely take very strong action regarding this matter. Kale asks Lena if she has anything to say, while Kale Henatus on the other side tries to keep things calm. You do not need to worry that much. Tunka hears this and underestimates the enemy a bit. But who am I? I am Tunka, the great general. I will find a way myself. So do not worry about me at all. Give me your coordinates. Kale is with Rayon now, feeling something is wrong, and says, I know where you are. I'm coming. Tunka on the other side is curious and asks, but why? Honestly, I know what you're thinking. Why is he even going? Even Kale himself isn't totally sure. However, deep in his heart, he is sure of one thing. He simply cannot stay away from this. Thinking about it, his eyes droop. If Whipper takes the city, the Empire weakens. Though I don't know the Empire's plan. Of course, the Empire could simply withdraw from the castle entirely, or they could ambush the Whipper Kingdom while they are busy trying to douse the flames. Only by going there will I know. After thinking for a moment, Kale closes his eyes and finds a random reason. What other reason is there? We have to bring a priest and put out that pillar of fire, right? Tunka is surprised by that answer and shouts, You? He looks closely at Kale through the communication orb, still finding the whole thing hard to believe. Right. You aren't the type to say such things without a reason. So give me the coordinates so I can get there fast. Tunka still feels uneasy, thinking even if there is a priest, there is no real reason for him to come personally. This is still a battlefield, after all. It could get dangerous at any moment. I don't understand why you are coming so easily. You really are a kind person. After thinking, he makes a decision. I will tell the mages from Rhone that you are coming. We will set up a teleportation circle and send the coordinates. Kale hears this and replies, Good. Hurry up then. Also, just so you know, I will be coming in a disguise. Tunka is shocked, asking what? But Kale is already a step ahead and just hangs up. Tunka stares at the orb, only seeing his own reflection in a total daze. Wait, a disguise? Meanwhile, at another door nearby, there is a sudden knock. The saint inside hears it and tells them to come in. After seeing it is Cale Henitus. He is a bit startled. Young Master Kale? Kale asks, Saint, is Hannah training? Ryan, standing right there, sees Kale and immediately chirps out a happy hello to him. And that's where we leave it for now. You and I both know things are about to get even crazier. All right, you and I are about to see our Master of Chaos. Cale Henitus handles some very unexpected news regarding Rosalind and Choi Han joining the group. Right after that, he immediately asks, Miss Cage, do you plan on staying at the villa? She does not hesitate for a single second before answering him. Yes, if the young master allows it, I want to stay. Saint Jack then turns toward her happily and says, I cannot even express how grateful I am to have you here. Miss Cage, if possible, I truly hope that you can stay with us much longer. Thanks to the presence of Cage, Saint Jack was finally able to suppress his purification power and approach both Mary and Hannah comfortably. Of course, even now he still cannot hold his own sister's hand, but at this moment, Cale Henitus has something else on his mind. Nothing is more important than the fact that she is still alive, though he simply says, I am also glad that she decided to stay. Then, in the very next sentence, Cale says, Let us go save some people. The saint looks at him with total shock, asking, Go where exactly? Cage also speaks up, asking what he means, but Cale only gives one cold answer to the battlefield. Now pay attention, because this is where the legendary disguises finally come into play, as Cale gives everyone their orders, and Ron Mia asks if they are all hiding. The saint suddenly breaks the silence, asking, Young master, are you also going to disguise yourself? That actually sounds like a very good idea. He does not object, but wants to change things up a bit. Specifically, a color that looks holy basically. He is just going to change his hair color. Cage hears this, and her face just goes blank. Wait. Your hair color as well? The holy young master does not stop there, as Cale Henitus turns to Rayon and tells him to go call Miss Rosalind and Choi Han over here right now. Rayon Mia asks once more if they are also wearing disguises. Cale coldly tells him to just call them first and see, so the dragon quickly heads out. Understood, human. Just then, the saint speaks up again, looking at Cale Henitus with a face full of intense expectation and hope. I suggest the color white for a holy appearance. Cale looks at that face and thinks to himself that the saint looks incredibly proud of that suggestion. But since he has no other ideas right now, Cale Henitus simply says, I will keep that in mind. while secretly wanting to bury his face in a pillow. Good Lord, what is my life becoming? At the same time, Bob and Hilsman on the other side are completely stunned, staring at Cale Henitus in his new form with their jaws dropped. What is with that appearance? Even so, he shamelessly asks, Latana, how do I look to you? The chief of staff finds it a bit awkward but still says, I honestly think no one would ever recognize you as the young master. Hilsman looks down at Cale's hands and adds, with that mask on as well, definitely no one will know it is you. You truly look like a priest. You saw that too, right? Cale's shameless acting is truly on another level as he calls his own disguise a masterpiece. Human, you look exactly like a saint. A second later, he switches topics, asking where the patients are, and Hilsman immediately understands his master's intent. Are you planning to start the treatment right now? Cale does not beat around the bush, replying that helping those in need is simply following God's will. I will lead the way. Meanwhile, on the other side, some guards are looking the fire in front of them and sighing deeply. Did the Empire really cause that fire? Another guard replies, how should I know? Realizing he might have said too much, he quickly corrects himself, saying that if they knew how to make fire like that, everyone would have been burned to death. The other man looks at him in a panic. Hey, what kind of nonsense are you talking about? They look into the tent with heavy hearts, wondering if the general had brought all the wounded men along with them. He even shared some rare potions with the most severely injured, but despite his efforts, they are all still slowly dying. The entire camp is now filled with a dark and gloomy atmosphere, completely unaware that Cale Henitus and his group are approaching. Why are you saying such depressing things? I'm sure the general and the chief of staff will find a way out. Ron Mia suddenly asks the human if they are going to destroy that fire pillar, worried that the castle might get destroyed just like last time. Cale looks at the fire and his mind starts racing, thinking that destroying such a valuable thing would be absolutely crazy. As he approaches one of the guards, he calmly asks, may I come inside? Using his top-tier acting skills, Cale Henitus says he has come by God's will to help all those who are currently struggling in this difficult battle. Meanwhile, Bob does not hesitate to pull back the tent flap. The guard is intimidated by his presence and immediately follows the order. Yes, sir. Fortunately, Cale actually has a heart and begins to treat several of the people inside. Meanwhile, the rest of the group is looking around for supplies when someone suddenly asks if he really brought this much medicine. Bob then remembers that Latana knew the truth that all this medicine was actually provided by the Crown Prince using his own personal funds. She suddenly recalls his earlier words, wondering if he intends to put out the fire just like he did back in the forest. While dressed as a member of the secret organization, Alberu laughs out loud. He knows the Empire must be hiding somewhere nearby. So stick with me, because you and I are about to watch the Empire and that secret organization fall into total chaos. Alright, stick with me because our main character is about to support these two like a true saint would. Just thinking about it makes him feel a bit happy inside. When he sees the star on the chest, Cale gets even more excited. Since we are here, just putting out a fire feels like a waste, right? He looks over at Jack and notices something. The guy is working incredibly hard. His high-tier healing skills will be perfect when facing off against the Empire in the future. So Cale asks if he is doing okay. But he only gets a short reply back saying that everything is fine. Jack says he was right to follow him. Young master, this trip really made the group remember many painful things from our long and difficult past. Back when I was at the church, I was only allowed to treat people who had high status and power. He could not care for those who truly needed a blessing from God. Thinking about it now makes him happy because he finally realized what to do. To lighten the mood, Jack asks the young master if he wants to hear a story about something quite happy. Cale asks what is up. Jack says it is his healing power. He looks at his hands and his eyes shine, feeling like he is becoming stronger. In this moment, Jack only has one thought running through his mind. Thanks to you, I saved my own sibling and now I can follow you to places that need help. I really should have lived like this from the start. Now pay attention here. Cale reaches out and gently places a hand on the healer's shoulder. He softly says he trusts him. That one sentence gives Jack all the motivation he needs to keep going. Now, back in the tent. He notices the moon looks strange tonight. Hilsman arrives with the report and the documents that were requested earlier. Cale asks if the castle is completely empty. Hillsman confirms the mages sent from the jungle have already finished their check. He trusts their report. It seems they are finally using mages without any hesitation now. Hillsman notes that sometimes you sacrifice the small things for a bigger benefit. If we eventually remove magic, we must still use the enemy first. Not only are there no humans left, but even tools and magic items have been cleared out. It is a total ghost town. Kale watches the fire pillar erupt as he asks if the mages checked the magic tools again. Hillsman replies that they did. They could not feel any mana reaction at all. Kale starts to grasp the entire situation. So there are no standard magic tools in the castle, unless they have been modified. Kale is already prepared. You and I know it is time to go down there and see the truth for ourselves. Soon, Kale uses magic to protect his body from being swallowed by the flames while Ron follows closely. He can still feel the extreme heat radiating. It is scorching hot. Rosalind asks for the next move, and Kale immediately takes command of the entire group. First, they check the ground floor for tools. Rosalind and Ron will search for any signs of an Imperial plot while they are down there. He reminds them to keep an eye out for any treasure or valuables. That is exactly what Rayon wanted to hear. The little dragon knew the human would say that. Forget food or money, they want to find the real treasure. Rosalind smiles, asking if he means treasure. Kale confirms she knows exactly what he is thinking. She looks very happy. She promises to do her best. Kale trusts her while Raon asks what his job is. Kale tells him he is on duty too. They reach the first floor, but still find no magic reactions as Kale looks around. Is that so? He has not finished his investigation quite yet. He orders a search of the basement. There is no way the Empire left this fire pillar for nothing after setting it up. That would be way too wasteful for people like them. Rosalind suggests going down, but Kale says to check the fire pillar first. Choi Han blocks him, insisting on going first to keep the young master safe. Kale understands and tells him to open it. As he touches the gate, a massive blast of fire erupts, burning the door and shocking everyone. Choi Han shouts for Kale to get back because it is hot. Kale can feel that it is even stronger than before. He did not expect this specific case. He thought it would be weaker since it was smaller than the jungle fire. This time, even a giant water strike is not going to be easy. The heat is unbearable now. Even Kale and Rosalind are struggling to breathe in this oppressive atmosphere. Kale hears a strange sound. Are they trying to sacrifice something to protect this place? Suddenly, tiny blue mana particles surround him. His heart is racing as the ancient power reacts. Why is the rock power suddenly turning on? Choi Han rushes over to check on Kale's condition immediately. Ron is searching the area, while Rayon starts acting very strange. The dragon says he smells something nearby. It is the scent of a swamp. And trust me, that realization changes everything. Alright, you and I are heading back to the Black Forest Swamp to find the ancient aura. Ron was certain he could smell the dead mana from that fallen dragon. Kale realized this secret organization was supplying dead mana to the merfolk. The Saints previously mentioned these dangerous liquid mana bombs. He wondered where the Empire sourced that liquid from. They definitely hid something valuable deep within this place. Kale commanded them to head to the basement. He asked Rosalind to shine her light deeper into the darkness. She complied, releasing a glow of pure mana. Kale noted it looked like a prison, while Rosalind felt like they were entering a maze. Choi Han offered to go first, but Kale snapped back, asking if he wanted to die. Meanwhile, Ron tracked the scent of dead mana. Rayon led the way while the others followed closely. Kale watched the progress, feeling like things were finally moving along. Good job, Rayon. The dragon was thrilled, telling the human to follow him. He wondered why Kale was just standing there. Kale told him to report back once everything was found. He planned to stay put, and Ron understood perfectly. Now pay attention, because Kale used magic to let Rosalind float through the air. She was thrilled, asking if she could follow Rayon everywhere. Kale warned her to be careful. She just smiled and started her mission, following Rayon's lead into the depths. Only he and Choi Han remained. The swordsman wondered if Kale stayed back to prevent them from accidentally triggering a bomb. Kale remained silent, confirming Choi Han's suspicions. His words were blunt, but his actions always showed how much he truly cared. Kale knew his team worked in perfect harmony. Silence was golden. After a while, Rayon finally called out to them. He found it. The scent was coming from right here, and it was incredibly strong. Kale silently agreed as he approached. Rosalind suggested lifting the stone slab herself. But Round stepped forward, overflowing with confidence in his own abilities. The dragon insisted he could do it faster. With a flick of magic, he lifted the massive rock easily. Choi Han offered help. Kale decided to handle the digging himself. In just a few seconds, he finished the task as if it were nothing. Choi Han felt completely useless, his face blank and speechless. Kale noticed his stare and asked why he was looking like that. Choi Han sighed, saying it was nothing. Kale looked past the stones and saw that everything seemed normal for now. Wait a second. Kale heard a voice demanding a sacrifice. He couldn't understand why the stone slab was reacting this way. He wasn't someone who enjoyed pain or getting hurt, but the voice felt like it was urging him to sacrifice himself with pure joy. He still didn't understand the power of this rock, and he had no intention of using it anyway. He dismissed the voice as nonsense. Suddenly, Rayon shouted that the scent was definitely coming from right under them. Rosalind believed him. She stared at the mysterious substance, wondering what this strange liquid could possibly be. Kale saw small bombs in that thick black swamp liquid. Beside a mana bomb sat a strange magical device containing a mysterious purple fluid. What on earth was that purple substance supposed to be? Rayon examined their discovery. It didn't seem to possess any normal natural attributes found in the world. They might have to break the sphere to identify the liquid. Rosalind agreed they needed to investigate further. She looked at Kale for his reaction. He simply replied that it was likely just fire. Rosalind realized the plan. They wanted to lure Tunka and the Whipper Kingdom soldiers deep inside the castle. Rayon chimed in, guessing that the Empire planned to blow the whole place up and kill everyone in one massive explosion. Setting a fire would easily hide the evidence of the blast. Meanwhile, Rayon's excitement about dismantling the bombs kept the team's spirits high. Once the soldiers finished their search and felt safe, that's when the entire castle would go up in flames. It seemed like a perfectly calculated, cruel plan. If this place was leveled to the ground, it meant absolutely no one would be left alive. Even if they survived the blast, the commanders would be poisoned by dead mana, which is exactly what the enemy wanted. Escaping a massive pillar of fire while suffering from mana poisoning would be impossible for anyone except someone as reckless as Tunka. Right, human? Kale patted the dragon's head, praising him for all the hard work he'd done throughout their journey. Good job. Rayon was overjoyed, boasting that he truly was a great and mighty dragon. Even if his first growth phase was late, he was still magnificent. Kale and Rosalind both shared a smile. Rosalind noted, the bombs were likely a joint creation between alchemists and mages. The devices were pre-charged with mana to detonate on command. They hid tiny amounts of energy inside each sphere. I believe only high-level mages would ever be able to detect this. You and I can see the danger, but that small spark is enough to shatter a boulder the size of a man's head. All right, you and I are jumping right into a scene where Kale is about to pull off his craziest stunt yet. Rosalind questions him about the timer. If they pull it out now, the whole glass sphere might just detonate early. Kale just shrugs and says to let it blow. Rosalind can't believe her ears. He explains that since they are already brewing a massive storm, adding one extra explosion shouldn't be too hard, right? Choi Han, Rosalind, let's move. Time to put out these flames while the oblivious knights outside praise our kindness. They think our group are saints who are only here to help heal the wounded on their way through. The knights believe the team worked all night out of pure selflessness. They even expect them to keep helping tonight. They are so grateful, thinking these heroes are doing all of this for absolutely nothing in return. Suddenly, a massive blast erupts from the fire god's position. The flames roar 10 times stronger than they were before. The heat forces the knights back. They scramble to adjust their lines and send an urgent report immediately. Now pay attention here, because this is where Kale and his team's real plan finally kicks in. Choi Han stands there, like a terrifying fire god with a wicked smile, while Rosalind controls the flames. Kale watches, feeling totally at ease. Even their voices have been altered by magic. Kale's careful preparation is really paying off here. Rayon is helping too, linking his powers with Kale's magic. Then, the little dragon flies over to finish the job. Time to start. Rayon uses his magic to guide the mana bomb directly into the heart of the inferno. The chemical reaction is instant. The mana bomb hits the heat and explodes like a falling star. The massive explosion shakes everything on the ship, sending everyone into a total panic. They are told to get away from the walls immediately. The leader barks orders for the anti-magic warriors to take the lead. The soldiers move out in a panic. They try using water magic, but it does nothing. They're left wondering if this fire is even magic at all. Then, Kale appears like a savior, his power sending the surrounding knights flying back in an instant. Tunka watches this figure controlling the rain clouds. You and I know he's never seen a mage like this. The power of nature makes everyone else look completely pathetic. They shout out, asking who they are, but Kale just smirks. They demand an answer. Rosalind and Choi Han arrive right on time, teasing them about their mysterious identity. Choi Han simply calls them a secret organization. Tunka has no idea what's happening. Kale stays silent, simply slicing the ship's flag so it falls before throwing down a small dagger. The knights wait for the general's command. Tunka stares at the knife, lost in his own thoughts. Then, he breaks into a wide grin. His eyes are burning with rage as he clenches his fists tight. Tunka rips the flag apart with his own hands. The fire dies down as he orders the full charge. He wants the Empire crushed. Capture everyone. Trust me, you and I are about to witness an absolute massacre. Yeah,